Not recognizing the difference between modern monopoly and the monopolies preceding monopoly capitalism, Ropke emphasizes that we cannot speak of any necessary development tendency. It is not due to its inherent tendencies that free competition capitalism changes into monopoly capitalism. 43. Though Machlup admits that technical progress brings about great economies as a result of large-scale production, yet it would be erroneous, in his view, to deduce from this fact the technological inevitability of monopoly. 44. At another place he writes that, the strong element of monopoly prevalent in most industries manufacturing standardized industrial products cannot be said to be unavoidable. 45. He holds the view that the increase in market demand keeps pace with the expansion of the scale of firms, and indeed, the former often increases at an even faster rate. Thus the expansion of the size of firms is easily reconcilable with the fact that a relatively large number of firms produce within the industry. He imagines, therefore, that the firms operating under conditions of free competition expand their size in the course of technical development, a process made possible for them by an appropriate increase in total demand, without their number being necessarily decreased. This idyllic representation of growth completely leaves out of account that technical progress is being made in a cutthroat competition between the individual capitalist firms. Each tries to make use of a more developed technology to achieve the highest possible profit. The achievement of technical progress, however, cannot be used by each firm of the industry to the same extent. Machlup ignores what Lehman, a West German economist, formulates in this way: very good, good, medium, bad, and worse firms meet in the market. 46. The stronger firm possessing more capital has a greater chance to adopt modern technology, to exploit the advantages of large-scale production accompanying technical progress, than a firm short of capital. As a result, the stronger firm becomes still stronger. A mounting concentratron of capitals, writes Mayotte about technical progress, is, therefore, one of its material requirements as well as one of its results. 47. In the course of technical development, the individual capitalist needs an ever greater minimum amount of capital to ensure that the time used up for the production of commodities should be the socially necessary labor time. The capitalist who has not got that minimum of capital, will go down in this struggle, will go bankrupt, or will be absorbed by the larger firms. At the same time, the mightier this minimum of capital needed in particular industries, the more difficult will it be for outside capitals to enter the market. The inevitable outcome of the concentration and centralization of capital is that a few huge firms in the particular industries will attain a dominant position. The difficulty of competition and the tendency towards monopoly arise from the very dimensions of the enterprises. A score or so of great enterprises can easily arrive at an agreement. 48. Let us confront this Marxist-Leninist explanation of the rise of monopoly with Chamberlain's explanation by means of product differentiation. An improvement in the quality of the product is regarded as technical progress. Though patents ensure exclusive rights and with them lasting super profit for the firm applying the innovation for a limited period of time, yet this compels the other firms of the industry to catch up, to devise further improvements of the commodity in question. Thus, the patented product is in a competitive struggle with other patented products, and the existence of patents is reconcilable with traditional competition. Chamberlain himself stresses that patents promote competition and stimulate individual initiative. He adds that there are few inventions of a basic importance, the patents of which make it possible for particular firms to control the bulk of the production of the industry concerned. The situation is similar with the other factors of product differentiation such as trade names, trademarks, advertising costs, etc. Competition by means of these factors is reconcilable with the traditional form of competition. The above-mentioned means of product differentiation are accessible to a large number of firms involved in the competitive struggle of the industry. Though influencing the buyer's decisions, in that they may stimulate the buyers to pay a higher price for the commodity of a given seller, ensuring thereby a lasting super profit for him, the amount of that profit is restricted by the competition of other sellers in the industry as well as by the flow of capital between industries. These product differentiation factors do not ensure in themselves a dominant position for their users in the economy. It should be noted, however, that though the use of the factors of product differentiation in the competitive struggle is easily reconcilable with traditional competition, it is first and foremost under monopoly capitalism that product differentiation comes to play a prominent role. Under conditions of modern capitalism, it is no longer price cutting which constitutes the principal means of the competitive struggle. There are already other means available for that purpose, among other things the improvement of the quality of the product. In addition, in the hunt for maximum profit, unproductive means of profit-making come more and more into prominence. Selling costs are steadily increasing. The theory of monopolistic competition expresses that the firms themselves shape and formulate the demand for their products, directing and influencing the consumer's decisions. Under such circumstances, no consumer sovereignty can exist, as succinctly described by Galbraith in chapters 17 and 18 of his work The New Industrial State. 2. Triffin's classification of competition only formally differs from Chamberlain's. It really reflects the inadequacy of the concept of cross-elasticity, or cross-flexibility, in determining the market forms. In homogeneous competition, cross-elasticity is infinite because, if firm J cuts the price of its product, then the whole clientele of all firms producing the same product as J will rush to it. This shift of demand in itself, however, does not say anything that would be important from the point of view of classification. The question is whether firm J can satisfy the increased demand. If firm J cannot supply all customers, which is evident in non-oligopolistic homogeneous competition because at a lower price and increasing marginal cost, typical of pure competition, it is unable to satisfy the increased demand, then it increases J's price, and the buyers will return to their original sellers. Thus it turns out that the cross-elasticity of J's product is in fact not infinite but zero. In this case, any reaction by its rivals is at the outset out of the question. Consequently, infinite cross-elasticity cannot be a characteristic of homogeneous, non-oligopolistic competition. In reality, the magnitude of both cross-elasticity and reaction is zero. In that case, however, homogeneous, non-oligopolistic competition does not differ in anything from pure monopoly. On the other hand, in the case of both pure monopoly and homogeneous and heterogeneous non-oligopolistic competition, the rival's reaction is zero. But the zero value of this coefficient conceals very different features. A pure monopolist does not contemplate his rival's reaction because his product has only very remote substitutes, while in homogeneous and heterogeneous competition the substitute is a close one, but the effect of the price rise from J is divided among so many firms that the reaction is negligible. Thus the zero value of the Triffin reaction includes both the very remote substitution relationship under monopoly and the close substitution relationship in homogeneous and heterogeneous non-oligopolistic competition. The Triffin reaction resolves all difference between the 2.49. Analyzing the competitive relationships of the products of two firms, J and I, with other products, we obtain different cross-elasticities for each product both in J and I. How should they be aggregated or averaged, asks Machlup. So if we are to decide which firm is in a rather monopolistic and which in a rather competitive position, the Triffin index does not answer this question. As the non-Marxian theory of market forms approaches the question merely from the angle of price determination, it fails to take account of the fact that both monopoly and duopoly are identical formations, the formations of monopoly capitalism. From the point of view of price theory, however, they must be distinguished from one another, since price formation must be explained differently if one single firm or two or MGRE firms have a dominant position in an industry. Not recognizing the necessity or the emergence of monopolies, some economists imagine that the evils resulting from monopolistic elements can be cured by making the market revert to a purely competitive form. Stackelberg, for example, thinks that the state can freely choose market forms. He writes that the absence of equilibrium in certain markets can also be eliminated if the state changes the market form. If, for example, by taking appropriate organizational measures it leads the oligopolistic market back to perfect competition. But the state can also create other market forms over which it can better exercise its supervision. SI 3. As far as price determination under monopoly is concerned, the fact that monopoly price is higher than the price established in pure competition, is higher than social production price, is reflected in the non-Marxian theory of monopoly. Price, by assuming that monopoly price may rise above unit cost, may contain profit. Otherwise, this price theory, too, expresses only the formal conditions of the optimal economy of scarce resources, in the cost function based on the marginal productivity principle and the supply function of factors, and in the demand function derived from marginal utility or from the system of indifference curves, only on the basis of data other than those of pure competition. It merely states that if we know the cost function of the monopolist and the demand function of his product, we can tell how much he must supply in order to maximize his profit. The determination of monopoly price is virtually a question of determining monopoly profit. This is one of the most complicated problems of political economy which has not been solved up to this day. All that Marxian political economy has managed to achieve in the question of monopoly profit is to reveal its various sources. How does the non-Marxian theory of monopoly price account for monopoly profit? Most authors, it appears, see the source of monopoly profit, quite superficially, in the fact that the monopolist restricts his output relative to demand, increases the scarcity of his product artificially. However, those who admit the existence of exploitation in monopoly, explain it on the basis of the theory of marginal productivity. Just as the model of pure competition makes the essential difference that exists in the position of workers, capitalists, and landowners disappear, so also does the model of monopoly. In its representation, the monopolist exploits all factors of production, not only the workers, but the capitalists and the landowners, too, since neither the capitalists nor the landowners get as their reward the marginal productivity of capital or land multiplied by the established price, but only their marginal productivity multiplied by marginal revenue, which is lower than price. This exploitation is, however, according to Mrs. Robinson, not necessarily detrimental to the factors of production. Insofar as monopolistic marginal revenue is higher than the price in pure competition, the production factors, despite their being exploited, earn higher revenue in monopoly than they would if the market form were pure competition, which, in her view, would render exploitation impossible. The removal of exploitation may alter both the marginal physical product of labor and the price of the commodity, and we shall find, paradoxical as it may seem, that the removal of exploitation is not always beneficial to the workers concerned. S2. Though the main source of monopolistic profit is exploitation of the working class, it has, according to the teachings of Marxian economics, other sources, too. Partial economic analyses, however, obstruct the discovery of these sources in non-Marxian price theory. 4. As regards the question of price formation in the case of the product differentiating factors, we have already emphasized that they do not create a monopoly position for their users, but their use raises an interesting problem of value theory. The mechanism of equalizing individual values with social values as demonstrated in political economy assumes that the individual sellers within the industry put homogeneous products on the market and, owing to the competitive struggle between producers, a uniform price of that product is established. The use of the product differentiation factors, however, forms, in the course of competitive struggle, different prices for the prosaics of the various firms within the industry. How does the law of value work out under such circumstances, when the producers of the industry put differentiated products upon the market, and thus, owing, among other things, to the difference in production costs resulting from different product qualities, no uniform price can be formed? It must be examined whether, as a criterion of the assertion of the law of value, the flow of capitals under the circumstances of product differentiation creates the average profit rate, or whether, as a result of competition within the industry, the firm operating under average technical conditions realizes average profit in the long run. To put it in other words, whether as a result of competition capital working in the particular industries, employed by the firms of these industries, is considered as social average capital. It appears that the factors of product differentiation alone cannot prevent the industry from taking part in developing an average profit rate. It seems to be unlikely that there should be a substantial difference between industries in utilizing these factors, and thus that individual industries should have permanently an above-average share in social total profit. This is because product differentiation is primarily a means of competition within the industry. It is used by the individual firms in the first place to differentiate their products from those of the other sellers of the industry. Insofar as the firms of an industry decrease the demand for the products of other industries by means of a more intensive use of product differentiation, and, as a result, most of them realize a profit over and above average profit, this would start a flow of capital from other industries, as was already pointed out by Chamberlain, 2. Then the newly established firms would also try to differentiate their products from those of the other sellers of the industry, which would intensify competition by means of products and selling costs within the industry. If the new firms successfully take up the struggle in this field with the old ones, the individual sellers will be compelled to set the price of their products in such a way that the capital invested in the industry realizes in the long run the same profit as realized by capital invested in other industries. Should it nevertheless occur that a significant part of the firms of the industry are able, despite the sharpening product and selling cost competition, to maintain their favorable position against other industries in respect of product differentiation, that industry will lastingly realize, to the detriment of the other industries, a profit above the average. In this case, the factors of product differentiation counteract the assertion of the law of value. The use of the factors of product differentiation have a prominent role to play, especially in competition within the industry. In this competition, every firm attempts to secure the largest possible share of the profit accruing to the industry by making use of these factors. If the factors of product differentiation were evenly distributed among firms, then even under the circumstances in question, those firms which operate under average technical conditions would realize long-term average profit. If, however, TB product differentiation factors are used by the individual firms with different efficiency, then, assuming an identical level of technical development, more profit will accrue to the firm, which uses these factors in the more efficient way. As regards profits realized, the factors of product differentiation may counterbalance less favorable technical conditions, and the 253 individual firms, depending on the use of these factors, may realize more or less profit than what would have accrued to them as a result of their technical conditions, assuming homogeneous products. No doubt, the differential use of the factors of product differentiation both among industries and within a particular industry may hinder the law of value from asserting itself in competitive struggle. It may hinder the realization of average profit in both the industries as a whole, and the firms operating under average technical conditions within the industry. It may hinder but do not prevent it, since a competitive struggle is being waged both among industries and among firms within each industry. As a result of this struggle, the profit lastingly realized by the particular industries cannot substantially differ from average profit merely on account of the factors of product differentiation. This competition sets limits to the price manipulations of firms and counteracts any endeavor by a firm with production conditions considerably different from the average for the industry to realize average profit for an appreciably long time. The competitive struggle among firms to catch up with the most advanced ones also goes on under conditions of product differentiation. Anyway, the effect of manipulation using some of the product differentiation factors, particularly selling costs, advertisements, is rather short-lived and does not ensure their users a favorable position which most of the firms could not sooner or later attain in the competitive struggle. The role of the product differentiation factors in impeding the assertion of the law of value is substantially less significant than the corresponding role of the monopolies THIRD by the concentration and centralization of capital. Differentiation between products by firms and their differing prices does not mean that the concept of the industry has entirely lost its significance and has to be thrown overboard by political economy. For Triffin, each commodity faces a wide range of substitutes, and in discarding the concept of the industry, Triffin brings every product into a competitive relationship with the whole commodity world. No doubt, development brings about an ever-increasing range of products, and it is rather difficult to group a new kind of product into a particular industry, or to classify the production of firms turning out different products into different industries. It is also true that in the course of development the boundaries of an industry are changing. The grouping of products by industries reflects the development of science and the productive forces as well as the resulting changes in the social division of labor. Very often, a partial process of manufacturing a kind of product gains a measure of independence, becomes an independent industry, and differences even within one kind of product may assume, through a change in the nature of that product, such proportions that the production of a given sort of a commodity becomes an independent productive sector. Nevertheless, the concept of an industry should not be dismissed. The degree of substitutability between products of different firms is not the same. Substitution between the products of certain firms is much closer than between the products of other firms, and thus competition between the former firms is much keener. Competition based on a close substitution relationship strongly influences the price of the products of these firms, much more considerably than competition with the products of other firms. Among other things, this relationship, too, may cause certain firms to unite to form an independent industry. It is for similar considerations that Olson and McFarland try to justify the concept of the industry when 254. They argue with Chamberlain by saying that though competition between products can be found everywhere, substitution of every type does not apply to every product at the same time. In their view, a group of firms manufacturing products with no closely competitive substitutes should be called an industry. S3 Furthermore, a substantial part of tools and equipment used by firms belonging to an industry are similar, as is also the character of the concrete labor used. Competitive struggle between firms of the same industry is also keen on the factor market, which has a significant bearing on the formation of the prices of product manufactured by the industry. Firms belonging to a particular industry jointly enjoy advantages from the increased scale of the industry, the so-called external economies, to use Marshall's term. These circumstances also account for a closer relationship established among firms of a certain group. Part 4. The role of the time factor. In economic analysis. Chapter 1. General characteristics. Modern non-Marxian theory concentrated its attention for a long time solely on the equilibrium position of the economy. Taking certain conditions as given, such as the available quantities of the factors of production, the taste of the consumers, the level of technical knowledge, it analyzed what prices should be established, how much of the different goods should be produced and how much of them consumers should buy for all persons operating in the market, both entrepreneurs and consumers, to attain optimal results. This, in pure competition, is tantamount to the establishment of demand-supply equilibrium in all markets. In an equilibrium situation the false expectations of the economic subjects are corrected, and if the explorations are confined only to the state of equilibrium, it might appear as if the operators in the market acted without any mistakes, with complete prediction. The interrelationships of the capitalist economy, if represented merely in its state of equilibrium established in pure or perfect competition, appear to be in the best possible arrangement. Economic analysis confined to the state of equilibrium fails to reveal that economic processes take place over time, and neglects to demonstrate how that equilibrium came to be established. In this view, the anarchy of capitalist economy, the fact that, owing to the spontaneous mechanisms of the capitalist economy, equilibrium situation is realized only through fluctuations, general crises of overproduction, and the wasteful use of consumers' and producers' goods, is completely lost sight of. It was primarily during the period of the Great Depression that non-Marxian economics came to realize that the spontaneous operation of the price mechanism cannot produce the beneficial effects attributed to it. Non-Marxian economists tried to find an answer to the burning question of why the automatisms of the capitalist economy were unable to cope with its serious ills. We have already dealt with one of the possible answers. It is the presence of monopolistic elements which prevents the ideal functioning of the price mechanism. By way of providing a second answer to it, non-Marxian economists began in the period of the Great Depression to lay special emphasis on economic processes taking place over time, and to regard this as a factor also responsible for the failure of the automatisms of the capitalist economy to nip these ills in the bud. Swedenexted and Horst emphasizes that with the time factor left out of account, economics ceases to be laden with problems. It is almost with an elementary force that the investigation of the dynamic processes of the economy bursts forth under the influence of the great economic fluctuations of our time, too wrote Farkas Heller in 1937. In his studies published Indiana 19293 and 19344, Rosenstein-Rotten points out that, in the operation of the time factor according to the followers of equilibrium theory, as soon as the equilibrium position is disturbed, the forces acting towards restoring it immediately start operating, and the effect of demand and supply on price and the effect of price on demand and supply begin to make themselves felt at once, with the same velocity of reaction. He emphasizes that in reality it takes some time before these balancing factors begin to operate, and their velocities of reaction are different, too. Therefore, when the equilibrium is disturbed, this state may be a long-lasting one. Consequently, besides examining the equilibrium position, attention should also be paid to what will happen before equilibrium is restored. The Marshall-Lian short-term equilibrium is already an attempt to study the situation as different from the long-term equilibrium position. It was this increased attention paid to the time factor which gave rise to a more accurate delimitation of the concepts of statics and dynamics in modern non-Marxian economics. As far as the interpretation of statics and dynamics is concerned, there exist two major views in modern non-Marxian economics. The representative of one of them, Herod, points out that his solution would provide a definition in the economic field analogous to the division between statics and dynamics in physical science 5. Statics in physics are concerned with the state of rest. An economy in the sense of statics does not mean, according to Herod, a state of inactivity. Economic activity is incessantly being carried on, but it lacks the factors of growth. The size of population, the stock of capital goods, the level of technical knowledge, the taste of the consumers are all given. Thus reproduction is carried on at the same level. The task is to determine, relying on these data, the equilibrium quantity and equilibrium price of the products and the equilibrium price of the factors of production. Dynamics, on the other hand, are concerned with an economy in which the factors of growth are in operation, the scale of output is changing, and an expanded or contracted reproduction is being carried on. The changes analyzed by dynamics must, in Herod's view, be repetitive. The analysis of the effect of once and for all changes is still within the scope of statics. Dynamic exploration is concerned with rates of change, of growth. These rates are the unknowns of the equations to be solved. The other standpoint accepted by the majority of non-Marxian economists is the one elaborated by Ragnar Frisch. According to his theory, static analysis does not take into account time relationships between economic variables. In such a system, all the variables belong to the same point of time. 6. Dynamic analysis, on the other hand, wishes to give an answer to the question of how one situation grows out of the previous one. 7. In such analyses, the magnitudes of certain variables are taken into account at different points of time s, and the researchers work with equations which establish relationships between variables belonging to different points of time. After Frisch, most non-Marxian economists, as opposed to Herod, mean by statics and dynamics not the nature of the phenomenon examined, but definite methods of investigation. They classify the economy, according to its state, as stationary or developing. A stationary economy lacks the forces of growth, while they are working in a developing one. And, as also pointed out by Schneider, the stationary and developing phenomena may be subjected to both a static and a dynamic analysis. 9. Static analysis is a state analysis which investigates the economy in equilibrium. Since the values of all variables relate to the same point of time, it assumes that they react infinitely fast to all changes, and hence their reaction velocity is infinitely great. Representing price, demand, and supply relationships in a static way, the demand and supply at the point of time t is a function of price at the point of time t, d, equals foot, s, equals phi. And if the magnitude of any of the three factors changes, the others will adjust themselves to that change with an infinitely great velocity. Effect and counter-effect take place practically at the same time. Using an arrow diagram, the price prevailing at point of time t acts on the demand and supply valid at point of time t, and conversely, the demand and supply attacked immediately on the price at t. Static analysis presents a developing economy as a set of equilibrium positions, and the difference between these equilibrium positions expresses the change in one or another of the data underlying them. Schneider emphasizes that in the interest of analytically approaching any change in the interrelated data, only one single datum should of course be changed. The analysis of economic processes by means of collating two particular equilibrium positions is called comparative statics. Its drawback is that the data for each equilibrium position should be given separately, their change cannot be derived from the model. Comparative statics is without regard to the transitional process involved in the adjustment, LL, that is, it does not express the process of transition from one equilibrium position to another. Thus the static method of analysis is unable to take account of the development of economic processes taking place by means of endogenous forces inherent in the economic system. As opposed to the state analysis of statics, the dynamic approach is a process analysis. In representing the economic processes changing through time, the subsequent states are interconnected in a chain-like fashion. It is sufficient to indicate the data at the beginning, and their further movement can be inferred from the model. This makes an endogenous representation of the economic processes possible. By means of this chain-like interconnection we obtain the sequential, time-dependent development of the values of individual variables, their so-called time paths. Dynamic analysis based on the time factor does not assume the variables to have an infinite velocity of reaction, and takes some of them to react with different velocities to changes in the process of adjustment. It is only by dynamic analysis that relationships can be revealed in which certain magnitudes are dependent upon the development tendencies, the reaction velocities of others, since velocity itself is a magnitude which requires the consideration of two different points of time to be determined. In the dynamic demand function set up by Evans, the demand is not merely a function of the price alone, but is stimulated or depressed by the mere fact that the price is rising or falling. L2. Similarly, in his dynamic supply function, Evans regards supply as a function not only of the prevailing price, but also of its tendency of development. Taking account of the different reaction velocities of the variables, the functional relationships for demand, supply, and price are no longer related to the same point of time only. Since supply, if we disregard inventory changes, reacts to a change of price with a lag of the production process, the supply at T is a function of the price of the previous period. Let us illustrate this delayed adjustment by Tinbergen's arrow diagram. Tinbergen explains the development of an economic process over time by means of four variables, A, B, C and D. By means of arrow diagrams, Tinbergen demonstrates how a change in A at time t reacts on other variables at t or other points of time. He assumes that A reacts on B without a time lag, but on C with a lag of one period, that is, A reacts on C. A change in reacts on D and A with a lag of 2 periods. He shows this effect or counter-effect by means of arrows. Thus the effect of a change in A is the primary or direct cause of the change in C, and the secondary or indirect cause of the change in D. This process will be repeated in the subsequent periods until the structure of the model changes. The arrows can be grouped, in Tinbergen's view, in two ways, according to the variable from which the arrows start out, according to the variable in which they end. The first grouping shows the complete effect of a change in one variable on all the others. The other grouping includes all causes of changes in one variable. But both groupings describe the same mechanism. Owing to different reaction velocities, once the equilibrium is disturbed, it is difficult to restore it, or it may even not come about at all. Therefore, dynamics is concerned not only with the analysis of a process taking place under equilibrium conditions, but also with the upsetting of the equilibrium situation, the process taking place under conditions of disequilibrium, changes moving both away from and towards equilibrium. Comparative dynamics compares two process analyses, which differ from one another owing to the parameters of the model, or the time lags built into it. Samuelson distinguishes two methods of dynamic analysis, period and rate analysis. Period analysis divides the length of time under consideration into consecutive periods of a finite duration. The variables do not change continuously with the time elapsed, but abruptly at the end of the period concerned. They cannot be 263 derived with respect to time. The mathematical apparatus used is the difference equation, which establishes a relationship between a given variable and its difference. Rate analysis supposes that the variables change continuously over time, that is, they can be derived with respect to time. Rate analysis concerns itself with flows, with instantaneous rates of change, with speeds. 13. Its mathematical apparatus is the differential equation which establishes a functional relationship between a variable and its derivative. The choice between period and rate analysis is usually one of convenience, since by taking periods of short enough duration, we can approximate to rates and can neglect the interrelations within the period. 14. Samuelson regards the basis of natural logarithm, e, as a factor which bridges the gap between discrete difference equation analysis and continuous differential equation analysis (LS). Following his example, let us suppose that somebody deposits $1 at an interest of 100% per annum with a bank. In a year it will rise to be 1 plus I equals $2. If that $1 yields an interest of 50% semi-annually, then the $1 inclusive of compound interest will bear 2 equals $2.25 by the end of the year. Suppose that the interest is added each time to the deposit n times a year at a rate of interest of %, the original deposit of $1 will rise, inclusive of compound interest, to in x years. Dividing and multiplying the exponent by r, we may write it in the form denoting by m, we obtain the expression if m-00 in t years. Supposing a continuous growth of rate g, yo will become yo e in t years. 265. Chapter 2. The analysis of problems relating to delayed adjustment by means of the cobweb theorem. How does non-Marxian economics use dynamic analysis in a stationary economy? A stationary economy, as has already been shown, is not characterized by complete rest. Production may oscillate in it, too, but its magnitude is constant in the long run. It has neither a downward dash, nor an upward moving trend. It is, however, possible that the equilibrium position is disturbed in a stationary economy, too, and owing to the different reaction velocities, it takes time for the economy to restore its equilibrium, or it may even move away from a state of equilibrium. We may wish to analyze what will happen when equilibrium is disturbed, that is, in the so-called transition period. The determination of what set of prices and quantities demanded and supplied will develop in this period, is, according to Ragnar Frisch's definition, also dynamic analysis. The gist of the problem, in a Marxist sense, of a delayed adjustment as expressed in the cobweb theorem is the following: when a difference develops between demand and supply, an equilibrium position could be restored directly only if the producers knew about the magnitude of the equilibrium price, and took their decisions on the scale of output in that knowledge. Since production requires time, they know only the price prevailing at the beginning of production, but they cannot know the price at which the market is willing to take their commodities when they are ready for marketing. According to the assumption, capitalist entrepreneurs operating independently of each other take their decisions on the volume of output in awareness of the prevailing price, hoping to realize their products at the same price once they are ready for sale. Since market price invariably deviates from value, that is, from production price, or using the non-Marxian term, from equilibrium price, entrepreneurs decide on the basis of a non-equilibrium price how much they will produce. As a result, they will put a non-equilibrium quantity on the market, which the market will take again at a non-equilibrium price, and entrepreneurs will continue to produce and supply a non-equilibrium quantity. Now the problem arises whether an equilibrium position will be established at all, that is, whether, taking the existing data to be constant, the amplitude of fluctuations will decrease if the equilibrium position is disturbed, so that the economy will be restored to its original state of equilibrium, or a persistent disequilibrium will ensue with fluctuations of a constant or increasing amplitude. In the former case the original equilibrium position was stable, in the latter unstable. The foundations of the cobweb theorem were laid independently by three authors, the American Henry Schultz, the Dutch Jan Tinbergen and the Italian 266. Umberto Ricci. A substantial contribution to its further development was provided by the American Mordecai Ezekiel. It is primarily on his analysis of the cobweb theorem that the discussion here is based. The fluctuation of demand and supply as expressed in the cobweb theorem is also referred to by Marx when he writes that demand and supply are never in equilibrium, and in the course of subsequent oscillations the result of a deviation in one direction is that it calls forth a deviation in the opposite direction, I6. Ezekiel assumes that the supply of the commodities under consideration is completely inelastic in the short run, in other words, that, the period considered may be taken as so short that the total supply available cannot be changed within the period 17. He sets out from the assumption that too much of a commodity, quantity QB which is more than the equilibrium quantity, is placed on the market. The market takes this quantity at price P1 which is lower than the equilibrium price. At this price, entrepreneurs will contract their outputs and, when their product are ready for sale, they will supply Q2, a quantity smaller than the equilibrium quantity. The market, however, will take this quantity at a higher than equilibrium price, at P2, which in turn will stimulate entrepreneurs to increase their outputs to a too large quantity, Q3. As a result, price will fall again below the equilibrium price, to P3, and so forth. The sets of prices and quantities supplied, PH P2 P3, etc. and QJ, Q2, Q3, etc. respectively, show how prices and supplies develop in disequilibrium. In Figure 66, the divergence from their equilibrium values of the non-equilibrium prices and quantities supplied decreases more and more, the cobweb contracts, the market tends to converge to equilibrium. This will be the situation when demand is more elastic than supply. In the reverse case, that is, when supply is more elastic than demand, at the disturbance of equilibrium, prices and quantities supplied will increasingly move away from their equilibrium values, i.e. the cobweb extends. Deviation from the equilibrium position might continue, until price fell to absolute zero, or production was completely abandoned, or a limit was reached to available resources so that production could no longer expand. If, however, the elasticity of demand equals the elasticity of supply, we obtain fluctuations of a constant amplitude, prices and quantities supplied will deviate from their equilibrium values by identical margins both downwards and upwards. The economy will neither move away from, nor move towards, its equilibrium position. Illustrating the above by a numerical example, let the equation of demand be. Suppose that a larger than equilibrium quantity, for example 30 units, are put on the market. Demand will take it at a price of 50-30 equals 20. At price 20, sellers will next put quantity 20 equals 13.333 on the market. Thus, price and supply The amplitude of fluctuations decreases as the slope of the demand curve is 1, less than the slope of the supply curve, f. When our demand equation is, then the amplitude of the fluctuation is constant, since the slopes of the two curves are equal. If our demand equation is, the values of price and quantity supplied will move away from their equilibrium values as the slope of the demand curve is less than that of the supply curve. The values of prices and quantities supplied in the period between two equilibrium positions are determined by means of difference equations. The change of supply from point of time t1 to point of time at qq_. Is a function of the difference between the demand and supply price at t1. The quantity supplied, according to the first set of equation above, is. Samuelson called attention to the fact that the results obtained by comparative static and dynamic analysis might be contradictory. If, for example, the equilibrium of demand and supply is disturbed, because the demand curve shifts upwards owing to a change in demand relations, in the taste of consumers, which is one of the data of the model, comparative statics will by all means present us with a new equilibrium position which corresponds to the changed conditions. Dynamic analysis, however, which also examines the process of the establishment of equilibrium over time, calls attention to the fact that, depending on the interrelationship of the elasticity of demand and supply, the economy, if market equilibrium is disturbed, may increasingly move away from the equilibrium position. Samuelson's correspondence principle expresses that it is only dynamic analysis which shows whether an equilibrium situation can be restored again after it has been upset, i.e. whether comparative statics concerned with the analysis of subsequent equilibrium positions can be applied. Samuelson, writing about the correspondence principle, says, "We find ourselves confronted with this paradox. In order for the comparative static analysis to yield fruitful results, we must first develop a theory of dynamics L9. From the cobweb theorem form of dynamic analysis, Ezekiel draws an important conclusion for the operation of the mechanism of capitalist economy. If prices and quantities do not rapidly converge towards their equilibrium values, then the individual industries producing over the equilibrium point employ too much labor and capital which will remain unused when production falls below the equilibrium point. In this case, the economic system will never organize all its resources for the most effective use. Even under the conditions of pure competition and static demand and supply, there is thus no automatic self-regulating mechanism which can provide full utilization of resources. Unemployment, excess capacity, and the wasteful use of resources may occur even when all the competitive assumptions are fulfilled. 20. The method of analysis elaborated taking the time factor into consideration is a major flow-achievement of non-Marxian economics. The technical apparatus evolved may also successfully be applied by Marxist political economy. The problem of whether statics and dynamics are methods of analysis, or just refer to the nature of the phenomenon under examination, is a matter of decision. Frisch, too, distinguishes between stagnant and developing economies, and only the names he gives them are different from those used by Harrod. It should be noted that the way Marx and Lenin examined the process of expanded reproduction under conditions of equilibrium over several periods by means of their reproduction patterns, a process in which the values of one period are derived from those of the previous one, constitutes a typical process analysis through period analysis. Thus period analysis for the examination of economic variables changing over time was already used by the classics of Marxism. The differing elasticities of demand and supply as assumed by the cobweb theorem are suitable, by the way, to explain at best fluctuations in the production of individual commodities. 21 It would be able to provide an explanation of unemployment, excess capacity, and the wasteful use of resources only if the cobweb cycle were characteristic of a substantial part of the economy. This is what Ezekiel assumes. But the cyclical movement of the capitalist economy is not called forth by the cobweb cycle. Such an explanation divorces the cycles of capitalist reproduction from the relationship between the production of means of production and of consumption goods. In real life, if the production of the means of production shoots ahead of the production of consumer goods, the supply of the latter lags behind the demand for them, and the price level of consumer goods will rise. Though Department 2 expands its output, so long as the dominant role of Department I is maintained, incomes will rise, the demand function for consumer goods will shift upwards, and the market will take even the increased supply of consumer goods at increasing prices. Deviation from the equilibrium takes place in the opposite direction if the share of the production of consumer goods increases relative to the production of the means of production. In this view, the disparity between demand and supply increases in a cumulative way both upwards and downwards, unlike the process described by the cobweb theorem, where an upward deviation from equilibrium is always interrupted by a downward deviation. Chapter 3. The Period Analysis of the Stockholm School. The Role of Expectations. The Stockholm School has evolved a specific kind of dynamic analysis which we shall demonstrate on the basis of the works of Lindahl, Olin, and Myrdal. Their approach is microeconomic. Socio-economic phenomena develop as a result of the interaction of individual behaviors, and thus in exploring them we have to reveal in the first place the motives of the decisions of the economic subjects, and the explanation of the development of economic phenomena over time, of their time-dependent character, must be based on the time dependence of individual decisions. For this purpose they divide the process under examination into consecutive periods, and analyzing the decisions of individual economic subjects from period to period, seek to deduce the socio-economic processes from the interaction of many individual steps. In their view, every individual takes his decision at the beginning of the period. While taking it he relies on the data of his action. But part of them are data relating to the future. The entrepreneur decides today how much he will produce tomorrow, but his decision is influenced by the expected magnitudes of price, demand, production costs prevalent at the time his product is ready for sale. The individual cannot know, however, the future conditions of his action, he can at most estimate them with more or less accuracy. The estimate of the future conditions of individual actions, the anticipation of the future, that is, expectation, plays a prominent role in the dynamic analysis of the Stockholm School. It was first introduced to price theory by Myrdal. Expectation or anticipation is the calculation of what will happen in the future. It is these anticipations which determine the behavior of the economic subject. 22. It is exactly in connection with the introduction of expectations that Lindahl speaks of the economic subject's plans on which his behavior is based. Plans are made for the attainment of certain aims and, they are based on individual expectations concerning future conditions. 23. Plans are thus the explicit expression of the economic motives of a man, as they become evident of his economic actions. 24. Plans are regarded as a special sort of expectations. 2s. Thus, the exposition of the motives of individual actions by the representatives of the Stockholm School means the analysis of how the individual plans come into existence. But in a capitalist economy each individual takes his decisions in isolation, independently of the others. Consequently, what they aimed at and what they have actually attained are rather different. This difference finds expression with the economists of the Stockholm School following Myrdal, when they distinguish between ex ante and ex post magnitudes. An ex ante magnitude is what each of the individuals wanted to attain separately. Their exploration is the analysis of the final causes of economic phenomena, of the individual's motives, or, as Lindahl calls them, of the psychological causes. At the end of the period, by the time the effect of the decisions has worked itself out, the individual takes account of how his aims have materialized. The magnitude actually achieved is the ex post magnitude. Ex post magnitudes. On a social scale are supplied by statistics, writes Baumol-, while ex ante magnitudes can only be ascertained by questioning people about what they intended to achieve by their behavior in the past. 26. The characteristic feature of equilibrium is, according to the Swedish economists, that the ex ante and ex post magnitudes coincide. Since the individual behaviors giving rise to economic phenomena are determined by the individual's expectations and plans, the primary task of dynamic analysis is, according to the Stockholm School, to account for the way these expectations and plans have come about. The expectations are determined partly by non-economic factors. Lindahl assumes that their effect is known to us from period to period. For simplicity's sake, however, these effects may also be left out of account, in which case we obtain a completely endogenous explanation of the economic processes. Now, according to the theory, individuals adjust their plans at the end of the period by comparing their hopes and the results actually achieved, that is, the ex ante and ex post magnitudes, and the action of the next period will be undertaken on the basis of the new, revised plan. Or, in Olin's formulation, after a description of actual events during a certain, finished period, and of the differences between these events and the expectations which existed at the beginning of the period, follows an account of those expectations for the future which more or less govern actions during the next period. The registration of events during this second period reveals again that expectations and actions do not all come true, a fact which influences expectations and actions during the third period, etc. 27. It is in a similar way that Lindahl describes how expectations come about. The retrospective estimate made at T1 for the same period T0 may, on the other hand, be supposed to influence his planning for the next period, and is thus of immediate relevance for the explanation of the actions undertaken in that period 28. Olin emphasizes that, the period is chosen so that he does not change his plans until the beginning of the next period 29. In this way, the periods are interconnected in a chain-like fashion, the events of one period influence the events of the next one. The actions of one period are directly coupled partly with the ex post values of the previous period, partly with the difference between these ex post and the ex ante values. The expectations, plans are thus virtually expressions of the relationship between the ex ante magnitudes of a given period and the ex post magnitudes of the previous one. This relationship may be very variable, no generalization in this respect is possible. Hicks made an attempt to specify the possible cases of relationship between the ex post magnitudes of the past and the ex ante magnitudes of the following period. For this purpose he created the concept of the elasticity of expectations. I define the elasticity of a particular person's expectations of the price of commodity X as the ratio of the proportional rise in expected future prices of X to the proportional rise in its current price 30. He examines how the economic processes develop if the elasticity of the economic subj, expectations is unity, greater than unity, less than unity but greater than zero, or less than zero. Hicks points out that the stability of the system, the restoration of equilibrium, is not ensured at certain values of the elasticity of expectations. Let us assume that at the existing and expected prices both the producer and the consumer have allocated optimally over time in their respective production and consumption plans the resources available to them between the selling and the buying of their commodities both at present and in the future. According to Hicks, the present and the future units of the same commodity have to be regarded as different commodities. The economic units compare the prices and costs prevailing at different points of time by discounting them to the time when they drew up their plans. And the criterion of an optimum situation is similar to the optimum criterion of the static model. The marginal rates of substitution between products must equal the ratio of the present and the future discounted prices in both production and consumption. Let us assume that the price of a given product has increased by a certain percent owing to the increased demand for it. Let us suppose that the elasticity of substitution is greater than unity. The agents of the market expect the price of the given commodity to rise in the future at a higher than the current percentage rate. Hicks emphasizes that if the rates of interest can be taken as given, any change in an expected price will change its discounted value in the same proportion. The two of them will always move together, so for the present we can leave the whole matter of discounting out of account. Thus we may say that, as a result of the change, the expected price proportion between the present and the future commodities will change. According to the estimates of the market agents, the price of the future commodity will rise relative to the price of the present commodity. In compliance with the double effect of the price change, both a substitution effect over time and an income effect will evolve. The buyer will bring forward his purchases which were due to be made in the future, and the seller will delay his supplies. The income effect will be suppressed by speculation. At present, demand will rise and supply will fall. The originally existing excess demand will increase, the economy will move away from equilibrium. The system is not stable. A system with elasticities greater than unity, and constant rate of interest, is definitely unstable. 31. In this case, the response of the market agents to price changes is just the opposite to the case in the model which does not reckon with the time factor. At rising prices, supply will decrease and demand increase, because both sellers and buyers expect a still greater price rise in the future. Hicks compares the substitution over time called forth by a change in relative prices to a substitution which, as a result of a change in relative prices, unfolds along the curve of production possibilities. If the elasticity of expectations equals unity, the market agents will expect the price of a given product to rise in the future at a percentage rate identical with the present one. There is no change in relative prices and there is no substitution over time. There evolves, however, an income effect with an uncertain outcome, and thus the present formation of demand and supply will also be uncertain. If the elasticity of expectations equals zero, the market agents will expect that the current price rise of the product is only temporary, and its price will, sooner or later, fall back to its original level. A substitution over time will develop, buyers will defer their purchases and sellers will bring forward their sales. The income effect becomes negligible owing to the fact that the price change is taken to be temporary. This value of the elasticity of expectations has a stabilizing effect. The period analysis as applied by the Swedish economists differs from that of Samuelson. The latter method of analysis refers only to ex post magnitudes, while the approach of the Swedish economists applied both to ex ante magnitudes at the beginning of the period and to ex post magnitudes at its end, that is, they claim to explain the motives of economic actions and through them the development of economic processes by means of ex ante magnitudes. Lindahl maintains that after the microeconomic analysis of individual actions the examination of macroeconomic processes must follow. In order to understand the macroeconomic processes, we must know the totality of the plans of the particular period and their changes, those non-economic events which influence the plans and actions as well as the interconnection of actions. But period analysis based on individual decisions as applied by the Swedish economists is not adequate to reveal the laws governing economic processes, the objective laws that assert themselves through the correction of the plans of the many individuals acting independently of one another. It represents the whole economic process from the side of the individual, and thus what it offers is nothing but the individual reflection of social processes, by the summation of which the analysis wishes to represent the objective social processes. This analysis does not tell us why and in what direction the expectation changes, because it examines the changes in the objective social conditions of action only from the point of view of individual decisions. Though it links expectations to the difference between the ex ante and ex post magnitudes of the pre-Vias period, there is no definite relationship between this difference and the changes in expectations, as is also clear from Hicks' assumption. No doubt expectations play a role in economic processes as economic laws manifest themselves through conscious human behavior. Expectations influence economic events primarily in the short run. Owing to the uncertainty of the future, isolated commodity producers may pile up their false computations. As a result, the economy may swing far out of its equilibrium position. Aftalion 32 has pointed out that in the case of inflation, expectations also contribute to the extent to which the prices of the various goods increase. If the price of a commodity is expected to rise substantially in the future, it will be bought in a larger volume in the present, and then its price will really increase more than that of the other commodities. An important condition for the elimination of inflation, for stabilization, is the favorable formation of expectations. If the public does not trust in stabilization, has no confidence in the new money replacing the old, depreciated one, it will make attempts to get rid of it. This causes the rate of the circulation of money to increase, which exerts the same effect on the price level as if the quantity of money issued had increased. Inflation continues to grow. Or, to quote another example, if the supply of goods is disturbed, if most of the consumers count under the influence of false rumor, on a shortage of a good example is Walras's general equilibrium theory, which aims to reveal through logical analysis the relationships between various markets, the interdependency of the markets for consumer goods and the mutual effects which the latter and the markets for production services exert on one another. But the functional relations revealed by Walras are of a completely formal character. They express, for example, that the demand for a given consumer good depends on the price of all consumer goods and the incomes of consumers. But they fail to represent the concrete, quantitative aspect of these functional relationships. The relevant elasticities, propensities, and other similar constants can conveniently be represented by symbolic letters, say, A, or A throughout the whole argument and also in the final conclusions. Intricate relationships can thus be set up and studied without any reference to the actual magnitude of the many unknown constants involved in each of them. It was in the 1920s and 1930s that studies in econometrics began, to fill the empty boxes of abstract, theoretical argument with actual statistical data, too. The term econometrics itself stems from Ragnar Frisch, a new discipline mediating between mathematics, statistics, and political economy has been found which, for lack of a better term, we may call econometrics. 3. He defines the task of econometrics in a study published as early as the 1920s. Econometrics aims to subject the abstract laws of the theory of political economy, or pure economics, to an experimental, quantified verification, and to change, as far as possible, pure economics into a science in the strict sense of the word. 4. Tinbergen also defines econometrics as statistical observation of theoretically founded concepts or, alternatively, mathematical economics working with measured data. 6. Thus, econometrics in this formulation seeks on the one hand to verify the real content of an economic theory by analyzing statistical data and on the other to reveal the concrete relationships between economic magnitudes with the aid of data supplied by statistics. Oscar Lang also speaks of econometrics as a discipline trying to express the general, vague laws of economic theory in concrete, quantitative terms by means of mathematical and statistical methods. 7. The emergence of econometrics coincides in time with the rise of monopolies, when concentration has reached the point at which it is possible to make an approximate estimate of all resources of raw material, of a country. An approximate estimate of the capacity of markets is also made, and the combines divide them up among themselves by agreement. 8. All this required econometric research, the knowledge of concrete economic relationships, of the demand elasticities for individual products, of market relations. But the rise of state monopoly capitalism, the endeavor of the state to intervene in economic life, to regulate the economic processes, also called forth econometric research. Most economic research is impossible without economic theory. The very application of the method of abstraction, the decision on what to single out as important and what as insignificant of the complexity of factors influencing the phenomena examined, cannot be made without theoretical considerations. Thus, econometrics combines statistics, mathematics, and economics. The founders of econometrics were non-Marxian economists who relied in their research activities on the theories of modern non-Marxian economics, a circumstance which determined the scope of their studies and the scientific character of their results. The forerunners of economic research included the studies in business cycle theory conducted at the Institute for Economic Research at Harvard University, attempts to construct demand curves for certain commodities by means of statistical data, attempts to measure marginal utility and to quantify the marginal productivity of labor and capital. Of later studies in econometrics, perhaps the most significant is that of W. W. Leontief 9, who tried to work out an approach to empirical general equilibrium analysis to examine by so-called input-output analysis the interrelations among the various sectors of the economy. In the input-output table the entries, are arranged in a checkerboard fashion, each row and the corresponding column of figures bearing the name of a separate industry: grain farming, steel works and rolling mills, railroads, and so on. The entries along any one row show the distribution of the total output of the particular industry among all the other branches of the national economy. Thus the figures entered in the steel works and rolling mills row represent the amounts of the product of this industry directly absorbed by, say, grain farming, by the railroads, by the automobile industry, etc. The last entry in each row shows the total output of the industry, i.e., it represents the sum total of all the other entries along the same row. Government, households, and foreign countries are treated as separate industries, that is, as separate branches of the economy. If read by columns, the same figures show the quantities of the various kinds of inputs absorbed by each individual industry. The steel works and rolling mills column shows the amount of coal obtained by this industry from coal mining, the amount of transportation received from railroads, and so on down the column to the amount of labor obtained from the households, which are also treated as a separate industry. Leontief's input-output table is a modern tableau economic with which he tries to show, primarily by means of an empirical analysis of production, the interrelationships among economic branches constituting the basis of general equilibrium. Its chief difference from the Walrasian model is that it contains all intermediate products. Chapter 2. Ragnar Frisch's AI to measure the marginal utility of money. Already in the 1920s, and then in 1932, Ragnar Frisch tried to find out how the marginal utility of money varies with the change in money income at a fixed price level. Without going into detail in discussing the mathematical statistical apparatus, we shall merely outline his ideas about the solution of the problem. Setting out from the fiction of the consumer optimizing his position, Frisch emphasizes that the fact which enables us to establish a relationship between the abstract theory of pure economics and economic phenomena is the proportionality of prices and marginal utilities at the point of market equilibrium. 12. This proportionality of prices and marginal utilities is the marginal utility of money, which is the same for each commodity if the consumer is in an optimum position. While Marshall, relying on Gauss's second law, tried to determine through movements of price the change in the marginal utility of a commodity as a function of its quantity, supposing the marginal utility of money to be constant, Frisch, also relying on Gauss's second law, wanted to quantify the movement of the marginal utility of money as a function of income, supposing the marginal utility of a commodity to be constant. Of the multitude of commodities he chose sugar as the subject of his investigations. He assumed it to be an independent commodity, whose marginal utility is a function of its own quantity only, its marginal utility decreasing as its quantity increases. By means of an ingenious construction he drew consumption isoquants for sugar. We have encountered isoquants so far in the domain of production. In the theory of production, an isoquant shows the combinations of factors of production required to produce the same quantity of a particular product. But what does the isoquant express from the point of view of consumption? If at a given level of the consumer's real income the relative price of sugar, that is the price relative to the general price level, is reduced, the demand for it will rise in accordance with the curve of diminishing marginal utility. According to Frisch, at each level of real income a demand curve can be constructed which shows how consumers increase their demand for sugar as its relative price falls. Similarly, fixing the various relative prices of sugar, we can draw a demand curve for each relative price which shows how the demand for sugar increases with the rise in the consumer's real income. The lower the relative price at a given level of real income, or the higher the real income at a given relative price, the greater will be the demand for sugar. The interrelated values of relative price, real income, and quantity demanded together form the consumption surface of our consumer. In Frisch's theory, for each value of relative price, real income, and demand on the consumption surface, the following relationship characterizing the consumer's optimum position can be found: WF equals G, where W is the reciprocal of the relative price of sugar, F the marginal utility function, Q is consumer's real income, and G shows how the marginal utility of money changes with real income. Our equation is essentially the expression of equality between the quotient of the marginal utility of the product and of its relative price, and the marginal utility of money. In Frisch's view, if we single out, from the multitude of the interrelated values given by the consumption surface of relative price, real income, and quantity demanded, those values at which the quantity demanded is the same, we obtain the iso-quants of consumption. In principle, an infinite number of iso-quants may be constructed, any point on them expressing the same quantity of demand at different combinations of relative price and real income. Thus, finding along an iso-quant the same quantity of the commodity in question, in our case sugar, we must regard, according to Frisch, its marginal utility also as constant for our individual. Our equation will reveal that, if we assume the marginal utility of sugar to be constant, the marginal utility of money will move along the iso-quant in a direction opposed to the relative price of sugar, but at the same rate. Since we know the amount of real income attached to the different relative prices of sugar along an iso-quant, we can find out, says Frisch, by what percentage the marginal utility of money will change with the percentage movement of real income. It will change with real income in the same proportion as the relative price of sugar. To express this relationship econometrically, Frisch used the data of a big cooperative in Paris, which kept accurate statistical records of the sales and prices of sugar, the business turnover, the number of members, and the cost of living index. Frisch did not want to construct the individual consumer's iso-quants because, as he writes, it is not the description of individual elements that matters, but the recognition of certain average properties which are characteristic of the totality of these elements. What is important from the point of view of pure economics is not the knowledge of the decisions of a particular individual constituting part of the given market, but of those of the typical individual JI3. He wished to construct the iso-quants of the average, typical consumer. Frisch examined the data of monthly sugar consumption, the movement of the price of sugar and consumers' real income in the period between June 1920 and December 1922 on the basis of data supplied by the cooperative. He computed the index of the change in the typical individual's monthly money income by dividing the monthly sales of the cooperative by the number of its members. By dividing the index of nominal income by the cost of living index, he obtained a ratio which is proportionate to real income, while the price of sugar divided by the cost of living index expresses the relative price of sugar. In the period under examination he selected the data of those months in which per capita sugar consumption was identical. Out of the time series of the quantities concerned and the related prices and real incomes he determined the particular iso-quants by the least squares method. Taking average income and the marginal utility attached to it to be 100%, Frisch found the percentage decrease in the marginal utility of money if income rises above the average, and the percentage increase if income falls below the average. But there are justifiable doubts about Frisch's procedure. It seems arbitrary that Frisch assumes the constancy of the marginal utility of a given quantity of sugar at different points of time, and that it is only the marginal utility of money that changes. The taste of consumers, the distribution relations and through them the social structure of consumers may change over time. All these factors affect, from the point of view of marginal utility theory, the marginal utility of a given quantity of sugar even in the case of the typical consumer. And a change in the distribution of real income at its given level may also influence the marginal utility of money. 286. Chapter 3. Attempts to formulate the macroeconomic production function in terms of econometrics. The Cobb-Douglas PRODUCILON function. The initiators of this procedure, the mathematician Cobb and the economist Douglas, originally wanted to analyze the distribution of the national income between the working and capitalist classes by means of the production function arrived at in their econometric approach, and to verify through it the validity of the principle of marginal productivity. They thus examined the relationships of production in order to gain insight into the process of income distribution. Since then, the income distribution aspect of their production function has lost much of its significance, and it is now increasingly used for studying production relationships. Its scope of application is rather wide, and with the emergence of growth theories it has further expanded. The formula given for the production function, Q equals F, expressed only in general terms that output depended on the quantity of capital and labor used up. Cobb and Douglas wanted to set up a concrete relationship between the scale of output, on the one hand, and the quantity of capital and labor, on the other. To understand the Cobb-Douglas production function, let us start from the Euler theorem. Douglas himself emphasizes their debt to it. We were both familiar with the Wicksteed analysis, and Cobb was, of course, well versed in the history of the Euler theorem L4. According to this theorem, the marginal productivities can be expressed in terms of average productivity. Substituting into the Euler theorem marginal productivities in the form of average productivity multiplied by production elasticity, and denoting the production elasticity of capital by M and the production elasticity of labor by K, we arrive at AQ equals ALQ plus AKMQ. L.K. Cobb, as mentioned later by Douglas, experimented with a number of functions to express the relationship between Q and the factors K and L. At last he arrived at this one, Q equals BUKM, where the exponents are production elasticities and B expresses those effects which influence output and which cannot be imputed either to capital or labor separately. The value of Q is obviously influenced not only by K and L, but also by accidental factors, the relationship between Q, K, and L being stochastic. It is the effect of these accidental factors which is expressed by B. According to Douglas, this equation satisfies the requirement of homogeneity and linearity. He and Cobb regarded their production function as such. In this case, the sum total of the exponents equals unity, and the equation may be written in the form, Q equals BKLQ. The equation further satisfies the requirement that if the value of either L or K equals 0, the scale of output is 0, 2. The establishment of a functional relationship depends on whether the Kest values can be found for B and the exponents. This Douglas tried to determine by the least squares method, using the time series of labor, capital, and output. Knowing the amounts of the exponents, they claim to be able also to determine through K, D and M, D the marginal productivities of labor and capital. L.K. Douglas analyzed the time series of Q, K, and L in the American engineering industry on the basis of statistical data available for the 24 years between 1899 and 1922. He assumed that output changed only because the quantities O.F labor and capital also changed. He therefore left technical progress and also changes in the quality of labor out of account. He was well aware of the inadmissibility of these abstractions, but he defended his procedure by saying that at the time of his investigation he was still unable to quantify these effects, and if he did not leave them out of consideration, he could not arrive at any relationship. In further assuming that both labor and capital were used with a similar intensity year by year, he also disregarded the cyclical fluctuations of output for the same reason. He considered only fixed capital, and expressed it just like the quantity of output in terms of dollars of a constant purchasing power. He measured labor by the number of workers employed, and in computing the values of B and the exponents, he used indices of Q, land K, taking the year 1899 as the base year. For the determination of B and the production elasticities his approach was the following: if the labor force and the stock of capital grow at different rates, that is, if the capital-labor ratio changes over time, and if we know how output changes with it, then it is possible to determine with the aid of correlation computation how output depends upon labor and capital separately. Comparing the time series of the labor force, fixed capital, and output, Douglas found that during the 24 years the labor force rose by 61%, or fixed capital by 331%, and output by 140%. Assuming the production function to be first-degree homogeneous, it is sufficient to compute the value of one exponent only. Thus Douglas operated with only 2 instead of 3 time series. Dividing the Cobb-Douglas production function throughout by K, we obtain, representing y and x on the logarithmic scale, we find that k is the slope of the regression line which intersects axis 2 underscore at a distance of b. K. Computing the values of band k, Douglas obtained 1.014 and 0.75 fork. He thus formulated the production function for the 24 years examined in the following way. Following Douglas, we can also illustrate the relationship revealed by him by a simple numerical example. Example, serving only as an illustration, b, a coefficient expressing the effect of the accidental factors, has no role to play. The exponent of labor shows that if labor is unilaterally increased by 1%, or output will grow by f%, that is, the output of 10,100 units of labor and 10,000 units of capital will be 10,075. Similarly, if capital is increased unilaterally by L%, that is, if we produce with 10,000 units of labor and 10,100 units of capital, the output will amount to 10,025 units of product. Douglas computed the marginal productivity of particular factors by dividing the quantity of product multiplied by the production elasticity by the quantity of the factor in cation. Thus in our example, we find marginal productivity O labor and equals 0.25 for the marginal pro 10,000 ductivity of capital. In this example, marginal productivity and production elasticity accidentally coincide, because the average productivity of both labor and capital equals I. Written in the form of the Euler theorem, the relationships will be 0. 75 I 0,000 plus 0.25 10,000 equals 10,000, that is, we obtain the same results as those of the Cobb-Douglas production function. From the partial derivatives of the Cobb-Douglas production function in respect of labor and capital, we also obtain the value of production elasticity multiplied by average productivity as the marginal productivity of factors. Similarly, we can derive the marginal productivity of a pi-tal also. With the aid of the formula obtained from statistical data for the marginal productivities of capital and labor, Douglas also made actual computations to find out how the marginal productivities of both factors change over time. From the Cobb-Douglas production function we can express the dependence of the average productivity of labor on capital per man. Attempts have also been made in Hungary to apply this formula to analyzing labor productivity in various industries. The first of these attempts was made by Kalman Kádás for the Hungarian engineering industry. J6 Let us now look at the most important characteristics of the Cobb-Douglas function. One of its basic characteristics is that the elasticity of substitution equals unity, which means that the production elasticities of capital and labor do not change as the capital-labor ratio changes, because the former have been computed as trend values for 24 years. The marginal rate of substitution expresses in terms the ratio of marginal productivities. Thus, for example, the marginal rate of substitution of capital for and, since m and k are constants, trend values, they have been ipso facto computed as such, and the percentage change in the ratio of marginal productivities equals the percentage change in capital-labor ratio. A further characteristic feature of the Cobb-Douglas production function is that it expresses unrestricted substitution between factors in the sense that with a unilateral increase in one factor the value of its marginal productivity, mq, k, or k_q, always remains a positive magnitude. Since with the change in relative L factor shares m and k are constant and q, k, and L are always positive magnitudes, therefore m, L and k, L_ must also assume positive values. Thus substitution KL is not limited to a specific domain. Another characteristic of the Cobb-Douglas production function is that it expresses in a peculiar way the flexibility of the marginal productivity of flowreaters. That is, the relationship between the percentage change in the capital-labor ratio and the percentage change in the marginal productivity of factors. If labor increases by I% relative to capital, its marginal productivity will decrease by the percentage of the exponent of labor, while the marginal productivity of capital will increase by the percentage of the exponent of labor. The situation is the opposite if the amount of capital stock increases by I% relative to labor. L7 If capit and L and labor are increased simultaneously by I%, output will increase by the m plus k power of I%, Q equals L.OTM plus KKMU. Thus the Cobb-Douglas production function is m plus k degree homogeneous, and Douglas supposed only for the sake of the simplicity of computation that the sum of the exponents was I, and therefore the production function was first degree homogeneous. In this case, the returns to scale are constant. If, however, the sum of the exponents is greater or less than unity, this EJ presses increasing or decreasing returns to scale. The Cobb-Douglas production function differs from other types of production function in that it does not express how output would change if capital and labor were used with ideal rationality. Q's relation to K and L have been computed on the basis of actual data. And even if we assume that entrepreneurs realize the highest degree of organization in their firms, the anarchy in the capitalist economy does not make it possible to utilize resources optimally on a social scale. Thus the marginal productivities computed with the aid of the Cobb-Douglas production function are marginal productivities resulting not from optimal but from actual resource allocation, and cannot therefore be regarded as a yardstick for the optimal allocation of resources. A critique of the Cobb-Douglas production function. In the past few decades, the Cobb-Douglas production function has taken a prominent place among the various production functions. Though originally a production function on the macroeconomic level, it has increasingly been used recently to reveal on the firm level too the dependence of output on particular factors of production. Attempts to make use of this function have also been made in socialist economies. In its original form, however, it is still rather rough. It was designed to reduce the changes in production, even those which are to be attributed to technical progress, merely to quantitative changes in capital and labor. But even at a given level of technical knowledge, no unambiguous relationship can exist on a social level between Q, K, and loss assumed by macroeconomic production functions. Since no programming on a social scale had been made for the optimal allocation of resources before the relationships on a social level between Q, K, and L were revealed, the magnitude of Q may be different even with given K and L depending on the sectoral distribution of investments, the degree of capital utilization, etc. The relationships between Q, K, and L are also influenced by the economic development of the country, and the age distribution of capital reflecting it. As M. Frankel points out, enterprises in relatively developed and advanced economies are able to produce more with given inputs of capital and labor than enterprises in relatively underdeveloped economies. Is. The production elasticities of capital and labor in the Cobb-Douglas production function are constants, while the capital-labor ratio changes over time. In reality they should change. Their constancy is based on the fact that they were calculated as trend values for 24 years. In this case, however, the selection of the period under consideration requires utmost circumspection. Care should be taken that it does not contain years in which the economic processes differ essentially from the average path of development. The results obtained by means of the Cobb-Douglas production function were also biased by the fact that while Douglas included only workers actually employed, he took account of the whole stock of capital, irrespective of its degree of utilization. To simplify computation, Douglas assumed the production function to be first-degree homogeneous. Thus he only computed one of the exponents, using two time series. He used a two-dimensional regression analysis in order to establish a three-dimensional correlation. This assumption, however, ought to have been proved. Douglas should have sought the correlation among all three time series, i.e. when the changing values of Q are measured on the perpendicular drop to the K, L plane. The task would now be to choose from among all the planes of the three-dimensional space the one best fitting the set of points. The closest fit is effected here too by the least squares method. It is the minimum of the sum total of the squares of the perpendicular distances between the regression plane and the individual points which has to be found. Douglas made no attempt to provide evidence using all three time series. If he had attempted this, he would have encountered a serious problem to which Horst Mendershausen, in criticizing the Cobb-Douglas production function, first called attention, viz. the problem of multicollinearity. he found that there exists an almost perfect multicollinearity among the three time series. Each pair of the three variables, QL, QK and LK, equally shows a high correlation, that is, the three time series are near collinear. Applied to the Hungarian economy, Kornai and Wellesley demonstrated that capital per head increased exponentially in the course of time, so that a linear relationship exists between the time series of log K and log L. 2. Mendershausen states that there exist more than just one linear relationships among the three time series, log Q, log K, and log L, and thus there does not exist one single determinate systematic relation in this set of three variables 20. Represented on a three-axis graph, the values of log Q, log K, and log L over 24 years are found to lie practically on one single line, and thus the regression plane is largely indeterminate. In his study 2T prepared in association with Brenner, Douglas tried to eliminate some of the above difficulties by means of a so-called cross-section analysis. He attempted to find correlations not among time series but among values of Q, K, and L existing at a given point of time, starting from the fact that the average capital-labor ratio varies between industries at a given point of time. He tried to find the correlation across industries between the average capital-labor ratio and the corresponding scale of output. In cross-section analysis, the problem of multicollinearity really does not arise, and thus the two exponents can be computed at the same time. There is no need to assume that the production function is first-degree homogeneous. Douglas and Brenner thought that in concentrating their analysis on a given point of time they were justified in abstracting from technical progress, and also that they could show through cross-section analysis how the exponents changed from period to period. In actual fact, however, technical progress cannot be ignored even if the cross-section method is applied, because the level of technical development varies between different branches of production, and thus capital goods representing different levels of technical development are lumped together in a production function. By means of simple summation, which is of course not permissible. The same applies to the way in which the labor force is used. A disadvantage of cross-section analysis as against time series analysis consists in the fact that the production elasticities existing at a given point of time are of less use for prediction. Since its inception, the Cobb-Douglas production function has been refined a great deal, it has become more sophisticated. The separation of technical progress was first attempted by Tinbergen in a study published in 1942, and then by Salo in 1957. At first they tried to take account of the effect of technical progress as if it were independent of the age groups of capital and affected all capital goods alike. Thus, in much the same way as Douglas and Brenner in their cross-section analysis, they included by simple summation capitals of different vintages, representing different levels of technical progress, in one production function. In this approach, technical progress is independent of the increase in capital stock. The modern form of the Cobb-Douglas production function, the vintage model, takes into consideration that technical progress has to be embodied for the most part in new capital goods, and sets up a separate production function for each vintage of them. Account is increasingly taken, in the form of investments, in human capital, of the effect on the quality and hence the productivity of labor, of expenditure on improvements in skills. Attempts are being made, using the Cobb-Douglas function to measure the effect of expenditure on scientific research, to isolate the effect of technical progress from the scale effect, and also to separate, within the effect of technical progress, the effect of not only embodied and disembodied, but also of neutral and non-neutral technical progress. But the problem of multicollinearity continues to give trouble in regression analysis. Attempts to compute the elasticity of substitution by econometric means, the CES function. The value of the elasticity of substitution as assumed in the Cobb-Douglas production function has given rise to heated debates. Arrow, Chenery, Minnis, and Salo criticized that basic characteristic of the Cobb-Douglas production function, that the elasticity of substitution, irrespective of technological possibilities, equals unity. but comparing 24 industries of 19 countries, they set about computing by cross-section analysis the elasticity of substitution for different industries on an international scale. Since they had available information on the magnitude of capital and its income in only a few countries and industries, the authors made no use of such data at all in their computations. Instead, their basic approach was as follows: the elasticity of substitution is the relationship between the percentage change in the capital-labor ratio and the percentage change in factor prices. Per capita output, however, is a function of the capital-labor ratio. Instead of the change in capital-labor ratio, the authors chose the change in per capita output, which they related to the change in wages. They tried to determine the relation between the percentage change in per capita net output and wages, that is, the derivative. As can be seen, b, the positive or negative exponent of wages, expresses the percentage change in output per man, or labor per unit of output, as a function of the percentage change in wages. Leaving aside the author's lengthy mathematical demonstration, we can easily illustrate the coincidence of the above percentage change with the elasticity of substitution in the Cobb-Douglas production function. In this function, the elasticity of substitution is, as we have seen, unity. It is also known that in the Cobb-Douglas production function the flexibility of the marginal productivity of labor equals the exponent of capital, that is, using our previous numerical example, 0.25%. Let wages now increase by 0.25%. In this case, capital per man will rise by I% and output per man by the percentage of the production elasticity of capital, 0.25%, that is, in the same proportion in which wages have increased. Now the authors determined the elasticity of substitution by applying to each industry on the basis of data for the individual countries the logarithmically linear function derived above, completing it with the error term e. The elasticity of substitution b will be given by the regression coefficient calculated. As a result of the computation, it turned out that the elasticity of substitution deviated from unity. It was least in the manufacture of dairy products, 0.7211, and greatest in non-ferrous metal production, 1.0114. In the other industries it ranged between these values. The elasticity of substitution between capital and labor in manufacturing may typically be less than unity. 23. Instead of the Cobb-Douglas function, the authors construct a new production function which is homogeneous, assumes different elasticities of substitution for the various industries, but takes them to be constant since they were obtained as trend values. Hence the name of the function, CES, constant elasticity of substitution. It also occurs in the abbreviation of SMAC, its letters standing for the initials of the author's name. The YES function set out by Yao-Chi Lu 24 in 1967 abandons the assumption of the constancy of the elasticity of substitution. In this type of production function, the elasticity of substitution is a function of the average capital-labor ratio, and changes with it. The regression equation of the YES function is. It appears that the authors made the same mistake in their computations for which they criticized the Cobb-Douglas production function. They compared the industries in the countries representing the most different levels of technical development, ranging from the USA and Canada to Iran and India, to compute from them elasticities of substitution typical of the technical conditions of production. Criticizing this procedure, Fuchs expresses his doubts when he asks, is a single production function appropriate for such a heterogeneous group of countries? 2s. Can it be assumed that, given the same relative factor prices, a particular industry in all countries included in the examination applies, irrespective of its technical development, a production technique requiring the same capital-labor ratio? The authors assumed that international differences in efficiency affect both inputs equally. 26. Or, to put it in another way, that differences in efficiency between countries are neutral, while the efficiency parameter varies from country to country. The distribution and substitution parameters are the same in all countries. Consequently, the isoquants of the same industries in different countries are of the same shape. The difference in technical development is apparent only insofar as the same industries in different countries produce different quantities of products with the same inputs of capital and labor, that is, identical iso-quants express different quantities of products in different countries. But the differing efficiency of factors does not affect the magnitude of the elasticity of substitution. In one of his studies, Leontief emphasizes that countries with different development levels differ from one another primarily in respect of their labor productivity. Even an economically less developed country can buy more efficient capital equipment. What he considers as a bottleneck is in the first place skilled labor. 27 Therefore, the marginal rate of substitution cannot be the same even at a given capital-labor ratio in the same industry of different countries. But then the shape of the iso-quant constructed for the same industry of different countries cannot be the same either. Thus, the efficiency parameter is not neutral. Insofar, however, as there is a difference also in respect of the level of technical development between the industries in different countries under consideration, it will not leave the substitution relations unchanged either. The greater the degree of mechanization and automation in a given industry, the more imitational is the relation between factors, the greater is the steepness of the iso-quants and less is the elasticity of substitution. 28 Part 6 The problem of uniting id story and logic in non-Marxian economics. Chapter 1. Introduction. The problem of uniting history and logic, which one on Marxian economics has not solved up to this day, reflects the limitation arising from the bourgeois class position. W. Eucken writes that all significant economic schools have grasped just one aspect of the economic problem: they have either tried to discover laws, or to reveal the historical character of economic phenomena. L. Modern non-Marxian economics, in trying to discredit over economic laws, sets out from the assumption that the economic subject tries to optimize his position on the basis of existing data, and wishes to maximize his advantage with the least possible inputs. The theory examines what economic relationships evolve as a result, or as a summation, of the actions of the large number of isolated individuals. By reducing the individual's economic behavior to the above motive, these theories divorce economic phenomena from non-economic social phenomena, and limit the task of the economist merely to the analysis of the form R, since it is only in these phenomena that necessity in the sense of economic theory finds expression too. By this very abstraction, however, they exclude the examination of the social framework of the economy from the scope of economic research. Unlike Marxian political economy, according to which in the context of social relations it is production relations which constitute the essential element determining economic processes, non-Marxian economics holds the view that the economic system has been shaped by a number of factors whose analysis goes beyond economics. Such are, among others, the state, the legal system, morals, habits, the culture of the population, etc. As Stackelberg writes, economy is carried on within the framework of the system of the state and of definite social and legal organizations. These are superimposed on the are data, neither the result nor the subject of the economic process. 3. Non-Marxian theories searching. For economic laws regarded the economic order merely as data of the model and were unable to explain its historical changes in an endogenous way. Thus the processes taking place under the existing economic system lost their historical character. It is the unhistorical nature of non-Marxian economic theory to which Eucken refers when talking about economists who wish to reveal laws in the economy without making any historical approach to economic phenomena, and claim the absolute nature of the economic reality of their age. 302. Chapter L. The viewpoint of the German historical school. The unhistorical approach of the subjective tendencies evolving in economic literature since the 1870s is sharply criticized by the new German historical school. It emphasizes the significance of historical change in economic processes, as against relationships deduced by assuming that actions are directed by unchanging motives. National economy is subjected to change just as individual economies, private or public, writes Bucher, and any economic phenomenon is at the same time a historical cultural phenomenon, too, and the law governing its movement is not of an absolute nature, is not valid for all times and states of culture. Therefore, the task of science with respect to the economy is to deduce it genetically for. Schmaler, a leading personality of the new German historical school, also stresses that economic phenomena change with historical periods and can be explained only in their context. He does not recognize, however, what determines the incessant changes in economic phenomena. He is unable to find a cause in the changing economy which, though changing itself and therefore not devoid of development, has a relative constancy within the historical period concerned and causes economic phenomena to recur. He tries to apply the historical method in economics by reducing economic phenomena to all those factors which, according to the non-Marxian view, constitute the economic order of the period under consideration, and whose examination the theories aimed at establishing lawful relationships wish to exclude from the domain of economics. By rejecting the method of abstraction, Schmaler takes a neo-Kantian stand on the laws of economic life. But the neo-Kantian approach appears in a specific form in his theory. According to Windelband, one of the leading exponents of neo-Kantian philosophy, in exploring reality, empirical sciences seek either the general in the form of laws of nature, or the specific in a historically determined form. The former are the natural sciences, and the latter the historical sciences. If we want to insist on established terms, we may speak of confronting the disciplines of natural and historical sciences, s. But how do neo-Kantians justify the absence of recurring events in history? Virtually like Kant, namely, that the ultimate and innermost essence of personality resists fragmentation by universal categories. And this inconceivable thing appears to our consciousness as the feeling of the indeterminateness of our being, of the freedom of the individual. 6. Schmaler holds that the neo-Kantian view, which regards historical, social, and economic phenomena as unique, individual ones, is exaggerated. He claims the possibility to make generalizations from observing individual economic phenomena. Schmaler does not deny that there are internal relationships in economic life, that there are laws governing it. But since he rejects the method of abstraction, he understands the general as a concept including all factors, both those regarded as essential from a Marxian point of view, and the non-essential ones alike. Thus he is unable to get hold of the inner relationships, the laws governing economic life. He refers to the complexity and diverging nature of the factors involved. In economic life, a whole set of causal complexes confront each other, each having its own specific nature and requiring an individual scientific treatment. Ranging from individual psychology to the comparative history of morals and law. Thus the analysis of economic life calls for the knowledge and method of various disciplines. The exploration of social phenomena is made particularly difficult by the fact that most of the causes working in the economy are of a spiritual, moral nature, and we have practically no scientific psychology of peoples and countries available. It is exactly the complexity of causal relationships which underlines the individual character of social phenomena and explains why we cannot have any general law governing the activity of economic forces. 9. We have available merely tentative attempts, hypothetical propositions and teleological views concerning the development of the economic relations of humanity. IA. Schmaler was unable to create a theoretical system based upon the unity of history and logic, and arrived only at collecting data in his scientific activity. Eucken cites Schmaler's introductory words to the 100th booklet containing data collected by him. They faithfully reflect the failure of his efforts. No single booklet constitutes a contribution to the theory of national economy. My opponents will say, because I underestimate theory. My answer is, because I overestimate it. LL. 304. Chapter 3. The viewpoint of the socio-legal school. It is the social character of economic phenomena which is emphasized by the representatives of the socio-legal school. 2. They also reject as unhistorical the starting point of the economist searching for laws, the fiction of the individual wishing to optimize his position. Like the followers of the historical school, they abandon the view which regards the social framework of the economy as given for economic investigation. they pay attention precisely to discovering the essence of the historically changing economic system. But, owing to an incorrect interpretation of the economic system, they did not recognize the historically determined nature of individual economic systems and did not come to realize what laws govern economic life. Moreover, the two most prominent representatives of the socio-legal school to be discussed here even denied the existence of economic laws. One of them, Stallman, attacks his non-Marxian fellow economists for ignoring in their investigations the social forms of the economy. It is absolutely impermissible and incorrect to regard capital, according to the still prevailing view, merely as a produced means of production, and to transfer the laws of the significance, rise, and growth of capital indiscriminately and uncritically, to the natural means of production, L2. But what does Stallman mean by the social character of economic categories? His view is typically neo-Kantian. There are, in his opinion, two sides to each economic category, a purely economic and a social side. By the purely economic side of economic categories he in effect understands that aspect in which man's relation to nature manifests itself. The purely economic side belongs to material reality, is subordinated to the law of causality. But Stallman believes that the social implications of economic categories are not subject to the law of causality. In his view, the social framework of the economy originates in man's social nature, the historically changing laws of coexistence and cooperation as well as in the established power and legal relations which man as a being having free will sets for himself. 13. Stallman maintains that the social order of the economy has been created by man of his own free will in the interest of achieving certain aims. No laws can be discovered in its emergence, nor in the processes taking place in the individual economic systems. In this way, Stallman makes a sharp distinction between production and production relations. Necessity is dominant in the field of production, while freedom is dominant in the domain of the economy. A view similar to Stallman's is also adopted by R. Stammeiler, another prominent representative of the socio-legal school. He criticizes any economic investigation setting out from the individual. People have never produced like Robinson Crusoe, but always in close association with one another. And the form of cooperation has changed over time, as have economic categories, too. But the existing economic order always depends, as he thinks, on the prevailing system of law, since economic cooperation among people is regulated by law. Any exposition on land rent, wage rates, interest on capital or entrepreneurial profit depends, just as all teachings concerning money, credit, price formation, or any other departments of economic research, on the existence of a concrete system of law. L4. Owing to the confusion of the base and superstructure, Stammeiler cannot recognize the determined character of the order of law. In a neo-Kantian fashion he regards the system of law, and through it the economic system, too, as a product of human free will, which strives to achieve certain ideals and objectives. Stammeiler is incapable of reconciling freedom with necessity, the law of causality with human aims. Human actions are either determined, and in that case we cannot speak, he thinks, of conscious actions, of free will, or people act consciously and freely, in which case it makes no sense to speak of the lawful development of society and the assertion of the law of causality in economic life. Social phenomena have either their own causes, and in that case it is senseless, according to Stammeiler, to speak of objectives, or people are pursuing certain aims, and then the law of causality has no validity. This metaphysical view is also apparent when he criticizes Marx for regarding social development as a process following strict laws, and still speaking of will, aims, party. Besides his exclusively causal approach he introduced a new, second viewpoint for social movements, namely, will, the pursuit of aims, in addition to the exact recognition of causal relationships. If nothing else were involved than a causally determined development in which all people's actions are absolutely involved, then it would be impossible to speak of aspirations, desires, and will. It is impossible to found a party which wants purposefully to promote the advance and incidence of an exactly computable lunar eclipse. L6. Does the law of causality really exclude the setting of aims, and does necessity really prevent conscious human action? Those who maintain that it does, would divorce history from human activity and regard the working of the laws of social development as the working of mechanical laws, an accusation leveled by Stammeiler at Marxism. But Marxism does not deny that people can set aims for themselves, does not deny the significance of will and conscious action. But people's consciousness and will are determined by their class positions, and they can set only such social aims to themselves whose conditions have already matured, which stem from the existing production relations, and whose progressive character is determined by the extent to which they coincide with the objective tasks facing the development of society. If the aims correspond to the objective, necessary processes, then people's endeavors do promote the realization of these processes, and, if they do not, they impede it. Stammeiler, however, seeks the aims of society outside the world of experience, in the domain of metaphysics. It is left to the free will of the members of society whether they want to put these aims into effect or not. By this Stammeiler denies that causal relationships can work in the economy. 307. Chapter 4. Eukensischamp to resolve the great antinomy in a historical and logical approach to economic phenomena. Among recent attempts to realize the unity of history and logic, mention should be made of the work of W. Eucken, the leading personality of German neo-liberalism. His influence is still very significant in the Federal Republic of Germany. The book in which he attempted to solve the problem concerned already reached its fourth edition in 1961. Eucken emphasizes that the forms in which man carries on his economic activity are steadily changing. L7. Therefore, economics has to be both a theoretical and historical science. L8. The way for Eucken's efforts was cleared by the emergence of the modern theory of market forms. It was this theory which directed his attention to the fact that economic relationships change with market forms. Eucken applied this recognition to historical development. Unlike the followers of the German historical school, he excludes from economic investigations the data of economic action, among them the forms of legal and social organization comprising traditional order, laws, habits, the spirit people are imbued with. Theoretical explanation ends in actual data of the economy as a whole. L9. Thus he applies the method of abstraction in a similar fashion as those modern non-Marxian economists who try to discover economic laws. Economic relationships also evolve in his theory through the behavior of economic subjects trying to optimize their results. The principle of economic efficiency runs through the history of mankind as an eternal principle typical of the behavior of the economic subject. It is exactly the assertion of this principle which ensures, in his view, the possibility of setting up a theory for each period. The historical character of the theory finds expression in his approach in the recognition that the conditions for attaining optimal results, the data of economical action, vary from period to period. By his so-called pointedly emphatic abstraction, Eucken tries to characterize the various historical economic systems as combinations of universal common elements. Depending on whether the economic processes evolve as a result of central decisions or decisions made by economic units, plants, or households, he discovers two elementary forms, ideal types, of the economic systems, centrally directed economy and market economy. The forms of the centrally directed economy are small in number. Such is, for example, the closed family economy, which may be accounted for even by a single man, but such is the state-managed economy, too. What they have in common is that the economic plan encompasses the economic activity of the community as a whole. It only considers the data of economic activity relating to the entire economy. These are, the needs of the members of the community, the factors of production available to the community, technical knowledge, the legal and social organization of the community. Economics has to concern itself, in Eucken's view, primarily with market economy characterized by a multitude of market forms. He distinguishes 25 forms of market. In a market economy, decisions are decentralized, the plans of the economic subjects are partial plans comprising only part of the whole economic process and match therefore only partly the data pertaining to the economy as a whole. In drawing up their plans, the individual economies, unlike centrally directed economies, have to take into account the behavior of the other economic subjects. Now the concrete, historically established economic systems are combinations of the various manifestations of the ideal types, of the individual market forms, and of the forms of the centrally directed economy. A German peasant economy as operated in 1938 is, according to Eucken, a simple, centrally directed economy insofar as it produces for its own consumption. Simultaneously, it is producing for the market, and is thereby a member of the market economy. But the state regulates the output of certain products centrally, and in this respect the peasant economy is also part of the whole, centrally directed economy. The unity of history and logic is effected, according to Eucken, first by stating the combination of the various ideal types of which the concrete historical economic system under consideration is composed, and the way in which they are fitted together, then the dominant form has to be found. Finally, the corresponding theory deduced from the behavior of the rationally acting individual has to be adjusted accordingly. Representing the concrete economic system as a combination of individual market forms and forms of central direction, Eucken criticizes those representatives of the German historical school who wished to grasp the general or typical by establishing economic stages in the economy of individual periods. His criticism was aimed first of all at Bucher's periodization. According to this theory, the peoples of Central and Western Europe have gone through three stages of economic development: family economy, urban economy, and national economy. Eucken criticizes Bucher not because his periodization, owing to the superficial application of abstraction, did not express the essential features of the economy of the individual periods of time, but because he tried to select a certain general characteristic from the complex social relations of the particular periods, and wanted to force economic forms displaying a great variety over time into one single concept. In the Middle Ages, for example, economic activity was carried on, according to Eucken, in the most different forms. How can they be included in one single economic form, in the form of urban economy, says Eucken, in a reproachful comment on Beecher. But he regards capitalism as an empty concept, too, and the edge of his critique is here directed against Marx. The concept of capitalism, says Eucken, cannot express the basic characteristic of the modern system of economy, since the 309 economic order called capitalism is so varied and different from country to country, and what Marxists now call capitalist economy has gone through so many changes in the course of history that it cannot be covered by one single concept. Did Eucken solve the problem of uniting history and logic? No, he did not. He concludes by stating how the ideal types combine in the different historical economic systems. We are, however, not given an answer to the question of what laws determine the rise of and change in the combinations of ideal types in the course of history. In his analysis, the laws governing their combinations and the changes in economic systems are brought about by a whole set of causes, changes in historical, spiritual, religious, legal, and political factors as well as in data pertaining to the economy as a whole, whose investigation outgrows the scope of economics. Eucken himself acknowledges that the theory cannot explain exactly why a particular centrally directed economy or a particular market form has come into being. The failure of his method of analysis to go beyond the statement of data and to reveal the essence of the economic system is well characterized by his statement that though according to the teaching of history there is a close interrelationship between the development of technology and the social and legal organizations, we are unable to reveal that relationship, both being data for economic research. Point 20 In the application of the method of pointedly emphatic abstraction, the rejection of generalizing abstraction and the representation of the different historical economic systems as a synthesis of common elements, Eucken uses the argument that economic life has special categories, commodity, money, etc., which extend over several methods of production. but by excluding the investigation of social relations underlying market forms and central direction from economic research, he ignores the content of the elementary forms which vary according to economic systems. He does not recognize that there are different production relations behind the ideal type of the market economy, and that the commodity expressed other production relations in a slave-holding society than, for example, in capitalism. A centrally directed economy may also cover different production relations. Because his investigation abstracts from any social content, Oykun's attempt to look at things historically turns into a completely unhistorical approach. For instance, all difference disappears in it between modern monopolies and the formations enjoying monopoly positions in the pre-capitalistic period. If in a medieval town three glaziers appear, who have concluded no agreement among themselves, then an oligopoly situation obtains there. It is on the basis of our theoretical knowledge of present-day monopoly that we can get to know very thoroughly, says Oykun, the effects of the monopolies in Imperial Rome, in the late Middle Ages, or in 18th century Germany. 21. Again, Oykun's concept of a centrally directed economy can apply to direction both by a monopoly capitalist state and by a socialist state, and, what is more, this elementary economic form materialized most clearly in his view in the 15th century Inca state. Marx picked out of the complexity of social relations the determining factor, production relations, and reduced the historical changes in economic systems to changes in production relations. Commodity production, or to use Oykun's terminology, market economy, becomes general under capitalism. The sphere of commodity exchange also extends to the labor force. This increasing predominance of commodity production is not just a possible combination of elementary economic forms which, in respect of its origin, is a combination outside the scope of economic research, but is a necessary stage in the development of production relations, and is as such of a historical, transitory character. The national features in capitalistic development do not affect the essence of capitalist production relations, the capitalist ownership of the means of production, the system based on the exploitation of wage labor, the irreconcilable contradiction between the capitalist and working classes. These are not affected even by changes taking place within the capitalist system, the replacement of traditional competitive capitalism by monopoly capitalism. On the contrary, the rise of monopoly capitalism itself can only be explained by a scientific analysis of capitalist production relations. It is not the Marxian abstraction of capitalism, but Oykun's abstractions which are devoid of content and, as we have seen, ahistorical too. Oykun's approach is typical of those non-Marxian economists in general who search for laws in the economy, to reveal how the economic system under consideration came about, exceeds, in their view, the scope of economic research, whose task is merely to examine what is taking place within the system concerned. 311. Parts of IA. Determination of the price level ATIMs. To fit money into the equilibrium theory. Chapter 1. Introduction. In trying to determine prices, equilibrium theory left the monetary aspect out of account. Its representatives maintained that money was a veil, concealing actual relationships. Ignoring money, they tried to determine relative prices. But obviously they had to determine the price level, too. It was necessary to determine the multiplicative factor by means of which the relative prices can be converted into absolute money prices L. They regarded the determination of the price level as a task of monetary theory. For a long time, however, they treated monetary theory and price theory proper, the theory of determining relative prices, in complete separation from one another. There slowly evolved the requirement to fit monetary theory into the theory of relative prices, and, further, to integrate monetary theory and price theory proper, that is, to relate the monetary and real processes to each other, or, as Paddington emphasized, to apply in both fields the same analytical techniques in constructing the demand functions. Chapter 2. The determination of the price level. In Irving Fisher's theory. Statement of the theory. One of the universally known attempts to determine the price level was made by Fisher. In the preface to his book dealing with the problem he writes, the contentions of this book are at bottom simply a restatement and amplification of the old quantity theory of money too. In his famous equation of exchange he equates the total value of goods sold with that of the money exchanged for them. The equation thus has a money and a goods side. 3. He writes, the money side is the total money paid, and may be considered as the product of the quantity money multiplied by its rapidity of circulation. The goods side is made up of the products of quantities of goods exchanged multiplied by their respective prices for. Written in an equation form, mv equals Tp, where m is the total amount of money, vis its velocity of circulation, and thus mv is total demand, tis the volume of transactions merely, which may be taken in a simplified form to be the volume of production, p is the price level and Tp the price sum of the goods sold. The equation of exchange in this form is a common tautology. The total value of the goods sold necessarily equals the total value of goods bought. This does not provide any causal explanation, but merely expresses that m, v, t, and p mutually influence each other. Fisher tries to transform his equation of exchange into a theory of exchange, which already contains a causal relationship concerning price formation. He holds the view that one of the normal effects of an increase in the quantity of money is an exactly proportional increase in the general level of prices. The levels of V and THIR, he maintains, independent of any change in the quantity of money. Consequently, the latter affects only the price level, and in proportion to the change. Thus any change in the quantity of money causes a change in the price level. It should be noted that Fisher is already aware of the necessity of distinguishing between the immediate and the later effects of changes in the quantity of money. Along with the examination of equilibrium situations, he also considers the transition period between equilibrium positions. If the quantity of money were suddenly doubled, the effect of the change would not be the same at first as later. 6. At first, the rise in prices induces the buyers to get rid of their depreciated money, and thus the change in the quantity of money temporarily influences the circulation velocity of money. At the same time, the rising prices lead to increased profit and thereby stimulate production to expand. In this way, changes in the quantity of money also affect at first the volume of production. They are like temporary increases. 7. Once the effect of the change in the quantity of money has fully unfolded, the new equilibrium price level corresponding to the increased quantity of money will be proportional only to the quantity of money. The velocity of circulation and the volume of production will fall back to their original levels. In determining the level of prices, Fisher thus compares two equilibrium positions, before and after the increase in the quantity of money. He skips the transition period. His method of examination is basically comparative statics. He asserts that the price level is lastingly affected not only by changes in the quantity of money, but also by changes in the velocity of circulation, or in the volume of production. These changes may increase or neutralize the effect exercised on the price level by the changes in the quantity of money. But the change in the velocity of circulation or of the volume of production extending beyond the transition period is no longer the result of changes in the quantity of money, but of other causes as well. Their analysis, as he maintains, goes beyond the scope of price theory. Following Fisher, other economists also wish to transform the equation of exchange into a causal theory, by assuming that the velocity of circulation of money is constant in the short run, depending only on institutional factors, paying habits, etc., which change only very slowly. In the short run, the volume of production is also constant. Society produces as much as it is able to produce with the available production factors under full employment and at the given level of technical knowledge. With the velocity of circulation of money and the volume of production being constant, the price level changes in proportion to the money stock. A CRMQUE of the theory. Fisher's equation, like the other formulas set up in modern non-Marxian economics to determine the price level, seeks a law of the level of prices measured in terms of paper money having no intrinsic value. No doubt, the price level measured in terms of paper money does indeed have a law of its own. This law, however, remains undiscovered if the researcher is satisfied with expressing merely a surface relationship, namely that the level of prices equals the ratio of total demand, MV, to the volume of goods supplied, T. From this we cannot deduce any law governing the relationship of total demand to total supply. Marx grouped the output of aggregate social capital into two broad classes, means of production and consumption goods. Each department supplies its products partly for itself, partly for the other department, and demands at the same time its own products and those of the other department. It is on the relationship of the two departments that the actual state of the trade cycle, the ratio of total demand to total supply, depends. If Department I shoots ahead of Department 2, total demand will exceed total supply, and the level of prices will increase. The opposite happens if the production of Department I contracts relatively to the production of Department 2. Thus we can see that the internal relationship underlying the ratio of total demand to total supply, and through it the level of prices, is the law governing the reproduction of aggregate social capital. The price level increases in Fisher because the quantity of money in circulation has increased and through it total demand, which increasingly exceeds the constant volume of total production. Fisher, however, does not examine the alternative case, of crucial importance from the point of view of the price level, namely that the primary cause of price rises should be sought in changes arising not from the money but from the goods side. If we disregard money issued by the government independently of the money requirements of reproduction, the relationship set up by Fisher is exactly the reverse in real life. The money stock increases because total demand has increased, because more and more money is needed to effect reproduction. In non-Marxian literature, Erich Schneider, among others, criticizes the Fisherian version of price theory, because it ignores changes arising from the goods side. The causal relationship considered by the quantity theory of money starts from changes in the money supply and arrives through changes in effective demand at changes in the prices of goods. The quantity theory of money is unable to deal with the reverse case, when the change in effective demand induces a change in the quantity of money supplied, when, for example, an increase in effective demand may lead to an increase in the money stock. Fisher's global statement of total demand does not deal, among other things, with the fact that the two main constituents of total demand, the demand for means of production and for consumer goods, are governed by different laws. Knowledge of total demand presupposes knowledge of its constituents as subjected to the reproduction of aggregate social capital. In non-Marxian literature it was first Wicksell and later Keynes who, in examining the movement of total demand, tried to analyze total demand broken down into its constituent parts, instead of in a global way as hitherto in non-Marxian literature. By the way, non-Marxian criticism also stresses that the increase in total demand is certain to lead to an increase in the price level only if production cannot be increased because, at the given level of technical knowledge, full employment has already been realized. Non-Marxian criticism also finds fault with Fisher's equation claiming to determine the price level because it completely abandons the procedure adopted by equilibrium theory for determining the prices of individual goods and through them relative prices. Equilibrium theory constructs demand and supply curves for each good as a function of price, in order to determine the equilibrium price. And it always builds the demand and supply curves on the behavior of sellers and buyers who wish to optimize their positions in given circumstances. Fisher's formula, however, claims to determine the price level not on the basis of demand and supply curves, and thereby on the basis of people's optimization decisions, but simply by means of the available stock of money. This procedure of Fisher's disrupts the unity of non-Marxian price theory. In connection with such attempts, Forstmann justly remarks that monetary theory along with credit theory was a branch of political economy leading a more or less independent life of its own outside general economic theories. 9. Chapter 3. The cash balance approach. Statement of the theory. The cash balance approach is a peculiar version of the quantity theory of money. Since its elaboration is primarily due to the economists of the Cambridge School, Marshall, Pigou, and Robertson, it is often referred to as the Cambridge version of the quantity theory of money. This version rejects the view that the price level is simply a function of the quantity of money. Instead, they argue that the price level, i.e. the exchange value of money, is based, like relative prices on human decisions, on the relationship between the demand for money, as traced back to human decisions, and the supply of money. In order to arrive at the cash balance approach, let us set out from Fisher's equation of exchange. In the equation, V expresses the number of times that a unit of money is used for transacting business during a given period. Solving Fisher's equation for M, we obtain. But the total stock of money available to society, in the cash balance approach, is held as cash by the economic subjects at any given moment. Thus the total quantity of money held by them is always equal to the total quantity of money available to society. But equality is not the same as equilibrium. According to the theory, if individuals do not wish to keep the money held, but to pass it on, they increase thereby the demand for goods. If, on the other hand, they want to increase the quantity of money held, they have to sell goods, which will increase their supply. The cash balance approach is based on the assumption that people want to hold as much money as is available to society. This quantity of money is, on the analogy of holding any stocks, an average magnitude, the quantity of money people want to 320 hold on average over a certain period of time. Its actual amount steadily changes during that period. It is this average quantity of money desired to be held that the cash balance approach calls the demand for money. But why do people want to hold a certain cash balance? What useful service accrues to them from holding cash? The followers of the theory argue that a large command of resources in the form of currency renders their business easy and smooth, and puts them at an advantage in bargaining. It will be readily granted that the ordinary person likes to keep to his hand a little pool of money, partly for the sake of convenience in conducting the ordinary business of life, and partly as a margin to fall back on in unforeseen contingencies. In other words, the reason for holding a certain amount of money is, on the one hand, that the incomes and payments of economic subjects do not coincide in time, and, on the other, that unforeseen expenses may arise. The economic subject may thus be said to exercise a demand for the money, 12. In the form of his desire to hold cash balances. Keynes calls this demand for money transactions demand. Our investigations relating to price theory have included so far only the marginal utility of money income, i.e. the utility of goods that can be bought for the last unit of money. Now we are concerned with the marginal utility of a service that money held can render for the economic subject. It is, according to the cash balance theory, for this service that money is demanded. This demand for money is for an amount of money with a definite purchasing power. It can be expressed in terms of the real things, the purchase of which he forgoes in order to enjoy instead the practical convenience and peace of mind yielded him by his pool of money. 3. In recent literature, Don Paddington designates the real value of money held by individuals, that is, the purchasing power over commodities which these holdings represent, by the term real balances. L4 as a first approximation. This demand for money is then regarded as a function of real income, that is, as a function of the purchasing power of money income, and is expressed as a certain proportion of it. Keynes explicitly regards the transactions demand as a function of real income. Marshall, Pigou, and Robertson make the amount of cash holdings dependent, in addition to real income, on incomes deriving from the fruitful use of money. The individual compares, in their view, the benefits of holding money with those arising from its profitable investment, and takes his decision, on the basis of the principle of equal advantage, on holding either a smaller or larger proportion of H1's real income in money form. By instinct and experience he balances the benefit against the loss of a large holding. According to Pigou, the amount of mon y held depends, at a given level of real income, on how much non-marginal benefit is yielded by the marginal unit of given quantities of real resources held. In the form of money 16. Robertson writes that, the magnitude of the demand for money, like that of the demand for bread, turns out to be the result of a process of individual weighing up of competing advantages at the margin, L7. In examining the early variants of the cash balance approach, let us assume that individuals want to hold on average a certain K proportion of their real incomes as a cash balance. By representing the demand for money as a certain proportion of real income, Fisher's T, the sum of transactions carried out within a given period, is replaced, in the course of determining the price level, by real income, Y, and the velocity of circulation of money, V, by the income velocity of money, or its reciprocal, the proportion of real income held as cash, which Marshall denotes by K, M equals K pi. The real income figuring in the cash balance approach is smaller than T in Fisher's exchange equation, that is, in the transactions approach, which contains not only final but also intermediate transactions, the entrepreneurs, purchases from one another, the exchange of already existing real assets. The cash balance approach, however, takes into account only the values added by individual transactions. Thus the velocity of circulation of incomes, is clearly not identical K with V in Fisher's formula. Fisher's version emphasizes that money circulates, while the cash balance approach stresses that money is held. Our concern is with the utility of holding money, not with that of spending it. This is the concept implicit in all cash balance approaches. 18. There must be something which can serve as a temporary abode of purchasing power in the interim between sale and purchase. T, is the aspect of money emphasized in the cash balance approach L9. It is the price level on which the money amount of real balances, i.e. the nominal balance, KYP, depends. If the price level decreases, the real balance is expressed in less money, and if it increases, in more money. The followers of the cash balance theory regard the quantity of money as an exogenous datum of the model. Thus, if the equilibrium of the demand for and the supply of money is disturbed, the demand for money adjusts itself, in their view, to the actual supply of money. This will require a change in one or more of the variables K or P or Y for monetary equilibrium to be restored. Let us see what mechanism restores the disturbed equilibrium of the demand for and the supply of money. Let us assume that people want to hold a smaller proportion of their real income, that K decreases and the demand for money is less than its supply. The nominal stock of money is determined by financial authorities or institutions. The holders of money are unable to change the stock, but they can influence the real value of their cash balance. This is possible because with a decrease in real money that they wish to hold, the real balance held by individuals is greater than necessary, its marginal utility diminishes, and thus the benefit gained by its holding is less than the advantage foregone. People, therefore, decrease their nominal cash balances by increasing their expenditures. But this does not change the nominal stock of money to be held. Even if some people succeed in diminishing their nominal cash balances, this is possible only because they are transferred to others. But with expenditures growing, money income and with it the price level will rise, and finally the amount of real money drops to the desired level, and monetary equilibrium is established. If Y is given, then the ratio of M to Y, K, or its inverse, the income velocity of money, is determined by the quantity of real money. By wishing to change, at the given level of real income, the stock of real money to be held, people change the ratio of the flow of income to the stock of money. Let us illustrate this statement by a numerical example. Let Y be I00, Ki-, and M I000. In this case, the demand for real money will be in equilibrium with the available stock of real money at a price level of 40. Assume that people want to diminish the ratio of their stock of real money to be held in their real income to plus. At a price level of 40, they want to hold only 800 units of money, and spend the excess stock of money. But then, at unchanged real income, the price level will rise, the quantity of real money demanded will correspond to the available stock of real money at a price level of 50. The case is the reverse if people want to hold a larger proportion of their real income as real cash balance. they diminish their money expenditures in order to increase their nominal stock of money. As a result of the decrease in money expenditures, the price level will fall, the purchasing power of the stock money held, and with it the real stock of money will grow, until finally it reaches equilibrium with the quantity of real money demanded. So far we have discussed cases when, with a given quantity of money, monetary equilibrium was disturbed, owing to a change in the demand for money. But the followers of the theory suppose that changes in the demand for money, in the desired real balances, tend to proceed slowly, and that substantial changes are likely to occur more frequently in the supply of nominal balances, and it is primarily the latter that upset the monetary equilibrium. In this case, taking real income to be given, the purchasing power of the changed stock of money will decrease or increase through the above discussed mechanism, as a result of the rise or fall in the price level until the demand for and the supply of money is in equilibrium. In the view of the earlier followers of the cash balance approach, the change in 323. The nominal quantity of money need not alter any of the real factors on which K and E ultimately depend 20, and thus in the final full equilibrium, the adjustment will, in general, be entirely in P, 21. And the cash balance approach tries to deduce the price level from the ratio of the demand for a stock of money with unchanged purchasing power, KY, to the supply of money, M. The price level of money value, therefore, is primarily determined by exactly the same two factors as determine the value of any other thing, namely, the conditions of demand for it, and the quantity of it available. 22. Friedman, too, points out, the cash balances approach fits in more readily with the general Marshall-Lee and demand-supply apparatus than does the transactions approach. 23. Don Paddington calls the effect derived from a change in the real value of cash held by individuals and affecting the demand-supply relations of commodities the real balance effect. This is the real balance which measures in Paddington the effect on the demand for goods derived, cateris paribus, from the change in real value of the initial stock of money held. 24. This effect had already been examined by Pigou, too, and so Paddington justly refers to it as the Pigou effect. Later we shall return to the Pigou effect when discussing Keynes's theoretical system. Don Paddington complements Hicks's theory concerning the double effect of price change by this third effect, which makes itself felt when the economic subject also holds a cash balance. In his view, a change in the prices of particular goods elicits three effects in the demand of the individual for various goods, namely the substitution effect as a result of changes in relative prices, the income effect caused by changes in real income, and the real balance effect resulting from changes in the price of goods affecting the price level and altering thereby the purchasing power of cash holdings. 25. The real balance effect shatters the principle of homogeneity. It turns out that the demand for particular goods also depends on the price level, as a change in it alters the purchasing power of cash balances and through it the demand for individual goods. This effect is left out of account in the models which regard money only as a measure of price, which is thus not worthwhile to hold since it has no independent utility in this capacity. According to the representatives of the theory, if availability of cash balances is supposed, the price level will be determined by their existence. Given a too low price level, part of the cash balances will become superfluous, and if they are spent, the price level will rise. If, on the other hand, the price level is too high, the economic agents will replenish the insufficient cash balances and therefore reduce the spendings, which in turn lower the price level. We shall see later that recently non-Marxian economists have attached great importance to the cash balance effect in promoting full employment. So far we have regarded the level of real income as given in the formula expressing the equilibrium of the demand for and the supply of money. Let us assume now that there does exist unemployment. Under the pressure of the unemployed, money wages and hence the price level will fall. The purchasing power of cash holdings will increase, by which part of them becomes superfluous and as such will be spent. Aggregate demand, output, and employment will rise. But given a larger scale of output and a higher level of real income, a larger cash balance is needed, and now the equilibrium between the demand for and the supply of money will be restored by increasing output. Real money increasing as a result of decreasing money wages and price level may also reduce the rate of interest. Decreasing interest rate stimulates both investment and consumer demand, and the fall in money wages may increase employment, according to the latest followers of the theory, through these channels, too. In today's inflationary circumstances, non-Marxian economics no longer refers to the real balance effect caused by declining price level. But the followers of the theory continue to emphasize that the real balance effect also arises when an increase in the quantity of money is not immediately followed by a rise in the price level. In this case, a larger quantity of money, at the earlier lower prices, represents a larger purchasing power and hence a larger quantity of real money, too. It leads to the formation of excess money reserves, whose spending increases aggregate demand. The old quantity theory of money was strictly an explanation of what determines the price level, 26, while its present-day version is essentially a theory of income determination, 27. This new version of the quantity theory of money will be the subject of our investigations, when analyzing Friedman's theory, following the discussion of Keynes's system. A critique of the cash balance approach. We shall criticize the modern theory of the demand for money by discussing Friedman's views. We are going to give here a critique of the earlier versions of the cash balance approach. While criticizing the cash balance approach, Don Paddington points out that it has not succeeded in finding a relationship between the monetary and the real spheres, and has failed to integrate money and price theory, and thus the dichotomy expressing the separation of the two spheres continues to exist. In its price level formula, the cash balance approach, says Don Paddington, tries to determine the new equilibrium situation brought about by changes in the stock of money, that is, it compares equilibrium positions. However, he continues, the effect of a change in the quantity of money on the real sphere can only be captured in the transition period between the two equilibrium positions. This effect ceases to work as soon as the equilibrium position is established. It is, precisely this dynamic analysis which was not integrated into the cash balance tradition of Marshall, Pigou, Keynes, and Robertson. 28. Don Paddington is right in saying that price theory must also analyze the formation of the price level during the transition period between the two equilibrium positions when the equilibrium of the economy is upset. But he blames the cash balance approach for failing to disclose how changes in the quantity of money affect the real sphere in the transition period. On the other hand, the Marxian critique of the cash balance approach points out that it does not disclose that changes in the price level invariably reflect, except for the period of rapid rate inflation, the reproduction process, the changes in the relationship between the two departments of social production. It is simply impossible to disclose this law, which is manifested in the movement of the price level, without investigating the transition period. In Marxist theory, it is the movement of reproduction which is of basic importance in the relationship between financial processes and reproduction, though Marx himself does not deny that financial processes have a bearing on real processes. Actually, all variables in the formula set up by the followers of the cash balance approach, which expresses the equilibrium between the demand for and the supply of money, follow the movement of reproduction. But what does a change in the stock of money depend on? It may change for reasons other than economic activity, for example, when the state resorts to increasing the issue of money to cover its defense expenditures. Such an increase in the quantity of money starts an inflationary process and raises the price level. But if we want to provide a fully endogenous explanation of changes in the price level, we have to assume that the quantity of money changes exclusively for economic reasons. It increases or decreases in relation to an initial period depending on whether reproduction needs a greater or lesser quantity of money. The movement of reproduction also affects the duration of the transition between money expenditure and money revenue, i.e., how long on average, money is held by the economic subjects, or in other words, what is the circulation velocity of money income. And the movement of reproduction is also manifested in changes in the level of real income and thus in the price level, too. A basic deficiency of the view held by the followers of the cash balance theory is apparent in the fact that they examine changes in the price level divorced from the reproduction process, and analyze them only in the monetary sphere. This shortcoming of the cash balance approach was also pointed out by Keynes, saying that even if the quantity and the circulation velocity of money are assumed to be unchanged, the price level may still change if the amount of savings diverges from the costs of new investments, or, translated into the language of Marxian political economy, if the proportion between production of capital goods and consumer goods changes. 29 In making the real balance effect dependent on the movement of reproduction, and not the other way round, i.e. in making the movement of reproduction a function of the real balance effect, it appears to be unlikely that a price fall, for example in a slump period, would induce people, by causing an increase in the purchasing power of cash balances, to increase their spendings. And now we have arrived at a further deficiency of the cash balance approach. According to it, cash holdings are active money, a medium of exchange. However, the recognition is missing that money is also held as a store of wealth in its Marxian sense, or as a hoard in its Keynesian interpretation. In a crisis period, cash balances set free as a result of price reduction, and held originally for transaction purposes, need not be spent on buying commodities or securities, people may hold them also as a hoard. Then, with a decrease in P, K grows, and the increase in the stock of real money will have no effect on aggregate demand. According to the cash balance approach, monetary equilibrium disturbed as a result of an increase in M, at given Y and K, will be restored by a change in P. If, however, we start from the determining character of the reproduction process, we shall be faced with the opposite relationship. A change in the total price of commodities requires a greater or lesser quantity of money, and the quantity of money will increase or decrease accordingly. In this case, the quantity of money is an endogenous variable of the model, and the supply of money adjusts to the changes in the demand for money. 327. Chapter 4. Wicksel's explanation of changes in the price level. Wicksel's attempt to integrate money theory and price theory. A significant contribution to the non-Marxian explanation of changes in the price level was made by the Swedish economist Knut Wicksell. His research activity covered a great many fields of economics, yet he achieved his greatest success, as generally admitted, in monetary theory. His investigations were further developed by his followers, notably Lindahl and Myrdal, in the 1930s. It is his followers who are usually referred to as the Stockholm School of Economics. With regard to the problem under discussion, we refer mainly to two works by Wicksell, Gelger.s and Geiterpris and Volume 2 of his Forlesningen über Nationalökonomie. According to Wicksell, changes in the price level have to be explained in the same way as those in the prices of other goods. Just as the price of goods changes if the demand for them diverges from their supply, so the price level, too, alters because aggregate demand deviates from aggregate supply. Every rise or fall in the price of a particular commodity presupposes a disturbance of the equilibrium between the supply of and the demand for that commodity. What is true in this respect of each commodity separately must doubtless be true of all commodities collectively. A general rise in prices is therefore only conceivable on the supposition that the general demand has for some reason become, or is expected to become, greater than the supply. Any theory for money worthy of the name must be able to show how and why the monetary or pecuniary demand for goods exceeds or falls short of the supply of goods in given conditions. 30. General equilibrium theory, in trying to determine equilibrium price proportions, is unable to account for this fact. The theory of relative prices rests on the assumption that the supply of a good creates demand for other goods, that total demand always equals total supply. Contrary to Say's law, Wicksell maintains that the exchange of goods always takes place through the medium of the exchange of goods for money and of the exchange of money for goods, and total demand may diverge from total supply. This has, by the way, proved to be true of the other price level theories discussed so far. In Fisher, for example, the increase in the quantity of money would raise total demand, MV, above PT if the price level did not change. Thus the price level has to increase. In the cash balance approach, the increase in the supply of money raises the cash holdings of individuals above the desired levels. Surplus cash balances are diminished and, as a result, total demand will exceed total supply, and the price level will increase. Wicksell wanted to go beyond such merely monetary explanations and find an answer to the question of how the increased quantity of money comes into circulation, or why the quantity of money in circulation decreases and what changes in the real process, in turn altering the price level, are brought about by changes in the monetary sphere. He thinks that all this is required in order to fit money into general equilibrium theory and, further, that the demand for and supply of money are represented as a function of certain price phenomena. The versions of the quantity theory of money hitherto discussed also admitted that changes in the quantity of money caused changes in the real sphere. Since this effect extends, in their view, only to the transition period, while the theories in question concentrated rather on the investigation of the equilibrium position, they devoted but little attention to the effect of changes in the amount of money on real processes. Wicksell, however, emphasizes that his theory is concerned in the first place with the transition period. Here, however, we are concerned with precisely what occurs, in the first place, with the middle link in the final exchange of one good against another, which is formed by the demand of money for goods and the supply of goods against money. 31. Wicksell regards his contribution as a further development of the quantity theory of money. In order to show the impact of the quantity of money on the price level through changes in the real processes, he divides net social production into two classes, the production of consumer goods and investment goods. However, the incomes deriving from production are partly spent on purchasing consumer goods, and are partly saved. He further assumes a closed credit economy. Credit money is created in close relation to real processes, and its withdrawal from exchange is likewise connected with their termination. He regards savings, the part of the money income not consumed, basically as a function of the rate of interest. Ceteris paribus, the rate of interest exercises a determining influence on the volume of savings. 32. Since any money income is backed by a corresponding amount of commodity value, the saving of part of the income means, according to Wicksell, that production factors are released from the sphere of consumer goods to be used in the production of investment goods. The accumulation of capital consists in the resolve of those who save to abstain from the consumption of a part of their income in the immediate future. Owing to their diminished demand, or cessation of demand, for consumer goods, the labor and land which would otherwise have been required in their production is set free for the creation of fixed capital for future production and consumption. 33. Entrepreneurs obtain the production factors released through saving and needed for investment by borrowing the consumer's money income saved and deposited with banks. What stimulates entrepreneurs to borrow money for investment, and how far are they willing to go in making investments or in raising loans? In his investments, the entrepreneur is guided by the expected profits of newly formed capitals, the anticipated marginal productivity of investment. The expectations which play such an important role in the theories of Swedish economists were already important factors in economic processes for Wicksell. 2. If the expected yield of capital is larger than the market rate of interest at which the entrepreneur can get credit from the banks, he will increase his investments, will change to a more roundabout, i.e. more capital-intensive production technique. This will increase the demand for credit, and through it the demand for factors of production needed for investment, until the expected marginal productivity of capital drops to the level of the market rate of interest. For the establishment of monetary equilibrium between the demand for and supply of credit, assuming that the banks are satisfied with their role as mediators of credit offering only their clients' savings, Wicksell provides the following explanation: let us assume that the expected return on capital increases relative to the market rate of interest. The demand for loan capital will increase and exceed the supply of credit. As a result, the interest rate on loan capital will rise. Then consumers will increase their savings, entrepreneurs will slightly cut their investments, and in the market of loan capital a new equilibrium is reached at a slightly higher rate of interest 34. Thus it is the movement of the interest rate which brings about equilibrium between saving and investment, between the supply of and the demand for credit. Wicksell mentions three characteristics of the monetary equilibrium thus established. In monetary equilibrium the market rate of interest corresponds to the expected marginal productivity of newly created capitals. He calls this rate of interest the natural or normal rate of interest. It is exactly the natural rate of interest which links the real sphere with the monetary sphere in Wicksell's theory. The natural rate of interest is determined by a real magnitude, the marginal productivity of capital, and the market rate of interest in the credit market tends to come into equilibrium with natural rate. 2. With the natural rate of interest, the demand for loan capital to be invested just corresponds to the supply of loan capital. Investments and savings are in equilibrium. Wicksell sets up demand and supply functions for credit money as a function of the rate of interest, similar to those of equilibrium theory for goods as a function for their prices. The supply of credit increases, and the demand for it decreases, as the rate of interest rises. The saving investment equilibrium reflects in Wicksell basically the equilibrium of reproduction. Entrepreneurs wish to produce the quantity of capital goods, which they can produce with the available factors at the intended level of saving, and those employed in the production of consumer goods and new capital goods create, with their incomes, a demand for consumption goods which can be met at established prices. Equilibrium between the demand for and the supply of saving, writes Lindahl in characterizing Wicksell's monetary equilibrium, evidently implies equilibrium in respect to the demand and supply of consumption goods during the period 35. Denoting national income by Y, if investment 1 is in equilibrium with savings, the demand for consumer goods, YS, is in equilibrium with the supply of consumer goods, Y1. Thus monetary equilibrium reflects the equilibrium of reproduction. 3. In monetary equilibrium money is neutral with respect to price formation, that is, if the banks extend credit only within the limits of saving, the interest mechanism brings about monetary equilibrium. The total demand for goods cannot lastingly differ from the total supply of goods, for if banks put into circulation purchasing power only to the extent to which saving withdraws it from circulation, the money side does not affect the price level, so that wages and price will remain unchanged. 36. In monetary equilibrium economic relationships are established as in non-money, i.e. barter economies. Davidson criticized Wicksell on the grounds that of the three conditions only the first two are consistent with one another. But the fulfillment of the first two conditions does not mean at all that the price level is stable. Technical discoveries which increase the marginal productivity of capital increase the volume of products placed on the market. If in order to maintain monetary equilibrium, the market rate of interest is raised to the increased level of the natural rate of interest, with the quantity of money being unchanged, the price level, despite the existence of monetary equilibrium, will have to decrease owing to increased productivity. It was Wicksell's unprecise statement which enabled Davidson to criticize him. For what Wicksell maintains is that in the position of monetary equilibrium the price level is not influenced by effects from the money side. This, however, does not exclude changes in the price level due to real causes, for example, as a result of technical discoveries. But Wicksell seeks to support his statement under conditions of developing technology and growing labor productivity. The disturbance of monetary equilibrium upsets the equilibrium of reproduction. In Wicksell's view, the monetary side begins to bring pressure to bear upon the real processes, and total demand for goods begins to diverge lastingly from the total supply of goods, when the banks extend credits for investment in excess of savings. He characterizes investment as an activity through which output will expand in the future only, while the demand for raw materials, labor, and hence consumption goods increases already in the present. 37 In other words, investment creates demand in the present without simultaneously increasing the available supply. On the other hand, those who save, sell more than they buy. If entrepreneurs want to invest more than society wants to save, and obtain the necessary investment credit from the banks, the total demand for goods will exceed their total supply. Wicksell notices that the modern banking system greatly increases the amount of credit that can be extended separately by the individual banks. Banks are not, like private persons, restricted in their lending to their own funds or even to the means placed at their disposal by Savings 38. Under the modern system, banks possess a fund for loans which is always elastic, and on certain assumptions, inexhaustible. The banks can always satisfy any demand whatever for loans, and at rates of interest however long, at least as far as the internal market is concerned. 39. What happens under such circumstances if monetary equilibrium is upset? The disturbance of equilibrium is caused, Wicksell assumes, by external factors. He mentions that certain factors, among them technical progress, raise the marginal productivity of capital and thereby increase the natural rate of interest above the market rate. Seldom do banks take the initiative and decrease the market rate, for reasons external to the model, below the natural rate of interest. The higher natural rate of interest induces entrepreneurs to adopt more roundabout, more capital-intensive techniques. They wish to increase their investments, and therefore increase their demand for credit. At the same time, saving has not increased because the market rate of interest, which stimulates saving, has not changed. The intention to invest, owing to the divergence of the two rates of interest, exceeds the intention to save. The demand for credit is greater than its supply. If banks granted credit only within the limits of saving, the increased demand for credit would raise the market rate of interest to the level of the natural rate of interest, and thereby keep investment within the limits of saving, and total demand to the level of total supply. But the elastic credit supply of the modern banking system satisfies even increased credit demands at a lower than natural rate of interest by extending credit over and above the level of saving. It thereby prevents the interest mechanism from restoring the disturbed monetary equilibrium, and a lasting divergence develops between the two rates of interest. Investment lastingly exceeds saving and, as a result, total demand will lastingly rise above total supply. What will be the consequence according to Wicksell? Entrepreneurs want to employ more original factors in the production of capital goods than are made available to them by savings. Wicksell regards full employment as the normal state of a capitalist economy. We are entitled to assume, he writes, that all productive forces are already fully employed. 40. For lack of surplus production factors, entrepreneurs, in order to make investments in excess of savings, attempt to attract factors from the production of consumption goods by promising them higher incomes. Increased monetary demand principally takes the form or rivalry between employers for labor, raw material and natural facilities for 1. In this way money incomes grow, and the vertical structure of production changes. The production of the means of production increases, and so do the number and incomes of those employed in it, those who create more consumer demand in the present, without putting products on the market. However, the quantity of factors participating in the production of consumer goods decreases, and so does production itself. The demand for consumption goods exceeds their supply, and the price level of consumption goods increases. Owing to his interpretation of changes in the price level of consumption goods, Wicksell is regarded as one of the first representatives of the income theory of money. The increased amount of money affects the price level of consumption goods by the fact that it first becomes income, and income in its turn is the source of the demand for consumption goods. Thus the ratio between the proportion of income spent on satisfying the demand for consumption goods and their supply, determines the price level of consumption goods. Lind.aj 42 following Wicksell, gives the same formula for the price level of consumption goods. According to his formula, that part of the national income which is not saved, and appears therefore as consumption demand, y, always equals the volume of consumption goods sold multiplied by the price level, Qp. Y hence P equals Q, the external impulse affecting the economy, the impulse which has increased the marginal productivity of capital and thus the natural rate of interest, together with the passivity of banks, which is shown by the fact that they are in no hurry to raise the market rate of interest to the level of the natural interest rate, brings about, through the interaction of the demand for consumption and investment goods, the self-reinforcing, cumulative process of prosperity. The yield from investments, and thus the natural interest rate, too, are now derived from causes internal to the system. The rising price level of consumption goods evokes optimistic expectations in entrepreneurs. When prices have been rising steadily for some time, entrepreneurs will begin to reckon on the basis not merely of the prices already attained, but of a further rise in prices. 43. With the rising prices of consumption goods, the profit expectations of investments become more and more favorable, for the latter depend, in the last analysis, on the demand for consumption goods. The movement of the natural rate of interest and its divergence from the market rate of interest are now completely linked with a change in prices. With rising prices of consumption goods and at an unchanged market rate of interest, entrepreneurs increase their investments. The luring away of factors from the production of consumption goods into that of producer goods continues. The vertical structure of production shifts more and more in favor of the latter, and, owing to the changing ratio between the two departments, the demand for consumption goods increasingly surpasses their supply, the price level of consumption goods rises, which in turn increases the profit expectations of investments, and increases the natural rate of interest. This is the essence of the cumulative process. This investment boom lasts as long as the natural rate of interest exceeds the market rate. Though the banks may grant credits for investment purposes beyond the level of savings desired by society, the production of investment goods, says Wicksell, can only increase as a result of actual savings. For factors to be transferred from the production of consumer goods to that of investment goods, society has to curtail consumption. And if voluntary saving does not prove sufficient, an additional compulsory reduction of consumption must take place. The form this takes is that those strata whose incomes do not increase, or increase at a rate lower than the price level of consumption goods, are compelled to reduce their consumption, and provide so-called forced saving. Saving desired by society, plus the forced saving resulting from the rise in consumer goods prices, make an increase in investment possible in Wicksell's model. The increase in the production of investment goods at the expense of consumption goods, and thus the process of upswing and the rise in the price level, is ended, according to Wicksell, by the fact that, owing to rising prices and increasing transactions, bank reserves begin to be depleted as a result of satisfying the increased demand for credit, and the issue of banknotes begins to exceed its legal limits. As Wicksell remarks, the technical discoveries, giving rise to the increase in the natural rate of interest, have not brought them any additional supplies of money. 44. Banks are eventually compelled to raise the market rate of interest to an adequate extent. By raising the market rate of interest to the level of the natural rate, the demand for consumption goods drops to their supply level, investment will be in equilibrium with the amount of saving desired by society at the increased rate of interest, monetary equilibrium will be established, and the price level will settle at a constant level. But the new equilibrium price level will be higher than the earlier one. Everything is in equilibrium at a higher level of money prices, wage, and rents. 45 writes Wicksell. The cumulative process will take place in the reverse direction if the natural rate of interest falls below the market rate. This is the situation if the natural rate falls, while the market rate is maintained at its previous level. 46. Wicksell did not elaborate the process of a fall in the price level in anything like so detailed a way as that of price rises, he only outlines the process. Wicksell explains in his Interest and Prices the divergence of the two rates of interest by the fact that after the banks increase the market rate, the investments made at the earlier artificially low market rate mature, and thus, the natural rate falls as a result of the accumulation of real capital. 47. Below the market rate. Entrepreneurs decrease the output of the means of production and the demand for factors needed for it. As a result, the reward of the original factors will decline. A smaller quantity of total money wages and total money rent will be set against an unchanged quantity of consumption goods. Consequently, the price of consumption goods will decrease. This, in turn, reacting on the manufacture of the means of production, will further decrease it, and, as a result, the demand for consumption goods will further decline. Now the cumulative process will work itself out in a downward direction. But for Wicksell, the movement of factor prices ensures full employment even in a slump cycle, and thus the volume of production will not change even in that case, the whole activity will be maintained at its former level. 48 Wicksell characterizes the boom period by a large-scale increase in the production of fixed capital, while in depression, entrepreneurs will not venture the capital which is now being accumulated in such a fixed form. 49. The amount of consumption goods in total production increases relative to the production of the means of production. Lindahl gives this interpretation of Wicksell's not a very clear exposition. The output of consumption goods for each period is greater than it was to begin with, the capital of the community will by degrees be diminished. 50. Depression will be brought to an end either by new technical progress increasing the marginal productivity of capital, that is, the natural rate of interest, or by banks decreasing the market rate. Banks are sooner or later compelled to do the latter, because with the contraction of the money requirements of investments, surplus money will flow back to the banks, which have to pay a high rate of interest on it, but are unable to lend it at such a high rate. The workings of the modern banking system, as is clear for Wicksell, prevent the interest mechanism from performing its role in maintaining the equilibrium of saving and investment and thereby of reproduction. By adjusting the market rate to the natural rate only with a time lag, the banks continually maintain the disturbance of equilibrium, and bring about a rise or a fall in the price level. However, the function of the interest mechanism in bringing saving and investment into line will eventually, even if indirectly, assert itself. In Wicksell's view, it is precisely the movement of the price level which establishes, through its impact on bank reserves, the relationship between the market rate and the natural rate of interest in the modern banking system, and adjusts the market rate to the natural rate. For a rise in the price level, by decreasing reserves, compels the banks sooner or later to raise the market rate to the natural rate, while a fall in the price level compels them to decrease the market rate because of the increase in bank reserves. Wicksell's analysis was further refined by Lindahl and Muirdahl. Lindahl's contribution consisted mainly in introducing the various expectations of entrepreneurs and, further, in examining the process outlined by Wicksell under full and underemployment, under conditions when the factors cannot be transferred from one department to the other, or when productivity changes only in the production of either capital goods or consumption goods. Muirdahl complemented Wicksell's analysis by the introduction of his ex ante and ex post analysis already discussed in Part 4. A critique of Wicksell's theory. What progress was made by Wicksell in the determination of the price level compared with the theories discussed so far? This progress consists in the fact that Wicksell, in seeking an explanation of changes in the price level, deals with the process of reproduction. He recognizes that what is behind investment in excess of saving is an increase in the production of investment goods relative to the production of consumption goods. This accounts for the fact that total demand for consumption goods exceeds their total supply. The price level decreases, however, if the production of investment goods contracts relative to the production of consumption goods. The cumulative process described by Wicksell reflects the mutually reinforcing or weakening effect of the two departments. In his theory, the relation of the movement of the price level to cyclical changes is consciously recognized. Our conclusion is therefore that the changes in the purchasing power of money caused by credit are under existing conditions certainly ultimately bound up with industrial fluctuations. 51. He also associates profit expectations with reproduction in pointing out that any profit expectations following the first external impulse are usually dependent on the relationship between the production of investment and consumption goods. Wicksell's theory of the determination of the price level is at the same time a trade cycle theory. Ragnar Frisch considers Wicksell as the first representative of a type of trade cycle theory which is based on showing how an external impulse affecting the economy is transformed in the course of propagation into a cyclical movement. The trade cycle theory outlined by Wicksell was to be further developed by his Swedish followers, Lindahl and Myrdal, and by the Austrians Hayek and Mises. Lindahl's price formula based on the Wickellian conception also presents changes in the price level as a function of reproduction. If the market rate of interest declines, the share of investment goods in total production will grow, and consequently the relative output of consumption goods will decrease. For the expansion of the output of investment goods, entrepreneurs get the necessary credits and, following the regrouping of factors, Y will increase. An increase in Y expands consumer demand, but a fall in the market rate will also increase it by diminishing savings made from incomes. The price level of consumption goods will rise. This price level will, however, decline if the banks raise the market rate of interest. Wicksell's explanation of changes in the price level differs from that given by the cash balance approach. The latter explains changes in the price level simply by changes in the ratio of the available quantity of money to the amount of money desired to be held. Wicksell, however, goes deeper, and derives changes in the price level from cyclical changes, from changes in the relation between the production of means of production and consumption goods. But he distorts his correct recognition of the dependence of the price level on reproduction by making the banks responsible for cyclical changes in reproduction, for cyclical movements in the price level. This explanation fits in with his attempt to develop further the quantity theory of money on the basis of his analysis of the price level. In his theory, an economic upswing, a large-scale increase in the production of fixed capitals, is due to technical progress as an external impulse, while depression is caused by the fact that there are no technical discoveries which are sufficiently tested, or promise a profit in excess of the margin of risk attaching to all new enterprises. 52. If banks adjusted the rate of interest to the profit rate on capital, to the natural rate of interest, both in prosperity and in depression, increasing it during the former and decreasing during the latter period, the price level would remain the same, and presumably the real element of the crisis would be eliminated. 53. In other words, Wicksell believes that the interest or discount policy of the central bank is equally able to stop and reverse both the inflationary and deflationary processes. Since, however, the banks adjust the market rate to the natural rate only with a lag, under the pressure of changes in bank reserves, they disrupt the proportion of the two departments, causing thereby a rise or fall in the price level. Wicksell, however, reversed the true order of the causal relationships. If the production of the means of production, and Whitleyan them of fixed capitals, increases in relation to the production of consumption goods, and as a result the price level increases, or if the process of prosperity is interrupted by a depression, in which the output 0f the means of production, of fixed capitals, contracts relative to the output of consumption goods so that the price level declines, then this cannot be explained by credit considerations. On the contrary, the demand for and the supply of credit, the changes in the rate of interest, are a function of the process of reproduction. The termination of a boom period is not caused by the lack of credit. It is the boom which widens the possibilities of granting credits, because production itself is expanding, and the reflux of capitals is unhindered. Consequently, commercial credit, which Marx holds to be the basis of the credit system, expands on an immense scale. Commercial credit is the basis for issuing bank notes, and the issue of bank notes provides the basis for increasing deposit money. 54 This rapid development of loan capital is, therefore, a consequence of the development of the reproduction process. 55. Only when reproduction is interrupted, and the realization of goods C_ohms up against difficulties, when bills of exchange cannot be cashed but have to be prolonged, only then is commercial credit extended by capitalists to each other taking part in the reproduction process, bound to rely to an increasing extent on bank credit. The sharpening of contradictions, the increasing difficulties of reproduction bring forth an increase in the demand for bank credit which finally leads to a depletion of bank reserves, and the tightening of bank credit. Wicksel's illusion is succinctly characterized by Marx's following lines: in a system of production, where the entire continuity of the reproduction process rests upon credit, a crisis must obviously occur, a tremendous rush for means of payment when credit suddenly ceases and only cash payments have validity. At first glance, therefore, the whole crisis seems to be merely a credit and money crisis. And in fact, it is only a question of the convertibility of bills of exchange into money. But the majority of these bills represent actual sales and purchases, whose extension far beyond the needs of society is, after all, the basis of the whole crisis. 56. And from the fact that at the beginning of recovery, exactly because of the previous cutback of reproduction, there was ample credit available and the market rate was low, it would be incorrect to conclude, as Wicksell does, that it was the low rate of interest and the ample availability of credit which started off the process of recovery. The idea underlying Wicksell's faulty conception consists in the assumption that it is the rate of interest that regulates saving and investment and thus the proportion of consumption goods to investment goods within the national income, and if the banking system hinders the free operation of the interest mechanism, then it causes a long-term disequilibrium of reproduction, bringing about a boom or a slump. This basic role attributed to the rate of interest was to be severely criticized in non-Marxian economics by Keynes. Lindahl's formula for the explanation of the price level of consumption goods is also based upon Wicksell's faulty conception. Lindahl thinks that if saving and thus the demand for consumption goods are entirely a function of the interest rate, then, in order to determine the price level of consumption goods, he has only to set the total demand for consumption goods against their total supply. But consumer demand cannot be explained independently of class relations, on the basis of a sort of general consumer psychology. The consumer demand of the working class obeys laws entirely different from those governing the demand of the capitalist class. The consumption of the two classes can all the less be summed, as both act differently on the price level of consumer goods. The quantity of money wage paid out to the working class flows entirely to the product market. On the other hand, the consumption outlays of capitalists are in themselves indeterminate, as they are relatively independent of the capitalists' incomes. They act on the price level of consumer goods by their volume. Therefore, in determining the price level of consumer goods, the Hungarian economist Peter Erdos sets the money wages paid out to the working class against the quantity of consumer goods left out of the consumption of the capitalist class. On the other hand, if we regarded the demand for consumption goods as a function of the rate of interest, the price level would lose its relative stability, since in this case consumer demand and through it the price level of consumption goods would react to any change in the rate of interest. Keynes sees the basis of the relative stability of the price level in the relative rigidity of money wages. Wicksell, like other non-Marxian economists of his time, is confident that the movement of factor prices ensures full employment. Therefore, cyclical fluctuations appear in his system in a peculiar way. The volume of production is unchanged in the period of boom and slump alike, and only the structure of production and the price level are subject to changes. Finally, it must be noted that the vicious circle regarding the measurability of capital appears in a peculiar light in the Wickelsian conception, which attributes such a great significance to the marginal productivity of capital. Marginal productivity theory can explain the marginal productivity of capital and the natural rate of interest only in terms of market prices. The market rate of interest should be adjusted to the natural rate thus defined. However, any change in the mark rate of interest relative to the natural rate causes a price change and through it a change in the natural rate of interest, itself. 338. Part 8. The Keynesian Turning Point. In Non-Marxian Economics. Chapter 1. Introduction. The central questions of pre-Keynesian neoclassical economics were the theories of value, price, and income distribution. The representatives of this school endeavored to answer the question of what price proportions have to be established if the economic subjects, with the data of the model, want to make optimum use of the resources available to them. As these economists see it, it is the undisturbed functioning of the price mechanism that ensures this ideal result. In such a model there cannot be persistent general unemployment, because the free play of the wage mechanism adjusts demand to supply also on the labor market. And the operation of the price mechanism also ensures that the expenditure of society on consumption and investment always equals total costs of the amount of the goods produced at full employment. In this model, claiming to prove the effective functioning of the capitalist economy left to itself, there is no room for state economic intervention. In the period of the Great Depression, such theories could no longer be maintained. They sharply contradicted reality and were unable to answer the serious question facing the bourgeoisie of how to get out of the economic crisis, whose depth had been unprecedented in the history of capitalism, of how significantly to reduce unemployment, which was assuming threatening dimensions and jeopardizing the very existence of capitalism. This is how Joan Robinson writes about the first crisis of economics. The first crisis arose from the breakdown of a theory which could not account for the level of employment. The immense shock inflicted on the capitalist system compelled non-Marxian economics to turn to the burning questions of the time and find an explanation of the serious ills of the economy. In answering these questions, non-Marxian economics referred, among other things, to the presence of monopolies and to the time requirement of the economic processes. These explanations, however, did not create a new theoretical system which could have been confronted with the old one and which, as the ideology of state monopoly capitalism, would have organically included the economic intervention of the state, or would have provided a support for it. It was Keynes who succeeded in fulfilling this social demand of the bourgeoisie in the most satisfactory manner. Keynes asserted that the only measure that could be used to pass judgment on what he called classical economic theory was the question of whether it was capable of serving as a theoretical support to solve. 341. The economic problems of the real world. His critique of the classical theory, writes Keynes, does not refer primarily to its logical deficiencies. The root of its shortcomings lies in the fact that its tacit assumptions are seldom or never satisfied. Point 2, consequently, it cannot show how to cure the grave problems of the capitalist economy. As generally accepted by those economists called classical by Keynes and neoclassical by American economists, the undisturbed play of the price mechanism performs a double function. It regulates, on the one hand, how much of each good should be produced and how the factors should be combined to minimize production costs and, further, how the volume of the goods thus produced should be distributed among the owners of the individual factors. On the other hand, however, it also provides for full employment with aggregate demand being in line with aggregate supply, ensuring thereby the market for the volume of output produced at full employment. Keynes accepted only the first of the two functions ascribed to the price mechanism and rejected the second. It is in determining the volume, not the direction of actual employment, that the existing system has broken down. 3. Out of a capitalist economy represented by neoclassical economists as a world in which views on the future are reliable and not subject to changes, Keynes takes us into a world of uncertainties, a world in which people act under the impact of ideas relating to an uncertain future. Thus there is no room in it for an automatic mechanism which turns the economy in the direction of a state of full employment. The high degree of uncertainty about the profit expectations of investments makes it unlikely for Keynes that changes in the rate of interest within the scope of reality could significantly affect investment activity and create the volume of investment needed for full employment. But the uncertain future, in the form of uncertainty about changes in the future market of bonds, also prevents the movement of the rate of interest from keeping pace with a fall in the marginal efficiency of capital. Moreover, as a result of the views on future changes in the interest rate, it may get stuck at a level which is unfavorable for the realization of full employment. Keynes emphasizes that the evidence indicates that full, or even approximately full, employment is of rare and short-lived occurrence. 4. The fact that the representatives of the neoclassical view believe in automatic adjustment assuring full employment, and that Keynes rejects it, is reflected in their theoretical systems. In the neoclassical model, the system reacts to changes in aggregate demand with price changes, with the levels of output and employment remaining unchanged at full employment, whilst in Keynes's system the reaction takes place in the volume of output and employment, and prices vary only in that a change in production causes marginal costs to change. By rejecting automatic full employment, an assumption contradicting reality, Keynes invalidates neoclassical price theory. In equilibrium, under conditions of perfect competition, prices have to equal marginal costs, which, in the neoclassical interpretation, presupposes that the factors are rewarded according to their marginal productivity. The marginal productivity of factors, however, can only be determined if the number of workers employed at a given stock of capital is known. Neoclassical theory assumed that employment was full. The theory of value, the theory of allocation of resources, writes Shackle, assumes full employment. As if, however, the price mechanism does not ensure full employment, the marginal productivity of factors, and hence production costs and prices, become indeterminate, and thus the validity of neoclassical price theory sustains a severe shock. Therefore, an answer had to be found to the question of what determines the volume of employment, if no automatic adjustment exists in a capitalist economy to provide for full employment. It is for this reason that Keynes suggested the division of economics into two parts. One part would be the theory of the individual industry of firm and of the rewards and the distribution between different uses of a given quantity of resource, ES6, and the other part the theory of output and employment as a whole. 7. The problems of price theory and income distribution continue to be examined, as a rule, on a microeconomic basis. These problems, however, are subordinated to the theory of aggregate output, of aggregate employment, which requires analysis to be made on a macroeconomic basis. The shattering of confidence in the effectiveness of automatic adjustment processes in a capitalist economy directed Keynes's attention to the functioning of the economic system as a whole. Keynes clearly recognized that the price theory of his day did not, and could not, explain employment, write Brunner and Meltzer. Two alternatives were available, one a reformulation of price theory, the other a framework that separated macro and micro theory. Keynes chose the latter. 8. The paving of the way for state economic intervention also makes it necessary for the macroeconomic approach to come to the fore. And Keynes recognizes that what is achieved at a social level is something entirely different from what people want individually. What is valid at the micro level often turns into its opposite at the social level. The world is not so governed from above that private and social interest always coincide. It is not a correct deduction from the principles of economics that enlightened self-interest always operates in the public interest. Nor is it true that self-interest generally is enlightened. More often individuals acting separately to promote their own ends are too ignorant or too weak to attain even these 9. Since no automatic adjustment exists in a capitalist economy to eliminate involuntary unemployment, a high level of employment must according to Keynes be ensured by economic policy measures. But by what kind of economic policy measures? In the USA, in the 1920s, it was assumed, as Samuelson writes ECO, that the Federal Reserve System had learned forever how to curb business cycles by monetary means. A similar conclusion can also be drawn from those varieties of the quantity theory of money as were predominant in Keynes's time. Though the quantity theory was originally created with a view to determining the price level, it can, as is believed today, also be regarded as a theory of the determination of the level of nominal national income. Consequently, income is what it is because a certain amount of money is available and because this money is being spent at a certain rate LL. Out of the two components of aggregate demand interpreted as MV, V is, according to the earlier representatives of the quantity theory, an institutional datum, aggregate demand and thus nominal national income, 2, can be altered by changing M. Then the Great Depression ruined the idea that business cycles can be eliminated merely by monetary policy measures. Keynes does not believe that the cumulative process of a declining output and increasing unemployment can be stopped by such measures. In his theory of money and interest he points out that while M is changing, a change in V is fairly uncertain and indeed, a reduction in V may also compensate for an increase in M, in which case monetary policy becomes absolutely ineffective. In Keynes, monetary policy is a necessary but not sufficient condition for increasing aggregate demand, national income, and employment. Instead of monetary policy, Keynes places emphasis on fiscal policy. In determining aggregate demand and employment, Keynes ascribes a crucial role to investment. And if private investment is insufficient to ensure the aggregate demand necessary for full employment, then fiscal policy must create the necessary demand by government expenditure. According to Keynes, the national income is, through the multiplier effect, a more reliable function of investment than, given an uncertain V, of M. In the period of the Great Depression, the British Conservative government attacked the view that employment could be increased by increasing state outlays. It was, essentially, the idea of budgetary equilibrium which lay behind such arguments, the idea that government expenditure, like that of private individuals, must stay within the limits of its revenue, and cannot, without the risk of inflation, transgress the level of intended social saving with its investments. If the government, in order to diminish unemployment, creates public works opportunities and increases its outlays, it must either increase taxes or raise more credit. But the increased tax burden and the higher interest rate caused by the growing state demand for credit discourage private investments, reduces the consumer demand of the heavily taxed households, and thus it is doubtful whether public works will increase aggregate demand and employment. Seeking a solution to the problem of unemployment by economic policy measures, Keynes came to establish a number of theoretical innovations. Thus, in opposition to the orthodox view, he emphasized that it was investment that determined the magnitude of saving. Government expenditure, together with private investments, increased in a situation of unemployment the national income through the multiplier effect to such an extent that intended saving effected from national income eventually equaled the intended investment of the private sector plus government expenditure. It appeared that the government, unlike private individuals, might spend, in a situation of unemployment, over and above its revenue. National income, increased as a result of government expenditure, would ensure backing for its outlays afterwards, when the government withdrew, by taxation, such a proportion of national income which would not have materialized if such government expenditure had not been made. Preparing the theoretical basis for state economic policy, Keynes's work brought about a change in non-Marxian economics in another respect also. Robbins was still of the opinion that economic analysis is word-free in the Weber sense, 12 i.e. economics has to be an objective science which only endeavors to explore the relationship between given ends and the available resources, or to reveal the economic connections based on them without advocating or fighting particular objectives of economic policy, or passing judgment on the existing social relations. It used to be a widespread view in economics that so long as there was no unit of measurement to compare utilities between individuals, it was impossible to take up a scientifically founded position on the effect that a certain economic policy and economic system exercised upon the welfare of individuals. Saitovsky writes in this regard that a student may have learned at the university what the difference is between perfect competition and monopoly, between protectionism and free trade and between inflation and price stability, but he has seldom been given value judgments on them. 13 As a result of the shock which the Great Depression inflicted on capitalist economy, the view of bourgeois theoreticians has changed. The choice between prosperity and depression, high and low national income, high and low level of employment, or the acceptance of their realization have become so unambiguous that these activities do not require the commensurability of utilities. Paving the way theoretically for state economic intervention, Keynes passes judgment on the capitalist system left to itself, and takes sides with a definite economic policy. The outstanding faults of the economic society in which we live are its failure to provide for full employment and its arbitrary and inequitable distribution of wealth and incomes. L4. I believe that there is social and psychological justification for significant inequalities of incomes and wealth, but not for such large disparities as exist today. I conceive, that a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investment will prove the only means of securing an approximation to full employment. 16. Under the conditions of state economic intervention, modern non-Marxian economic science, primarily under the influence of Keynes, gives up its objectivity in evaluating the basic processes of capitalist economy as regards the aims of economic policy. Chapter 2. The outlines of Keynes's employment theory. In the period following the Great Depression, Keynes rejects those neoclassical assumptions which contradict reality, among them the assumption that automatic adjustment operating in a capitalist economy provides for full employment, ensures adequate aggregate demand for the amount of the goods produced at full employment. He seeks to answer the question on what the volume of aggregate demand and the volume of employment depend. Keynes examines the question of employment in the short run. Like the neoclassical price models in static equilibrium, his theory takes the level of technical knowledge, the quantity of the available factors of production, consumer tastes, and the way in which income is distributed as given, and looks for the determinants of the amount of the available labor in employment. In the short run, at the given level of technical knowledge, employment increases or decreases with output, and thus the amount of employment associated with a given capital equipment will be a satisfactory index of the amount of resultant output. 17. Besides determining employment, Keynes also attempts to determine the equilibrium level of net output, of national income. Consequently, his employment theory is at the same time an income analysis. 2. The framework of Keynesian employment theory or income analysis is simple. It is constructed on the analogy of Marshall's price theory. Each level of employment, of the production of national income, has its own aggregate costs, which are practically identical with factor costs for Keynes. 2. Entrepreneurs are willing, as a rule, to employ a certain amount of labor, to maintain the production of national income at a certain level if they hope that the expected proceeds will cover their total costs including normal profits. The proceeds so expected are the aggregate supply price of the level of employment or national income concerned, and Keynes denotes it by Z. And the aggregate supply function expresses how the aggregate supply price changes with changes in employment. In output, economists following and explaining Keynes usually represent the aggregate supply function by a straight line drawn at an angle of 45 degrees. They plot expected aggregate demand and aggregate income on the y-axis, and aggregate costs at the different levels of employment or national income including normal profits, on the x-axis. The aggregate supply function represented by a straight line drawn at an angle of 45 degrees expresses that entrepreneurs are willing to maintain any level of employment or national income only if they expect aggregate demand to equal the aggregate costs of the employment, i.e. production of the national income in question, plus normal profit. To each level of employment or the national income, Keynes also attaches an aggregate demand price, which, using his notation, is D. This is the amount of aggregate demand or aggregate proceeds that entrepreneurs expect at a certain level of employment, of the national income. The aggregate demand function connects the aggregate demand price with the different levels of employment or the national income. The form of the aggregate demand function in Figure 71, of function D, will be explained later on. In the theory of neoclassical economists, accepting Say's dogma, aggregate demand and supply prices coincide at each level of employment, of the national income. In this case, as Keynes put it, the competition between entrepreneurs would always lead to an expansion of employment up to the point at which the supply of output as a whole ceases to be elastic, i.e. where a further increase in the value of effective demand will no longer be accomplished by any increase in output. Evidently, this amounts to the same thing as full employment. 18. Keynes, however, who criticizes Say's dogma, wishes to demonstrate that aggregate demand and supply prices coincide only at one single level of employment or national income, which is the level of full employment only in exceptionally favorable cases, and is usually lower than that. To determine the equilibrium level of employment, Keynes borrows from neoclassical price theory the principle of profit maximization. Entrepreneurs increase employment and output as long as the amount of their profits increases. and the amount of their profits increases as long as the aggregate demand price exceeds the aggregate supply price. The amount of profit will be at a maximum at a volume of employment and output at which the aggregate demand and supply functions intersect. Keynes calls the value that the aggregate demand price assumes at the point of intersection effective demand. Keynes asserts that the aggregate supply function depends on the physical conditions of supply, and that the aggregate supply function involves few considerations which are not already familiar. I9. It is the part played by the aggregate demand function which has been overlooked. 20. Yet, in his opinion, the level of employment, of the national income, depends on the volume of aggregate demand. Therefore, Keynes places in the center of his work the analysis of the aggregate demand function. The explanation of short-run unemployment excludes the impact of technical development, of the growth of the organic composition of capital on the level of employment. In the course of his short-run explorations, Keynes concentrates attention on finding an answer to the question of why, given the existing data, that level of aggregate demand is not ensured which would give rise to full employment. Approaching economic phenomena from the angle of realization, of the market, he establishes, as we shall see, relationships quite different from those of neoclassical economists. Keynes does not interpret aggregate demand as MV. As Hansen points out, those who are accustomed to look at the matter trough the MV glasses, find it very difficult to conceive of any problem of inadequate aggregate demand. 21. Given the global aspect of demand, it appears that if there is no demand for one good, there will be a demand for another. In the MV approach, the market governing role of investment gets lost. Instead of a global representation of aggregate demand, Keynes distinguishes between two elements constituting aggregate demand, consumption and investment, C and I. In his theory, the level of employment, of the national income, adjusts itself to aggregate demand determined by consumption outlays and investment outlays. The decisions to consume and the decisions to invest between them determine incomes. 22. It should be noted at the outset that if the aggregate demand is composed of C and / Keynes cannot represent the aggregate demand price as a function of employment since, as we shall see, he can connect consumption, but not investment, with employment, with the national income. The sum of consumption demand and investment, as money outlays, determine in Keynes's theory nominal income, the amount of net output, of real income expressed in terms of money. Since, however, employment can be full, in Keynes' view, only in exceptionally favorable circumstances, the growth in nominal income is accompanied by changes in net output, in real income. Except in conditions of full employment, there will be an increase of real income as well as of money income. 23. Thus C, I and Y alike may be interpreted as real and nominal magnitudes. This is an essential difference between the view held by Keynes and that of the representatives of the quantity theory of money. With the latter, the determination of the price level is based precisely on the difference between nominal and real incomes. From the point of view of price determination, they took the volume of real income to be an exogenous datum, a magnitude at full employment. They maintain that if aggregate income changes, it is the price level that has to change, and nominal income adjusts itself through the price level to changes in demand, leaving real income, the volume of output, unchanged. Since, according to Keynes, output and employment move together with changes in aggregate demand and nominal income, he wishes to determine the levels of employment, output, and real income by nominal income divided by the wage unit, i.e. the money wage per unit of labor assumed to be constant. We shall measure changes in current output by reference to the number of men employed. 24. Keynes's model assumes the money wage to be an exogenous datum which changes rather slowly. It changes slowly because workers are, in Keynes's opinion, slaves to the money illusion, and resist, through their trade unions, the entrepreneurs' attempt to cut their money wages, but no trade union is willing to stage a strike whenever, with money wages being unchanged, real wages decline owing to a rise in living costs. The assumption of the Keynesian model that money wages constitute a datum, shows that Keynes does not attribute a governing role to flexible wages. Owing to the rigidity of money wages, the price level too is relatively rigid in the Keynesian model. When demand changes, the price level can change at most to the extent to which marginal costs are increasing with the rise in output. We can speak about the rigidity of money wages only in the sense that workers really resist any attempt to cut their money wages. But precisely the inflationary tendencies today provide the evidence that the workers are far from being slaves to the money illusion. They demand, and by fighting for it, often succeed in getting a wage index tied to the price index. They pay attention not only to changes in money wages but also to the movement of the price level. In the following we shall examine following Keynes, the determinants of the amount of consumption, demand and investment. For both elements of aggregate demand, Keynes establishes functional relationships different from those set up by neoclassical economics. Thus the Keynesian theory provides at the same time the basis for a critique of Say's dogma, which assumes that aggregate demand grows in line with an increase in aggregate supply. Chapter 3. Keynes's theory of aggregate demand. Consumer demand. Neoclassical economists supposed that the available resources were fully utilized, and thus the volume of the national income was constant in the short run, with the quantities of factors and technical knowledge being given. They directed their attention to the way in which consumers distribute their given incomes optimally between their present and future needs, that is, to the proportion which they spend on consumption and that which they save. And they came to the conclusion that this depends on the level of the rate of interest. Keynes, on the other hand, points out that the automatic adjustment processes of the capitalist economy do not provide for full employment. The volume of employment and with it of the national income to change in the short run even with the above factors being constant. Essentially, he is concerned with the question of how consumption, or saving, changes with the national income. The representatives of neoclassical economics try to determine, on the basis of the rational choice of the consumer, the division of the given income between consumption and saving. Keynes, however, sees it as the manifestation of consumer psychology, and thereby attempts to explain how consumption or saving changes with income. The psychology of the community is such that when aggregate real income is increased, aggregate consumption is increased, but not by so much as income 25. Or, when real income increases, the community will wish to consume a gradually diminishing proportion of it 26. Expressed in terms FHDCH. L. H. O mat emetlx, dash, te margma propensity to consume, tet increment dy of consumption as a proportion of an infinitesimally small increase in income, falls as income rises. And since saving is income minus consumption, similarly, saving too is a function of income. This functional relationship between consumption, or saving, on the one hand, and income, on the other, the Keynesian consumption function, or as it came to be called later, the absolute income hypothesis, plays a central part in Keynes's theoretical system. It is on the basis of this function that he tries to determine in what proportion investment expands the market and through it the national income. As he puts it in a study written later, this psychological law was of the utmost importance in the development of my own thought, and it is, I think, absolutely fundamental to the theory of effective demand. 27. He explains the lag of consumer demand behind the growth of the national income partly by lagged adjustment. In the short run, there is not enough time for consumption habits to adjust themselves to the changed conditions. For a man's habitual standard of life has the first claim on his income, and he is apt to save the difference which discovers itself between his actual income and the expense of his habitual standard. 28. The lag, however, does not establish any real functional relationship between consumption, or saving, and income. Therefore, Keynes investigates in detail what factors affect the propensity to consume, what proportion of their income people spend on consumption. He distinguishes objective and subjective factors. Among the objective factors he mentions the change in the difference between income and net income. the more of the income is set aside as sinking funds or depreciation allowances, the less is left for consumption. On the other hand, the windfall changes in capital values not allowed for in calculating net income, increase the consumption expenditures out of the income. Here Keynes makes reference to the wealth effect, which plays such an important role in contemporary non-Marxian economics, the effect that a rise in asset values, whether it be the consequence of an increase in the marginal efficiency of capital, or of a decrease in the rate of interest, raises the propensity to consume out of current income. In present-day non-Marxian literature, great significance is attached, besides the substitution and income effects of a change in the rate of interest, to its effect on wealth. Of these effects, Keynes ascribes a certain significance to the wealth effect in respect of consumption demand or saving. 29 Among the subjective factors affecting the propensity to consume, or stimulating the individual to refrain from spending his income, are included in Keynes's system the provision of funds for emergencies, old age, the education of children, the pleasure of a sense of independence and of the awareness of being able to do things, though without a clear idea or definite intention of specific action, the securing of the maneuvering basis for carrying out speculative or business plans, the intention to leave an inheritance, mere avarice, etc. Keynes stresses that the subjective factors are unlikely to undergo a material change over a short period of time except in abnormal revolutionary circumstances. 30 Whilst the short period influence of changes in the rate of interest and the other objective factors is often of secondary importance. 31. Thus the propensity to consume is a fairly stable function. 32. And short period changes in consumption largely depend on changes in the rate at which income is being earned and not on changes in the propensity to consume out of a given income. 33. Consumption demand has in Keynes's system a double role. As one element of aggregate income, it determines the volume of the national income, but it is also dependent on it. Making consumption outlays and saving dependent on the volume of real income, Keynes explains the lag of consumption demand behind the increase in the national income, referring this time to consumer psychology, as follows. The satisfaction of the immediate primary needs of a man and his family is usually a stronger motive than the motives towards accumulation. 34. Therefore, people belonging to a lower income group spend their full incomes on buying consumer goods. At a particular level of income, when a margin of comfort has been attained, 35 a new desire arises in the consumer, the desire to save, which, with the increase in real income, grows at an ever faster rate. Keynes interprets saving, as also reflected by the subjective factors giving rise to it, differently. From neoclassical economics. The act of saving implies, not a substitution for present consumption of some specific additional consumption, but a desire for wealth as such, that is for a potentiality of consuming an unspecified article at an unspecified time. 36. Keynes thinks that with a stable function between income and consumption outlays it is possible to predict how much, at the different levels of the national income, people want to spend on consumption and how much they want to save. Does such an interrelationship as established by Keynes really exist between the levels of consumption and saving, on the one hand, and changes in income, on the other? This question has also been widely debated in non-Marxian literature. Keynes treats the consumption and saving of the capitalist and working classes under one heading. He attempts to disclose the factors affecting aggregate consumption and aggregate saving in general, irrespective of class relations. In reality, most savings stem from firms that are compelled to save by the competitive struggle, the hunt for profit, by their endeavor to maintain or even expand their market shares, and not by some sort of consumer psychology. As soon as we assume that a substantial proportion of saving is not consumer saving, it becomes impossible to make the level of saving, merely by means of consumer psychology, dependent on the national income. But then the amount of the multiplier, interpreted as the reciprocal of the marginal propensity to save, also becomes indeterminate, and so does the level of national income attached to the given level of investment. The firm's decisions on the level of their savings cannot be explained by a kind of consumer psychology. Now the question arises if the consumer psychology as defined by Keynes can be applied to consumer behavior in general. It is also impossible to establish a general principle in respect of the consumer's decision on spending a certain proportion of his income, a principle which is independent of his position in society and stems from a kind of consumer nature. It is impossible to give the motives for saving, regardless of class relations. Among the motives enumerated by Keynes as affecting the propensity to consume in general, we can hardly find a few which can be supposed to give rise to saving in the Keynesian sense also within the working class. The worker will not and cannot save to enjoy the pleasure of a sense of independence, or to set aside reserves for manoeuvring or speculative purposes. Keynes's consumption function is designed to explain the consumption of the different social classes in conformity with different laws on a uniform basis, by means of an abstract consumer psychology. In reality, the consumption of the working class and the capitalist class as well as their incomes from which they cover their consumption, are governed by different laws. In Keynes's time, the savings of the working class were insignificant. The working class spent its total income, as a rule, on buying consumer goods. Therefore, in order to find out how its consumption demand changes, we ought to know about the short and long-term movement of its wages. The consumption of the capitalist class is rather inelastic. It does not fall with a fall in profit, and grows just slightly when the profit rises. The laws governing the volume and the changes of capitalist consumption are still not sufficiently known to us. However, the Keynesian consumption function seems to be generally observable in the short-term changes of consumption outlays made out of profits. The Keynesian propensity to consume in fact reflects in a vulgar way that the capitalist intends to get the highest possible income not in order to consume still more, but to increase his abstract wealth in the greatest possible degree. Therefore, unlike the neoclassical economists, Keynes stresses that saving does not include the desire for future consumption, and this is why he fails to represent in his theory the rational distribution of income between the satisfaction of present and future needs. Then, in Keynes's model, the consumer makes profitable use of his income saved either by buying securities or, if he deems the future to be unfavorable, by keeping it in cash. But he tries to explain the desire for the acquisition of abstract wealth by consumer psychology. Explaining the relationship between national income and consumption demand by a consumer psychology interpreted apart from social relations, Keynes finds that the inadequacy of consumer demand is primarily the consequence of the low propensity of society to consume. Within the existing framework of distribution relations, the members of society will not consume enough. But differences in class relations break through the consumer psychology constructed by Keynes. The marginal propensity to consume is lower in the capitalist than in the working class. Therefore, Keynes too refers to the possibility of raising the level of consumer demand out of a given national income through the redistribution of incomes. Samuelson 37 calls attention to the statistical difficulties in constructing a social consumption function. Kuznets was the first to examine the long-run relationship between consumption demand and national income. It has turned out, however, that consumption changes with national income in the long run differently from how Keynes assumed it did in the short run. Kuznets's calculations revealed that average propensity to consume was practically constant in the long run, though real income increased substantially. Attempts to reconcile the short and long-run consumption functions. In the macroeconomic theory of consumption, one of the central problems has been posed in the post-war period by the reconciliation of the short-run consumption function formulated by Keynes with the long-term consumption function revealed by Kuznets. One of the attempts to solve the problem is the relative income hypothesis. Summarizing the ideas of its representatives, we can outline the following picture. The individual adjusts himself in his consumption habits to the members of his own social stratum. He competes with them, and seeks steadily to achieve the highest possible income. And if he succeeds in reaching a higher living standard, he sticks to it even if his income has fallen off. Duisenberry now tried to connect the short and long-term consumption functions with one another in the following manner. In his view, consumers adjust their short-run consumption outlays, owing to the cyclical fluctuations of incomes, to the highest income level reached at the top of the boom. Once they are accustomed to that higher living standard, they refuse to cut their consumption even if their income drops in depression. As their income declines, their consumption will change as a result of a double effect. They insist, on the one hand, on the living standard reached at the highest level of their income, while the fall in their income tends to restrict their consumption. This will result in a slower rate of decrease in consumption than in income, and consumers will choose to cut their savings. J.S. Duesenberry calls this effect the ratchet effect. With the decrease of income from Y, the highest level reached in the short-run cyclical fluctuation, to YT, consumption demand will move along the curve C. Therefore, according to Duesenberry, short-term consumption is a function of the current and the highest income level reached before, represented in the system of coordinates. When now income rises again from Y1 to Y, consumption will move to its 354 earlier highest level along the same short-term path. With this reasoning, it appears, Duesenberry supported the Keynesian assumption. Then, when income has risen again to the highest level reached earlier and approaches the highest level of the following cycle, Y, consumption will rise along its long-term trend, i.e. with a more or less unchanged ratio. The earlier highest income will no longer exercise an effect on the volume of consumption. To the income Y we can also construct a short-term consumption function just as to the highest income levels of the following cycles, to Y, etc. Y, etc. represent the long-term trends of changes in the national income. C1 is the long-term trend of consumption outlays, which expresses that consumption changes over a long-term period in an unchanged proportion to the rise in income. In connection with the long-term growth of consumption, Modigliani refers, among other things, to the fact that with technical progress new products and new services emerge which, with the increase in income, raise the desire to buy. 38 By distinguishing between permanent income or consumption and measured income or consumption, Friedman also attempts to reconcile the short-term consumption function with the long-term one. Measured income and measured consumption are actual income and actual consumption, while permanent income is average income with which consumers may reckon on average over a long-term period. Friedman represents it as the weighted average of measured incomes, and states that the more remote a given income, the lesser is its weight in averaging, and the sum of weights equals unity. According to his so-called permanent income hypothesis, consumers plan their expenditure not on the basis of their actual but on that of their permanent income. The consumption outlays thus incurred are permanent consumption outlays. Permanent consumption outlays represent a constant proportion of permanent income. This proportion, says Friedman, does not depend on the size of permanent income but does depend on other variables, 39. And thus may vary from consumer to consumer. From among these variables let us isolate wealth, which plays such a pronounced role in contemporary consumption theory. The explorations relating to the effect of wealth upon consumption strengthened, writes Katona, after the Second World War. In many countries war expenses were financed, at least partly, by selling government bonds. This raised the amount of liquid wealth available to the people. Incentives to save were supposed to weaken with an increase in wealth. The richer the family, the smaller the need to add to its wealth. Many economists thereupon postulated that given unchanged income, the greater the liquid assets, the larger the proportion of income spent. 40. The difference between actual and permanent income or consumption is a transitory component of income or consumption. The transitory component reflects the effect of factors which the consumer regards as chance or random as well as errors of measurement. Friedman stresses that, the transitory components of consumption and income can be taken to be interrelated with the corresponding permanent components and with each other. They are an essential part of the hypothesis presented in this monograph. 41. As he says, a short-term increase in consumer income by an unforeseeable quantity results in a rise in the proportion of saving. Conversely, when the consumer experiences a transitory decrement of income, it nonetheless adjusts consumption to permanent income, financing any excess over measured income by drawing down assets or increasing liabilities. The transitory components of income shop up primarily in changes in the consumer unit's assets and liabilities, that is, in his measured saving. 2. While, therefore, the long-term relationship between permanent income and permanent consumption is constant, the case is different in the relationship between measured income and measured consumption. The ratio of consumption to income declines as measured income increases. 43. It is further argued in the permanent income hypothesis that consumption may also be influenced by the transitory element, but only indirectly, through the wealth effect, and as long as it alters wealth. 44. Close to Friedman's permanent income hypothesis is the so-called life cycle hypothesis of savings of Modigliani, Brumberg, and Ando. In a jointly written article, Modigliani and Brumberg state that they wish to replace Keynes's mysterious psychological law with the principle that men are disposed as a rule and on average to be forward-looking animals. 4s. According to their theory, the major purpose of the individual's savings is to ensure reserves for himself in case of substantial changes in his income, including changes that may typically occur during his life cycle, notably at retirement, less systematic short-term fluctuations of his income, and emergencies. In each period of his active life he strives, even in the case of a decline in his income or of retirement, to maintain the same standard of living which he had ensured for himself on average in the period in question. Hence, there exists no close relationship between the consumption of a short period and the income of the same period. The rate of consumption in any period is a facet of a plan which extends over the balance of the individual's life, while the income accruing within the same period is but one element which contributes to the shaping of such a plan. 46. His saving in a given period is proportionate to the accustomed level of his income in that period, i.e. proportionate only on average to the consumer's basic earning capacity in the given period. This statement is analogous to the one made by Friedman, namely, that the relationship between permanent income and permanent consumption is constant. What will happen when the current income unexpectedly rises above the earlier accustomed level? Saving will rise either because the consumer deems that the change is only transitory, or because he expects that the increase in his income will be a steady one, and in this case his assets are too low to enable the household to live for the rest of its expected life on a scale commensurate with the new level of income. 47. He will increase the stock of his assets by increasing his savings. Otherwise, when his income decreases, he will cut his savings or consume his accumulated wealth, i.e. he will carry out dissaving in order to fulfill his optimal consumption plan which is in accordance with the new situation. The life cycle hypothesis of savings allows the transitory component of income a certain slight degree of direct effect on current consumption, and in this respect it somewhat differs from Friedman's theory. The elasticity of consumption with respect to income is also a function of the consumer's age. This elasticity decreases with age. According to Modigliani and Brumberg, if the consumer deems the increase in his current income to be permanent, then in his more advanced age he has to make great efforts to increase his savings, and through them his wealth, if he is to enjoy a higher income in retirement. Young people, however, when their income increases to a permanently higher level, tend to spend more on consumption because of the greater number of years over which the higher level of income will be received. With respect to the attempts further to develop the consumption function, we must make the same objection as we have made with respect to the Keynesian saving function. The followers of the theory think that by analyzing consumer behavior they can account for changes in saving. However, most of the savings are made not upon consumer considerations but exclusively on business considerations. As regards the business savings of the capitalist class, it can hardly be stated that the richer the family, the lesser its claim to increase its wealth. And even if most people strive to create a reserve fund to insure themselves against possible falls in income, or against unforeseeable expenses, yet, as Katona remarks, many people in their 40s and 50s appear to have given some thought, often considerable thought, to the questions of what they will do and how they will find the means to satisfy their needs during retirement. 48. Moreover, The theories of consumer behavior as discussed above are trying to disclose characteristics of a general consumer behavior which is independent of class relations. Non-Marxian critique too is aware of the inadequacy of assuming indiscriminately identical preferences concerning present and future consumption for families with lower and higher incomes alike. It is also of crucial importance for saving habits whether what is involved is wage or profit income. 49. Life cycle saving does not occur with every social stratum and, in addition, also depends on the prevailing social relations and institutions, on the fact, for example, how developed in a given society national insurance is. Further, for the allocation of the transitory part of income to consumption or saving, or to buying capital assets, the social position of the consumer is of vital importance. Obviously, the way in which a worker and a capitalist uses his unexpected income is different. Criticizing Friedman's theory, Botkin refers to the jump in consumer demand caused by the once-for-all rent paid to American veterans in 1950. The American veterans spent this unexpected rise in their income almost completely on buying consumer goods. So. Chapter 4. Investment. Investment has a central role to play in Keynes's theoretical system. The general theory devotes a whole book to the inducement to invest, writes Shackle. 51 at the important points. Keynes regards demand for investment as the basic element of aggregate demand. As a result of investment, aggregate demand, and within it the demand for consumer goods grow, and so does employment, too. Increased employment for investment must necessarily stimulate the industries producing for consumption and thus lead to a total increase of employment which is a multiple of the primary employment required by the investment itself. 52. The expectation of an increased excess of investment over saving, will induce entrepreneurs to increase employment and output. 53. The central role of investment in Keynes reflects a real relationship, namely, that at the macro level surplus value is embodied primarily in investment goods and is realized therefore by the entrepreneur's investments. Consequently, it is investment demand that stimulates capitalist production. What does Keynes understand by investment? Current investment is equal to the value of that part of current output which is not consumed. 54. Investment consists of fixed capital, working capital or liquid capital. 55. Keynes's definition of investment also subsumes under the concept of investment unintended changes in inventories, and this is precisely which Keynes means by liquid capital. With investment thus interpreted, we must emphasize that it is only the intended investment of the capitalist class which realizes surplus value. True, that part of the national income which is piled up in the form of unsold inventories in the entrepreneur's warehouses is surplus value, too, in that it is an amount of value created by labor but never enjoyed by the working class, yet it is not realized surplus value. What in Keynes stimulates investment? In making their investment decisions, entrepreneurs compare the capitalized market value of investment goods with their supply price, or more exactly, with their replacement cost. Capitalized market value is the value discounted at the current rate of interest of the expected net yields of capital. If this net value exceeds the supply price of the capital good, it is profitable to invest. Put another way, looking at the motive stimulating investment, Keynes maintains that we must find the discount rate which equates the expected net yields of capital with the supply price of the capital good in question. Keynes calls this discount rate, i.e. the rate of the expected net return over the supply price of the capital good, marginal efficiency of capital. He borrowed the concept from Irving Fisher. The marginal efficiency of capital differs from the marginal productivity of capital as commonly interpreted. According to Keynes, economists generally represent the marginal productivity of capital in a static way, basing it on the current return on capital, while they describe the net present value as capitalized current return. In other words, they assume that the prospective return on capital equaled the yield of capital in the present. There is no changing future to influence the present. 56. That is, the entrepreneur made his investments in the expectation of certain profits. Using the concept of the marginal efficiency of capital, Keynes wanted to show that since investment takes place over time and is completed in the future, the entrepreneur's investment decisions are governed by uncertain expectations of prospective yields. The outstanding fact is the precariousness of the basis of knowledge on which our estimates of prospective yield have to be made. Our knowledge of the factors which will govern the yield of an investment some years hence is usually very slight and often negligible. 57. The uncertainty of the future influences the present in Keynes mainly through the marginal efficiency of capital. The investment decisions are made difficult not only by the uncertain expectations of prospective yields, but also by the frequent changes in these expectations over time, since they cannot be checked before the investments are completed. The uncertainty and variability concerning the prospective yields of investment are, according to Keynes, increased by the growing role of the stock exchange in investment decisions. There are people who spend large sums on new establishments only to sell them at the stock exchange. Certain investments are governed not by the real expectations of professional entrepreneurs but rather by those of speculators. And Keynes points to the increasing danger that with the further refinement of the organization of investment markets, speculation will get the advantage over realistic investments. Thus in a capitalist economy left to itself, the volume of investment is subject to the vagaries of the marginal efficiency of capital as determined by the private judgment of individuals ignorant or speculative. 58. In Keynes's view, in the course of continuous investment the marginal efficiency of capital will diminish. 59. Thus he takes over from marginal productivity theory the principle of diminishing returns, which means that the entrepreneur will invest until the marginal efficiency of capital falls to the level of the rate of interest. Thus in his system investment is a function of the marginal efficiency of capital and of the rate of interest. In the chapters of his general theory on interest Keynes mentions the uncertainty and instability of the marginal efficiency of capital and the long-term inflexibility of the interest rate as factors preventing investment from attaining a level needed to establish full employment. According to Lejeunhuf-Vaude, Keynes does not believe in the efficiency of monetary policy because of the inflexibility of the long-term rate of interest. 60 In the general theory, however, we can also find statements to the effect that even flexibility of the rate of interest could not offset the unfavorable state of the marginal efficiency of capital and in this case monetary policy alone, on account of the interest inelasticity of investment, is not effective. During the downward phase, he writes, the schedule of the marginal efficiency of capital may fall so low that it can scarcely be corrected, so as to secure a satisfactory rate of new investment, by any practicable reduction in the rate of interest. 61. In another place, the collapse in the marginal efficiency of capital may be so complete that no practicable reduction in the rate of interest will be enough. 62. The rate of interest exercises, in normal circumstances, a great though not a decisive, influence on the rate of investment. 63. The fluctuations in the market estimation of the marginal efficiency of different types of capital, will be too great to be offset by any practicable changes in the rate of interest. 64. He explains the trade cycle, unlike Wicksell, not by the fact that the banks adjust the market interest rate to the natural interest rate belatedly. He simply asserts that the trade cycle is best regarded as being occasioned by a cyclical change in the marginal efficiency of capital. 65. There can be no doubt about it that with unchanged profit prospects a low level of the rate of interest may stimulate investment. But in a phase of depression, when profit expectations steadily deteriorate, and the danger arises that entrepreneurs will not only not realize any profit on their investments but not even recover their costs, monetary policy cannot, even with a flexible rate of interest, bring the decline to a halt and start a recovery. If we follow the Keynesian train of thought against the assumption that monetary policy is able to realize full employment given a flexible rate of interest, we can say that if the marginal efficiency of capital is low at the very outset, then in the course of continuous investment, the marginal efficiency of capital will reach even a rate of interest reduced by monetary policy at a much lower level of investment than that needed to achieve full employment. Keynes analyzes the role of investment in the short run and takes into account only the income increasing effect of investment, namely how investment outlays can also expand consumption. This gave rise to criticisms raised first by Domar. It should be noted, however, that Keynes becomes occasionally aware of the fact that completed investments increase serious troubles in capitalist economy. Thus he mentions that in the developed capitalist economies the propensity to consume is low, and therefore a great many investments are needed to compensate for the loss in aggregate demand from savings. With the investments completed, however, the accumulated stock of capital is growing, which worsens profit expectations. Not only is the marginal propensity to consume weaker in a wealthy community, but, owing to its accumulation of capital being already larger, the opportunities for further investment are less attractive, 66, and thus it becomes ever more difficult to find new investment opportunities. As if forestalling Domar, he asserts that, each time we secure today's equilibrium by increased investment, we are aggravating the difficulty of securing equilibrium tomorrow. 67, and full of anxiety for the future, he raises the question of what will happen when the stock of capital is so large that demand will be saturated. This question, says Keynes, has been raised so far only in connection with public investments. What will you do, it is asked, when you have built all the houses and roads and town halls and electric grids and water supplies and so forth which the stationary population of the future can be expected to require? 68. In Keynes's opinion, however, same difficulty applies to private investment and to industrial expansion. 69. In actual fact, however, since in the course of economic development population and with it wants too are increasing, no danger exists that investments will reach a stage when the needs of the population are all satisfied. Keynes may have come to this conclusion when, having realized the capacity expanding effect of investments, he gave up the assumption that the volume of capital stock was a datum, while continuing to maintain unchanged the other data of his model such as consumers' needs, population, the level of technical knowledge, distribution relations, etc. When completed, the investments come into conflict with the capitalists' profit interests. With the utilization of increased capacities, the supply of consumer goods would grow. And since consumer goods embody surplus value on the macro level only to a small extent, the lion's share of demand in the market of consumer goods being represented, owing to its very size, by the working class, the increase in the supply of consumer goods, unless it is offset by increased investment, diminishes the rate of realized surplus value, decreasing the profit margin realized in the product price. If, however, in order to avoid that, entrepreneurs do not fully utilize the increased capacities, investments will be discouraged. This is the Marxist explanation of the problem raised by Keynes of why capital accumulation, increased as a result of investments completed earlier, deteriorates the profit expectations of further investments. The recognition that increased capital accumulation, as a consequence of earlier, completed investments, diminishes the rate of realized profit and reduces expected profits, induces Keynes to distinguish between produced and realized profit when he asserts, if capital becomes less scarce, the excess yield will diminish, without its having become less productive at least, in the physical sense. 70. On the other hand, it compels him to adopt a very superficial interpretation of the source of profit. He sees the source of profit simply in the scarcity of capital goods. The only reason why an asset offers a prospect of yielding during its life services having an aggregate value greater than its initial supply price is because it is scarce. 71. Profit expectations, the assessment of how future effective demand will change in response to future supply, are completely indeterminate in Keynes. He classes the marginal efficiency of capital among the independent variables of his theoretical system. In this way, he involuntarily adopts the point of view of individual capitalists who are not in a position to control the expected profit on their investments. Thus the view he adopts on the question of expectations lags far behind the approach taken by the Swedish economists who attempt at least to fit expectations as determinable factors into their theoretical systems. Shackle blames Keynes because in his system the expectations do not rest on anything solid, determinable, demonstrable. 72. But if investments are so greatly dependent on a number of unpredictable elements of the economic system, on exogenous factors, then no stable investment function can be constructed. Consequently, the point of intersection of the aggregate demand and supply curves cannot be unambiguous, apart from the difficulties arising from the construction of the consumption function, due to the instability of the investment function. Depending on changes in the entrepreneur's profit expectations, we may get different points of intersection. In connection with Keynes's investment theory, we still have to add that he does not consistently stand by his statement that investment demand constitutes the decisive element of aggregate demand. Occasionally, he appears to defend the position that the low level of investment demand could be offset by increasing consumer demand. If it is impracticable, he writes, materially to increase investment, obviously there is no means of securing a higher level of employment except by increasing consumption. 73. Keynes's representation of the relationship between saving and investment. In Keynes's view, each individual is supposed to be free to make savings irrespective of his own or other people's investments. But society as a whole can, in his view, save neither more nor less than what entrepreneurs wish to invest. This view is opposed to that of the neoclassical school, and makes Say's dogma untenable. It was a postulate of the neoclassical model that saving automatically becomes investment, and thus demand grows together with output. In contradistinction, Mrs. Robinson stresses that if saving directly caused investment, it would be very difficult to see how unemployment could possibly occur. 74. For Keynes, saving alone cannot create investment. Approaching the relationships from the aspect of realization, of demand, he came to the conclusion that in order to save, we have first to realize the income made, which in turn necessitates an appropriate demand. The demand needed to realize intended saving is created by investment. Consequently, if there is no sufficiently strong inducement to invest, the intended saving of society cannot come into being. This follows from the simple fact that, there cannot be a buyer without a seller or a seller without a buyer. 75. He who saves, will buy less than he sells. Obviously, everybody cannot save all at the same time. Some people can afford to sell more than they buy, because there are people who buy more than they sell. Those individuals, for example, who spend not only the money they received for their commodities sold but also their earlier savings, make it possible for others to save. But in this case society cannot save anything, since the savings of individuals are offset at a social level by the dissavings of others, i.e. the spending of earlier savings. Investment creates a demand until it is completed, without the investors taking commodities to the market. Investment makes it possible for certain individuals in society to sell more than they buy, that is, for saving to be effected also on a social plane. Should society wish to save more than it invests, total demand will be less than the volume of net output, and the income of certain people will therefore decrease. They will save less than the level they intended to reach, and the social volume of saving will drop to the level of investment. Every such attempt to save more by reducing consumption will so affect incomes that the attempt necessarily defeats itself. 76. Neoclassical economics maintains that increased saving will appear through the network of credit as increased credit supply, which in turn, by reducing the rate of interest, will stimulate investment. It will be clear from the above that this reasoning is incorrect. Without appropriate investment, intended saving cannot materialize. Nor can society save less than it invests. Otherwise, it would want to consume more than the amount of consumer goods offered for sale, and the rising price of consumer goods would reduce consumer demand to the volume of supply, and raise effective saving thereby to the level of investment. The extent of effective saving is necessarily determined by the scale of investment. 77. Thus saving is always equal to investment for Keynes, who defined both of them as being parts of the national income not used for private consumption. Society does not require commodities for consumption purposes to the extent of saving, and thus he regards the commodity not consumed as investment. What is invested, however, cannot be consumed from the national income, it must therefore be saved. From the constant equality of saving and investment follows the problem of how saving can nevertheless deviate from investment in Keynesian analysis, how he can assert that unemployment takes place because investment is seldom stimulated to reach the level of savings which society wishes to make out of its income at full employment. The solution to the problem was provided by the Swedish economists who, by analogy with price theory, distinguished, in respect of saving and investment, between equality and equilibrium. In the market, demand and supply are always equal in the sense that total sales and total purchases are always equal. But demand and supply are not always in equilibrium. It is obvious to use the Marxist terminology that if demand is equated with supply by a price which is either higher or lower than the social production price, equality does not mean equilibrium. It does not mean equilibrium because a market price differing from social production price stimulates an increase or a decrease in output. Similarly, saving and investment, according to the Swedish economists, are always equal, but not always in equilibrium. The members of society may have wished to save more or less at the given level of the national income than the entrepreneur's intended investment. In this case, despite their equality, there is no equilibrium between saving and investment. Keynes does not make any distinction between them. In demonstrating the equality of saving and investment, he either points out their actual equality, or refers to their being in equilibrium. The merging of equality with equilibrium follows in Keynes from the fact that his method of analysis is that of comparative statics. He focuses on equilibrium positions and skips the intermediate positions. In order to demonstrate the difference between equality and equilibrium, the Swedish economists, in much the same way as in respect of demand and supply, also distinguish, in relation to saving and investment, between ex ante and ex post magnitudes. Ex ante saving and investment are the intended volume of saving and investment, and ex post saving and investment are actually materialized saving and investment. Hence saving and investment are always equal ex post, but it is not sure that they are equal magnitudes ex ante. 2. Ex post saving and investment contain unintended as well as intended saving and investment. The question is how the Swedish economists demonstrate the equality of ex post saving and investment by introducing the concept of unintended saving and investment. Their approach is of a double nature. With a given level of national income, if there is a difference between intended saving and intended investment, then either the price level or the volume of inventories may be treated as variable. Let us examine the first case. If, at a given level of national income, the entrepreneur's intended investment exceeds society's intended saving, then society wishes to spend more than the total cost of national income including normal profit. It is the rise in the price level which restricts consumption to the limits of output, and equates demand with supply. As a result of a rise in the price level, entrepreneurs will realize a profit which is larger than the expected one. The businessman who, after the closing of his accounts, finds that he has had a larger net income than he expected and that therefore the surplus over and above his consumption is greater than his planned savings, had provided unintentional savings which are equal to this extra surplus 78. Contrarily, if, at a given level of the national income, the entrepreneur's intended investment lags behind society's intended saving, and thus society wishes to spend less than the aggregate supply price of the national income, the price level will fall, which will ensure the realization of the whole quantity of output, equating demand with supply. The resulting consequences have already been dealt with. The entrepreneur's income will fall below the expected level, and their actual saving will lag behind their planned saving. Because of this unintended disavowing, the actual, ex post saving of society will be equal to intended investment. The fall of actual saving to the level of intended investment means that the Swedish economists assumed that intended investment always materialized, and a deviation was possible only between ex ante and ex post saving in the form of unintended saving. The ex post equality of saving and investment appears to be different if, at a given level of the national income, when there is a deviation between intended saving and intended investment, supply adapts through changes in inventories to the amount which society intends to spend. Such a case may arise, for example, if monopolies fix the price. In this case, when consumer demand and investment together do not reach the volume of the national income already produced, that is, part of the national income is not consumed by society and entrepreneurs themselves do not want to invest it either, then society may not save more in money than investment, but the unconsumed part of real income which piles up as unsaleable stock in the entrepreneurs' warehouses will increase their inventories. This increase in inventories is not intended investment. Intended investment below intended saving has now produced unintentional investment, and the sum of intended and unintended investment, i.e. ex post investment, is equal to intended saving. If, however, at a given level of the national income, intended investment exceeds intended saving, the aggregate demand price surpasses supply price, the increase in sales has been attended by a contraction in stocks, 79 without any price rise, the result will be an unintentional disinvestment, 80. And the difference between intended and unintended investment will result in ex post investment equal to intended saving. In the cases now discussed, intended saving materializes, and intended investment is not realized, in that entrepreneurs wish to invest more or less than the unconsumed quantity of the real income. With unintended investment included, it turns out that the Keynesian proposition according to which the volume of investment determines the volume of saving, applies to intended investment. Keynes does not know the concepts of unintended saving and investment. As has already been mentioned, his explorations are directed towards equilibrium positions, and in such positions no unintended investment and unintended saving can occur. Examining further the relation of investment to saving in Keynes, we find that the approach to the problem is determined by breaking away from the neoclassical view, which maintains that the automatic adjustments of the capitalist economy ensure that aggregate demand grows together with aggregate supply, and full employment is realized. The confrontation of the state of the economy under full and underemployment runs through his whole work. He maintains that those theses of economics which are valid at full employment lose their validity at underemployment. He calls neoclassical economics Euclidean economics, since they set up their propositions under the assumption of full employment. Keynes wishes to create a general theoretical system in the sense that, we need, to work out the behavior of a system in which involuntary unemployment in the strict sense is possible. 81. He agrees with neoclassical economics in the assumption that at full employment investment can be increased without inflation only if society increases its savings, i.e. decreases its consumption. In conditions of full employment a low propensity to consume is conducive to the growth of capital. 82. If in conditions of full employment intended investment exceeded intended saving, the aggregate demand in excess of aggregate supply would cause inflation. When full employment is reached, any attempt to increase investment still further will set up a tendency in money prices to rise without limit, i.e. we shall have reached a state of true inflation. 83. But in this case too the proposition will remain valid, namely, that investment enables savings to be made, and society has always to save as much as the amount of intended investment. At underemployment, however, up to the point where full employment prevails, the growth of capital depends not at all on a low propensity to consume. 84. Investment, and with it consumer demand, may grow without any danger of inflation arising. If, however, in conditions of underemployment, society's intended saving increases, this will decrease the demand for consumer goods and will not stimulate but discourage investment. Thereby, the act of saving will not merely depress the price of consumption goods and leave the efficiency of existing capital unaffected, but may actually tend to depress the latter also. In this event it may reduce present investment demand as well as present consumption demand. 85. The Keynesian statement that intended saving does not automatically change into intended investment, undermine the attempt of neoclassical reasoning to prove the necessity of unequal income distribution. The neoclassical view held that large-scale inequalities in distribution relations were favorable for the economy as they increased the volume of saving. If, however, intended saving, given full employment, exceeds the volume of intended investment, and this is what Keynes holds to be the source of the serious ills of advanced capitalist countries. It is not the wealth but the poverty of society, i.e. unemployment, which grows. Translating Keynes's statements into Marxist terminology, if the spendings of the capitalist class do not reach the level of the surplus value produced, then part of it remains unrealized, which will in turn exercise an unfavorable impact on output. Chapters: the determination of the equilibrium level of national income, the multiplier effect. According to Keynes, saving in a non-Euclidean economy is not a real condition of investment. For investment to increase, saving need not release factors of production from the sphere of production for consumer goods as they are available in excess quantities. By utilizing excess factors, the output of investment goods can be increased without curbing the output of consumer goods. But those engaged in the production of investment goods wish now that income accrues to them to devote part of their income to buying consumer goods. Since their own products cannot be consumed, society has to provide through its savings the consumer goods they need. As a result of raising the level of investment above the level of saving, the output of investment goods and the number of those employed in the investment goods industries will, in the Keynesian model just as in that of Wicksells, rise out of proportion to the output of consumer goods and to the number of workers employed in them. Consumer demand will exceed the supply of consumer goods. But in Keynes's non-Euclidean world it is possible for consumer goods output to be increased. As output increases, incomes and the savings designed to be made from them are also increasing. Thus investment itself, given partial employment, will create, through the increase in the national income, a corresponding intended saving. The savings which result from this decision are just as genuine as any other savings. 86. As a result of the adjustment of the output of consumer goods to increase demand, the required proportions will be established in the distribution of the labor force between industries producing consumer goods and investment goods. This process, represented by a numerical example, takes place in the following manner. Let the size of the national income be I000, and of intended investment and intended saving therefrom 300 and 200, respectively. Thus the savings ratio will be F. Employment is partial, the labor force needed for investment exceeding intended saving is available, and thus the 300 units of investment can be realized. At a national income of 1,000, society would like to spend 800 on buying consumer goods, but their supply is only 700. Savings and investment are equal ex post, since society, given a national income of 1,000, is unable to consume more than 700, it has to save 300, or, if inventories are decreased by 100, actual investment will be 100 less than intended investment, i.e. just equal to saving. Demand exceeding supply by 100, or the decrease of 100 in inventories, stimulates entrepreneurs to increase the output of consumer goods. Since employment is partial, on Keynesian assumption, output can be expanded. Thus entrepreneurs will increase the production and the supply of consumer goods by 100. Yet the demand for and the supply of consumer goods will not be in equilibrium because, as the output of consumer goods rises, employment in the production of consumer goods, and hence incomes and consumer demand, will also increase. Incomes, according to Keynes, have also risen by 100, of which society wishes to devote to buying consumer goods. Even though the supply of consumer goods has increased from 700 to 800, the demand for them has also risen from 800 to 880. The output and supply of consumer goods will be further increased by 80, but as a result of the additional income, consumer demand will also rise by 64. Thus their effort to consume a part of their increased incomes will stimulate output. 87. The Keynesian problem is this: to what extent must output be expanded so that community should wish to devote an amount of the national income thus produced to buying consumer goods equal to their supply, that is, so that the supply of consumer goods should catch up with the demand for them? Or, put another way, To what extent should output be increased so that society should desire to save as much of the national income thus produced as entrepreneurs wish to invest? At A plus propensity to save, society wishes to devote plus of the national income to buying consumer goods. Thus, in equilibrium, plus Y must be equal to the supply of consumer goods, Y1. Keynes determines the equilibrium level of the national income by multiplying the amount of intended investment by the reciprocal of the savings ratio. In our example, Y equals 305 equals I 500. Out of I 500 national income, society wishes to spend I 200 on buying consumer goods, and their supply is also I 200 equals I 500-300. Or, out of I 500 national income, society wishes to save 300 at a savings ratio of the same quantity as entrepreneurs intend to invest. Thus I 500 is the equilibrium level of the national income. Along with it, aggregate demand and aggregate supply, intended saving and intended investment are also in equilibrium. Or, if the task is to determine the increment of the national income, then intended investment, assuming I000 national income, will exceed intended saving by I00, LFI equals I00, I00 underscore equals 500. When the national income is increased by 500, out of this increment of income society wishes to save 100, which makes intended saving equal to intended investment. The reciprocal of the savings ratio by which investment, or the increment in investment, has to be multiplied in order to obtain the equilibrium level of the national income, or the increment in the national income needed to reach the equilibrium level, is called the multiplier. In essence, the multiplier effect expresses in Keynes that if intended saving and intended investment differ from each other, it is intended saving that has to be adjusted to intended investment. But at a given savings ratio or marginal savings ratio, intended saving is a function of the amount of the national income. Thus the adjustment of intended saving to intended investment can only take place through changes in the national income. The multiplier tells us by how much their employment has to be increased to yield an increase in real income sufficient to induce them to do the necessary extra saving. 88. Keynes concerns himself primarily with the investment multiplier, but it appears that he also touches upon the problem of the employment multiplier. Increased employment for investment must lead to a total increase of employment which is a multiple of the primary employment required by the investment itself. 89. Keynes raises the question of what will happen when intended investment exceeds intended saving in conditions of full employment. After full employment is reached, intended investment in excess of intended saving can no longer result in an increase in output but will lead to inflation. 90. When intended saving exceeds intended investment, the multiplier effect will realize the equilibrium between them through a decrease in output, national income, and employment. Let us assume that full employment is reached at 1,500 national income, the social savings ratio is plus, and the amount of saving is 300. Entrepreneurs, however, want to invest only 200. The national income has to fall to 1,000, and with it employment too, for the two intentions to be in equilibrium. The mechanism is entirely different from that described by the neoclassical economists. It may be clear from what has been set out above, what the decisive difference is between the views held by Keynes and the neoclassical economists. In the neoclassical model, in the case of a deviation, it is the movement of the interest rate which equalizes the intended saving of society and the intended investment of entrepreneurs and through it aggregate demand and aggregate supply. But the equilibrium between aggregate demand and aggregate supply is reached at full employment, because changes in wages prevent employment from decreasing if there is a deviation between aggregate demand and aggregate supply. When an equilibrium position is reached, the only change is in the division of aggregate demand and aggregate supply into the demand for and the supply of consumer goods and investment goods respectively. Thus in the neoclassical model the multiplier effect is missing. In Wicksell, owing to the credit policy of banks, investment can lastingly deviate from saving, aggregate demand from aggregate supply. but total employment will be maintained even in the cumulative process. Cyclical movements will take place not in output, in employment, but in price. In Keynes, in the case of a deviation between intended saving and intended investment, and through it between aggregate demand and aggregate supply, since in his system the wage mechanism does not ensure full employment, it is national income that has to decrease or increase, except for the extreme case when intended investment exceeds intended saving at full employment. In Keynes, it is the change in output, employment, national income that brings about, through the multiplier effect, an equality between intended saving and intended investment and thereby between the aggregate demand price and the aggregate supply price. As a result of the working of the multiplier effect, equilibrium of intended saving and intended investment can be established in the goods market even in conditions of underemployment. This implies that the demand for and the supply of commodities can be in equilibrium without an equilibrium on the labor market. This is quite inconceivable in the neoclassical model. The pressure of the unemployed decreases wages, entrepreneurs increase employment and output, and the supply of commodities cannot therefore stop expanding as long as unemployment exists. Owing to the multiplier effect, the relationship between saving and the rate of interest appears in Keynes to be just the contrary of what it is in the neoclassical model. In the neoclassical model, saving is stimulated by a rise in the interest rate, and discouraged by a fall. In Keynes's model, however, intended saving adjusts itself, through the multiplier effect, to intended investment. Taking the profit prospects to be constant, a fall in the interest rate stimulates investment, and, as a result of the increase in the national income, intended saving must grow. A rise in the rate of interest, however, by discouraging investment, leads to a decrease in national income and through it in saving. Going further into this difference between Keynes and the neoclassical economists, we must mention that, irrespective of whether employment is full or not, saving does not constitute a condition of credit supply and hence of investment financing. The modern banking system is not simply a credit-granting institution. Exploring the modern banking system, Schneider asserts that it is not savings that banks grant as credits. Increased saving is therefore not an indispensable condition of granting new credits. 91. New credits are granted not from occasionally available amounts of money, but from new giro money created by the bank itself. 92. If in a non-Euclidean economy entrepreneurs receive bank credits in excess of the amount of intended saving, there is no need to assume that a Wickselian cumulative process will set in. As has already been mentioned, an investment seeding intended saving creates the non-Euclidean world of Keynes an intended saving which is equal to investment. Is the saving-investment equilibrium a condition of the equilibrium of reproduction? As we've already seen, in the determination of the equilibrium level of output, the question of the saving-investment equilibrium plays a crucial role in the Keynesian system. Those who save and those who invest are different, and the two intentions are not coordinated, since consumer saving is a function of the national income, and the investments of entrepreneurs depend on profit expectations and on the interest rate. Does the equilibrium of saving and investment, as a central question of the Keynesian model, real, reflect a sort of equilibrium condition for the process of capitalist reproduction? It does reflect it, even if not in the form presented by Keynes. According to him, society as a whole affects saving. In Marx's reproduction schemes it is the capitalist alone who saves part of the surplus value. And in Marx's presentation, the capitalist invests the whole of the surplus value saved. It appears that intended saving and intended investment always coincide in Marx. In reality, however, the two intentions are not coordinated in the Marxian reproduction theory either. They may deviate from one another. Marx points out that the individual capitalists have to store up part of the surplus value designed to be invested in money form over several periods of the reproduction process until it reaches the necessary level. But surplus value not spent will decrease total demand. The problem continues to exist even if the capitalist raises the amount of money needed for investment in the form of credits. In this event, he has to save part off surplus value to repay his credits. In Marx, it constitutes the equilibrium condition of reproduction that those capitalists who, owing to their past savings, are carrying out an actual expansion of reproduction, shall invest an amount equal to that part of the realized surplus value which other capitalists have set aside in the form of money. Assuming the equality of selling and buying, Marx announces that it is investments made by certain capitalists that enable others to store up part of their surplus value in money form. Money is withdrawn from circulation and stored up as a hoard by selling commodities without subsequent buying. If this operation is therefore conceived as a general process, it seems inexplicable where the buyers are to come from, since in that process everybody would want to sell in order to hoard, and none would want to buy. And it must be conceived generally, since every individual capital may be in the process of accumulation. 93. And Marx's answer is this: some are still in the stage of hoarding, and sell without buying, the others are on the point of actual expansion of reproduction, and buy without selling. 94. In Marx's presentation, contrary to Keynes's, the investments of individual capitalists make saving possible not for the members of society in general, but enable other capitalists to pile up in money form part of the surplus value designed to be invested. But there is no guarantee in Marx either that those capitalists who wish to use their savings from the surplus value for the expansion of reproduction will invest to the same extent to which other capitalists want to save part of the surplus value for the purpose of an investment to be made at a later point of time. Given a deviation of the two intentions, the equilibrium of reproduction will be upset. If the capitalists of Department I sell more to the capitalists of Department II than they buy from them, part of the commodities of Department II will remain unsold. Formation of virtual additional money capital in Class I, the piling up of commodity supplies in Class II which cannot be reconverted into productive capital, surplus of money capital in I and reproduction deficit in II. 95. Later, in conditions of monopoly capitalism, a substantial part of saving is affected by parasitic, coupon-clipping capitalists, while investments are made by entrepreneurs. Their intentions are likewise not coordinated. If depreciation is in excess of replacement, this also constitutes a fall in the purchasing power in much the same way as saving exceeding investment. Marx regarded the equilibrium of depreciation and replacement also as a condition of proportionate reproduction. Here again the problem arises out of the fact that with those capitalists who are now replacing the whole of their capital assets, the volume of replacement coincides only occasionally with the money set aside by other capitalists for such replacements as are due to be made later. 96. When, however, the two deviate from one another, the equilibrium of demand and supply will be upset. The question also occurs in Keynes when he points out that depreciation is equaled by replacement only in a stationary economy. In a dynamic economy, however, the stock of capital is quickly expanding. In the United States this had led to the setting up of sinking funds and depreciation allowances in respect of the plant which did not need replacement. 97. Thus in an expanding economy the increase in the replacement funds exceeds the increase in replacements due to be made. Keynes raises a real problem which was to be elaborated later in more detail by Domar. Thus the new investments ought to equal not only the savings certain capitalists wish to effect for new investments to be made at a later point of time, but also part of the sinking funds in excess of replacement. The volume of such funds had increased, writes Keynes, by 1929. On so huge a scale that an enormous volume of entirely new investment was required merely to absorb these financial provisions, and it became almost hopeless to find still more new investment on a sufficient scale to provide for such new saving as a wealthy community in full employment would be disposed to set aside. This factor alone was probably sufficient to cause a slump. 98. The deduction for entrepreneurs' repairs, maintenance, depreciation, and depletion remained at a high figure even at the bottom of the slump. 99. He writes in another place: all this is the abstract requirement of reproduction. What real problem of the capitalist economy of his time did Keynes wish to express by the saving investment mechanism? Keynes holds that with national income increasing, consumer demand will increase only at a slower pace, therefore, For aggregate demand to grow together with aggregate output, the ratio of investment to the national income should grow. But, in his view, the investment ratio seldom rises to a level which would correspond to full employment. Let us approach the problem of capitalist economy, as reflected in the Keynesian system, from a Marxist point of view. In a model of pure capitalism, assuming only industrial capitalists and productive workers, and leaving unproductive workers or substantial state expenditures as well as foreign trade out of account, we divide national income into wages and profits. Let us suppose that the working class spends its wages fully on buying consumer goods. Let us now narrow down the Keynesian problem to the question of profit realization. Under the conditions introduced by us, the profit is realized by the expenses of the capitalist class, that is, by the capitalists' outlays on consumption and investment. The wages of new workers cannot be S, nor can they be profit. The same applies to the pay rise of the workers already employed. Since the capitalist class gets its profit through its purchases exceeding its costs, the wages paid out to new workers are neither S, nor profit, they are the same kind of cost as the usual wage bill, or the wage increment paid out to the already employed workers. IOO. The profit realization capacity of the capitalist class depends primarily on the volume of investment. But investments serve eventually to increase the productive capacity of the consumer goods industries, and this new capacity is available for production over a long period. Even if investments are made repeatedly at the same level, the capacity for producing consumer goods will steadily expand, but with increasing investments, they will grow at an increasing rate. If they are fully utilized, the output of consumer goods will rise vigorously. It is, however, a fact of experience that the rate at which the consumption of the capitalist class grows will be smaller. The basic reason for this fact is, in the long run, the process of capital concentration and centralization disclosed by Marx, as a result of which the social product assumes the form of the productive capital of a relatively ever smaller number of capitalists. The consumer demand of the capitalist class represents, in the course of capitalist development, an ever smaller proportion of aggregate consumption demand. According to Weintraub, even in the United States, about 90% of consumption purchases are made by wage and salary earners. In other countries the percentage runs even higher. IOI. With the full utilization of steadily expanding capacities for producing consumer goods, an ever smaller percentage of the increasing quantity of consumer goods therefore embodies surplus value, and an ever larger proportion of that quantity has to serve as wages and salaries if the mass of consumer goods produced is to be realized. The increase in the output of consumer goods, unless investment increases with it adequately, decreases the share of the capitalist class in national income, decreases the surplus of price over the cost of production, the profit margin, or as Iiter Erdos calls it, the profit ratio. I02 Since in the Erdos formula of the profit ratio it is the ratio of surplus value which constitutes the decisive element, changes in the profit ratio reflect changes in the rate of the surplus value. Let us examine, making use again of the formula constructed by Erdos for the rate of surplus value, how it would be possible to maintain a constant rate of surplus value, and hence profit ratio, as the output of consumer goods increases. Erdos attempts to capture the rate of surplus value through the proportion of the volume of such goods expressed in terms of value in which surplus value and real wages are embodied. Hence S equals SC plus SK, where SC is net investment, SK the VC SK consumption of the capitalist class, C the total output of consumer goods and CSK the amount of consumer goods produced accruing as real wages to the working class. When earlier investments reach maturity, the supply of consumer goods, C, will grow. Since, however, in our model extending over a longer period of capitalist development SK rises at a smaller rate than C for S and through it for the profit V ratio to remain unchanged, SC ought to increase at a greater rate, i.e. the ratio of investment to the national income ought steadily to rise at such a rate that the increase in the volume of surplus value keeps pace with the value of the increasing quantity of consumer goods available to the workers. It would be conceivable in abstracto also to keep S at an unchanged level in the case of full utilization of V consumer goods capacities if SC and SK grew at the same rate as C. In this case, the ratio of investment to the national income would remain constant. But we have dismissed this possibility by pointing out that in the course of capitalist development the increase in SK lags behind the increase in C. It is impossible to increase the investment ratio infinitely only to maintain SV at an unchanged level as it expands the capacities for producing consumer goods to such an extent that the unfavorable effect of the increased capacities on S, or through it on the profit ratio, must sooner or later inevitably prevail. The V accelerator effect, i.e. the effect in our case of an increased output of consumer goods on stimulating investment, will assert itself only if the expansion of the output of consumer goods does not decrease the profit ratio. If the individual capitalists are able to manipulate prices, and this is the case when monopoly or oligopoly prevails, and, further, when certain sellers of the industry can distinguish their products from those of the other sellers of the industry, they strive to maintain prices even at an increasing productive capacity of consumer goods in order to maintain the profit ratio. They do it by not fully utilizing the increased capacity. This will result in the long run in a slow increase in the output of consumer goods. This slow increase does not require a fast expansion of productive capacities, thus investment too will experience a slow growth, giving rise to a long-term decrease in the profit ratio with unemployment growing due to an insufficient investment activity. In the long run, it is of course not only the profit ratio but the profit rate too which will decrease. It will decrease for one thing because the increase in SC does not offset the relative lag of SK. It will decrease because of the increase in the organic composition of Kapitov.I03. Let us illustrate the case in point by a numerical example. Let SC equals 200, SK equals 200, C equals 1000. In this case, the magnitude of surplus value will be 400. The quantity of the consumer goods at. If there is full employment, given a national income of I335, and capitalists are willing to produce such a quantity of the national income only if they can simultaneously maintain their 50% rate of surplus value or again the existing magnitude of the profit ratio, they need to obtain 445 units of surplus value. In this event, out of I, 100 units of C, 890 will be the consumption of the working class and 210 the consumption of the capitalist class. But let us suppose that SC is only 200. Full employment cannot be achieved, since in full employment 445 units of surplus value produced at a 50% rate of surplus value cannot be realized. The quantity of surplus value produced in excess of SK is, to use the Keynesian, or more exactly the post-Keynesian terminology, intended saving. The unrealizability of the surplus value produced at full employment could be expressed in post-Keynesian language in this way: out of the surplus value produced at full employment the capitalist class wants to save more than it wants to invest, 445-210 equals 235, and this is more than 200 of investment. The consequence, as we have seen, is that in order to maintain the profit ratio, capitalists will decrease the output of consumer goods to 1030. When we asked, approaching the problem from a Marxian point of view, which ill of capitalist society Keynes wanted to illustrate by his saving investment mechanism, we focused our attention on the realization not of national income but of surplus value, since gaining surplus value is the driving force of capitalist economic activity. That the capitalist class does not spend the whole surplus value produced may also be formulated, as we have seen, in this way: the difference between the surplus value produced and the consumption of the capitalist class exceeds the amount of investment. Yet Marxian political economy shows the movement in aggregate demand, the market expanding effect of investment, not through the saving investment mechanism, because the difference between the surplus value produced and capitalist consumer demand cannot be regarded as a saving based primarily on consumer psychology. As we have already pointed out, savings out of surplus value are savings made in the first place for business considerations. And the capitalist, if the business prospects are favorable, strives to invest as much as possible. This endeavor of his is not restricted by the amount of his profit realized, since he can finance his investments out of credits, too. And even if it happens to occur, as Marx himself points out in Volume 2 of Capital, that the endeavor of certain capitalists to set aside part of their realized profit as an investment fund exceeds the actual investments of other capitalists, an occurrence which may upset the equilibrium of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, this might be the manifestation of a slump, which results in a drop in the realized profit of the capitalist class. And in this case it is not intended saving stemming from consumer psychology and representing an allegedly reliable function of income which clashes with intended investment. Hence, it has no sense to express the inadequacy of the demand needed to reach full employment by Keynes's saving investment mechanism. We have simply stated that under capitalist conditions there seldom occurs such an amount of SC plus SK as is needed to realize a surplus value produced at full employment and unchanged and we have tried to explain why SC and SK are insufficient to realize, at an unchanged profit margin, the surplus value produced under full employment. The endeavor to maintain the profit ratio would be a possible means to explain a characteristic of the Keynesian theoretical system often discussed in non-Marxian literature, namely, that it is primarily output and not prices that react to changes in demand. To a fall in demand, entrepreneurs react not with a decrease in prices but with a decrease in output, and if demand increases, then they will increase, at least as a first reaction, output and not prices, not the profit rate. It is a contradiction of the capitalist economy left to itself that from the point of view of the profit of the capitalist class it would be desirable to increase investment activity vigorously. At the same time, the capacities increased as a result of completed investments affect the profit ratio or even the profit rate unfavorably, because of the long-term decreasing share of the capitalist class in aggregate consumer demand. This fact leads to a slowdown in the increase in consumer goods output and to investments being too low from the point of view of full employment. This insufficiency of investments made in the capitalist economy is expressed by Keynes when he criticizes Hobson for placing emphasis on the excessive savings and the correspondingly great investments of the capitalist class when, in Keynes's view, this is the lesser problem. The main problem is that there are seldom as many new investments as the savings society wishes to make at full employment. L04. Finally, mention must also be made of the reality content of the multiplier effect. The employment multiplier was already introduced before Keynes into the literature of economics by Kahn in 193L. He pointed out that if the state ensured by public works a certain number of employment opportunities, then aggregate employment would increase by a multiple of the initial amount of employment. Workers employed in public works and thus receiving income, would increase their consumption. In spheres where their incomes flowed, output would be increased, and additional workers would be employed. The demand of these workers would stimulate further employment. A similar effect, though opposite in direction, can also be found in Marx. The circumstance that workers were ousted from production by machines, that they were freed by the machinery from the means of production, changed them from buyers into non-buyers. Hence a lessened demand for those commodities. The laborers employed in the production of necessary means of subsistence are in their turn freed from a part of their wages. Machinery throws workers on the streets, not only in that branch of production in which it is introduced, but also in those branches in which it is not introduced. 105. Keynes explored, however, by the investment multiplier the effect of a given level of investment on the expansion of the demand for and the output of consumer goods. He therefore availed himself of two assumptions: first, that there was enough surplus labor to increase the output of consumer goods, and, second, that the output of consumer goods could be increased by the means of production already available, and thus did not require additional investment. He thereby pointed to the relationship already formulated by the classics of Marxism, namely, that in a capitalist economy the production of the means of production, and within them specifically the production of fixed capital, calls forth an expansion of the market and thus also increases the demand for consumer goods. How could the Keynesian investment multiplier be represented in terms of the Marxian two-department scheme? To do this, let us assume that the consumption of capitalists is a constant proportion of surplus value. In the course of this representation, a difficulty arises from the fact that Keynes operated with a magnitude net of intermediate goods, i.e. with national income, while Marx is concerned with social annual product also containing intermediate goods. Further, in the Marxian scheme, the capital advanced is completely used up in one production period, and capitalists make use of the amount saved from the surplus value realized in one production period for the expansion of their capital in that very period. Thus the Keynesian problem in the form that some capitalists want to save more or less from surplus value than other capitalists wish to invest, cannot emerge at all. Let us now upset the equilibrium existing between the two departments. If Department I shoots ahead of Department II, it will demand more consumer goods than is supplied by Department II. Thus a situation arises which is similar to the case of intended investment exceeding intended saving. Though entrepreneurs in both departments necessarily invest as much from surplus value as they save from it, yet, as a result of the disproportion between the two departments, investment interpreted as the difference between national income and the supply of consumer goods, exceeds saving interpreted in the Keynesian way as the difference between national income and the demand for consumer goods. By cancelling, we obtain the inequality expressing the disproportion between the two departments, VT plus STV plus STTC2 plus S2C. We must note, however, that the excess investment thus obtained is gross excess investment, because we have made our computation with the full value of the combined output of the two sectors, including replacement for the means of production already used up. And saving in our model is also gross saving, since it contains, in addition to the provision for net investment, the depreciation allowance, too. The excessive increase in Department I means an excessive increase in the production of capital goods not only for new investments but also for replacements. How is equilibrium established between the demand for and the supply of consumer goods, and through it between the two departments? Let us, following Keynes, fix the output of Department I, which makes it possible for an equilibrium position to be established in our example by the output of Department II catching up with it. Owing to the more rapid growth of Department I, entrepreneurs producing consumer goods will increase their output to the extent of VT plus STV plus STT-C2 plus S2C. Let us now assume, following Keynes again, that the output of Department I is not yet matured in the period under consideration. Thus the capitalists of Department II will expand their output by utilizing their excess capacities, with the result that the difference between V1 plus S1 plus STT and C2 plus S2C enables them to save to the extent of the sum of part values AC2 plus S2C. But their output has not yet come into equilibrium with the demand for consumer goods. Because, as output increases, incomes in Department II and with them the demand for consumer goods will rise by A2 plus S2V plus S2K. What Department I can get out of the increment of output is only an amount of consumer goods corresponding to the value of AC2 plus S2C. In order to satisfy the remaining consumer demand of Department I, the entrepreneurs of Department II will further expand their output in the above way, with the result that the consumer demand of Department II will continue to rise. Will the supply of consumer goods catch up with the demand for them? This is what Keynes also investigated in analyzing the size of the multiplier effect. The Marxist answer is this: supply will catch up with demand because, as the output of consumer goods increases, their supply will grow at a faster rate than their demand. The demand for and the supply of consumer goods, i.e. Department I and Department II, will reach equilibrium when the capitalists of Department II expand the output of consumer goods until, by the gradual increase in consumer goods, the series of part values AC2 plus S2C satisfy the uncovered. 378. Consumer demand, 6 plus SIV plus SLK- of Department I. Those engaged in Department I consume what Department II itself does not wish to use out of its own products. Although the total output of Department II is bought out of incomes, Not all earnings become income for the capitalists of Department 2. It is from these earnings that TH_AY have to replace the means of production used up, C2. They pass on part of their products included in C2 to those engaged in Department I in exchange for means of production. And they also pass on consumer goods included in S2C in order to buy new investment goods. The equilibrium between the two departments, which was upset by Department I shooting ahead, will be restored when Department 2 has increased its output to such an extent that its share designed to replace worn-out means of production and to make new investments is just equal to the consumer demand of Department I, or, in other words, LFC2 plus LFS2C is just equal to the excess demand of Department I for consumer goods. In the Marxian scheme, operating with gross magnitudes containing aggregation, it is C plus SC, which means leakage, i.e. saving, of the Keynesian model, that part of the aggregate output of the individual departments whose value is not used by the department in question for private consumption. We can also determine by how much Department 2 has to increase its total output to satisfy the increased consumer demand of Department I, since Department 2 consumes V2, S2V2 and S2K2 out of its own output, and thus passes only C2 plus S2C2 on to Department I, therefore it has to increase its output as many times the initial excess demand of Department I as its own output exceeds C2 plus S2C2, the portion it has not consumed, i.e. savings in the Keynesian sense. If, however, we want to find out the increase in value in Department 2 as a result of the adjustment process, i.e. of the growth in national income, and it is this approach which is nearer to the Keynesian view operating with net magnitudes - then we must isolate S2C from the gross investment C2 plus S2C which Department I intends to pass on to Department 2. In this case, the multiplier effect express the increase in the national income produced in Department 2 if it is to satisfy the excess consumer demand of Department I also by consumer goods embodied in SZC now means the savings ratio in both departments, which V plus S coincides with the investment ratio since, according to the assumption of the Marxian model, part of the surplus value accumulated in the production period is spent entirely on buying means of production in the period in question. V2 plus S2 and in our Marxian model LFS2C multiplied by dash expresses the increase S2C in new value in Department 2 in the adjustment process. Similarly, the opposite process could also be shown when as a consequence of the contraction of Department I, it is gross saving which exceeds investment with the result that the output of Department 2 will be cut. The representation of the multiplier effect in Marx's two-department scheme demonstrates that in the case of Department I shooting ahead, Department 2 must really increase its output by a multiple of the missing consumer goods if it is to catch up with the increased consumer demand of Department I. At the same time, it also demonstrates the limitations of the multiplier effect. 379. Saving in the Keynesian sense is made, according to the Marxian scheme, out of surplus value. Thus saving ought to be related to surplus value and not to national income. However, what is characteristic of saving out of surplus value is not that it is made for consumer considerations, but for business purposes, for accumulation. Saving of this type cannot be brought, on the basis of a sort of consumer psychology, into a function-like relationship with the income of the capitalist class. But the greater the proportion in the adjustment process, of surplus value not used for the personal consumption of the capitalists of Department 2, the more products of Department 2 are transferred to Department I, i.e. the greater is C2 plus S2C relative to C2 plus V2 plus S2. This ratio, however, is, owing to the indeterminate character of the ratio of savings made by the capitalists of Department 2, indeterminate, too. As Department 2 catches up with Department I, the ratio OFC2 plus S2C to C2 plus V2 plus S2 is affected by the circumstance how the organic composition of capital changes in the process. Since in the catching up process real wages rise, this will stimulate entrepreneurs to introduce more capital-intensive techniques. As a result, Department 2 will now be able, by slightly increasing its output, to reach the consumer demand of Department I. In the catching up process, the rate of surplus value, SFV changes, i.e. it falls. This will influence both the consumer demand in Department I and the ratio of C2 plus S2C to C2 plus V2 plus S2 in Department II. This effect of changes in distribution relations on the multiplier was also referred to by Keynes. The multiplier will be influenced by the way in which the new income resulting from the increased effective demand is distributed between different classes of consumers. I06. And, since the extent of changes that may occur in the catching up process cannot be predicted, this fact adds to the difficulty in estimating the market expanding effect of consumer goods via the ratio of C2 plus S2C to C2 plus V2 plus S2. Non-Marxian economists have also come to realize the shortcomings of Keynes's multiplier theory. His critics have pointed out that various circumstances may complicate and indeed hinder the functioning of the multiplier effect. Thus, among other things, we cannot know how entrepreneurs will respond with their output to an increase in demand. If they anticipate a further increase in demand, and wish to maintain a constant proportion between their inventories and increasing demand, they will step up their output in excess of increased demand. Or they may satisfy increased demand even without stepping up their output, simply by cutting their excess inventories. Monopolies react to an increase in demand by raising prices and not by stepping up output. In the first case, a multiplier effect greater than expected will manifest itself, while in the two latter cases no multiplier effect will be experienced. Keynes investigated the multiplier effect by the method of comparative statics. He assumed that intended saving and intended investment would come in equilibrium independently of time. Keynes's followers, dissolving the rigidity of comparative statics, try to represent the multiplier effect dynamically, that is, with a time dimension, so as to trace the change over time of the new equilibrium level of national income if intended investment exceeds intended saving, or the other way round. In this case, however, there is the problem of finding out the time that is needed for the multiplier effect fully to unfold in the process of its switching from one productive branch to another, i.e. the time needed for the new equilibrium level to be established, the length of the transitional period. It would be necessary to know this time period in order to plan state investments designed to stimulate demand. In the multiplier effect, Keynes examined the spillover effect of a once-and-for-all investment on aggregate demand. For this reason he assumed that the increased demand for consumer goods could be met by utilizing existing excess capacities, that is, without making new investments. But increased demand obviously creates a favorable climate for investment, and the further intensification of investment activity will in turn expand the market and increase employment. The multiplier effect can only be studied as embedded in the whole process of capitalist reproduction. Its magnitude depends on a number of unpredictable, inaccessible factors. Non-Marxian critiques also maintain that a complete model expressing the formation of economic processes must be used if the market expanding effect is to be represented. In Keynes's formula, as Ackley notes, the multiplier effect holds true, only as a first approximation, under ideal conditions. I07. In Ackley's view, so many limiting factors are required for national income to increase by the reciprocal of the marginal propensity to save that the real processes definitely do not unfold in compliance with the Keynesian formula. Ackley is right in saying that, the multiplier theory is of little practical use in planning. I08. Similarly, Smithies also holds that it is impossible to squeeze the market expanding effect into one single formula. I09 We have characterized the multiplier effect as an effect working in the direction of restoring the disrupted equilibrium of reproduction. Instead of investigating the equilibrium of reproduction, the equilibrium of the two departments, Keynes centers his attention on the question of whether there will be as large an amount of consumer demand plus investment as the national income produced, whether there will be an intended investment corresponding to intended saving from national income. By means of the Keynesian scheme, however, the structure of supply can also be captured. Since I is to Keynes net capital formation, provided the magnitude of intended investment is known, we will also know the supply of consumer goods from national income, Y1. Such a division of national income between the supply of consumer goods and investment captures national income at a time when the exchange between departments has essentially taken place, when it has already been embodied in consumer goods and new capital goods. The new part values VR plus SRV plus SIC, which are embodied in means of production, have been exchanged for consumer goods supplied in the value C2 plus S2C. Thus national income is embodied, instead of in means of production, to the value of VR plus S1V plus SLK plus S1C, and consumer goods to the value of V2 plus S2V plus S21 plus S2C in consumer goods to the value of C2 plus 12 plus S2, and investment goods to the value of S1C plus S2 Co. This representation of the supply side, besides containing net magnitudes only, does not correspond to the division by Marx of social production between the two departments, because intended investment also contains a part of the consumer goods produced, the part which increases the stock of inventories. The supply of consumer goods, while less intended investment, is thus less than the output of Department 2 by the portion designed to increase the inventory stocks. The equilibrium examined by Keynes is basically market equilibrium, the equilibrium between aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Keynes does not go into the deeper problem of the equilibrium of reproduction, the equilibrium between Department I and II, which constitutes the basis of market equilibrium. The catching up of Department II with Department I as represented in our example does not mean a stable equilibrium. The disproportionately great weight of Department I in total output makes the demand for consumer goods exceed their supply. In Department II, realized profit is increasing. The relative growth of the output of Department II, its approximation to equilibrium, diminishes the rate of realized profit, weakens the boom and plunges the economy into a crisis. In reality, the equilibrium of the two departments is established through a general overproduction crisis. Let us represent the Keynesian multiplier effect within the Marxian two-department scheme by a concrete example. Under simplified conditions, when the organic composition of capital, the distribution relations and the division of surplus value are unchanged. Let the initial output of Department I and II be. Department I demands consumer goods to the value of 2,700, and Department II supplies them to it only to the value of 1,800. Hence the excess demand of Department I is 900. Investment in the Keynesian sense equals 6,000 equals 1,500. Saving in the Keynesian sense equals 6,000 to 5,400 equals 600. Investment exceeds saving by 900. Excess investment over saving consists partly of replacement investment and partly of means of production for net investment. Department 2 expands output until the supply of consumer goods is in equilibrium with the demand for them. Let us now see by how much Department 2 has to increase its output, through the multiplier effect, to reach the equilibrium position. Let us compute the multiplier first as a relationship between gross magnitudes. Since C2 plus S2C is 0.4 times the total output of Department 2, C2 plus V2 plus S2, hence the multiplier is 2.5. With the data of the model, Department 2 has to increase its output by 900 x 2.5 equals 2,250 so as to satisfy both its own consumer demand, which increases as a result of the catching up process, and the consumer demand of Department I. In an equilibrium position, the output of Department 2 is 382. In an equilibrium position, Department 2 supplies to Department I consumer goods to the value of 2,700, 900 more than their initial value. From 900 surplus income I sets aside 750 L1Q as a depreciation allowance and 150 L1S2C as an investment fund. Applying the multiplier only to the relation of new investment to national income, we obtain 10 for the value of the multiplier. Consequently, the national income produced in Department LL must increase in equilibrium by 10 times L1S2C, that is, by 150 x 10 equals 1,500, compared with its initial value. In our example, this value has increased from 3,000 to 4,500. Let us assume that in the catching up process Department 2 has increased the organic composition of capital. Thus Department 2 may come into equilibrium with Department I, for example at the following magnitudes and composition. The output of Department 2, owing to the increase in the organic composition of capital, rose only to 5,400 instead of 6,750, and new value only to 3,000 instead of 4,500. Similarly, it can also be shown how the equilibrium amount of the output of Department 2 is influenced by the fact that income distribution relations are bound to change in the catching up process. Chapter 6. Keynes's Theory of Money and Interest. The Keynesian proposition that a capitalist economy left to itself cannot guarantee a growth in aggregate demand in line with aggregate output, nor an amount of aggregate demand needed to provide full employment, must also be reflected in his theory of money. Keynes vigorously emphasizes the special role that money plays in the world of commodities. In a model which is designed to show that in a capitalist economy full employment can rarely materialize. Because aggregate demand rarely reaches a level at which the output produced under full employment could be exchanged for money at a cost price including normal profit, the significance of money in respect of commodities will of course increase. In what exactly does Keynes see the special role of money? In the fact that it has a high degree of liquidity, while its cost of holding is negligible. In explaining Keynes' theory, Mrs. Robinson writes as follows: the two qualities certainty of future value and easy marketability blend together in the quality of liquidity LLO. How did money emerge from the world of commodities and how did it achieve such a high degree of liquidity? Marx examines in detail how, as a result of the basic contradiction of commodity production, namely, the contradiction between the social and private character of labor, the particular use values of commodities prevented the free movement of their value, how it became necessary, with the development of commodity production, for a form of motion to come into being for that contradiction, how a commodity was singled out of the world of commodities, a commodity which, as money, assumed a general use value, with the result that its use value did not prevent the free movement of its value. With the emergence of money, commodities are exchanged for it, and thus their values gain independence in the form of money, they are divorced from their use values, which allow them but limited movement, and now move on freely as money. With money coming into existence, the world of commodities is divided into two parts, money as the embodiment of value, and all other commodities as use values. Thus the intrinsic contradiction inherent in the commodity, the contradiction between value and use value, appears with the emergence of money as an external contradiction between money and all the other commodities. And Marx emphasizes that one commodity can be in a state of direct exchangeability, because all the other commodities are excluded from it. Money as an independent value also becomes the object of independent ambitions. There are people who sell goods in order to obtain money and accumulate it as hoards. Instead of explaining the special position of money arising from social relations, Keynes simply refers to the fact that two essential qualities are needed for an object to prove its liquidity and serve as money. While real capital assets, with the exception of land, can be reproduced, the supply of money is rigid because, when the demand for it increases, individual entrepreneurs cannot increase its output at will, and if its exchange value increases, there is no tendency for it to be substituted by another factor either. The attribute of liquidity is by no means independent of the presence of these two characteristics. For it is unlikely that an asset of which the supply can be easily increased or the desire for which can be easily diverted by a change in relative prices, will possess the attribute of liquidity in the minds of owners of wealth. 3. Keynes stresses that, owing to the special position of money, contracts and thus wage contracts too are fixed in money. In Keynes's view, however, wages measured in money terms have a higher stability than real wages, because wage commodities can be freely reproduced. Wages, when fixed in terms of it, tend to be sticky LL2. The relative rigidity of money wages increases in turn the stability of money value, the liquidity of money. A high degree of liquidity enables money to play its role as a store of value. In neoclassical economics prior to Keynes, money also had a double role, as a medium of exchange and as a store of value. In the earlier theories of the demand for money, money was held under the transactions motive, and partly for precautionary considerations, in order to cover unforeseen expenses. In the latter case, money was held as a store of value. But the significance of this role of money was not investigated by the neoclassical economists. It was not investigated because in the world as pictured by them uncertainty did not play any role. In an economy in which the future can be predicted with a high degree of certainty, it would be excellent to store wealth in money form instead of investing it profitably. In the Keynesian theory, however, uncertainty has a basic function. In making his decisions, economic man cannot possibly reckon with his expectations always coming true. Keynes holds that in a world of uncertainty money as a store of value has an important role to play. By emphasizing the function of money as a store of value, Keynes reinforced the shift of emphasis from the transactions version of the quantity equation to the cash balance version. IL3. Keynes traces the demand for money back to three motives: the transactions motive, that is, the need for cash to transact personal or business exchanges; the precautionary motive, that is, holding money with a view to having cash available for unforeseen contingencies requiring immediate payment; and, further, to settle debts fixed in money and due to be repaid in the future, the speculative motive. According to Keynes, the amount of money needed to satisfy the transactions motive and the precautionary motive depends, in normal circumstances, on the general level of activity of the economic system and the level of money income. Keynes groups the two varieties of holding money in cash together under the term liquidity preference. L1 The demand for money, L is not too sensitive to changes in the rate of interest, only to the extent that it influences the level of national income. In the old cash balance theory these two needs were the source of the demand for money, and the amount of money desired was a function of national income. Keynes complements the old cash balance theory with the demand for money arising from the speculative motive. The speculative demand for money is one of the cornerstones of Keynes's theoretical system. Money for speculative purposes is demanded in its quality as a store of value. Though money for precautionary purposes is also held in its function as a store of value, the two demands for money are determined by different factors, and that is why Keynes distinguishes between them. It is primarily the speculative motive which for Keynes is involved in holding money as hoards, and the new element in the Keynesian interpretation of monetary equilibrium consists in its attempt to examine on what the amount of ex-ante hoards depends. What in Keynes is the source of the speculative demand for money? It is, on the one hand, the fact that some people wish to hold their wealth in money because they are afraid that wealth held in another form will lose its value in the future and thus they will suffer a loss, their wealth will diminish. On the other hand, people demand money for speculative purposes if they think that prices will fall in the bond market, and thus it is worthwhile to hold a stock of money in readiness to buy bonds if their price has fallen to a low enough level. And while the money held under the precautionary motive is a function of economic activity, of national income, Keynes represents the speculative demand for money as a function of the rate of interest. Keynes wishes to create an interest rate theory different from that of the neoclassical school, which he can use in his critique of Say's dogma. Neoclassical economists saw the interest of rate as a real phenomenon, the expression of the marginal productivity of capital, of the marginal disutility of saving, or of the time preference of the public. And movements in the interest rate establish equilibrium between intended saving and intended investment, at the point of intersection of the saving and investment functions. Thus the mechanism of the interest rate ensures that what society does not spend on personal consumption from the national income produced at full employment becomes investment. For Keynes, saving is a function not of the rate of interest but of national income. For equilibrium to be established, the intended saving of society adjusts itself through the multiplier effect, through changes in national income, to the level of intended investment. Therefore, in Keynes's view, there exists no definite natural rate of interest at the point of intersection of the saving and investment functions, The equilibrium between saving and investment can materialize at any level of the interest rate, from which he infers that several natural rates of interest are possible. Thus the equilibrium of saving and investment does not tell us anything about the level of the rate of interest until the level of national income is known. Keynes determines the level of the interest rate not through the saving. 386. And investment functions, but, as we shall see, through the relationship between the interest-sensitive speculative demand for money and the amount of money available for speculative purposes. Let us now look more closely at the speculative demand function for money, or, to use Keynes's term, at the liquidity function L2. A household is faced, according to Keynes, with two decisions. First, it must decide how much to save from its income. Second, it must decide in what form to hold its wealth saved. It may hold it, according to Keynes, either in bonds or other assets, or else in money form. 2.114. As we shall see later, it was particularly important for Keynes to demonstrate that the demand for money was interest elastic. However, he was able to do so only while relying on the speculative behavior of the bears. It appears that with the inclusion of bearish speculation, Keynes distinguished only two forms of holding assets depending on to what extent the present value of an asset is interest elastic. These are, money and its alternative, long-term bonds, expected to yield fixed interest. In the case of bonds with fixed interest rates, there exists, according to Keynes, a two-sided relation between their rate of interest and rate of exchange. The higher the exchange rate of a bond promising a fixed rate of interest on its nominal value, the lower its current interest rate, or, the lower the exchange rate of the bond in question, the higher its current interest rate. At the same time, the exchange rate of fixed interest bonds also depends on the current market rate of interest. Their exchange rate will rise if the current market rate of interest falls, and will drop if the current market rate increases. This impact of changes in the interest rate on the exchange rate of securities is but insignificant for fixed interest, short-term bonds, thus their present exchange rate is not interest elastic, but this impact is very significant in the case of fixed interest, long-ERM bonds, whose present exchange rate, however, is highly interest elastic. It appears that Keynes treats the assets held in short-term bonds as money. Keynes interprets money, according to Lejeunhuf-Vud, in a rather flexible way. If the discussion of the problem in question requires, he finds it permissible for the concept of money also to include assets that do not have one or another function he attributes to money. And in fact, at one point in his general theory, Keynes writes that we can draw the line between money and debts at whatever point it is most convenient for handling a particular problem. For example, we can treat as money any command over general purchasing power which the owner has not parted with for a period in excess of 3 months, and as debt what cannot be recovered for a longer period than this, LL5. In another place he characterizes the holding of wealth in money form by saying that it yields little or no interest. 116. Friedman, too, holds the view that the Keynesian alternatives to money in its broader sense, as an asset, are bonds and other fixed interest securities. He writes that the Keynesian analysis is concentrated on the relation between money, on the one hand, and bonds, or other fixed interest securities, on the other. LL7. Hicks is and LSO of the opinion that for Keynes the only choice that is open is a choice between holding money and holding bonds. IIS. The Keynesian interest rate, writes Hicks at another place, is the rate of interest of long-term government bonds. LL9. According to Lejeunhuf-Vud, however, Keynes's alternative to money in its broader sense, as a form of holding wealth, is all non-money assets. This interpretation is based on Keynes's determination of the present price of capital goods. Keynes determined it, as we have seen, in a way similar to the present exchange rate of securities, as the discounted value of expected yields at the prevailing rate of interest. And since, according to Lejeunhuf-Vud, Keynes always assumed a given state of long-term expectations, in order to ensure the determination of short-term equilibrium, the assets with otherwise changing yields, for example, the current prices of shares or real capital assets, 2, changed only if the rate of interest changed. In reality, the Keynesian alternative to holding wealth in money form is holding fixed interest bonds, more exactly long-term bonds. Lejeune-Hofbud's broad interpretation of the alternative forms of holding wealth in money form would contradict the Keynesian concept. That is because in this case monetary stimulation, an increase in the quantity of money, would move, through open market operations, from the bond market to the market of real capital assets. It would directly stimulate investment, which in turn would imply that monetary policy alone was enough to ensure the high level of output. Davidson also asserts in one of his studies that Keynes would reject such an interpretation of his theory 120. For Keynes, an increase in the quantity of money through open market operations affects output only through changes in the rate of interest. Thus it appears that we can give a correct account of Keynes's position on the problem in question if we confront money in its broad interpretation, that is to say, also including short-term securities, with long-term bonds as an alternative form of holding wealth. It is the long-term movement of the rate of interest that Keynes is interested in. Increased investment suggested as a remedy against unemployment calls for a decrease in the long-term rate of interest. In the case of the speculative demand for money, the only intelligible explanation of individuals trying to use money as holding wealth is, according to Keynes, the uncertainty as to the future course of the rate of interest, 121. On the basis of past ego.perience and of the present state of expectations concerning future monetary policy, people have a certain idea about the safe level of the rate of interest. These ideas vary from individual to individual, and have no absolute reliance on the real state of affairs. L. N. Keynes's view, changes in the current market rate of interest need not call forth a corresponding change in the expected future rate of interest. Expectations concerning the future rate of interest are inelastic for Keynes. Those who think that the current rate of interest is lower than they expect the likely rate to be in the future will want to convert their bond holdings to money to avoid losses from a decline in the market price of bonds, or they do not spend their money holdings on buying bonds if they think that in the future they can buy them at a lower price. Therefore, money for speculative purposes will be demanded by those who judge the future in a pessimistic way and expect a rise in the interest rate and a fall in market prices, that is, who speculate on a slump. But some people will speculate on a fall in the future rate of interest relative to the current one, that is, on a rise in market prices, on a boom. They will want to buy securities or borrow short-term money to buy debts of longer term. For Keynes, it is speculation about the future uncertainty of the rate of interest which brings about the interest elasticity of the demand for money. And the lower the present rate of interest, the more individuals will be afraid that the future rate of interest will rise and security prices will fall, that is, the more speculators will join the bear brigade, the more of them will seek to get rid of their securities and hold their wealth in money as, according to their calculations, even a small expected fall in security prices will annihilate not only the interest yield on their claims, but will also decrease their wealth held in the form of bonds. At the same time, those who hold their wealth in money, have to sacrifice but a small interest income for the security that their wealth will not depreciate, and thus the opportunity cost of holding cash is low. Thus, depending on expectations, to any rate of interest there belongs for Keynes a certain demand for money on the part of the bears, or a certain supply of money on the part of the bulls. With the rate of interest changing, the relation between the bears and the bulls will shift, and the rate of interest will be stabilized at a level at which the sales of the bears and the purchases of the bulls are balanced. L22. Or, formulated in a different way, the rate of interest and the price of bonds have to be fixed at the level at which the desire on the part of certain individual s to hold cash is exactly equal to the amount of cash available for the speculative motive. Those economists who, following Keynes, represent the speculative demand curve of money diagrammatically as a function of the rate of interest, proceed in the following way: the demand for money is made up of the amount of money that existing money holders wish to retain as a store of wealth, rather than purchase bonds, plus the amount which, at the given interest rate, bondholders wish to obtain by selling bonds. J23 The equilibrium level of the rate of interest is then that level at which the demand for money thus obtained will be equal to the amount of money available for speculative purposes, M2, which is nothing else but the total quantity of money available to society, M, minus the quantity of money needed to satisfy the demand for money for transactions and precautionary purposes, M1. The lower the rate of interest, the more elastic for Keynes will be the curve of the speculative demand for money, because the more rapidly bulls change into bears. The more the quantity of money available for speculative purposes will pave to grow for the rate of interest to decrease in the same degree. Then, at a certain rate of interest, the interest elasticity of the function of the speculative demand for money will become almost infinite, in the sense that almost everyone prefers cash to holding a debt which yields so low a rate of interest. I-24. Keynes's followers speak of a liquidity trap. The speculative demand for money absorbs all money without affecting the rate of interest. In Keynes, the rate of interest only brings the speculative demand for money into line with the quantity of money available for such purposes. It does not directly influence the demand for money under the transactions and precautionary motives. If these are added to the speculative demand for money, and the amount of money needed to satisfy the demand for money under the transactions and precautionary motives is added to the money available for speculative purposes, then this will leave the level of the rate of interest unaffected. The function of the demand for money has shifted by the same amount as the amount of money supplied. Keynes asserts that in discussing the speculative demand for money, a distinction must be made between such changes in the interest rate as are caused by changes in the supply of money available for the satisfaction of the speculative demand for money without any change in the L2 function, on the one hand, and those changes, on the other hand, which stem primarily from the fact that as a result of a different judgment of the future, the L2 function itself has been modified. When the L2 function shifts at a given M2, the rate of interest suffers an almost abrupt change. The collapse of the marginal efficiency of capital shifts the L2 function and increases the rate of interest in Keynes, since it increases uncertainty about the future. L25 With a given L2 function, if the quantity of money available for speculative purposes increases, excess money will be spent on buying bonds. The price of bonds will increase, and the rate of interest will decrease. Those bulls who find that the current rate of interest has fallen below the expected safe level, will join the bear brigade, and offer their stocks for sale in exchange for money to hold their wealth in. But the monetary equilibrium will not necessarily be restored simply by a decrease in the interest rate. This is because a lower rate of interest may stimulate investment, as a result of which national income will rise, together with the demand for money. L1 The quantity of money needed to satisfy that demand will be raised by issuing bonds yielding a higher interest, and thus a portion of the increased amount of money will be withdrawn from speculative uses. And monetary equilibrium will be restored when national income and the rate of interest reach a level at which the increased quantity of money is demanded in its entirety, partly for transactions and precautionary, partly for speculative purposes. In the earlier varieties of the cash balance theory, whenever monetary equilibrium was upset because, for example, the quantity of money had increased, the surplus quantity of money was spent, directly increasing thereby aggregate demand and through it national income in terms of money. The disturbance of monetary equilibrium, as a result of the increased quantity of money, may affect national income for Keynes, too, and a change in national income may also be a condition for establishing monetary equilibrium. Since, however, owing to the uncertainty of the future, money is also demanded, in Keynes's view, as a store of wealth, depending on the rate of interest, monetary equilibrium is tied to certain specific values not only of national income but also of the rate of interest. While in the case of interest in elastic investment only the rate of interest changes as a function of the increased quantity of money, but national income remains unchanged, in the liquidity trap both national income and the rate of interest remain unchanged as the quantity of money changes. By introducing the speculative demand for money and by bringing interest elasticity to the fore, Keynes wants to show, first, how monetary policy can influence the level of the interest rate. Those economists who determined the rate of interest by real factors denied that monetary policy could exercise a lasting influence on the level of the rate of interest and affect its equilibrium level. Such a view is also held, by the way, by today's monetarists, among them Friedman, and this position was also taken by Wicksell, whose theory we have already discussed. By issuing credits over and above savings, the central bank can drive down the level of the rate of interest. But in Wicksell, this fall in the rate of interest upsets the monetary equilibrium and through it the equilibrium of reproduction. Since, in his view, full employment is ensured, production cannot be augmented, and the increase in the quantity of money raises the price level. Then the unfolding inflationary process compels the banks, sooner or later, to raise the market rate of interest. As has already been mentioned, it is the movement of the price level which adjusts the market rate of interest to the natural rate, while monetary policy is unable to influence the level of the natural rate of interest, since the increase in the quantity of money affects neither the time preference of the public nor the marginal productivity of capital. According to Keynes, who regards full employment only as an exceptional state, intended saving adjusts itself to increasing investment through the rise in national income. By reducing the rate of interest, the banks may stimulate investment and through it the production of national income. They may bring about a new equilibrium position by an appropriate equilibrium rate of interest. Keynes maintains that it is exactly the interest elasticity of the speculative demand for money that makes open market operations possible, the fact that, under normal conditions, the banking system is always able to buy or sell bonds, because even by a slight change in the rate of interest the banks can induce some people to buy bonds or sell them in exchange for cash. Thus the banking system can change the quantity of money through open market operations. But it can also thereby 391. Modify the L2 function and bring about changes in the expectations concerning the future monetary policy of the central bank or the government. Secondly, by introducing the speculative demand for money, Keynes also wants to indicate the limitations of monetary policy. Reference has already been made to the fact that, according to Keynes, investment does not necessarily respond to a drop in the rate of interest. And the efficiency of monetary policy is also impeded by the behavior of the bears. If the central bank buys bonds through its open market operations, it thereby forces up their prices, the rate of interest will fall, the bear brigade will grow, and some of the bulls will become bears. The supply of bonds will grow, which slows down their price rise and the fall in the rate of interest. As a result, the rate of interest does not fall in response to an increase in its quantity to anything approaching the extent to which the yield from other types of assets falls when their quantity is comparably increased. L26. Bear speculation is, according to Keynes, particularly harmful because the public conventionally expects a long-term rate of interest to be at too high a level from the point of view of full employment. The actual rate of interest, too, remains unchanged at a relatively high level. This is because as soon as the actual market rate of interest falls below the future long-term rate expected by most of the public, people will dump such a large quantity of bonds on the market that the rate of interest will rise, as a result of the drop in the exchange rate, towards the expected level. Consequently, the long-run rate of interest develops, according to Keynes, at a level that is expected by the majority of the public. Any level of interest which is accepted with sufficient conviction as likely to be durable will be durable. 127. The current market interest rate is largely determined by the rate that is expected to prevail over a longer per 100, 1.2 and the long-run rate of interest expected by the greater part of the public is the most stable, and the least easily shifted, element in our contemporary economy. L29. Now the formation of the effective demand necessary to realize full employment is impeded in Keynes by the fact that, a conventional and fairly stable long-term rate of interest is combined with a fickle and highly unstable marginal efficiency of capital. 130. Given an infinite interest elasticity of the speculative demand for money function, monetary policy becomes completely ineffective. Expressing with the help of Irving Fisher's formula of the quantity theory of money the limitations set on monetary policy by the behavior of the bears, we can say that with M increasing through N market operations, the fall in the rate of interest increases the speculative demand for money. The rise in the speculative demand for money impedes in turn an appropriate fall in the fate of interest and thereby hinders an increase in investment and national income. Thus the effect of an increase in M is absorbed partly by a fall in V. The situation is similar in the case when the interest elasticity of investment is low. Given a fall in the rate of interest resulting from an increase in M, national income increases but slightly, and therefore V has to fall. But the change in V, as a result of a rise in M, is a function of interest expectations, and hence uncertain. Therefore, the formation of aggregate demand through an increased quantity of money is in Keynes an inappropriate economic policy measure. The effect of the speculative demand for money on slowing down falls in the rate of interest is strengthened by the circumstance that, a large increase in the quantity of money may cause such uncertainty about the future that liquidity preference due to the security motive may be strengthened. 131 And the L2 function is shifted. And if the speculative demand for money is infinitely interest elastic, the effect of an increase in M is completely counterbalanced by the fall in V. Keynes holds that the speculative demand for money is harmful because it hampers the fall in the rate of interest and thereby the growth of investment, and is directed at the same time towards something that cannot be produced, thus preventing aggregate demand from growing together with aggregate supply, and full employment from being realized. Owing to the above-mentioned limitations of monetary policy, Keynes writes that, it seems unlikely that the influence of the banking policy on the rate of interest will be sufficient by itself to determine an optimum rate of investment, L32, and therefore monetary policy has to be supplemented by budgetary policy. A critique of the Keynesian theory of interest. The theory of the speculative demand for money is one of the pillars of Keynes's theoretical system. Keynes wished to create, on the one hand, a theory of interest in which the interest mechanism does not perform the function attributed to it by neoclassical economics, i.e. does not regulate saving and investment and ensure an equilibrium between them. On the other hand, he wished to show how monetary policy can, by changing the quantity of money, persistently influence the rate of interest and through it the level of national income and employment. At the same time, Keynes also wanted to call attention with his theory of money to the limitations of monetary policy, to the very fact that the speculative demand for money of the bears hampers the endeavor of the central bank to force down the rate of interest by open market operations, and prevents the rate of interest from falling to the level needed for full employment. Evaluating Keynes's theory of interest from the viewpoint of Marxist political economy, we agree with his statement that it is possible to influence the rate of interest through monetary policy, and hence the levels of investment, employment, and output. As Marx puts it, the average rate of interest prevailing in a certain country as distinct from the continually fluctuating market rates cannot be determined by any law. In this sphere there is no such thing as a natural rate of interest, 133. And thus it can be formed by the credit policy of the central bank. But we cannot accept the explanation of interest given by Keynes, namely his statement that interest is entirely a financial, psychological factor, the price for giving up liquidity, and that it brings the speculative demand for money into equilibrium with the quantity of money available for speculative purposes. The rate of interest is by no means the reward for parting with liquidity, I-34. Hoarding, the insistence on holding wealth in money cannot be looked upon as typical of capitalist economy. As Marx puts it, money may be converted into capital on the basis of capitalist production, and may thereby be increasing value L35. Marx's answer to the question of what the money capitalist renounces for the period of time for which he lends his money, expresses the essence of the capitalist mode of production, namely, that he renounces the use value of his capital, that is, its capacity of producing average profit. 136 Marx emphasizes that the capitalist entrepreneur wants to derive profit even from the money accumulated temporarily as treasure. The eagerness to utilize the surplus value accumulating as virtual money capital for purpose of deriving profits or revenue from it finds its object accomplished in the credit system and papers 137. No doubt, an increase in the rate of interest diminishes the price of long-term bonds. Already Marx wrote about this as follows: a rise in interest implies a fall in the price of securities. 138. Those bondholders who expect the rate of interest to rise, try to get rid of their bonds. Yet they do it not in order to hold their wealth in money, but in another, safer but still profitable form. In the case of shares, for example, in boom periods, the effect of a rising rate of interest on decreasing share prices is outweighed for a long time by the effect of rising dividends on increasing share prices. Under such circumstances, it is worthwhile to hold one's wealth in shares instead of in long-term bonds. As Hansen puts it, in the expansion phase, there is a shift from bonds to equities, 139. No doubt, asset holders endeavor to hold their wealth in a safe rather than a less safe form. This does not mean, however, an insistence on money, merely an exchange of one profitable asset for another, for a safer and more profitable one. But if they hold an equity instead of a long-term bond because they expect the rate of interest to rise, then in this case it is not the demand for money but the demand for equities which is interest elastic. If a speculator, taken in the narrower sense, holds cash, he does it merely in order better to utilize a favorable opportunity to buy depreciated securities more cheaply and to get thereby a higher rate of return, or to obtain a capital gain by selling his securities later, at a higher price. He sacrificed the interest for the period in warehousage he held his wealth in cash not for greater safety, but in the hope of an expected higher interest revenue or capital gain. In his computations he compares these expectations with the interest revenue sacrificed and takes his decision on whether to defer buying securities or rather buy them immediately. Incidentally, a bear need not let the money needed to buy securities lie idle even in the short run. Even if he is bearish, he will switch not into money, but into bills 140. In Keynes, however, short-term bonds, owing to the interest inelasticity of their price, come under one heading with money in its strict sense in the L2 function, and thus he has no possibility of representing an asset holder's choice between money in its strict sense and short-term bonds. In Keynes, a bearish speculation is set off when the market rate of interest falls below what is believed to be the safe long-term rate of interest. Marx also distinguishes the market rate of interest from the average rate of interest, which is the average of the interest rate across the cycle, in line with the cyclical movement of capitalist reproduction. According to Marx, the average rate of interest is relatively constant in the long run. He sees its cause in the relative constancy of the general profit rate. Its relative constancy is revealed precisely in this more or less constant nature of the average, of common rate of interest T4T. In Keynes, however, the durability of expectations concerning the long-term rate of interest is devoid of any objective foundation. The endeavor to sell bonds when their price is rising and hence the rate of interest is falling, may also be explained if we do not assume that a fall in their price is expected. We only need to assume that the asset holder wishes to exchange his asset yielding a decreasing interest for another asset with a higher yield, which will compensate him also for the loss of capital gain on the asset sold whose price was rising. Besides rejecting the Keynesian view that interest is the price of giving up liquidity, we cannot accept another proposition of his either, namely, that if the expansion of output requires a larger sum of money, operating capitalists can get hold of this money only if they induce money owners to give up liquidity by paying them a higher rate of interest. Entrepreneurs raise the necessary amount of money primarily from banks. Banks demand interest not as a reward for renouncing liquidity. Being business undertakings, they seek to reach an average rate of profit on their capital, and try therefore to satisfy the demand for credit of individuals and institutions which can be relied upon to repay the credits granted to them. In open market operations it is not only the speculative motive, the fear of a fall in the price of assets that stimulates wealth holders to sell their long-term bonds. They may offer them for sale also because they are obliged to make payments, because they need money for their business undertakings, because they wish to hold their wealth in more profitable securities, or banks may offer their long-term bonds for sale because they want to acquire notes issued by the central bank in order to extend loans. We can read in Samuelson's Economics that since 1953 the Federal Reserve authorities have decided to limit themselves to open market operations in short-term government bills, T42. Short-term government bonds, however, do not constitute, according to the Keynesian theory, the object of speculations, while they may be the object of selling and buying in open market operations. Interest as the price of renouncing liquidity for Keynes is, according to Hicks, a risk premium. L43 The degree of risk in fact influences the level of the rate of interest. Marx's remark on the larger profit of more hazardous undertakings, that investments of capital in lines exposed to greater hazards, are compensated by higher prices 144 also refers to higher interest rates set in credit transactions involving greater risks. But just as profit cannot be regarded as a reward for the risks of undertakings, in the same way, interest cannot be considered either as a premium for the risk-taking involved in making loans. Samuelson reminds us of this when writing that, it would be a mistake, if it were thought that uncertainty and liquidity differentials are the sine qua non for the existence of a rate of interest. 145 And how could the rate of interest be determined in a certain world in which the Keynesian propensity to hoard, the liquidity function L2, is missing? According to Hicks, the true nature of interest can be revealed if we find a reason for the existence of pure interest, that is, for the rate of interest on bills of such a short term that the possibility of having to rediscount is ruled out. J46 By mentioning this problem, Hicks wants to emphasize that the existence of interest cannot be explained merely by referring to risk. But the solution offered by him is not acceptable either. In his opinion, the level of the rate of interest measures the trouble involved in investing funds. 147. Marx does not explain the fact that a long rate of interest is usually higher than a short rate by the greater risk involved. In this connection he writes, that the rate of profit is not only determined by the relation of profit made in one single turnover to advanced capital value, but also by the length of this period of turnover. 148. This circumstance appears in connection with interest-bearing capital in such a way that a definite interest is paid to the lender for a definite time span. 149. Nor does Marx determine the rate of interest through the relationship between the demand for and the supply of money. In his system, the relation between the supply of loanable capital on the one side, and the demand for it on the other, decides the market level of interest at any given time. ISO. He regards as a decisive element of the demand for loanable capital, the demand of industrial capitalists for money capital. 151, which is determined by conditions of actual production. J52 And in Marx the banking system does not increase the supply of loanable capital at will, regardless of capitalist reproduction as a whole, irrespective of the actual position of the business cycle. For Marx the movement of the rate of interest basically reflects the evolution of reproduction. By the way, Hanson's comments on the Keynesian theoretical system also reveal that the Keynesian propensity to hoard is a function of the reproduction process. The propensity to hoard is lowest in the recovery and the early stage of expansion and highest in the crisis phase. I-53. Thus the level of the rate of interest cannot be regarded, even on a Keynesian theoretical basis, as a merely financial, psychological phenomenon. The dependence of the rate of interest on reproduction becomes manifest in Keynes in another way also. Assuming a given quantity of money and a given L2 function, the level of national income determines, according to Keynes, how much money will be left to satisfy the speculative demand for money, and hence how high will L be the rate of interest. In actual fact, the rate of interest is decisively influenced by the supply of securities offered by those who want to obtain money for production purposes, who offer long-term bonds for sale not because they are afraid of their falling price and demand money, nor because holding it in cash ensures safety and convenience, but because they want to spend it in the interests of reproduction. In Keynes, however, the L1 money demand function is not interest elastic, and therefore Keynes does not take it into account in decrementing the equilibrium level of the rate of interest. It must be noted, however, that even if we do not accept Keynes's view that the level of the rate of interest is determined by the relation between the speculative demand for money and the supply of money, we must still admit that the interest rate is undoubtedly affected by speculative behavior. It is affected by such behavior that speculators demand credit and thereby increase the demand for loans when they want to buy securities whose price is expected to rise. The rate of interest is also affected by the speculators buying and selling bonds in great quantities. By selling long-term bonds and buying short-term securities instead, the bears change the relation between short and long rates of interest. Hicks pointed out how strongly the bearish behavior of speculators countered in England the government's attempt to reduce the rate of interest on long-term bonds by open market operations. How powerful such speculation can be was demonstrated practically, in England, soon after Keynes died. The Attlee government attempted to hold the long-term rate of government securities down to 3%, but their patience was exhausted before that of the speculators. I-54. The insistence, as emphasized by Keynes, on money as the safest form of holding wealth is typical under capitalist conditions only if people expect a general fall in the price of securities. As a picture of reality, this model becomes most nearly justifiable in periods of depression when also liquidity preference comes nearest to being an operative factor in its own right. J55. It becomes absolutely clear in a period of depression how impermissible it is to regard short-term bonds as money in its strict sense. At that time, even short-term bonds, except for short-term government bills, experience a massive drop in price not because the rate of interest is increasing but because they represent unsaleable commodities, and thus they cannot be redeemed at maturity. Otherwise, the massive demand for money in times of depression cannot be represented as a function of the rate of interest. Securities yielding variable earnings, e.g. shares, lose in value not only as a result of a rise in the rate of interest, but, as a result of the decrease in revenues for which it constitutes drafts. 156. The demand for money by shareholders is a function not only of the increase in the rate of interest, but also of the decrease in dividends. In a slump period, however, not only security holders want to keep their wealth in a safe form, but also productive capitalists. Under conditions of an overall fall in prices, they prefer to hold their money reserves earmarked for expanding or replacing their stock of capital rather than to spend them. This attempt by entrepreneurs to hold money definitely conflicts with its representation as a function of the rate of interest. Marxist political economy does not define the price of real capital assets as a capitalized return. 398. Chapter 7. Post-Keynesian Microtheory of the Demand for Money. The Keynesian theory of the demand for money was criticized from several viewpoints even by Keynes's followers. Thus it was criticized, among other things, because Keynes tried to explain the interest elasticity of the demand for money by the heavily debated speculative motive. To demonstrate the interest elasticity of the demand for money, some economists referred to the interest elasticity of the transactions demand instead of the speculative demand for money. Why could people not hold their transactions balances, too, they asked, in profitable assets until payments fell due? According to Tobin, a relationship must be found between average cash holding, or average bond holding, and the interest rate, on the assumption that the individual divides the total transactions balances between cash and bonds in such a way that he maximizes his interest earnings, net of transactions cost. 157 The switch of cash into profitable assets and the sale of these assets if payments fall due involve costs. The minimum broker's fee is what makes it unprofitable to take cash out of investments in frequent small driblets, ISS. It is worthwhile buying bonds if they can be held long enough so that interest earnings exceed the transactions costs incurred when selling and buying them. With an increase in the interest rate, the optimal balance of idle cash decreases, because it becomes more economical to withdraw cash from investments even more frequently and in driblets whenever this becomes necessary with payments falling due. Thus transactions balances can be held longer in bonds and, consequently, the average investment holding will grow. Even at an unchanged rate of interest, it is possible to increase the number of withdrawals if the amount of money withdrawn increases. Namely, the greater this amount, the smaller will be the broker's fee in relative terms. Thus the number of optimum withdrawals grows with the volume of transactions. When the volume of transactions per firm increases, optimum cash balances will grow too, but at a lesser rate than the volume of transactions payments. And with the increase in the volume of transactions, writes Tobin, the range of values of the interest rate for which the demand for cash is sensitive to the interest rate will grow too. Large transactors may be quite sensitive to the interest rate 159. Smaller transactors, however, do not find it worthwhile holding their transactions balances in assets other than cash. Then, as the volume of transactions rises, the number of optimum withdrawals will increase even at a lower interest rate, and the share of cash in the necessary transactions balances will decrease even at a lower rate of interest. As Baumol puts it, if firms are efficient profit maximizers, Keynes was probably wrong in playing down the influence of the interest rate in the transactions demand for cash 160. Baumol tries to determine the size of the optimum cash inventory on the analogy of optimum product inventories. In this sense he writes that inventory theory and monetary theory can learn from one another 161. Thus, in order to represent the interest elasticity of the demand for money, he substitutes the inventory theory of demand for speculative demand. In this way, certain post-Keynesian economists attempted to set up a functional relationship between the demand for money and the interest rate. But this shifts attention away from substitution, as a result of changes in the interest rate, between long-term securities and money, in the direction of substitution between short-term securities and money proper. Keynesian speculative demand for money is based on the assumption that a change in the rate of interest influences the price of long-term securities strongly, but that of short-term securities to a negligible extent. Thus the transactions and precautionary demand for money, for whose satisfaction necessary funds are held either in cash or short-term securities interpreted as money in its broad sense, are not interest elastic. Baumol and others, however, examine how people decide, depending on the level of the interest rate, on an optimum division of their transactions balances between money and short-term securities. These economists present a modified function for the demand for money, with which, they argue, it is possible to determine the establishment of monetary equilibrium, the interest elasticity of demand for MO11EY, and all the effects that Keynes attempted to point out by introducing the concept of speculative demand for money. In the 1973 edition of Samuelson's Economics, open market operations by the central bank influence the level of the rate of interest already through the demand for cash inventories. The liquidity trap, too, appears in this function at an adequately low level of the interest rate. At a low interest rate, transactions and precautionary balances are held in cash rather than in securities, not because of anxiety about a future decrease in security prices, but simply because at a low rate of interest it is not economical to undertake to pay the transactions costs stemming from the buying and selling of securities. Tobin also emphasizes that for the demonstration of the interest elasticity of money demand it is not necessary to assume uncertainty concerning the future level of the interest rate, even if there were unanimity and certainty that prevailing interest rates would continue unchanged indefinitely, so that no motive for holding cash other than transactions requirements existed. The demand for cash would depend inversely on the rate of interest. The reason is simply the cost of transactions between cash and interest-bearing assets 162. Evaluating the post-Keynesian theory of the demand for money as set out above, we may regard as realistic the assumption of the theory that productive capitalists do not want to let even the money reserves needed to maintain the continuity of production lie idle, and attempt instead to use them profitably until payments fall due, and grant credits to one another from the money released temporarily. Thus this new version of the theory of the demand for money also represents, to use a Marxist term, so-called commercial credit. And we may agree that a high interest rate stimulates the economic use of cash balances. But the background to the optimum utilization of cash is also provided in the short run by the level of reproduction. In times of depression, the interest rate is low, BTT. This does not stimulate investment, and national income will not grow. On the contrary, it will contract, and the demand for transactions balances will decrease. The demand for transactions cash will also decrease, even though the low rate of interest may increase the share of the cash in the transactions balances. Under such circumstances, despite an increase in the quantity of money, owing to open market operations, people are reluctant to hold the increased quantity of money for transactions purposes even at a low rate of interest. Surplus money will be accumulated at the banks as unintended surplus reserves. Under recovery, however, investment will grow even at a high rate of interest, and a similar growth will be experienced in national income, transactions balances, and optimal cash balances, too, though the share of the latter in transactions balances will decrease owing to the higher level of the interest rate. The amount of the necessary transactions balances is a function of reproduction. With an increase in transactions balances, the demand for transactions cash will grow, and with their decrease it will fall. The level of the interest rate exercises a direct effect at best on the form of holding a given magnitude of transactions balances. Lejeune-Hufvud is right in saying that it is not evident that the interest elasticity of the demand for cash balances will be as quantitatively significant as it appears in the Baumol-Tobin framework 163. Let us finish our critique of Keynesian and post-Keynesian interest rate theories by saying that even non-Marxian economists raise the objection that those who attempt to explain the short-term rate of interest by transactions costs and the long-term rate by the inconvenience and risk incidental to giving up liquidity, focus their attention on the choice between money and near money, or on money in its broad sense and long-term bonds, and lose sight of the process of production taking place in the background. Point 164. Though the non-Marxian critique connects the rate of interest with production in a way which cannot be accepted by Marxian economics, it is right in stating that the interest rate cannot be explained independently of production. As Marx puts it, qualitatively speaking, interest is surplus value. 165. Chapter 8. Hicks's and Hanson's attempts to determine the rate of interest and national income simultaneously by means of the IS and LM curves. In criticizing the view of neoclassical economics, Keynes asserts that until we know the magnitude of national income, the equilibrium between investment and saving tells us nothing about the level of the rate of interest. In fact, it is no surprise, because the supply and demand functions for saving, i.e., the investment function, are not independent of each other. If a new investment opportunity shifts the investment function upwards, national income will grow, and the saving function will shift, too. Hanson, however, points out that with his theory of interest Keynes himself, too, uses a circular argument. With a given quantity of money and a given liquidity preference function, Keynes wants to determine the interest rate by the amount of money available for speculative purposes. But it is on the level of national income that the amount of speculative money supply depends. The higher the national income with a given quantity of money, the less is the amount of money available for speculation, and the higher the rate of interest. The level of national income depends in its turn on the level of investment which, without the interest rate being known, is indeterminate, so is, consequently, the level of national income, too. Keynes did not realize this contradiction. In determining the rate of interest he assumed the level of national income as given, while he regarded the rate of interest as constant in determining the equilibrium level of national income. Hicks Low 66 and later Hanson L 67 tried to evade the vicious circle that can be found in both the neoclassical and the Keynesian interest theories by determining the rate of interest and national income simultaneously. The equilibrium of the real sphere is expressed by the equation y equals c plus I, and the equilibrium of the monetary sphere by the equation m equals L1 plus L2, where c equals /1, I equals f, L1 equals f2 and L2 equals f. Both equations contain two unknowns, y and I. The solution of the two simultaneous equations will also determine, according to Hicks and Hanson, the values of y and I. Their method is represented graphically according to H. G. Johnson L. 68. First, They constructed the saving function S equals F, then the investment function I equals F. Taking R, the independent variable of the system, as given, investment appears to be a function of the rate of interest only. By combining the two curves, those of investment and saving, they constructed the /S curve, that is, the investment saving curve, which expresses the level of national income at each of the various levels of the rate of interest. If the rate of interest is high, then, according to the investment function, the amount of intended investment is small. Therefore, in equilibrium, the level of intended saving adjusted to intended investment must be low too, so also, according to the saving function, is the equilibrium level of national income. By similar reasoning they pointed out that, given a low rate of interest, the equilibrium level of national income must be high. According to Hansen, neoclassical economics determined by the saving and investment functions not the equilibrium level of the rate of interest, but only the /S curve. The /S curve expresses the equilibrium of intended saving and intended investment for the different coordinate values of the rate of interest and national income. But the curve itself does not tell us at what values of the rate of interest and national income the actual equilibrium is established. For this to be known, the particular rate of interest must, as a datum, be included in the model. As a next step, Hicks and Hansen determined the value of the rate of interest. They represent the function of the speculative demand for money in the upper right-hand corner of the diagram, the level of national income on the negative section of the axis and the demand for money for transactions purposes on the negative section of the x-axis. The tangent of the angle. At an interest rate thus obtained, entrepreneurs wish to invest, in compliance with the investment function, as much as society wishes to save out of national income thus obtained, in accordance with the saving function. On the other hand, assuming a given supply of money, the national income and the rate of interest will be such that the supply of money available for speculative purposes exactly equals the speculative demand for money. In the dispute between monetarists and neo-Keynesians, in the course of which neo-Keynesians believe that both monetary and fiscal policies affect nominal income, and monetarists believe that only monetary policies do so, I-69 both sides make use of the IS and LM curves for illustrating their respective views. We can often encounter in neo-Keynesian economists 170 an interpretation of the monetarist view according to which monetarists assume the demand for money to be completely interest inelastic. Earlier monetarists really represented the demand for money only as a function of national income. In this case, the LM curve is a vertical straight line. Under such circumstances, fiscal policy exerts no effect whatsoever on national income. If the IS curve shifts upwards as a result of government expenditures, only the rate of interest and not national income will rise. The outlays on public works are ineffective, since they do not increase employment. National income will rise only if the quantity of money increases, when the LM curve shifts to the right. Expressing the monetarist view by the MV equals Y formula, V is constant if the LM curve is a vertical straight line. Y can grow only because M has increased. Keynes's followers, however, regard demand for money as interest elastic, and assume the LM curve to be upward sloping. If this is so, the government expenditures can increase national income and thereby employment even at the given quantity of money. Needing part of the existing quantity of money, the government raises the rate of interest. The higher rate of interest releases part of the quantity of money used as a store of wealth, which in turn makes it possible to finance public works without withdrawing the quantity of money needed for it entirely from private investment. Expressing the above by the formula MV equals Y, and taking M to be given, the interest rate increased by government expenditures decreases the speculative demand for money, raises the circulation velocity of money, and, as a result, both MV and Y will rise. Present-day monetary economists admit that the LM curve is interest elastic, that changes in the quantity of money affect V. While admitting this, they want to prove the priority of monetary policy over fiscal policy and argue that if M does not change in line with government expenditures because, For example, they are financed from borrowings from the public. The government demand for credit will raise the rate of interest and thereby diminish private investment. In the case of an interest-elastic demand for money, total investment will grow but, owing to the decrease in private investment, by a lesser margin than the growth in government expenditures. Consequently, national income will rise but relatively slightly. If, however, government expenditures are financed by creating money, with M rising, the LM curve will shift downwards and national income will increase significantly. According to Friedman, if government expenditures increase in a given year and fall back later to their original level, then, provided the quantity of money has not changed, S curve will shift downward ds to resume later its original position, and real and nominal income will increase for a year to fall back afterwards to its original value. On the other hand, if the transitory, one-year increase in government expenditures is financed by creating money, the LM curve will shift downwards and stay there afterwards, too, and the IS curve will resume its original position. In this case, given an unchanged price level, both real and nominal income will stabilize at a higher level. If, however, the price level eventually rises, real income will fall to its original level, but nominal income will stay at its higher level. Thus the monetary effect is alchemy of much deeper significance than the fiscal effect 171. However, all this only shows that fiscal policy has to be combined with monetary policy, but it does not prove the priority of monetary policy over fiscal policy. The increase in the quantity of money in itself does not necessarily mean a rise in total demand. On the contrary, it is exactly fiscal policy that makes it possible for the increased quantity of money to appear as greater demand and as a result of the rise in the price level, for nominal income to stabilize at a higher level even after a decrease in government expenditures. The Keynesian arguments relating to the limits of monetary policy are also valid in respect to Friedman. Keynes's objections expressed by means of the IS and LM curves may be summed up like this: no matter that the quantity of money increases and curve LM shifts downwards, national income will not change if we are in the liquidity trap. This section of curve LM is a straight line, and the growth in the quantity of money leaves the position of this section unchanged. Neither will it change, if as a result of the increased quantity of money, investment is interest inelastic, i.e. if curve IS is a vertical straight line. The increased quantity of money will not raise total demand in either case. We shall see later that according to Keynes's critics the automatisms of the capitalist economy ensure full employment even in the case of the infinite interest elasticity of the demand for money or in the case of the interest inelasticity of the investment function, through the various wealth effects which shift the IS curve upwards or, in the case of the interest inelastic investment function, to the right, because the consumers save a smaller proportion of their incomes. We shall also deal in greater detail with the uncertainty of the wealth effect later. 408. Chapter 9. The labor market in Keynes. Keynes rejects the neoclassical view which maintains that under unemployment a fall in money wages creates an equilibrium between the demand for and the supply of labor. In his theory, employment depends on aggregate demand, and the equilibrium level of employment is established at the point of intersection of the aggregate demand and supply functions. Does a decrease in money wages increase the demand for labor, asks Keynes. A fall in money wages decreases production costs, diminishing the aggregate supply price. Neoclassical economists focused their attention only on that fact, and ignored the effect of a fall in money wages on demand. Under such circumstances they came to the conclusion that a fall in money wages, by increasing entrepreneurial profit, stimulates increased employment. The neglect of the effect of a decline in money wages on demand, says Keynes, can be accepted only at the firm or industry level. But this effect has to be reckoned with at a social level. In Keynes's view, the level of employment, as a result of a fall in money wage rates, depends on how a decrease in money wages, through its effect on the propensity to consume, on the function of the marginal efficiency of capital, or on the rate of interest, affects aggregate demand. Will the aggregate demand function intersect the aggregate supply schedule at a higher or lower level of employment? Employment will grow if, with decreasing nominal wages, aggregate demand measured in money terms remains the same as it was, or does not fall at least to the same extent as nominal wages. Keynes thinks that it is really impossible to tell how the money wage rate affects aggregate demand and through it employment. In some conditions it will exercise a favorable, in others an unfavorable effect on them. Let us examine some of the more important possibilities mentioned by Keynes. If, with a fall in money wages, prices decrease to a lesser extent because the incomes of other factors constituting marginal cost have not declined, then the real income of the latter will grow to the detriment of the worker's real income. The result is likely to be a fall in the propensity to consume and through it a decline in consumer demand and employment. However, by decreasing production costs, a fall in money wages may favor exports with the resulting growth of employment. If entrepreneurs think that the fall in money wage rates is only transitory, and expect a rise in money wages in the future, then this may give rise to favorable profit expectations on their part and induce them to take advantage of the op. 409. Opportunity offered by the lower money wage rates, to step up their current investments and thereby employment. But if they think that wage rates will fall still lower, they will tend to defer their investments since the marginal efficiency of capital will fall if current costs of production are thought to be higher than they will be later on. 172. A fall in prices due to declining money wages may increase the tax burdens of some of the indebted entrepreneurs up to insolvency, seriously affecting investment as a result. With decreasing money wages, the entrepreneur's demand for money for transactions purposes will fall, and out of the given quantity of money available to the economy more will be assigned to speculative uses, the demand for bonds and therefore their prices will rise, and the rate of interest will fall. Given JL fixed supply of money, the effect of declining money wages on the rate of interest will, according to Keynes, be the same as if, with unchanged money wages, the quantity of money had increased. This effect of money wage cuts is what the literature of economics calls the Keynes effect. A declining interest rate may stimulate investment. If, however, profit expectations, i.e. the marginal efficiency of capital are unfavorable, a fall in the rate of interest will not stimulate investment, the investment function will be completely interest elastic. Equally absent will be the stimulating effect of declining money wage rates on investment, if the schedule of the speculative demand for money is infinitely interest elastic. In this case, people will not use the money released from the transactions reserved for buying securities, but will prefer to hold their wealth as money. Now the fall in money wages will have no appreciable effect on the level of the rate of interest. In the last analysis, Keynes comes to this conclusion: there is, therefore, no ground for the belief that a flexible wage policy is capable of maintaining a state of continuous full employment. L73. By so saying, he relieves the working class of the responsibility for unemployment. The ultimate cause of unemployment is not wages kept at a high level by organized labor. It is not very plausible to assert that unemployment in the United States in 1932 was due either to labor obstinately refusing to accept a reduction of money wages, or to its obstinately demanding a real wage beyond what the productivity of the economic machine was capable of furnishing. 174. Just on the contrary, the chief result of an economic policy designed to cut nominal wages, would be to cause a great instability of prices, so violent perhaps as to make business calculations futile in an economic society functioning after the manner of that in which we live. 175. Even if we accept Keynes's reasoning with reservations, we must admit that he is right in saying that a cut in money wages is not an adequate means to eliminate unemployment. Despite Keynes's arguments, Pigou insists on his view that under unemployment the economy cannot reach equilibrium and that flexible wage rates ensure full employment. In his work published in 1944-176, Pigou refers to a mechanism which, in conditions of unemployment, would increase consumption demand as a result of a decline in money wages. The increase in consumption demand would take place not through investments, nor through the multiplier effect. It would thus come into force even if investment is interest inelastic, or the speculative demand for money is infinitely interest elastic. The so-called PIGU or real balance effect expresses that, when money wages decline under the pressure of unemployment, the price level falls, with the consequence that the real value of money assets will grow. According to the so-called real financial effect, related to the former, a reduction in money wages leads to the growth of the real value of nominally fixed non-money claims. The owners of these assets, becoming richer, will spend a greater proportion of their incomes on consumption. As the demand for consumer goods increases, entrepreneurs will expand the output of consumer goods and increase employment. There always exists a sufficiently low price level such that if expected to continue indefinitely, it will generate full employment, 177 writes Don Paddington. The Keynes effect may also stimulate consumption demand because the reduction of money wages, through an increase in the quantity of real money assets, decreases the rate of interest, which in turn raises the price of securities, and this growth of assets also stimulates consumption. As a matter of fact, however, modern money is credit money. And even if, owing to the declining price level, the wealth of money owners or creditors grows, the burden of debtors will also increase. This is, among other things, how Keynes argues against the PIGU effect 178. More recently, however, under the influence of Gurley and Shaw L79, a distinction I made between inside money and outside money. Inside money is credit money, while outside money is fiat paper money, government bonds. And since the government, unlike private debtors, does not reduce its outlays if its debts increase, then, according to a recently accepted view, the PIGU and the real financial effect can freely unfold on the basis of outside money. The so-called wealth effects, already mentioned, are theoretically conceivable, but they stimulate the growth of output only insofar as they increase the total profit of the capitalist class. An increase in consumption through the wealth effects would be of interest primarily in the case of the working class due to its volume. But the consumption outlays of the working class made out of wages do not increase the profit of the capitalist class, while its savings decrease the profit. This is so because the sum of money that is returned to the capitalist class through the purchases of the working class is in this case smaller than what the capitalists have advanced to the workers in the form of wages. If, as a result of the wealth effect, the working class saves a smaller proportion of its wages, the loss of the capitalist class decreases and its profit becomes greater than what it gained at a larger saving ratio of the working class. At the time the general theory was published, the savings of the working class were insignificant, and thus its assets held in money and bonds were also negligible. On the other hand, the wealth effect is unlikely to increase the consumption of the capitalist class significantly, except, perhaps, the consumption of small capitalists. But the circumstances of a slump may counteract this effect. During such a period, workers and capitalists alike will probably take care not to react to a rise in their real assets by increasing their consumption outlays. And under unfavorable cyclical conditions, a possible rise in consumption demand is unlikely to stimulate investment, this important profit component. During a slump there is ample idle capacity, and thus the increased demand for consumer goods may be satisfied even without any new investments. We have already discussed Keynes's view about the effect of the reduction of money wages on investment. This effect is unfavorable if entrepreneurs expect a further fall in money wages. This is the situation in a period of depression. And the fall in the rate of interest accompanying the reduction of money wages is not sure to stimulate investment. Incidentally, in connection with the consumption expanding influence of the Keynes effect, it is worth noting that even though a decreasing rate of interest does have a bearing on the prices of securities with variable yields, these depend not only on the interest rate but also on their yields. And in slump conditions, when unemployment is large and dividends are low, this circumstance counteracts the effect of a low interest rate on security prices. Making the level of employment dependent on aggregate demand, Keynes constructs a causal relationship opposed to that constructed by neoclassical economics. He accepts the proposition of neoclassical economics that entrepreneurs reach maximum profit at a level of employment at which the workers' real wage rates are equate to the marginal productivity of labor. He also accepts the assumption of the neoclassical school that at a given level of technical knowledge and of capital stock, if employment increases, then the marginal productivity of labor will diminish. In neoclassical economics, however, decreasing money wages, and the resulting decrease in the real wage, stimulated the expansion of employment. By contrast, the Keynesian causal relationship is this: if aggregate demand increases, employment will increase with it and, as a result, the marginal productivity of labor will decrease, causing real wages also to decrease. In the neoclassical model, the reduction of real wage rates through a cut in money wages is the cause of an increase in employment, while in Keynes the reduction of real wages is the consequence of increasing employment. By pointing out that the effect of a cut in money wages on aggregate demand and through it on employment cannot be predicted, Keynes refutes from another angle the neoclassical assertion that unemployment was caused by the workers' rigid insistence on a given rate of money wages, thereby impeding the reduction of real wage rates needed to maintain full employment. According to the neoclassical view, the bargain between workers and employers refers to the level of real wages. Though the amount of wages is stipulated in money terms, the formation of money wages reflects the movement of real wages. According to this view, decreasing money wages coincide, at least in the short run, with decreasing real wages. Keynes, however, holds the view that the bargain concluded in money terms between workers and employers cannot determine the level of real wages throughout the economy. It all depends on how a decrease in money wages affects the level of aggregate demand. Insofar as it decreases aggregate demand and employment, the marginal productivity of labor, and hence real wages, will increase. The reduction 412 of money wages will cause a decrease in real wages too, if it leads to a rise in aggregate demand and employment, and thus to a fall in the marginal productivity of labor. Keynes accepts the neoclassical statement that the equilibrium level of real wages equals the marginal productivity of labor. But it follows from the inverse causal sequence that he must reject the neoclassical view, that the equilibrium level of real wage rates expresses, from the supply side of labor, the marginal disutility of the given level of employment. This postulate is based, in Keynes's view, on the assumption that the workers themselves can stipulate the wage rates for which they are prepared to work. For Keynes, however, the level of employment, the marginal productivity of labor and real wages depend, irrespective of the workers' will, on the level of aggregate demand. Real wages established in dependence on aggregate demand need not equal at all the marginal disutility of employment at the existing level of aggregate demand. If aggregate demand is less than is necessary for full employment, given a relatively low level of employment, the marginal productivity of labor will be relatively high, and the corresponding real wages will exceed the marginal disutility of the given level of employment. Given such a high rate of real wages, labor supplied will be more than effective demand makes it possible to employ. It is only at full employment that, according to Keynes, real wages coincide with the marginal disutility of labor. In conditions of full employment, real wages corresponding to the marginal productivity of labor are established at a level which expresses the marginal disutility of this employment, which means that as many workers are employed as are ready to take up work at the given level of real wages. Since the effect that the level of money wage rates, agreed upon in the labor contract, exerts on real wages cannot be assessed in advance, Keynes thinks that the bargain between workers and capitalists refers to nominal and not to real wages. Now ordinary experience tells us, beyond doubt, that a situation where labor stipulates for a money wage rather than a real wage, so far from being a mere possibility, is the normal case 180. They resist reductions of money wages, even though the existing real equivalent of these wages exceeds the marginal disutility of the existing employment, 181. But, Keynes thinks, labor supply is usually not reduced on the labor market (TF), given unchanged money wages, wage goods become costlier, and thus real wages decrease. They do not raise the obstacle to any increase in aggregate employment which is attributed to them by the classical school 182. From the point of view of price stability, Keynes attributes a great significance to the fact that workers insist on a certain level of money wages. In his system, marginal cost is a basic component of money wages. If, under unemployment, the money wage were allowed to fall freely, the price level would lose its stability altogether, and money could not perform its function as a measure of value. In fact, he writes, we must have some factor, the value of which in terms of money is, if not fixed, at least sticky, to give us any stability of values in a monetary system. 183. Keynes's statements concerning the labor market logically follow from the basic propositions of his theoretical system. If employment depends on aggregate demand, a change in money wages can affect employment only through a change in aggregate demand. But this effect cannot be assessed in advance, and thus a change in money wages need not express a change in real wages. We must agree with Keynes when he says that money and real wages move differently, though his arguments, based virtually on the principle of marginal productivity, are not acceptable to Marxist economists. Peter Erdos expresses the Marxist view when he says that the level of money wages does not at all determine that of the real wages. 184. Similarly, through a Marxist approach, he concluded that the relative stability of the price level can be secured only by the relative stability of the sum of money wages, or wages liebje. ISS. Keynes's statement that real wages have to decline with the rise in employment, because the marginal productivity of labor decreases, is based on the theory of marginal productivity. In this form his statement is incompatible with the political economy of Marxism. But does the movement in an opposite direction of employment and real wages reflect to any extent the reality of capitalism? Yes, it does, but not as Keynes explains it. It is commonly known that in a capitalist economy the market expands and employment grows as a result of an increase in the production of the means of production. An upswing in the cycle of capitalist reproduction is caused by the fact that the production of the means of production runs ahead of the production of consumer goods. Employment grows in Department 2, but it grows to an even greater extent in Department I. As a result, the products of those employed in Department 2 are demanded by too many, and, if we leave aside technical developments, real wages have to decline. Even though in a slump period output and employment decrease alike in both sectors of social production, the production of the means of production falls to a greater degree than that of consumer goods. The number of people demanding the products of Department 2 will sharply decrease, and, though the impoverishment of the working class reaches its peak in times of depression, the real wages of those who are fortunate enough to be employed will rise. According to Keynes, who rejects the assumption of full employment, aggregate demand and aggregate supply may be in equilibrium on the market of commodities even under unemployment. For reasons other than those of Keynes, Marx also holds that the movement of wages does not ensure full employment on the labor market. The market of commodities, as Marx puts it, demand and supply are equated on average over a reproduction cycle. On the labor market, however, they need not be equated. As we have already mentioned, the inflationary phenomena of today produce precisely the evidence disproving Keynes's assumption that workers were slaves to the money illusion. Workers are not fighting only for higher money wages, they also keep an eye on the movement of their real wage rates. Their successful fights for sliding wage scales tied to the price level shows that they are very much concerned about their real wages. When Keynes stresses that in conditions of underemployment real wages are in excess of the marginal disutility of employment, he is prejudiced by his view that an increase in employment through an increase in aggregate demand is associated with a decreasing marginal productivity of labor. Therefore, real wages have to fall as employment increases. If he admitted that real wages always corresponded to the marginal disutility of employment, he would not be able to prove the employment expanding effect of an increase in aggregate demand under decreasing returns. Hansen, commenting on Keynes, also objects to the evidence based on the law of diminishing returns. Keynes was a little too hasty in assuming that modern industry always operates under conditions of increasing marginal cost. 186. In his representation of the labor market, Keynes doubtless assumes a more realistic position than the neoclassical economists. But however great his efforts to correct neoclassical wage theory, the two does not go any further than stating that wages, even under unemployment, have necessarily to equal the marginal product of labor. Chapter 10. A summary appraisal of the Keynesian theory. In his model of an unregulated economy, Keynes, in the conditions of the Great Depression, tries to explain why the free functioning of the price mechanism does not ensure full employment, and why it does not ensure the demand needed to absorb the output produced under full employment. For an effective working of the capitalist economy, he regards the economic intervention of the state as indispensable. The picture he draws of a capitalist economy is more realistic than the one drawn by neoclassical economics. He finds the ultimate cause of unemployment in the inadequacy of investment activity. We have attempted to give a Marxist explanation of the problems raised by Keynes. We have also tried to show how the conflict between a type of production subordinated to profit interest on the one hand, and the living standard of masses on the other, prevents an adequate increase in output, investment, and employment, and that, as a result, a capitalist economy made up only of industrial capitalists and productive workers is threatened by the danger of stagnation. Keynes asserts, however, that the independent variables which lead to the serious problems inherent, as he has shown, in the capitalist economy, consist of three fundamental psychological factors, namely the psychological propensity to consume, the psychological attitude to liquidity, and the psychological expectation of future yield from capital assets, the wage unit as determined by the bargains reached between employers and employed, and the quantity of money as determined by the action of the central bank. 187. Under such an approach, he treats the problems of the capitalism of his age in isolation from the prevailing social relations, and presents them occasionally as problems existing across all economic systems. There has been a chronic tendency throughout human history for the propensity to save to be stronger than the inducement to invest. The weakness of the inducement to invest has been at all times the key to the economic problem. The desire of the individual to augment his personal wealth by abstaining from consumption has usually been stronger than the inducement to the entrepreneur to augment the national wealth by employing labor on the construction of durable assets. L88. He directs his attack only on one specific form of capital, on interest-bearing capital. In the interest of saving the capitalist system, he thinks that it is desirable to sacrifice interest-bearing capital. Full employment requires a high level of investment, and leads to a large-scale increase in capital stock, such that the marginal efficiency of capital dwindles to an insignificant value. This would make it necessary to abolish interest. The removal of interest would not, according to Keynes, have any serious economic consequences because, as we have seen, the rate of interest is not a stimulant of saving in the system. What Keynes desires is the euthanasia of the rentier. 89. He is far from understanding the essence of capitalism. He regards the rentier aspect of capitalism as a transitional phase. T90. He thinks that in a reform type of capitalism entrepreneurs would be rewarded only in return for their exercising the function of capital, enjoying that reward as a compensation for taking risks, for exercising their skills, judgment, and supervision, but not for owning capital. In other words, the return on capital as property would cease. Keynes, too, is slave to an illusion, as if the yield of working capital stemmed exclusively from those transactions or functions which capitalists as entrepreneurs perform in the reproduction process, and as if their income were independent of capital ownership. The cessation of interest would in fact mean that profit would accrue to the entrepreneur only, without it being divided between him and the creditor of capital. But the basis of the appropriation of profit would continue to be the capitalist ownership of the means of production. Production subordinated to the acquisition of surplus value would continue to survive with all its consequences. The essence of the economic policy suggested by Keynes is that the government should interfere in the capitalist economy, it should increase the elements of effective demand, stimulate consumer demand and private investment, and supplement insufficient private investment by increasing government expenditures. It indicates the vital importance of establishing certain central controls in matters which are now left in the main to individual initiative. The state will have to exercise a guiding influence on the propensity to consume. I conceive, therefore, that a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investment will prove the only means of securing an approximation to full employment. T9I. Neoclassical economists wished to minimize the amount of government expenditure, whether financed by taxes, state debentures, or the issue of money. Government outlays give rise in a Euclidean economy to inflation, to a withdrawal of resources from productive uses and to their utilization for unproductive purposes. In Keynes's non-Euclidean economy, however, government expenditures ensure job opportunities for the unemployed and generate increased production. They thereby create, through the multiplier effect, their own financial funds. Any level of private investment and budget deficit will always produce an equal amount of saving to finance these two items. There will always be such an increase in incomes as to create an increase in savings equal to the increase in budget deficit. I-92. Keynes lays stress, as we have seen, on supplementing private investment by government investment in order to provide for full employment. Thus aggregate demand, C plus L plus G, where G means, using the notation of Keynes's followers, government outlays, can be increased by increasing G to the extent required by full employment. The arguments in support of an increase in government expenditures and the socialization of investments mean that some followers of Keynes admit that fluctuations in investments, and thus in unemployment too, are caused by the subordination of investments to the profit motive. Thus Joan Robinson writes that government investments are not subject to the profit motive in the same direct way as private investment, and do not necessarily follow the same rhythm. Public works therefore act to some extent as a counterweight to the fluctuations in investment undertaken by profit-seeking entrepreneurs. J93. Government expenditures are for the most part unproductive outlays which generate demand without increasing supply. Unproductive outlays also include arms expenditures. The British economist Strachey asserts that it is always easier for the state of a capitalist country to have credits voted for armaments because armaments are the only state activity in whose increase citizens do not see a danger from the left. 194 The government siphons off and uses surplus value in the sense that both the investment goods and consumption goods made use of by the government have been produced by productive workers without their getting the counter value for them. The excess labor of the working class also constitutes the source of tax receipts, which is therefore surplus value. The state takes a part of the surplus value of the capitalists, but only such part as exists because the state takes it. 195. Although the source of government outlay is surplus value, they are made not at the expense of the profit of the capitalist class, not even if they were financed entirely by taxes imposed on profit. It is an actual fact that profit taxation does not compel the capitalist class to cut its expense. It maintains the previous volume of its consumption even after paying the taxes, drawing, at worst, on its savings, and need not decrease even its investments, since they can be financed from credits. If, however, profit tax does not diminish the consumption and investment outlays of the capitalist class, the amount of their realized profit will not decrease either. Government expenditures increase the amount of gross profit. At the same time, they increase, like capitalist investments, demand by a multiple of their amount, and stimulate the expansion of output. But the increase in output and employment through government expenditures is a consequence of the fact that part of the working class is employed in an unproductive way, and part of the quantity of products produced is used unproductively. Keynes points out that if political or practical difficulties prevent labor from being used for productive purposes for providing for full employment, e.g. by building houses, then even absolutely senseless or useless expenditure proves a better solution than nothing. Pyramid building, earthquakes, even wars may serve to increase wealth. 196. If the treasury were to fill old bottles with bank notes, bury them at suitable depths in disused coal mines which are then filled up to the surface with town rubbish, and leave it to private enterprise on well-tried principles of laissez-faire to dig the notes up again, there need be no more unemployment and, with the help of the repercussions, the real income of the community, and its capital wealth also, would probably become a good deal greater than it actually is. L97. But senseless, useless spendings mean a waste of the productive forces. Keynes involuntarily passes judgment on the capitalist economic system when he regards even such expenditures as favorable for reaching a higher level of employment. Chapter 11. Calder's attempt to create a distribution theory on a Keynesian as distinct from a marginal productivity basis. Keynes accepted marginal productivity theory at least as an instrument to determine the size of real wages. In the past 2 decades, however, economists of the Cambridge School have launched a vigorous attack against the explanation of the process of income distribution by the principle of marginal productivity. Mrs. Robinson set against the theory of marginal productivity the problems relating to the measurability of capital, while in the 1960s Sraffa, Garignani, and Passanati tried to refute the marginal productivity theory by referring to the reswitching of technique. In 1955 Calder built on the theoretical basis of the Keynesian system a distribution theory 98 which was independent of the marginal productivity principle and was later to be complemented by Passanati. Calder raised the question of income distribution at the macro level, and attempted to determine the respective shares of wages and profits in national income. Then he built his income distribution theory into his growth theory. As is commonly known, Keynes, unlike neoclassical economists, holds that savers are at the mercy of investors. Society has to save as much as entrepreneurs wish to invest. And since the volume of saving on a social scale depends, at a given propensity to save, on national income has to change so as to enable society to save as much as investors wish to invest. Then aggregate demand and aggregate supply are in equilibrium. Calder points out that the multiplier principle can be used in 2 alternative ways. With given distribution relations, it can be used for the determination of the level of employment or output, but, with a given level of employment or output, it can also be used to determine the relation between prices and wages and, through it, income distribution. The multiplier principle was invented for the purpose of an employment theory, and Calder attempts to develop it into a distribution theory. It is for this reason that he makes a distinction between the capitalist and working classes' propensities to save. He regards them as the independent variables of his income distribution theory. He assumes full employment, and thus intended saving and intended investment are not harmonized in his system by a change in national income. If intended saving and intended investment differ from one another, then the relations of income distribution, the respective shares of the capitalist and working classes in national income, must be changed so that, given their propensities to save, they want to save as much as the volume of the entrepreneur's intended investment. Thus in Calder it is a change in income distribution relations that is to bring about, within the given volume of the national income, the equilibrium between saving and investment, and through it the equilibrium of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. In any given situation there must be some division of the product between wages and profits which makes the total demand for commodities equal to the total supply. L99. He represents this mechanism as follows: if intended investment exceeds intended saving, then the demand for consumer goods will exceed their supply. The price level of consumer goods will rise. Since in the capitalist system there exists no mechanism which could adjust the increase in nominal wages to the increase in the price level of consumer goods, real wages, and thus the share of the working class in national income will decrease. The share of the capitalist class, however, will rise until intended saving is in equilibrium with intended investment, and aggregate demand with aggregate supply. Conversely, if intended saving exceeds intended investment, the demand for consumer goods will fall behind their supply. Then prices will fall relatively to the wage level, the real wages of the working class will increase, and so will their share in national income. Consumer demand will grow. While in Keynes unemployment results if intended investment is lower than intended saving at full employment, Calder asserts that, assuming flexible prices or rather flexible profit margins, the system is thus stable at full employment 200. In his view, these two uses of the multiplier principle are not incompatible. The employment theory built upon the multiplier principle is a short-run theory, and the distribution theory based thereon is a long-run one. Calder introduces the following relationship between the investment ratio and the profit ratio. He sets out from the basic Keynesian relationship, I equals S. He divides S between saving effected from wages and from profits, and thus, at given SC and SW, the share of profits in national income and thus the profit rate are the greater, the higher the ratio of investment to national income. At a given investment ratio, the profit share and the profit rate are the smaller, the larger, at a given's comma, is propensity to save of the capitalist class. In the limiting case when S equals 0, the sum total of profit equals the consumption and investment of the capitalist class. Then the Keynesian parable about the widow's cruse holds true, a decrease in SC, that is, a rise in the capitalist's consumption increases total profit by the same amount. The multiplier effect cannot be applied, according to Calder, to explaining income distribution if real wages are at the subsistence level. And this was the situation in the first stage of capitalist evolution. In this case, profit is the surplus of national income over and above the subsistence wage bill, i.e. a residual, which implies that the saving made out of it is available for investment purposes, and the classical reaction mechanism will prevail. The size of saving available for investment will determine the volume of investment, and not the other way round. Output will be limited by the available capital and not by labor. The system does not ensure full employment because saving made from profit interpreted as surplus over the subsistence wage level is not certain to be sufficient to maintain the investment necessary for full employment. The situation is reversed in a more advanced stage of capitalism. As soon as wages rise above the subsistence level, profit will not be a residual, but the share of wages equaling the difference between production and the share of profits as determined in a Keynesian manner, by the propensities to invest and to save 201. Let us illustrate Calder's statements by a simple numerical example. Let the length of a worker's working day be low hours, and assume that 5 hours are needed to ensure subsistence wages. In this case, the rate of surplus value will be 100%, or half the national income will accrue to the working class as wages and the other half will fall to the capitalist class as profit. We assume that only the capitalist class makes savings from profits, and the savings ratio is I50%. In this case, the investment ratio will be 25%. Should the maintenance Y of full employment require a 30% investment ratio, this cannot materialize because in this case the wages ratio would be only 40%, which in turn cannot ensure subsistence wages. Investment is limited in this case by saving made from the surplus over the subsistence wage bill, i.e. from profit as a residual. Let the quantity of labor necessary to produce the subsistence wage now be reduced, because of rapid growth of the productivity of labor, to 3 hours. The wages ratio cannot remain 30%, nor can the profit ratio remain 70%. At a 70% profit ratio, the saving of the capitalist class would be 35% of output, which would exceed the 30% investment ratio necessary for full employment. Aggregate demand would fall below aggregate supply, the price level would decrease relative to money wages, real wages would grow over and above the subsistence wage level until the equilibrium between aggregate demand and aggregate supply comes about at a 60% profit ratio and a 40% wage ratio. An inflexible profit margin prevents the mechanism from bringing about the 60 and 40% respective shares. If the capitalist class insisted on a 70% profit ratio, aggregate demand would lag behind aggregate supply, inducing entrepreneurs to decrease output, and now the multiplier effect would operate not through a change in distribution relations but through a decrease in production and employment. Let now compare with Calder's model the approach attempted by the Marxist economist Peter Erdos, with respect to the way he reveals the laws underlying long-term changes in real wages. The comparison will show which of Calder's statements can be accepted as valid from a Marxist point of view, and at what points the Marxist explanation appears to be different from Calder's view. Erdos emphasizes that the mechanism which regulates the prices of other commodities is ineffective in respect to the real price of labor, the exchange rate between consumer goods and money, wages 202. Therefore, in order to demonstrate the laws governing the long-term formation of real wages, he deems it appropriate to regard the level of real wages as the residue of national income, and reveals those laws which regulate the movement of surplus value. Knowing these relationships, at least as regards the main tendencies, he can find out the nature of the laws governing the level of real wages. Erdos, as has been shown, approximates surplus value in a peculiar way. In a model assuming only productive workers and industrial capitalists, surplus value, writes Erdos, is divided between the consumption fund and the accumulation fund of capitalists. He conceives of surplus value as their sum total. Thus the volume of surplus value, S, equals SC plus SK. He takes SV into account as a value merged with the wages fund V. In the amount of surplus value, SC plus SK, the term SK is rather stable in size, changing only slowly and to a small extent. In turn, the volume of accumulation, SC, is a highly variable magnitude. Thus a change in surplus value depends mainly on accumulation, and Erdos also attempts to explain the trend of real wages by the long-term formation of accumulation. The relative shares of the incomes of the two social classes are expressed in S plus S Erdos by the already discussed rate of surplus value. _C__K. In the course of CSK capitalist development, changes in the magnitudes included in the formula also help to explain the movement of the ratio of surplus value to national income, i.e. Calder's profit ratio. Erdos's formula to the rate of surplus value also clarifies that, assuming SC to be unchanged, with a stable consumption of the capitalist class, an increase in the output of consumer goods, C, increases the share of the working class in national income and decreases that of the capitalist class, but an increase in SC, at unchanged C and ST values, increases the relative share of the capitalist class and decreases the relative share of the working class. In other words, making use of the Marxian two-sector scheme for the explanation of relative shares, the greater the weight of department I in total output, the greater TB ratio of profits to national income and vice versa. A real element, therefore, in Calder's distribution theory is the fact that he makes the division of national income between profits and wages dependent on the size of the investment ratio. And, in order to reveal the laws governing the long-term movement of wages, Erdos also, when examining the factors influencing the movement of surplus value, regards wages as a residual value. He does this not on the grounds that wages were regulated by different laws in the more advanced and the earlier stages of capitalism, but because he thinks that in this way the role played by the law of value in regulating real wages can be better revealed. Calder is right in asserting that wages cannot be regarded as a residual if they do not outstrip the subsistence level. We cannot agree, however, with his statement that Marx determined labor wages by the subsistence level. For Marx, it is the reproduction costs of labor power that determine the value of labor, and real wages thus interpreted will rise in the course of capitalist development. JJT. Marx criticized Smith and Ricardo for determining wages as minimum costs of living. And while I.H. Calder the investment ratio determines changes in the relative shares of classes through the multiplier effect in such a way that aggregate demand and aggregate supply come into equilibrium at full employment, Erdos approximates the determination of changes both in relative E shares and in SC on the basis of the conflict of interests between the capitalist and the working classes. In Erdos's view, as has been shown, the share of profits in national income grows with the investment ratio. But sooner or later investments will mature, which in turn increases the capacity of the consumer goods industries. If the increased capacity were fully utilized, the rather inelastic consumption of capitalists, Sc, would not keep pace with the increase in C, the supply of consumer goods. Thus the increase in C lowers S, diminishes the profit share and increases the wages share in national V income. In order to maintain the profit margin unchanged in the price of their product, capitalists do not fully exploit the increased capacity and slow down the growth in C. This circumstance in turn does not stimulate SC to the extent to which the maintaining of S at an unchanged level would require an increase in SCV, though in Erdős's model of pure capitalism the share of wages in national income increases in the long run, but because the rate of increase in the output of consumer goods is slowed down in view of the increasing productivity of labor, real wages will also rise slowly, and unemployment will grow. The subordination of production to profit interests has come into conflict with the interests of the masses, which in turn demand that the output of consumer goods be increased. Thus we cannot assume that full employment is ensured in the long run. The multiplier principle presents the effect that the investment ratio exerts on the determination of the relative shares of classes from the viewpoint of market equilibrium between aggregate demand and aggregate supply, and does not penetrate into the depth of class conflicts which determine the movement of market processes. 424. In the explanation of income distribution based on the multiplier principle, the difference between the situation of the working and capitalist classes, which accounts for their different incomes, is reflected as a difference between the propensities to save of the working and capitalist classes. The difference between the two is a precondition for the validity of the model. Its analysis, however, stops at a point where the disclosure of essential interrelationships should follow. The difference between the propensities to save of the two classes ought to be traced back to their positions in production relations. If the propensity to save varies between classes, its explanation must obviously lie in class relations. True, under the influence of the criticism of his theory by neoclassical economists, Calder attempts to explain the greater propensity to save of the capitalist class. He refers to the pressure of competition, to the fact that the competitiveness of each firm depends on the size of its market share which it seeks to keep up and, indeed, to enlarge in the market expanding process. All this requires a substantial amount of saving. 203 The great saving, however, which competition compels capitalists to make, already presupposes a greater income of the capitalist class. Thus Calder's determination of the shares of wages and profits in national income already supposes the existence of a system of income distribution under which the capitalist class can save a greater share of its income than the working class. An attempt to complement Calder's theory of income distribution was undertaken by another Cambridge economist, Passanati. In his view, Calder leaves out of account one important point: if workers make savings, they also wish to invest them, hence, they receive a profit on their savings. Thus workers also have their share in total profits. It is for this reason that in Calder the distribution of national income between workers and capitalists is not the same as its distribution between wages and profits. Passanati complements Calder's theory of income distribution by also including in his explanation the share of the working class in total profits. He points out that, within the limits of the validity of Calder's income distribution theory, workers' propensity to save, though influencing the distribution of income between capitalists and workers, does not influence the distribution of income between profits and wages. Nor does it have any influence whatsoever on the rate of profit. 204. Both are only a function of the capitalist savings ratio. The neoclassical economists Samuelson and Modigliani 20s attacked the Passanati version of Calder's theory of income distribution. They have pointed out that under steady-state growth, if workers become thrifty and SW increases, the workers' share in profits will steadily increase, and their capital stock will represent an ever greater proportion of total capital stock. And then, as the workers' propensity to save reaches, or exceeds, the profit share in national income multiplied by the capitalist savings propensity, we shall arrive at the dual of Passanati's theory of income distribution. But the amount of SW, given a steady state growth, cannot reach this magnitude in Passanati's model. This is because his model is based on the Keynesian assumption that investment determines savings, and profits should be determined by the need to generate sufficient savings to finance investment. 206. If SWSCP, then, Y in Pacinetti's model, either unemployment, i.e. insufficient demand, will develop, or profits must become negative. Samuelson and Modigliani, in their turn, focus attention on the case when SWSCP. As Calder puts it, they conjure up a Walrasian world in which all Y savings get invested somehow, without disturbing full employment. 207. In this world, the excess of the savings ratio over the investment ratio forces down the rate of interest and stimulates investment. Hence, the magnitude of capital per head and the capital output ratio will rise. And this rise will correspond to the extent of the increase in the savings ratio, and thus the rate of growth will not change. Steady-state growth, assuming full employment, will continue unchanged, but capitalists will no longer have their share in profits. Exactly for this reason, the rate of profit, the capital output ratio, and the distribution of income between profits and wages are now completely independent of the capitalist's propensity to save, OFSC. The capital output ratio, in steady-state growth, depends only on the rate of growth and on the worker's propensity to save, n equals 3W, where n is the equilibrium rate of growth. It is not dependent on the shape of the production function. The rate of profit, the share of profit in national income, the size of capital per head and the volume of output per head depend on SW, n, and the shape of the production function, respectively. Let us illustrate what we have set forth above by a simple example. Let our production function be of a Cobb-Douglas type. Assume that the production elasticity of capital is 0.4, and the production elasticity of labor is 0.6. Let SC and SW be 0.25 and 0.05, respectively. Since SWSC, Y the rate of profit, and the profit share in national income, does not depend on SW. The share P of savings in national income equals in this case SC-, and amounts, with the data of our model, Y to 10%. Assume a growth rate of 10%, which, if we disregard technical progress, S expresses the growth rate of population. In this case the capital output ratio equals I. Let us n assume that, in a given period of time, along the steady-state growth path, the magnitude of national income is 1,000. Then the magnitude of the stock of capital will be 1,000, too. Out of a national income of 1,000, 40%, i.e. 400, will be earnings on capital, profit, and 60%, i.e. 600, will be wages. Not only do the production elasticities, which we take as data of 1IR model, express this proportion of income distribution, but also determines the share SCY of profits in national income, for 0.1 equals 40%. The marginal productivity of capital, equals 37.5, the capital stock of the two classes will also grow at a rate of n equals 10%. Let S rise in the growth process to 0.08, so that it will still remain below the critical 10%. With our Cobb-Douglas type of production function, out of the national income higher by 10% at 1,140 and 60% or 440 and 660 in absolute terms, will continue to be profits and wages respectively. But how is the 440 profit now distributed between capitalists and workers? At the values of SC equals 0.25 and S. equals 0.08, PC and P will be, in round figures, 130 and 310, respectively, while SC equals 32.5 and S, equals 77.6. 32.5 the capital stock of the capitalist class. 625 will grow by less than 10%, and that of 77.6 kkpp the working class, will rise by more than 10%. But the values of dash underscore will 375 YLYK remain unchanged. Let's now arise in the growth process to the critic allo percent. In this case S, Y equals SCP. Whence PS equals S, dash dot since under the conditions of steady state growth, Y has grown from 1100 to 1210, Y and so has the capital stock, then out of a national income of 1210, assuming a 0.4 production elasticity of capital, the respective shares of profits and wages will be 484 and 726. It is easy to calculate that now the entire profit of 484 will accrue to the working class, as P equals 0. But KKPP the values of dash dot dot will remain unchanged. YLYK. K. But at the critical, more than 10% value of S, when e.g. S equals 0.12, will rise to YS, 0.12K, equals 1.2. Thus depends only on S, and N. At a national income of 1210 and at N 0.1 YA 12% value of S, the volume of capital stock is 1450. And capital per head will also rise from 1 to 1.2. At the same time, the marginal productivity of capital will decrease from 0.4 to Y 0.4 dash. That is, to 0.333. The total volume of profits will accrue again to the working class, and K the value of P, will invariably remain 0. The criticism brought up against the Kaldor-Pacinity model by neoclassical economists has been rejected both by those authors and by Joan Robinson, who pointed out that the neoclassical critique is based on a presentation of the saving-investment relationship which is entirely different from that in the Kaldor-Pacinity model. What in fact that critique took advantage of was that Kaldor and Pacinity have failed to analyze the question of how the difference between the capitalists' and workers' propensity to save arises from their different social 427 positions, of how as a result entirely different objectives are served by the savings of the capitalist and the working classes. Modigliani's and Samuelson's argument is an ingenious but empty logical play in which they assume that the workers' propensity to save may take on a magnitude at which the economic power of the capitalist class is broken, or, as Kaldor notices, the end to which the capitalist class will be put is not a violent revolution i.e. Marx, but the cozy world of Harrod, Domar, and Solow, where there is only a single savings propensity applicable to the economy. 208. The process presented by Samuelson and Modigliani, in which the share of the working class in total profits will increase, contradicts the reality of capitalism. We agree with Kaldor's answer, which is at the same time a correction of Pacinity's viewpoint, namely, that the net savings of wage and salary earners is not an indication of the savings available for the acquisition of business capital or for lending to the business sector, since a large part of it goes to finance personal investment in consumer durables. 209. If, on the other hand, a large part of the savings of the working class does not serve accumulation purposes, then they cannot regularly receive either interest or profit on them. Part 9. Growth Theories. In Non-Marxian Economics. Chapter 1. Introduction. The best economists of the progressive bourgeoisie fought against obsolete production relations which impeded economic development, and devoted a prominent place in their works to examining the long-term problems of economic growth. Then, with the decline of early classical economics, questions of economic growth were increasingly pushed into the background. The direction of economic research began to change. For about half a century, from the 1870s on, non-Marxian economic research was concentrated on the problem of how the available scarce resources should be used optimally to attain a given aim. This was the problem of the bourgeoisie having already come to power and striving to adapt itself to the existing order in the most rational way. As a result, the exploration of problems relating to long-term economic growth was replaced by research concerned with the phenomena of the short period, and economics came to be dominated by statics. As the static analysis came to be refined and perfected by the use of the marginal concept and by mathematical expression, writes Harrod, the dynamic analysis fell out of view. In the period following the Second World War, however, the questions of economic growth came again into prominence in non-Marxian economics. One of the reasons lay in the economic competition of the two social systems. As E. James writes, in a world like ours, divided by two ideologies, the communist and the capitalist, is it not the crucial problem that we would like to know if capitalism is capable of developing, surviving, and improving, too? Also, the increasing degree of economic intervention by the state made it necessary to determine the main factors of growth, the conditions of equilibrium of a growing economy. The fact that with the disintegration of the colonial system a number of countries chose to follow the course of independent development also helped to direct attention to the problems of economic growth. This work is not intended to provide a detailed analysis of the models concerned with the problems of economic growth of the developing countries. It merely examines the models set up by their initiators for the developed capitalist economy. Non-Marxian growth theories operating with abstract models and assuming a developed capitalist economy have, as regards their theoretical basis, two fundamental types, one which is based on the Keynesian system and the other, the so-called neoclassical growth model. Both are built upon a certain idea of equilibrium growth. They are intended, in the first place, to reveal relationships which hold in the growth process under equilibrium conditions, but the characteristics of growth in the transition period, growth deviating from the path of equilibrium, are also examined. The analysis of growth under conditions of equilibrium raised the question of the interpretation of dynamic equilibrium. Non-Marxian economics interprets static equilibrium, not unlike the concept of mechanical equilibrium, as a state of rest, a state of the economy in which change is in nobody interest, since everybody has attained, under the existing data, the optimal results available to him. But this interpretation of equilibrium cannot be applied to a growing economy, for, under conditions of economic growth, economic subjects are invariably striving to change the given situation, are increasing production and the stock of capital. Harrod was the first to give a definition of dynamic equilibrium, which has been widely adopted in non-Marxian economics up to this day. In much the same way as non-Marxian theory interpreted static equilibrium, Harrod too attempts to approach dynamic equilibrium from the subjective side, relying on the satisfaction of the economic subject. According to this view, we may speak of dynamic equilibrium when a growth rate has developed which entrepreneurs are no longer interested in changing, because at this rate of growth their expectations have come true, that is, what has happened is broadly what they expected when taking their decisions. Just as static equilibrium is characterized by the constancy of certain values, so Harrod's idea of a dynamic equilibrium is also marked by the constancy of definite growth rates. Growth at a constant rate, at which production, the stock of capital, the labor force, technical progress grow over time, and indeed, as we shall see, production and the stock of capital increase at the same rate, came to be called later, following Mrs. Robinson, the Golden Age, referring to the fact that such a process represents a mythical state of affairs not likely to obtain in any actual economy. 3. The fiction of the golden growth path plays an important role in neoclassical growth theories. By its assumption, attempts are made to solve certain tasks of optimization under the circumstances of economic growth, to determine the efficient growth path. Chapter 2. Growth models built upon a Keynesian theoretical basis. General characteristics. The American Domar and the British Harrod, the first two representatives of modern non-Marxian growth theories after the Second World War, built their growth models upon Keynesian theory. In compliance with the questions raised by Keynes, both treated as a central problem the issue whether there will be an adequate aggregate demand for the increased quantity of products in the course of economic growth. Following Keynes, they held the view that the market would expand as a result of investments. Investment plays a significant role in Keynesian growth models. In attempting to reveal the investment function, Some theoreticians adopting the Keynesian approach distinguish two sorts of investment, autonomous and induced investment. The names stem from Hicks, who first used these terms in his trade cycle theory published in 1950. But the concept of this distinction dates back to THIRD-WORLDISm growth theory, which appeared in 1948. Autonomous investment, as is indicated by its name, is the independent variable of the growth model. It cannot be deduced from the theoretical system, as it is not due to national income or aggregate demand determined by the Keynesian model, but to factors which are exogenous to the model. Hicks distinguishes three groups of factors giving rise to autonomous investment. He classifies government expenditures as belonging to the first group. Decisions on government expenditures cannot be deduced from the model as they are not determined directly by aggregate demand or aggregate output. To the second group belong investments induced by technical progress. The stimulating effect exerted by technical progress on investment was already mentioned by Marx. With the development of the productive forces, the number of spheres of production is also steadily increasing, thus creating possibilities for capital investment which previously did not exist at a 1J4. Such investments may also appear to be autonomous as they have not been induced by changes in output. Finally, Hicks also classifies among autonomous investments long-term investments whose products mature only in the distant future, and thus the expectations that entrepreneurs have in mind in respect to future demand when making their investment decisions cannot be deduced from the demand or output as determined by the model for the period of the investment decision. The singling out of part of the investments as autonomous expresses that entrepreneurs make their investments to satisfy an uncertain future demand, and the longer the investment period, the more uncertain the future market appears. It further expresses a characteristic of capitalist reproductization, namely that the production of capital goods, and within it primarily the production of fixed assets, may increase in relative independence from the production of consumer goods. Thus entrepreneurs will increase their investments under the pressure of the compulsion to accumulate, even if they take into consideration that they will probably not be able to make full use of the increased capacity. They will increase them because having greater capacity at their disposal ensures for them greater economic power in the competitive struggle. The treatment of part of the investments as autonomous reflects, in addition to the relative independence of the production of capital goods, that especially investments made in the capital goods industries are justifiable through the demand for consumer goods, but only indirectly, through transmissions. A capitalist economy turns from a slump into a boom precisely through the increased production of capital goods, and within it primarily the increased production of fixed capital, and the demand for consumer goods also grows because of the increased production of capital goods, and then reacts on investment. Hansen, Hicks, and others stress that autonomous investment gives rise to the growth process. The entire boom depends fundamentally upon the vitality of autonomous investment. 5. The relative independence of the production of fixed capital and its role in a boom period in economic growth does not mean that it can completely be divorced from the demand for and the production of consumer goods. The final aim of investments is the promotion of the production of consumption goods. Thus autonomous investment, even though it is not caused by a change in the demand existing at the time of the investment decision, must be justifiable, insofar as it expands productive capacity, by means of demand at the time of maturity. We cannot therefore accept the views of those authors who represent autonomous investment as not needing to be justified by an increase in demand or output. This could only be maintained by assuming that autonomous investment does not increase productive capacity at all. In general, the treatment of autonomous investment as an independent variable, its inclusion in the model as an exogenous datum, is not permissible. It would leave the fundamental factor of Keynesian growth models unexplained. The other variety of investment, induced investment, can be deduced from the model built upon a Keynesian basis, because it is determined by certain variables of the model. On the question of what determines induced investment, the views held in non-Marxian economics are divided. According to Samuelson, Hansen, and others, it is a function of the change in the demand for consumer goods. The increase in the demand for consumer goods leads to an increase in their production, which in turn makes investment necessary. J. M. Clark, however, makes induced investment dependent upon the demand for finished products, stressing that the increase in the demand for capital goods also requires new investment, in that it stimulates an expansion of the output of capital goods. 6. A change in the demand for finished products leads to a change in production, and some economists, Hicks and Harrod among others, regard the change in production as the independent variable in the investment function. In this connection, increased production is accompanied by an excessive utilization of existing productive capacity. The entrepreneur invests in order to ensure optimal capacity for continuous production with minimal average cost. In this view, it is the difference between actual and optimal capacity which stimulates investment. Since this difference depends on changes in production, the investment function in this form too remains a function of production, that is, of a change in output. How does induced investment depend, then, upon demand or production? The accelerator effect. This relationship is expressed by what J. M. Clark called the acceleration principle. Acceleration is a concept borrowed from physics. Acceleration means a change over time of a time-dimensional factor, of velocity, the second derivative of the distance covered with respect to time. There are factors of a time dimension in the economy, too, such as income, output, demand, etc. Their magnitudes are related to a certain duration of time, and thus we speak of annual, monthly incomes, output, demand, etc., in contrast to stock magnitudes, which are related to certain points of time, for example national wealth, the number of population, etc. Induced investment depends on changes over time of these time-dimensional factors, upon their positive or negative increments, that is, their acceleration. The demand for new construction or enlargement of STQCKS depends upon whether or not the sales of the finished product are growing. If demand be treated as a rate of speed at which goods are taken off the market, maintenance varies roughly with the speed, but new construction depends upon the acceleration. It depends upon acceleration, more exactly upon the acceleration of demand created by autonomous investment. Clark made use of the acceleration principle in his examination of business cycles. He wished to find an answer to the question of why the output and price of capital goods show a greater fluctuation during business cycles than the output and price of consumer goods. The accelerator effect applies to investment in fixed capital, while it affects circulating capital only in inventory investment. Let us first see in a simple numerical example how investment in phi D capital changes as a result of the accelerator effect. Let the capital output ratio, that is the quantity of capital needed to produce 1 unit of output, be L. In this case, the magnitude of total capital will be equal in the course of the increase in demand or production to the size of demand or production. Let the life of a machine be L 0 years, that is, it is replaced after 10 years of use. In the first and second periods, demand does not increase and investment is confined to replacement only. In the third period, demand increased eases by 10%. Capital stock also has to increase by I0%. Another 100 units of capital are needed, and the magnitude of new investment is 100. Total investment grows by 100%. T.J. Liss new capital of 100 units operates in the productive process for 10 years, so that its replacement does not have to be taken into account in our model extending over 8 periods. In the fourth period too, 100 more units of capital are needed, new investments being again I00. As this numerical example reveals, the induced investment in capital stock of a period is proportional to changes in the demand or production, of the same or the immediately preceding periods. The factor of proportion is the capital output ratio. And the percentage change in demand or production brings about a higher percentage change in investment. The reason for it lies in the fact that even though capital stock changes in the same proportion as demand or production has changed, since capital stock is greater than the output of capital goods, the percentage change in the latter is greater than that of the stock of capital or consumption goods. The accelerator effect may be expressed in a formula, in the form of period analysis, Lind equals ILFY, where is the capital output ratio and Lind is induced investment, expressed in the form of rate analysis, DYLTND equals I dash dash. DT. In the view of some non-Marxian economists, an equation which links up investment with the future growth of production does not express any accelerator effect. The relationship LT and CT equals I does not express the effect of the growth of production on investment, but the capacity expanding effect of investment. Our numerical example clearly illustrates a characteristic of the accelerator effect. For induced investment to remain at the same level, production has to increase by the same increment, or at the same rate. Induced investment will grow only if the increment or growth rate of production increased eases. If production grows, but the increment or rate of growth decreases, then induced investment will drop in absolute terms. The more the magnitude of the capital coefficient exceeds unity, the more intensively the change in production will make itself felt in induced investment. Owing to this characteristic of the accelerator effect, non-Marxian economists ascribe an important role to it in cyclical fluctuations. The multiplier in itself has a stabilizing role. It promotes the establishment of the equilibrium level of national income. The accelerator effect, however, added to that of the multiplier, may trigger off an oscillation around the equilibrium value of national income. Assume that total demand or production increases as a function of time, first at an increasing, then at a decreasing rate, and finally reaches its maximum. Following changes in total demand or production, induced investment grows as long as total demand or production grows at an increasing rate. If it grows at a decreasing rate, induced investment will decline in absolute terms, after reaching its maximum when demand or production turns from changing at an increasing to changing at a decreasing rate, that is, the maximum of induced investment lies at a point of inflection. Its level will be zero when demand or production reaches its maximum value. Let us represent this on a graph. In the relationship between demand or production and induced investment, we are dealing with the so-called lead phenomenon, in which the effect in its tendency of change precedes the cause. The change in demand or production as a cause gives rise to induced investment as an effect, but investment reaches its maximum earlier than the cause bringing about that change. In contrast to induced investment, replacement depends upon the absolute magnitude of demand or production, I equals F, or I equals F. If owing to the insufficiency of aggregate demand only part of the available capital stock is used, part of the worn-out capital goods will not be replaced, so that replacement will decrease with a fall in demand and increase with a rise in demand. Thus replacement will also increase beyond the inflection point of the curve representing changes. 437. In total demand or production, until total demand or production reaches its maximum, and may thereby offset the decrease in induced investment beyond the inflection point. The smaller the share of replacement within gross investment, the more violent the fluctuation in gross investment caused by changes in demand or production. In inventory investment, the accelerator effect makes itself felt in the following way: Entrepreneur.s, in order to ensure the undisturbed process of reproduction, hold inventories in a certain percentage proportion to their sales. Inventory invest J, and would remain at a constant level if sales increased by the same increment, at the same rate of growth. For inventory investment to grow, sales must increase at an increasing rate. If sales increase, but at a decreasing rate, then the absolute amount of inventory investment will fall back. Consequently, inventory investment reacts to an increase in sales in much the same way as investment in fixed capital to an increase in demand. And inventory investment also changes to a higher degree than sales. Hansen points out that the further a given productive branch lies from the final consumer, the more strongly it will feel the fluctuations in final consumer demand, owing to the accelerator effect in inventory investment. If the sales of the final product have increased, retailers will increase their inventories, and place larger orders relative to increased demand with wholesalers. Likewise, wholesalers wish to build up their inventories and buy more from the manufacturers of the final product than retailers have ordered from them. Manufacturers of finished products wish to fill up their inventories of semi-finished products, and buy more of them than is necessary to produce the quantity ordered from them by wholesalers. Manufacturers of semi-finished products in turn will buy more raw materials from primary producers than ordered by manufacturers of finished products to produce semi-finished goods. Thus a small fluctuation in the trade in final consumer demand will cause an ever greater fluctuation the more closely we approach the production of raw materials through the superimposed stages of production. In modern non-Marxian business cycle theory, a great significance is attached to the circumstance that the accelerator effect, if production decreases in absolute volume, is restricted with respect to investment in fixed capital. Making use of our numerical example, if the amount of demand is 1000 at a capital output ratio of 1,000 units of equipment are necessary to satisfy demand with an optimal use of equipment. If demand drops to 900, the necessary stock of capital will be 900, too. Since the life of a machine is 10 years, the natural wear and tear of the capital stock is 10% per annum. Now capital stock will be reduced from 1000 to the necessary level of 900 in accordance with the accelerator effect by not carrying out the 10% replacement falling due, and therefore 100 units of capital will be used up completely. But if demand falls from 1000 not to 900 but to 800, capital stock can only be reduced by 100, even though the accelerator effect would call for a reduction by 200. In the case of a decrease in demand, the accelerator effect is restricted by the fact that capital stock can be diminished only to the extent to which the otherwise necessary replacement is not carried out. Evaluating the acceleration theory of non-Marxian economics, let us examine how it reflects reality. The accelerator effect expresses that the increase in production sooner or later makes investment necessary, because without investment, production can be expanded to a certain limit only. The excessive use of available equipment is not economical in the long run. The accelerator effect further expresses a characteristic of fixed capital, namely that it serves several production periods, and thus it is the increment in output which requires investment in fixed capital. Originally, the acceleration principle was evolved in connection with investment in fixed capital. This relationship between the increase in investment in fixed capital and production can also be found in Marx. A continuous expansion in the branches of industry which use these machines is required in order to keep this capital employed and merely to reproduce it annually. Thus the mere reproduction of the capital invested in this sphere requires continuous accumulation in the remaining spheres of production. 9. But the relationship between the increase in investment and production varies violently, being not nearly as close as supposed by the first formulators of the acceleration principle, who thought that the percentage change in capital stock always corresponds to the percentage change in demand. It depends in fact partly on technical, partly on socio-economic factors. We can say in general that anything that affects the capital output ratio of an industry, or society as a whole, will also influence the accelerator effect in that industry, or society as a whole. Technical advance, changes in the production processes will also cause the relationship between the increase in production and investment to alter. The fact that the notion of capacity is rather broad, and output may be increased to a significant extent even with the existing equipment, also contributes to making the relationship between the increase in production and investment very unstable. And it will also vary because of technical innovations which, owing to investments sharply expanding capacity, can only be adopted independently of whether the increase in production or demand justifies such an expansion of productive capacity. Generally, a difficulty is caused in the working of the acceleration principle by the indivisibility of capital goods. In the case of indivisible factors of production, even a slight change in demand may induce a large investment. There is also a loose relationship between the increase in demand and those investments which are made by firms with a view to increasing their economic power. The magnitude of the accelerator effect may also be influenced by the business cycle. The more idle capacities exist in a given economy, the less an increase in demand makes new investments necessary. The entrepreneur's attitudes also influence the size of the accelerator effect. The increase in demand is irrelevant if entrepreneurs deem it to be temporary; they will not invest, but attempt instead to satisfy increased demand by making a more intensive use of their existing equipment. The acceleration principle in its strict formulation further presupposes that entrepreneurs expect demand to rise at just the same rate in the future as it did in the past, that is, that the elasticity of their expectations is unity. The principle of acceleration further assumes that profits are a function of demand only. Tinbergen, who tries to approach the acceleration principle statistically, distinguishes the effect of sales upon investment from the effect of profits upon investment. As a result of his econometric computations, he concludes that there exist industries in which a correlation can be found between profit and investment, but not between sales and investment. All this reflects that sales and profits do not always move in the same direction. The size of the accelerator effect may also be changed on the macroeconomic level, by changes in the structure of demand and, subsequently, in the relations between sectors, even if total demand has not changed. If demand shifts away from the product of an industry in which the capital output ratio is relatively small, or in which there are significant idle capacities, towards the product of an industry where the capital output ratio is relatively high, or where there is hardly any idle capacity, investment will grow. This may also happen in the case when the capital output ratio is the same in both industries, or the size of unused capacity is the same, too, if the increase in the investment in one industry is not offset by the decrease in capital stock in that industry for whose product the demand has fallen. This is the case when the necessary decrease in capital stock exceeds the amount of the necessary replacement. In addition to the factors already mentioned, we might continue at will the list of those which cause the relationship between the increase in demand and investment to be a loose one. The acceleration principle in its less strict formulation does not assert that any change in demand induces an increase in investment in the proportion of this change multiplied by the capital output ratio. It only maintains that there is correlation between the changes. All this goes to show that though the theory of acceleration does contribute to the explanation of investment decisions, it is in itself far from being able to provide an explanation of investment. This is also supported by the statistical explorations made by Tinbergen. He examined 3 industries: railways, cotton weaving, and shipping. He found that only the reaction of railways reasonably approached the acceleration principle, obviously because railways are obliged to transport any goods consigned. Summarizing his findings, Tinbergen came to the conclusion that the acceleration principle cannot help very much in the explanation of the details in real investment fluctuations. As a rather poor principle with the chief object of explaining the tendency to more intensive fluctuations in durable goods production, it remains of value, but the tendency seems to be half as large as would be expected. The analysis of the relationship between changes in demand and investment raises the question of whether it is justifiable to divide investment into autonomous and induced investment. In real fact, any investment, insofar as it puts goods on the market, has, sooner or later, to be justifiable by demand, primarily by demand for consumer goods, and in this sense all investment is induced investment. A difference appears at most in the fact that investments made in the production of consumer goods have to be justified directly by the demand for consumer goods, while investments in the production of capital goods, particularly in the sector of the production of capital goods for the capital goods industries, are justified only through transmissions. At the same time, owing to the key role of the production of capital goods, especially of fixed capital, the market for consumer goods expands primarily through investments in the production of capital goods. This circumstance also significantly contributes to the fact that a substantial part of the latter appears as autonomous investment in relation to investment made in the production of consumer goods. It is, by the way, absolutely arbitrary to separate investments caused by changes in demand from those which are aimed at incorporating technical progress. Investments stimulated by current demand may incorporate all achievements of the latest technical advance. There is no Chinese wall either between investments induced by current demand or investments stimulated by profit prospects going beyond those expected of former investments. In the case of the former, entrepreneurs also take into account more remote profit prospects, but expectations underlying long-run investment decisions may also be influenced by changes in demand. Let us now investigate in detail the individual growth models built upon the Keynesian theoretical basis. Domar's growth theory. Statement of the theory. Domar developed his growth theory while criticizing the one-sidedness of Keynes's system and further improving some of his views. In determining the equilibrium growth rate, Domar assumes full employment and a full utilization of productive capacity. He maintains that the same growth rate ensures both full employment and the full use of productive capacity. The latter can be measured, in his view, by means of either of two approaches. We either multiply the existing labor force by the average productivity of labor, or we multiply capital stock by the average efficiency of capital. Domar chooses the latter approach, since by means of the increase in capital stock not only can the expansion of productive capacity be approximated, but also the expansion of the market. Thus he accepts the central idea of Keynesian theory that the market expands in the wake of investments. Building his growth model entirely upon changes in investment, he leaves out of his model the increase in the labor force. In his model he finds no criterion for full employment other than that which comes about when demand ensures the full use of capacity. Domar sees the deficiency of Keynesian theory in the following terms. In Keynes's view, full employment is ensured when entrepreneurs wish to make an investment corresponding to the intended saving from national income produced at one full employment. This size of investment creates, through the multiplier effect, a total demand which is identical with national income produced at full employment. Full employment, according to the logic of the Keynesian theory, will continue to exist as long as entrepreneurs keep total investment at this level. Domar recognizes that the Keynesian train of thought takes into account only the market expanding effect of investment, namely the fact that while the production of investment goods is going on, investment increases only demand. Confining his 441 investigation to the short period only, Keynes ignored that as soon as the investment goods have been produced, they increase the production possibilities, that is, productive capacity. He further ignored the problem that if entrepreneurs sustain social aggregate investment at the same level, investments, as soon as they are matured, will keep on increasing the productive capacity of society, while the size of total demand remains unchanged. If yesterday's investment ensured the total demand needed fully to utilize capacity and thereby full employment, the same size of investment today will call forth a demand smaller than needed for full capacity utilization. Full employment cannot materialize, and excess capacity will hinder any further investment. Let us illustrate the above by a simple numerical example. If national income at full employment was L000 at the beginning of our investigation, and the desired size of saving from this source was 200, then 200 units of intended investment will give rise, through the multiplier effect, to the demand needed to realize a level of national income ensuring full employment. The savings ratio, S, is F in our example, and thus the multiplier is _equals 5. An investment of 200 causes, then, a demand S of 1000. The 200 unit investment, however, when it has reached maturity, will increase productive capacity. Let us suppose that the efficiency of investment Domar denotes it by A is T, and thus investment, if it remains at the 200 level, will increase capacity, once it reaches maturity, always by 100. Thus the original productive capacity increases from I000 to 1,100, I200, etc. over time. Total demand, however, will remain unchanged at the I000 level as the size of investment has not changed. Output adjusting itself to demand will not grow into the increased capacity, and thus part of it will remain unused and unemployment will rise. A solution could be found if in the period when investments mature additional demand were created for the excess capacity. When the 200-unit investment matures and increases productive possibilities by 100, an additional demand of 100 would be needed. But what creates it? In Domar's view, it is the additional investment made in the period of maturity of the previous 200-unit investment which, before reaching maturity, expands the market by 100 owing to the multiplier effect, that is, by the same amount by which the previous investment expanded capacity at its maturity. In our example, the multiplier is 5, and thus 20 units of additional investment will ensure 100 units of additional demand in the period of the maturity of the 200 units of investment, so that at that time the entrepreneurs should invest already a total of 220 units. If the 220 units of investment also mature, capacity will grow by another 20 units, and now already 22 units of additional investment, altogether 242 units of investment, will ensure that total demand corresponds to increased capacity, that is, that full employment is sustained. Domar stresses that investment is today a cure for economic ills, because it creates demand for increased capacity, but it is at the same time a source of even greater future troubles in that, once matured, it further increases capacity. An investment which is sufficient today will make more and more investments necessary tomorrow. The problem of equilibrium growth arises in Domar's theory in the form that a growth rate of investment must be found at which its double effect, the market and capacity expanding effects, are in equilibrium. If investment I increases capacity by Lu, an additional investment is needed which creates, through the multiplier effect, an additional demand of Aj. That is, SILU equals AI dash. S. The adequate demand for increased capacity being ensured at this growth rate of investment, total output will grow so as to use total capacity. The equilibrium rate of growth of investment is thus AI equals SU.L2I. If investment grows at this rate, capacity, output, and market will grow together, ensuring full capacity utilization at full employment. At a rate greater than that, the increase in demand will exceed the increase in capacity. At a growth rate smaller than that, it is the increase in capacity that exceeds increased demand. There is no symmetry, says Domar, between the two effects of investment. Even with investment increasing, while the size of investment is positive, capacity will grow. For demand to grow, however, investment has to rise in relation to the previous period. Point 13. A critique of Domar's theory. In Domar's growth model, as we have seen, it is the increase in investment which determines the growth process of the economy. Investment causes the productive capacity of society to grow, but it is again investment which calls forth the demand needed to exploit that capacity. At an increase ensuring full capacity utilization, output also grows at a rate of SU. Domar's equilibrium growth will be maintained as long as S and U do not change over time. Can the equilibrium rate of growth be expressed by SU? Let us examine the question by means of Marx's scheme representing the relationships of expanded reproduction under equilibrium conditions. To simplify computations, let us suppose that the organic composition of capital is the same in both departments, and that the magnitudes of C, V, and S are also identical within J, Oth departments. Period I, Department I. By means of these tables it is possible to demonstrate how the demand for consumer goods surpasses their supply if Department I runs ahead of Department II, and it can also be shown that the faster growth of the production of consumer goods in comparison to the means of production is the indication of a bad business cycle. In the Marxian model, the efficiency of capital or investment. Prior to technical progress, production is carried on along the F1 production function with capital per head of OK1 at that OK0. The marginal productivity of capital is the slope of the tangent drawn to curve F1 at point P1. This expresses, in a neoclassical sense, the size of the rate of interest. In the course of technical progress this production function will shift upwards. For the interest rate to remain unchanged even after technical progress, capital per head must be increased, in Mead's view, until the marginal productivity of capital increased by technical progress falls back along the new F2 curve, as a result of the substitution effect. to the old level, that is, until the tangent drawn to the new curve becomes parallel to the tangent drawn to the old curve. Assume now that this occurs at the capital per head of OK2, at point P2 on curve F2. If points P1 and P2 lie on the same ray starting out from the origin, then not only the marginal productivity of capital, but the capital output ratio too, will be identical at points P1 and P2 respectively. This is because the tangent of the angle formed by the ray and the x-axis is, that is, the average productivity of capital, and if this is identical at points P1 and P2, then its reciprocal k, that is, the capital output ratio, is also identical. Why if, however, the marginal productivity and the average productivity of capital do not change in the course of technical progress, their quotient, the production elasticity of capital, does not change either. Assuming a first-order homogeneous production function, this is what neoclassical growth theories suppose in determining the equilibrium rate of growth. Technical progress also leaves the production elasticity of labor unaffected. Thus, approaching the Herodian interpretation of neutral technical progress from a neoclassical viewpoint, we may derive as a further characteristic that it has no bearing on the production elasticity of either capital or labor. Since in neoclassical theory production elasticities express the relative shares of social classes in national income, neutral technical progress in Herod's sense does not change the income distribution relations either. In this way, the first condition of a constant rate growth is also fulfilled, the savings ratio, S, remains constant in the equilibrium growth process. However, if neutral technical progress does not affect the capital output ratio, that is, the average productivity of capital, in what does the effect of technical progress manifest itself in Herod et al. Rate of growth? One of the deficiencies of Herod's definition of G is exactly the fact that, in much the same way as Domar's formula, it does not express the effect of technical progress. Still, it does express it implicitly. Herod's neutral technical progress raises labor productivity. LTS effect as interpreted by non-Marxian economics is the same as would be achieved if the number of efficient workers had grown, that is, as if the quantity of output increased in the course of technical progress could also have been attained without technical progress, merely by employing a larger 450 labor force. This is called in modern non-Marxian growth theory labor augmenting technical progress. It is expressed by the neoclassical production function as follows: y equals f, where a, the multiplier expressing technical progress, shows how many times output rises in the course of technical progress, while capital per head is increased by such an amount that the marginal productivity of capital falls back to the previous level. It is by this a that the actual number of the labor force has to be multiplied in order to obtain the number of the efficient labor force. Let us illustrate the above by a numerical example. Assume that 100 workers produce 100 units of output with 100 units of capital. With the development of technology, let us increase the stock of capital by an amount which ensures that its marginal productivity remains at an unchanged level. Assuming neutral technical progress, the capital output ratio also remains unchanged. After introducing new production techniques, 100 workers will produce 120 units of output with 120 units of capital. The multiplier expressing technical progress, A, is 1.2 in our example. The amount of output has increased 1.2 times after the adoption of technical innovations. The same volume of output could have been achieved without technical progress if 120 workers had produced with 120 units of capital. Thus, as a result of technical progress, 100 workers perform the work of a labor force of 120, 100 workers counting as 120 efficient workers. Ratio G may differ from GW as G is a quantity determined from time to time by trial and error, by the collective trials and errors of vast numbers of people. 23. If the actual growth rate, G, differs from GW, there is no mechanism foreseen by Herod which could adjust G to GW. On the contrary, in the case of a deviation, G moves more and more away from GW. In other words, Harrod's GW has no stability. If GGW, the actual growth rate induces investment higher than intended saving. Total demand, that is, consumer demand plus investment, exceeds output. Illustrating this process by a numerical example, if G is 15%, or Y will rise from 1,000 to 1,150. Society wishes to save 230 out of that 1,150, consequently, the amount of consumer demand will increase to 920. The increment of output, 150, will induce 330 units of investment at a capital output ratio of 2.2. Thus total demand, 920 plus 330 equals 1,250, will exceed 150, the size of output. This stimulates entrepreneurs to increase further the actual rate of growth, as a RC, result of which G will increasingly rise above GW, intended investment will more and more surpass intended saving, total demand will outstrip total supply. Whenever G exceeds GW, there will be a tendency for a boom to develop. 24. Since now, the actual capital output ratio will be smaller than the equilibrium one, because, owing to the vigorous increase in demand, the equipment is overutilized, inventories are run down, and less capital is used to produce a unit of output. The situation is just the opposite if GGW. In this case, a growth rate lower than the equilibrium rate induces less investment than intended saving, and the sum of consumer demand and investment yields a demand which is smaller than output. Let the rate lower than the equilibrium growth rate be 5%. In this case, Y will rise from I000 to I050. The amount of intended saving out of I050 national income is 210. Consumer demand is 840. The increment of output, 50, will produce an investment of 20 at a capital output ratio of 2.2. The sum of consumer demand and investment is 950, and thus total demand lags behind the I050 size of total output. This stimulates entrepreneurs to further decrease the rate of growth. G will increasingly fall below GW, intended investment will drop more and more below intended saving, and total demand will increasingly lag behind total supply. G falling below GW is an indication that the process of decline has set in. If the actual capital output ratio will be greater than the equilibrium CC ratio. This is because part of the capacity is underutilized, inventories are increasing, and more capital falls to a unit of output. We have arrived at the so-called Harrod paradox. If GGW, total demand will increasingly outstrip total output, production proves more and more insufficient relative to demand, because it has been developed at too high a rate. If GGW, total demand will increasingly lag behind the increase in total output. Total output is too large relative to demand, because the latter has increased at too low a rate. Harrod's third rate of growth is the natural rate of growth, G. This is the highest rate of growth that can be sustained in the long run, the rate of advance which the increase of population and technological improvements allow. 25. Output, however, may also rise temporarily at a higher than G rate. G may be temporarily greater than G when there exists unemployment. In this case, employment may, as a result of the unemployed getting job opportunities, increase to a greater extent than would be made possible by the natural increase of the working population. But with full employment being realized, G may not be greater than G. If, however, GGW, it means that even though total demand and total supply increase in step with one another in the course of economic growth, employment is nevertheless not full. This is the dynamization of the Keynesian proposition according to which the economy may come into equilibrium even at underemployment. And while in Keynes a capitalist economy has no automatism which could ensure full employment, there is in Harrod no automatism of a capitalist economy to ensure the G rate of growth. Some critical comments on Harrod's growth model. Criticizing Herod's growth model, his demonstration of booms and slumps, we have to point out at the outset that though Herod wanted to dynamize Keynes's theory, his investment function set up, by means of the accelerator effect, a causal relationship which is opposed to that of Keynes. Keynes correctly recognized that market in a capitalist economy expands primarily as a result of investment. Though the market expanding effect of investment is part of Herod's growth theory, investment is induced, according to his theory, by the increase in production, more exactly in the production of consumer goods following the increased demand for consumer goods. By associating the multiplier effect with the accelerator effect, Herod attempts to expand his growth theory to a theory of the trade cycle. It is obvious, however, that the development of booms cannot be explained by the increase in the output of consumer goods. Herod's starting point is that the capacity for producing consumer goods is overutilized at the outset. If the utilization of capacity were normal, that is, if C were precisely equal to requirements, they might lapse into a stationary condition 26. And now, depending on the degree of the overutilization of capacity, that is, on the quantity of investment required to restore the normal utilization of capacity, demand will run ahead of production or lag behind or rise in balance with it in the course of growth. It is, according to Herod, the excessive increase in output in relation to existing capacity which gives rise to investment, through the accelerator effect, and also justifies it. But how did the initial conditions come into existence which induced entrepreneurs to increase the production of consumer goods over and above the normal utilization of capacity? According to Marx, a crisis always forms the starting point of large new investments 27. Crises will be followed by massive replacements of fixed capital assets. Owing to these massive replacements, the production of the means of production runs ahead of the production of consumer goods. The demand for consumer goods outstrips their supply. In producing consumer goods, entrepreneurs strive to adjust to increased consumer demand by an increasingly intensive utilization of capacity. It is here that Herod's explanation of growth, of boom, begins, and not with the upswing in the production of fixed capital. Following the course of Marxist thinking, we may state that the massive replacement of fixed capital usually has a capacity expanding effect too, since old machines have to be replaced by better ones. But the renewal of fixed capital is primarily of a capacity maintaining character. At the same time, the replacement of fixed capital will abruptly raise consumer demand, and stimulate net investment, too. And, with the elapse of time, the share of net investment has to grow within the volume of total investment, because the massive replacement of worn-out fixed capital will sooner or later come to an end. These, however, when matured, will have an unambiguously capacity-expanding effect. Until the investments mature, as also pointed out by Domar, demand will be expanded, improving thereby the business cycle, but if the capacity of producing consumer goods is expanded as maturity is reached, investments will be detrimental to the business cycle 28 because if these expanded capacities are to be employed fully, real wages have to grow. Or else the large quantities of consumer goods offered for sale cannot be realized. Increasing real wages, however, diminish real profit, and thus increased output clashes with the profit interest, and the boom comes to an end. It is interesting to note that Herod, while writing about recovery from a crisis, remarks that in a crisis, the old machines or other fixed equipment need not be replaced at the end of their working life owing to reduced output. The actual reduction of capital stock becomes greater than what is convenient. But sooner or later the requirements for replacements must become positive, if any output at all is to be maintained. This will arrest the downward movement and turn it into an upward 129. This correct recognition, however, is just a fraction in his train of thought, and Herod does not build it organically into his theory of the trade cycle. He does not show how the process of massive replacements lead to an increased demand for consumer goods. However, if we set out from the production of consumer goods, we cannot account for cyclical changes in capitalist reproduction, for the unfolding and halt of the boom and the recovery from crisis. Concerning the development of booms, THIRD speaks simply of the collective mistake of entrepreneurs who have expanded the output of consumer goods in excess of existing capacity, which induces them to investments which raise demand above output. The excessive expansion of the market gives rise to optimism in entrepreneurs, stimulating them to increase output at an even faster rate. In other words, it is, according to THIRD, the optimism generated by a collective mistake of entrepreneurs which maintains the upswing and further fosters the entrepreneurs' optimism. If, however, in making their decisions entrepreneurs happened collectively to hit upon the rate of GW, the justification of their decisions gives rise to expectations which cause them to keep on increasing their production at a GW rate. But such expectations about the growth process being maintained are without any firm foundations in THIRD. If entrepreneurs have by chance excessively expanded the output of consumer goods, what stimulates them to further investments? Why do they suppose that there is a lasting market ensured for the quantity of output produced by the overutilization of capacity, and that it is worthwhile expanding the capacity by making investments? However, starting out from an increased production of capital goods does provide an explanation for the entrepreneur's optimism. Consumer demand for the products of Department I lastingly exceeds the supply by Department II for Department I, which nourishes the entrepreneur's optimism and stimulates their investment activities. And if in making their decisions entrepreneurs accidentally hit upon the GW rate, it does not follow from this at all that they will expand their output at the same rate in the subsequent period, too. Here again, THIRD assumes, quite unaccountably, entrepreneurs to have definite expectations. Entrepreneurs, however, may strive for a time to sustain their increased output at an unchanged rate, but they also may, encouraged by their previous investments becoming justified, increase their output in the subsequent period at a much higher rate than required by the GW rate of growth. What is characteristic of capitalist reality is not an even, but an uneven kind of development. Capitalist anarchy makes it absolutely impossible for an even development process to materialize. The growth process is realized on the basis of decisions made by a large number of entrepreneurs independent of one another. None of them knows the business plans of the others, while the income of each firm depends upon the expenditure of the others. Each is compelled to act in the present in reliance on speculation about the future. There is no firm basis for his investment decisions. Since all entrepreneurs invest for an uncertain future, they are bound to make mistakes which have to be corrected in the period to follow. THIRD's contented capitalist who evenly develops his production does not exist in real life. The investigation of the Marxian scheme of expanded reproduction shows that quite special values of the production of departments I and II are needed for a constant rate of equilibrium growth to be derived in a completely abstract form. How can the break in a boom be explained on the basis of THIRD's approach? In his view, a boom may last infinitely, it has no impediment inherent in the system. By investments making possible the normal utilization of capacity, entrepreneurs may create a demand exceeding output, which, by boosting their optimism, induces them to further expand their output, and keep a steady boom going. The maturing of investment goods has no detrimental effect, for THIRD, on the boom. On the contrary, it may stimulate an even greater increase in production, and further improve the trade cycle. Starting from the overutilization of capacity in the production of consumer goods, THIRD attempts to account for the breaking of the upward trend in business in the following way. In the course of the upward trend, total demand increasingly exceeds total output, which stimulates entrepreneurs to increase the actual rate of production. While growing, G will slowly catch up with and even surpass G. But the growth of G is accompanied by the increase in GW. While the growth of demand increasingly surpasses supply, entrepreneurs will realize more and more profit. The increase in realized profit will induce entrepreneurs to make added savings. THIRD maintains that even if saving as a fraction of income is fairly steady in the long run, it is not likely to be so in the short run. 30 In a boom period, companies are likely to save a large fraction of short-period increases of net receipts. 31. In order to induce a degree of investment needed to equalize this, it is necessary to increase output at a higher and higher growth rate, as a result of which GW, following though not reaching the growth of G in the upswing, will also rise, catching up with and even outstripping G. As soon as full employment is realized, G may no longer be greater than G, but will drop to its level and will thereby fall below GW. However, a G smaller than GW is already an indication that the boom has come to an end and a slump has set in. A GW surpassing G after full employment has been realized means that society saves so much of the national income that, for inducing an investment large enough to equalize it, a growth rate would be needed which the factors determining the natural rate of growth, such as population increase and technical progress, would not make possible. Illustrating the above by a numerical example, let us suppose that G is 20% and full employment has just been attained. National income can increase from 1,000 to 1,200 only. At I-20, however, owing to the excessive increase in profit, 50% of the national income, that is, 60 is saved instead of the earlier 20%. A 20% rate of growth of income, however, induces an investment of 202.2 equals 440. For an equilibrium of total demand and total supply to be established, a greater rate of growth would be needed, of a degree which induces an investment of 600. Such a size of GW, however, is not feasible since full employment has been attained. Total demand will lag behind the increase in total output, and the upward business trend will be broken. It is a case held to be typical by Keynes: full employment cannot be maintained, because there is no possibility of making profitable investments of an amount which would be equal to socially intended saving out of the national income produced at full employment. It was Herod who introduced into non-Marxian economics the idea that a boom ends because increasing output hits the ceiling of full employment. It is not the system which sets up internal barriers to an upswing, it is not capitalist production relations which prevent continuous growth of production from lasting infinitely, but the GN rate, which is an external datum of the Herodian model. The factors determining its magnitude, natural population growth and technical progress, cannot be deduced from the model. We shall discuss this problem further below when dealing with Hicks trade cycle theory. Continuing the discussion of the problems raised by Herod's growth model, we wish to refer to non-Marxian criticism pointing to the fact that in determining the G rate Herod left lags out of account. In his theory, both saving and investment depend on the given magnitude of national income or its change in the current period. It is only by this assumption that he can maintain the equilibrium of saving and investment in his growth model. The critique, however, points out that if we assume that the consumption of the current period, thereby also the saving of the current period, is a function of the income of the past period, then saving even in an equilibrium growth economy cannot be in equilibrium with investment. Though total demand corresponds to total output, C plus L equals Y, the amount of the income used, C plus S, must necessarily lag behind the magnitude of the newly created income, behind C plus I. The two can only coincide if current income were equal to the national income of the past period. But then no economic growth would exist. If, under conditions of economic growth, there is a lag in consumer expenditures, the intention to invest must exceed the intention to save. Saving and investment may have only an ex post equality. It is precisely the surplus of intended investment over intended saving which shows by what amount national income has grown from one period to another. In the above case, the approaches from lex ante equals sex ante, and from C plus I equals Y do not yield the same result for G, if we set out from the approach lex ante equals sex ante, the two intentions will be in equilibrium in the growth process insofar as intended investment at the point of time it is just equal to intended saving. At that point of time, but total demand, C plus I, will be smaller than the national income produced. However, at a G, computed by means of the approach C plus I equals Y. C plus I corresponds to the amount of total output, but the intention to invest will deviate from the intention to save. In the former case we are faced with the paradoxical situation that at the equilibrium of the intention to save and of the intention to invest a non-intended investment appears, while in the latter case there is a non-intended saving. Herod, following Keynes, represents saving as a function of national income. The model does not reveal that saving is made primarily from profit, and the 456 saving made by the working class is negligible. Herod does not show what role class relations, the relative shares of classes in national income, play in the growth process, even in the form in which Calder did, when he made a distinction between the propensity to save of the working class and the capitalist class, pointing to the effect that the increase in investment exercises on the process of income distribution. Hicks's trade cycle theory. The Hicksian model of growth at a constant rate. Hicks published his work A Contribution to the Theory of the Trade Cycle in 1950, a work which non-Marxian economists called the most ingenious and most original trade cycle theory of the post-war period. According to Haberler, since the appearance of the general theory no work on economics has met with such a violent response as Hicks's study 32. Though these lines were written by Haberler in 1955, it is beyond doubt that Hicks's trade cycle theory has been a major focus of interest within non-Marxian economics up to this day. In order to come to grips with his ideas, let us first construct the Hicksian model of steady-state growth, or, as Hicks calls it, regularly progressive economy. This Keynes-type theory is based on the interaction of the multiplier and accelerator effects. Herod's model too is built upon the interaction of the multiplier and the accelerator effects. But Herod, as Allen states, includes no lags in his model, which is why his theory has no oscillatory feature 33. It has no such feature because by leaving lags out of account he could not set up a higher degree difference equation whose solution would have provided him with a model of the movement of production diverging from equilibrium growth. Hicks, however, wanted to set up a dynamic theory in the sense of Ragnar Frisch, in which we consider the magnitudes of certain variables at different points of time, 34. And in which the equations comprise the values of variables related to different points of time. According to Allen, with the introduction of lags it is convenient to assume that the intentions to consume and invest are always realized, that the divergence O intended from realized magnitude appears in savings only. J5 Hicks's trade cycle theory is based upon this assumption. In his theory, consumers may consume to the limit of their intentions, while the investments of entrepreneurs are also realized to the extent to which they were originally desired. No non-intended investment can develop in the form of an increase or decrease in inventories. Building lags into his trade cycle model, Hicks assumes that in any T period people spend on consumption a certain proportion of their incomes obtained in the previous period, C1 equals CY1_1. With this, he wants to substitute for the Keynesian consumption or savings function another functional relationship. In his view, even if we cannot say with certainty that the Keynesian consumption or savings function is wrong, we have no convincing arguments either to prove that it is correct. Hicks looks with suspicion at the statistical foundation of the Keynesian propensity to consume, too. He holds that for lack of sufficient information it is better to consider the saved proportion of income to be independent of national income. Hicks thinks that his consumption function has the same stabilizing effect as the Keynesian propensity to consume. By the propensity to consume, Keynes wanted to explain why the demand for consumer goods fluctuates in trade cycles to a lesser extent than investment. Propensity to consume curbs, in his view, the upturn of the economy, in that with increasing incomes consumer demand rises to a lesser extent, damping the decline by decreasing consumer demand to a lesser degree than income. According to Hicks, the same effect can also be captured by building lags into Th6 consumption function. In a boom period, the excessive increase in consumer demand is counteracted because, according to the assumption of the model, the source of consumer spending on purchasing consumer goods is the lower income of the previous period. In a period of depression, however, the fall in consumer demand is mitigated by the fact that the source of consumer demand is now the higher income of the previous period. Induced investment is caused in Hicks by a change in national income realized 2 periods earlier, 1 and D equals V, where V is what Hicks calls the investment coefficient. In addition to induced investment, Hicks also introduces into his model autonomous investment whose growth rate is an exogenous datum of the model, and the absolute magnitude of autonomous investment is also given at any point of time. National income at a point of time t is for Hicks, no matter whether growth has taken place at an equilibrium rate or at a rate deviating from it, the sum total of consumer expenditure and of induced and autonomous investment outlays, y, equals C year 1 plus V plus Ju. Hicks points out that the assumption that the intention to consume and the intention to invest are always realized, and thus total demand increases together with total supply, will lead in a growth economy, owing to the lag of consumer expenditure or intended saving, to the consequence that actual saving as a difference between national income and consumer expenditure exceeds the magnitude of intended saving. Our equation set up for y only expresses the equality of intended investment and ex post saving. In Hicks's model, the growth rate of y depends upon the growth rate of autonomous investment. It is the rate of growth of autonomous investment which determines the equilibrium rate of growth of the whole system. 36. Manifested in it is the Keynesian effect, the central role of investment, the determination of national income by investment through the multiplier. But since autonomous investment is of an exogenous nature, and therefore its growth rate cannot be derived from the model, the Hicksian model also expresses that it is y that has to adapt itself in its growth to the rate of autonomous investment. For y to grow at a constant rate, autonomous investment must increase at a constant rate over time. And since the growth rate of autonomous investment is an exogenous datum of the system, Hicks assumes that this rate remains constant over time. He calls the equilibrium growth rate of y that rate which coincides with the constant rate of growth of autonomous investment. If we also know the absolute amount of autonomous investment, the magnitude of y is also determined in any period. While in the Herodian model autonomous investment was an alien body, in the Hicksian model, though also built upon the interaction of the multiplier and the accelerator effects, the rate of growth is governed by the growth of autonomous investment, and it is the amount of autonomous investment which determines the magnitude of y. For this purpose, Hicks had to extend the concept of the multiplier to a supermultiplier. This expresses the values which y has to take on in the individual periods, with a given magnitude and growth rate of autonomous investment, to correspond to total demand, determined by autonomous investment, the induced investment made possible by national income growing at the rate of autonomous investment, and consumer expenditure made from the national income of the previous period growing at that rate. In other words, it shows what values y has to take on in the individual periods for the amount of induced investment thus brought about and the amount of autonomous investment as an exogenous datum jointly to equal ex post saving, over and above the amount of consumer expenditure left over from the national income in question. The level of output must be such as will engender an amount of saving, and an amount of induced investment equal to saving when the given autonomous investment is taken into account. 37. The supermultiplier differs from the simple multiplier in that the former contains, in addition to the effect of autonomous investment, the effect of induced investment, too. For the derivation of the supermultiplier we have to start from the equality of saving and investment, S, equals / 100 plus /. In this case, saving is an ex post magnitude. Hicks also writes the above equation as the equality of their ratio related to, where G is the constant growth rate of output, equal to that of autonomous investment. At the same time, it is possible to express the relationship of induced investment to Y in terms of the growth rate, a relationship which remains constant during the. If there were no autonomous investment, the growth rate of national income would bring JD and into balance at each point of time. In other words, JT would YY be necessary to determine that growth rate of national income which would keep both ratios in balance. Since autonomous investment does exist, the growth rate JDS of Y, and through it and dash, are determined by the growth rate of autonomous YY investment. Because of the existence of autonomous investment, the two ratios cannot be in balance with one another. SJDYY gives the ratio of autonomous investment to national income, which is therefore determined by its own growth rate, and through it is determined the supermultiplier, which expresses the ratio of Y to autonomous investment. On the basis of the relationships demonstrated for S and J, and D. Mao's investment. This is the supermultiplier, whose magnitude, at a constant C and V, depends on the growth rate of autonomous investment, G. The above relationships may be expressed by a numerical example in the following way: let the growth rate of autonomous investment be 10%, then, assuming equilibrium growth, Y will also grow by 10%. If 80.8181% of the income of the previous period is devoted to consumption, the proportion of saving to current national income will. The supermultiplier is 10, that is, national income is 10 times the amount of autonomous investment. Let autonomous investment be 100 at the point of time foot. Knowing the growth rate of autonomous investment, the consumption ratio, and the investment coefficient in relation to induced investment, the time series of consumption, induced investment and national income along the equilibrium path are determined. The 10% growth rate of autonomous investment determines the growth rate of output, while the amount of autonomous investment settles the quantity of output through the supermultiplier. The quantity and growth rate of output determine the amount of induced investment, and the quantity of output multiplied by the consumption ratio yields the amount of consumer expenditure in the subsequent period. The exploitatio of he cyclical movement of reproductio. Marxian political economy finds the material basis for periodical crises in the periodical replacement and expansion of fixed capital. In explaining the periodicity of reproduction, Marx presupposes its cyclical nature. The first cyclical crisis leads on to the others. Marx did not wish to answer the question of how the first cyclical crisis came about. Another approach to the problem is taken by those non-Marxian growth theoreticians who wish to extend their theory to a trade cycle theory. Hicks, like Harrod, starts from a steady-state rate growth process in which replacements are proportionately spread over time, and examines how the divergence of actual development from the equilibrium growth changes into a cyclical movement. Since we want to show how the cycle arises, it is natural to begin from a state of affairs in which there is no cycle. 38. We are faced practically with the problem which Ragnar Frisch called impulse and propagation, how the external shock affecting the economy which may come, for example, from technical progress. This is what Frisch calls impulse is transformed in its propagation through the mechanisms of the economic system into a cyclical movement. This transformation is carried out in Hicks by the interaction of the accelerator and the multiplier effects. The theory of the multiplier and the theory of the accelerator are the two sides of the theory of the fluctuations, just as the theory of demand and the theory of supply are the two sides of the theory of value. 39. In Hicks's trade cycle model, autonomous investments grow at a constant G rate. Using a semi-logarithmic scale, Hicks represents output or investment by its logarithms on the y-axis, and time on the x-axis. Autonomous investment is shown in figure 85 by the straight line AA, the angle of which is the rate of growth G. Autonomous investment determines by means of the supermultiplier the equilibrium path of output, E. Output grows at the same rate as autonomous investment, and thus the straight lines pound and AA are parallel to each other. It is above the pound equilibrium path that the ceiling of full employment, FF, lies, that is, the path of growth at full employment, Harrod's GN. In Hicks, the equilibrium path pound does not necessarily imply full employment. He assumes, like Harrod, that equilibrium growth may also occur at underemployment. In his model, the ceiling of full employment grows approximately at a grade, 2, and thus FF is also parallel to both AA and pound. Hicks assumes that output grows initially at an equilibrium rate along pound. But some disturbing circumstance, an impulse in the sense used by Frisch, moves it away from the equilibrium path. Such a circumstance disturbing equilibrium growth may be a temporary running ahead of autonomous investment caused by technical progress, after which the former falls back to its constant rate path, AA. This temporary oscillatory movement of autonomous investment above the equilibrium growth rate also raises the growth of induced investment and output above their equilibrium rate. These, however, need not return to their equilibrium path even after autonomous investment has relapsed to the equilibrium growth rate. The interaction of the multiplier and the accelerator effects may change their initial movement away from the equilibrium rate into a cyclical movement. Now the question arises whether output in deviating from its equilibrium path fluctuates around it at an increasing, decreasing, or constant amplitude, or approaches it or moves away from it without any oscillations. All this depends for Hicks, following from the key role of investments, upon the movement of induced investment, only upon induced investment, as it is its movement only which Hicks can deduce from the model, for autonomous investment grows, on his assumption, at a constant rate independently of the phases of reproduction. By contrast, induced investment changes in his theory in dependence on the extent of the accelerator effect. That is why Hicks characterizes changes in reproduction through the value of the investment coefficient. Those domains of the value of the investment coefficient, within which output performs one or the other above-mentioned specific movements following a deviation from the dynamic equilibrium path, are derived by Hicks, expressing them mathematically in terms of savings ratios, in the following way, denoting national income moving along the equilibrium path by y equals psi underscore 1 plus v plus 1. Thus Hicks determines the national income at the point of time t by a second-order difference equations, as cyclical deviations from the equilibrium growth rate can only occur in the case of complex roots, and complex roots are possibly only in the case of quadratic or higher degree equations. He determines the amount of national income changing along the non-equilibrium path at the point of time t in a similar way. Its amount will be different from the level determined by autonomous investment at the point of time t and by the supermultiplier, y equals psi underscore 1 plus 1 plus 1. Since the intention to consume and the intention to invest are always realized. 462. In the Hickshian system, output automatically adjusts itself to the established demand, which, owing to the inclusion of lags, is a function of the past growth rate and the volume of output. Thus the cyclical movement of reproduction does not appear in the difference between demand and supply, but in the changes in the degree of employment of the existing productive capacities. The actual amount of current national income is linked by the same relationship with the THIRD-WORLDISM incomes of past periods, which associates the national incomes lying on the equilibrium path with one another. 40 Autonomous investment, the consumption ratio and the investment coefficient are identical on both paths. This made it possible for Hicks to determine by subtraction the difference between actual national income and national income growing along the equilibrium path. Substituting 1s for c and reducing the equation to 0, we obtain y underscore 1v equals 0. Solving the quadratic homogeneous difference equation obtained for the deviation, we get, according to Hicks, the changes in the deviation over time and thereby the answer to the question why y fluctuates around y if a factor moves national income away from its equilibrium path. In order to solve the difference equation, let us write for y. Then we obtain the following auxiliary equation, Li-2 equals 0. Rearranging the equation, we are left with LRV-2 equals 0. Dividing the equation by -2 throughout, we reduce it to a quadratic equation and obtain the characteristic form of the difference equation, point 2 v equals 0. The roots of the equation satisfy the original difference equation, 2, and thus provide the value sought. The solution of our characteristic equation is _ls plus v plus or minus y2 for v 1.22. The character of the deviation from the equilibrium path depends on the sign and magnitude of the roots as shown by the discriminant 2 for v. The magnitude of the roots will, therefore, change according to the values of v and s. If the discriminant is positive, that is, 2 for v, the equation has two different real roots. Transforming the inequality, we obtain v. If vz, both roots will lie between I and plus dash. The successive values of deviation from the equilibrium path will increase, and national income will move, without any fluctuation, away from the equilibrium value. The situation is similar if the discriminant is 0, when both roots of our equation are real and identical. In the case of v equals 2 for v, there are no real roots. The quadratic equation has two conjugate complex roots. In this case, national income in deviating from the equilibrium path performs a cyclical motion. In the case of complex roots, the value of v lies between these limits, 2:2. The roots, 1s plus v plus y for v2 ia.1 equals and js plus vy for v2 i. 1,2 equals, respective y. In the case of conjugate complex roots, the general solution of quadratic difference equations is, writing the complex numbers in trigonometric forms, y equals c1a.1 plus c2a.2 equals rc1 plus c2, where c1 and c2 are constants determined by the initial conditions, and r is the absolute value, the modulus, of the complex number. Writing a for c1 plus c2 and b for I, we obtain, y equals dot comma. A cos rp plus b sin rp is a linear combination of the sine and cosine functions. The sum of the two periodic functions in the brackets provides again a periodic function. Since the value of the modulus is always greater than 0, there are three possibilities depending on the magnitude of the modulus. 1 r equals 1. Multiplying the periodic function by I, the amplitude of fluctuation will remain constant. 2 ri. In this case, r will grow with time, the periodic function has to be multiplied by ever higher values, and the amplitude of fluctuation will increase. 3 ri. In this case, the value of r will decrease over time, the periodic function has to be multiplied by ever smaller values, and the amplitude of fluctuation will decrease. Determining the value of the modulus by the formula r2 equals x2 plus y2. Thus, if v equals I, the modulus will also be I. If vi, the amplitude of fluctuation will grow. If vi, the amplitude of fluctuation will fall. Now, expressing the value of v in terms of the magnitude of savings ratio, we can distinguish the three cases from one another in the following way. In Hicks's model, only v influences the pattern of change of national income as it deviates from its equilibrium path. The value of s is relevant only in the determination of that domain of the values of v within which national income performs a cyclical motion. Those economists who maintain that a certain external shock affecting the 464 capitalist economy is transformed by the accelerator and multiplier effects into a cyclical motion, at certain values of the investment coefficient, are faced with the following difficulties. If the value of the investment coefficient is such that the amplitude of the fluctuations declines, the cyclical motion will eventually cease. But then how can the cyclical nature of reproduction still survive in a capitalist economy? According to Ragnar Frisch, external, erratic shocks are needed whenever the initial motion begins to lose its cyclical character and to change into an even development. It is the temporarily arising, erratic shocks which, changing into a cyclical motion owing to the interaction of the accelerator and multiplier effects, maintain the cyclical nature of capitalist reproduction. But in this case, the cycles no longer have their continuity. From a cyclical motion once started, no further cyclical motions can be derived, since both were started by external, accidental factors, which always appear, strangely enough, only if the fluctuations are about to cease. Hicks holds such an explanation to be insufficient. If the values of the investment coefficient are instead greater than I, but less than 2, fluctuations of an increasing amplitude will come about following a single disruption of equilibrium growth. In a boom period, output would more and more vigorously exceed the equilibrium value, and in a slump period, it would fall deeper and deeper below it. Such a motion would eventually upset the whole economic system. It cannot provide a sufficient explanation for cyclical movements. However, a perpetual cyclical motion may develop from a single deviation from equilibrium growth if the value of the investment coefficient is I. The amplitude of fluctuation is constant, and no external shocks are needed to maintain the cyclical character of motion. Hicks is right in criticizing this view when he points out that it is hardly conceivable that cyclical fluctuations occur in real life simply because the investment coefficient has remained constant at this particular value for 2 centuries. 4. He sees the possibility of a solution in assuming a magnitude of the investment coefficient at which the deviation of production from the equilibrium path generates a level of induced investment capable of further increasing the deviation, that is, when output as a result of the interaction of the multiplier and accelerator effects, moves away from the equilibrium path without any fluctuations, or with fluctuations of an increasing amplitude. But this movement away has its limits. At a growth rate higher than the equilibrium rate, output will eventually hit the ceiling of full employment, FF, at a certain point. Now it can grow only at a rate not higher than that of the ceiling. But it can move along the ceiling of full employment only if the accelerator effect appears belatedly, that is, if induced investment is brought about by the growth of national income of past periods increasing at a higher rate. Moving along the ceiling, sooner or later the time will come when investment is induced by output growing along the ceiling, that is, at a rate lower than that of the previous periods. However, at an output growth rate G, induced investment, together with the given, steadily increasing autonomous investment, after a single fluctuation can only ensure the development of output at an equilibrium rate along the EE path. At a certain point, output will rebound from the FF to the EE path. Once, however, a decline sets in, it must continue. Nothing can stop output at the equilibrium path once it begins to fall. Suppose that output reaches the equilibrium path at point P2, it must continue to fall since the change in induced investment is determined by this fall. If the accelerator effect were to assert itself in the same way in the case of falling as it does in the case of rising output, then, given an output fluctuation of increasing amplitude, output would perhaps fall further below EE than it was above it. In this case, the path of fall is indicated by P1Q. But the assertion of the accelerator effect is also limited in a downward direction. A fall in output will generate a negative induced investment only to the extent of the depreciation of the capital stock. As soon as in the course of the output decline negative induced investment has reached this magnitude, it will no longer depend on changes in output. Hicks asserts that this investment will virtually cease to be an induced one. Now total investment equals autonomous investment less a constant expressing the worn out but not renewed part of the capital stock. This, according to Hicks, would mean the same as if the line A representing autonomous investment had shifted downwards, parallel to itself. Thus he argues that the accelerator effect no longer operates, being replaced by the downward adjustment of autonomous investment. Now he characterizes the crisis in this formulation: autonomous investment drops below its normal level, while induced investment equals zero. Under such circumstances output moves along the equilibrium path LL lying below EE, which is determined, in the absence of the accelerator effect, through the simple multiplier by autonomous investment less depreciation. Q1 Q2 shows the way in which output drops to the equilibrium path LL. This lies above the Q1Q path created by the accelerator effect asserting itself without any disturbance, expressing, as it were, that the limitation of the accelerator effect delays the fall in output. And while Q1Q may fall infinitely, movement along Q1Q2 is limited, the crisis has its floor. Hicks eliminated the accelerator effect from the period of crisis in order to explain the escape from it. In a crisis, there is only autonomous investment below its normal level, which continues to grow at a rate of G. Output grows with it, as a result of the multiplier effect, along the path LL. However, as soon as excess capital has been used up, this will again set the accelerator effect in motion, and with induced investment coming into being, a supermultiplier will take again the place of the simple multiplier, and the equilibrium growth path of output will be again EE instead of LL. Output will grow towards the EE path, but on reaching it, cannot stop because its rate was higher than G, so that the upswing will continue until output reaches the ceiling FF. It follows from the above that the scope of cyclical reproduction has its limits even in the case of fluctuations of an increasing amplitude, or of a continuous deviation from the equilibrium path. As soon as output deviating from the equilibrium path reaches the lower or upper limit, it will rebound from it. In a boom period, full employment means the upper limit of the increase in output, while in a slump period autonomous investment increasing at a steady rate even in a crisis prevents the fall in output through its multiplier effect. Samuelson appropriately called this type of cycle theory a billiard table theory. 42. An evaluation of the Hickschian trade cycle theory. Let us approach Hicks's trade cycle theory from a Marxian viewpoint. In the abstract, the various movements of output as represented by Hicks can also be demonstrated by the Marxian two-department scheme if the Hickschian delays are built into it, if the value of the investment coefficient is taken to be within the limits set by him, and if the proportion of the national income of the previous period spent by the capitalist class on personal consumption in the current period is assumed to be constant. In order to represent these movements, not even the concept of autonomous investment has to be applied. The simple upward deviation in autonomous investment can be expressed in the Marxian scheme like this: Department I of social production has run ahead of Department II, and thus the boom period has set in. It is really true that an infinite growth may evolve in capitalist economy at certain values of the investment coefficient growth that comes to an end only when reaching the ceiling of full employment. The cyclical movement of capitalist reproduction reflects the movements of the opportunities of capital to gain profit. Approaching the question from a Marxian angle, we may say that the profit share in national income, and through it in product price, develops in the Hickschian model according to how the shares of autonomous investment, induced investment, and the consumption of the capitalist class change in national income in the course of the reproduction process. The simple upward deviation in autonomous investment increases the profit share, and the maintenance of the situation favorable for capital after the rate of autonomous investment has fallen back, depends for Hicks on whether induced investment is able to counterbalance the unfavorable effect of the fall in the rate of autonomous investment. In Hicks's system, the greater than equilibrium growth rate of national income will be maintained at certain values of the investment coefficient even after the rate of autonomous investment has dropped to its original level. The high growth rate of production induces large-scale investments. Large investments, in turn, by substantially expanding the market, maintain a greater than equilibrium rate of growth. Though at the accelerate growth rate of national income the proportion of autonomous investment to national income will fall, yet the share of induced investment will rise, and thus, on the assumptions of the Hickschian model, the profit share in national income will continue to increase and the boom process will go on. In reality, however, the consumption of the capitalist class grows at a slower rate than the output of consumer goods. The existing demand for consumer goods and their supply, which in the Hickschian model adjusts itself to demand, constitute a constant proportion of the national income of the previous period. In a dynamic economy, this proportion, owing to the Hickschian delay, decreases, in the current national income, but the share of the consumption of the capitalist class steadily falls even within this proportion, and a steadily larger ratio of the consumer goods produced will accrue as wage goods to the working class. For the profit share not to decrease in the increasingly growing national income, the share of induced investment ought to rise to offset the fall not only in the share of autonomous investment but also in the proportion of national income used for the personal consumption of the capitalist class. For Hicks, the aim of investments is to restore the normal state of productive capacities excessively utilized by the great increase in output. Since, however, any productive investment increases in the last analysis the capacities of consumer goods production, and an ever smaller proportion of the growing supply of consumer goods embodies surplus value and an ever greater proportion of that supply increases the real wage bill, This fact does not stimulate an increase in investments. On the contrary, it stimulates entrepreneurs to abstain from fully utilizing the existing capacities of consumer goods production. The accelerator effect stimulates investment only if the investment climate is favorable. If, however, the expending output of consumer goods worsens the profit prospects of capital, increased output will not encourage investors. The boom period will break not because the ceiling of full employment is reached, but because a further expansion of output would change the distribution relations in favor of labor and to the disadvantage of capital, and would therefore come more and more into conflict with the profit motive. Hicks, like Keynes, examines consumer demand only in its totality, neglecting the analysis of its constituents, viz. the consumer demand of the capitalist and the working class, although this would have been needed for the explanation of the cyclical movement of reproduction and the break in the upswing. 2. Reference must also be made to the role of autonomous investment, which is a determining element of economic growth in the Hickschian model. Its acceleration starts the upswing, and its steady-state growth helps to get out of the crisis situation. But autonomous investment is an exogenous datum in his model. He does not examine its nature, does not explore on what its growth depends. It is independent, for Hicks, of cyclical changes, increases demand without increasing productive capacities. Government investments serving unproductive goals might be regarded as best approaching autonomous investments in the Hickschian sense. But post-Keynesian economics also classifies long-term private capital investments as autonomous, even though they serve productive purposes, because they have 468 been elicited not by the existing growth of demand or output, but capacity expanding. Long-term investments subjected to profit interests are not independent of cyclical movements. If the profit prospects are unfavorable, this type of autonomous investment too is discouraged. Its rate cannot remain constant irrespective of the trade cycle. Or, autonomous investment, insofar as it increases productive capacities, is bound, on maturing, to have a bearing on the trade cycle, in exerting a harmful effect on it. 3. In explaining the cyclical nature of reproduction, the Hickschian approach, namely that he starts out from the process of equilibrium growth, is not superior to the Marxian one. In explaining the trade cycles, Marx presupposes the cyclical nature of capitalist reproduction from the very outset. This being given, it is the crisis itself which clears the way for a new upswing, and the massive renewal of capital assets neglected in the slump period marks the beginning of the boom. Hicks, however, bases his explanation of the escape from a crisis situation on the steady-state growth of autonomous investment, which also continues in the slump period, and explains the emergence of a boom by referring to another external factor, the unexpected increase in autonomous investment. While the Marxian mod explains the breaking of the upswing by the profit opportunities of capital becoming unfavorable as a result of the maturing of new investments, Hicks refers here too to an exogenous factor, the attainment of the ceiling of full employment. To put it another way, in the so-called billiard table theory, both the lower and upper limits of the cyclical fluctuation of reproduction are exogenous data. 4. A further critical comment on the Hickschian trade cycle theory should also be mentioned here. In his theory, the equilibrium growth rate is given from the very outset by the growth rate of autonomous investment. The interaction of the multiplier and the accelerator effects causes fluctuations only around this trend of growth. That is, Hicks applies cyclical changes to the growth process from outside, so that they do not affect the growth rate. In reality, however, a development trend free from cyclical fluctuations is different from non-cyclical development. The more significant the cyclical fluctuations, the more they influence the rate of growth. 469. Chapter 3. Neoclassical Growth Models. General Characteristics. Factors influencing the rate of growth. In the past 1.5 decades, neoclassical growth theories have made significant headway within non-Marxian growth theories. This too is the consequence of a strengthening economic state intervention, as was the rise of the Keynesian system in the 1930s. In those years Keynes shattered the belief upheld by non-Marxian economics that the automatisms of a free capitalist economy do not allow economic troubles to arise, since they ensure that total demand grows with total supply and that they realize full employment. Keynes wanted to provide with his theory an ideological support for economic state intervention. More recently, on the basis of fully realized state monopoly capitalism, voices even more optimistic than that of Keynes begin to make themselves heard in non-Marxian economics. Under the conditions of state intervention, some non-Marxian economists begin to trust again in the beneficial effects of capitalist economic mechanisms. In neoclassical growth theories, in questions relating to economic growth, more and more basic propositions of orthodox economics criticized by Keynes begin to crop up again, intermingled with certain Keynesian elements. It is interesting, by the way, that Keynes predicted in his general theory that in the case of successful state intervention neoclassical tenets might regain their validity, if our central controls succeed in establishing an aggregate volume of output corresponding to full employment as nearly as is practicable. The classical theory comes into its own again from this point onwards. 43. The American R. Solow, one of the initiators and the most significant representative of neoclassical growth theory, criticizes Harrod, because, relying on Keynesian traditions, he holds the view that in a capitalist economy there is no mechanism which could make it possible for GN to arise. By contrast, Solow maintains that, the real return to factors will adjust to bring about full employment of labor and capital. 44. That is to say, the substitutability of factors, the movement of factor prices determined by marginal productivities, ensures the equilibrium of the demand for and the supply of factors and thus the bringing about of GN. The neoclassical growth model also postulates the equilibrium of intended investment and saving at full employment, and thus total demand growing with total output, i.e. the adjustment of G to GW. The mechanism, however, which should ensure harmony between G and G, is not specified by the neoclassical growth models, and in their study written on growth models in general, Hahn and Matthews express their doubts that the initiators of the neoclassical growth models have really solved the problem of the stability of G. 45. Assuming that the mechanisms of the capitalist economy bring about full employment and the equilibrium of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, the representatives of the neoclassical model approach the question of growth exclusively from the side of supply. They rely on the theory of production as elaborated by modern non-Marxian economics, and their growth model is virtually a dynamized production function. It is by dynamizing the production function that they seek to determine the rate of growth. Let us write, following Solow, the general formula of the production function built upon the substitutability of factors, including the effect of technical progress, Q equals F, where T is the effect of technical progress as a function of time. It is by taking the differential of the production function with respect to time that the growth rate Q is obtained from the growth rates of K and L and technical progress. The growth rate of Q is influenced not only by the rate, but also by the character of technical progress. In classifying technical progress, Mead, a representative of the neoclassical approach, criticizes Harrod's procedure. He says that the constancy of the rate of interest interpreted as the marginal productivity of capital presupposes the growth of capital per head in the classification of technical probute by Harrod exclusively to technical progress also contains the substitution effect, the movement along the given production function. 46. According to Harrod, as a result of technical progress, per capita production has increased, as shown in figure 86, by A.C. Mead, however, who criticizes Harrod's theory from the viewpoint of marginal productivity theory, points out that technical progress has increased per capita production only by B.C. UB should be imputed to the substitution effect. The movement of capital per head from OK1 to OK2 would have raised per capita production by UB even without technical progress. Neoclassical growth theory tries to classify technical progress without taking the substitution effect into account. Its representatives adopt the classification set up by Hicks as early as 1932. In examining the effect of technical progress, Hicks regards the capital-labor ratio as given. He considers technical progress as neutral if, given a certain capital-labor ratio, it increases the marginal productivity of both capital and labor by the same percentage. Thus neutral technical progress leaves unchanged the relative marginal productivities of factors, and thereby the marginal rate of substitution between them, i.e. the substitution relationship. Mead represented Hickschian neutral technical progress diagrammatically in the following way: 47. At an unchanged capital-labor ratio, output per head has increased, as a result of technical progress, from AB to AC. Consequently, the effect attributable to technical progress is BC. The growth rate of output per head achieved by technical progress is BC/AB. Technical progress is neutral in the Hickschian sense if the marginal productivity of capital increases at the rate of technical progress. This implies that AC is as many times greater than AB as the marginal productivity of capital at the point C is greater than the marginal productivity of capital at B, that is, the same number of times as the slope of the tangent drawn to the curve at the point C is greater than the slope of the tangent drawn to the curve at B. Since at given capital and labor magnitudes the marginal productivity of capital increases in the course of technical progress at the same rate as the volume of output, the average productivity of capital will also grow at the same rate. Thus neutral technical progress in the Hickschian sense does not affect the production elasticity of capital. Assuming that the production function is first-degree homogeneous, technical progress does not affect the production elasticity of labor either, and the marginal productivity of labor increases at the same rate as its average productivity, that is, at a rate which is identical with that of the marginal productivity of capital. And since in neoclassical theory production elasticities express the relative shares of classes in national income, neutral technical progress also leaves the distribution relations unchanged. Neutral technical progress as defined by THIRD left the same magnitude unaffected, but at an increased capital per head. It is the Cobb-Douglas production function by which both interpretations of neutral technical progress can be expressed. This is because in this production function, as is well known, the elasticity of substitution is L, and thus the effect of substitution leaves the production elasticities unchanged. With this production function it is possible, therefore, to demonstrate both Hicks neutral technical progress, which leaves the production elasticities unaffected at a given capital-labor ratio, and THIRD neutral technical progress, which leaves them unchanged as capital per head increases. It is primarily for this property that the Cobb-Douglas production function is a favorite tool of expression in neoclassical growth theories. In the case of Hickschian neutral technical progress, the production function may be written in this particular way: Q equals AF, where factor A is the measure of the shift of the production function taking place as a result of technical progress at a given capital-labor ratio, and where it, as a multiplier, expresses that technical progress increases capital and labor productivity to the same extent. In the case of the so-called multiplicative function thus obtained, if at the same time the elasticity of substitution between factors is 1, the effect of technical progress can entirely be imputed to each of the factors by increasing the relative amount of the other until its average productivity remains unchanged in the course of technical progress. This change in the ratio of factors does not affect the production elasticity of factors when the elasticity of substitution is unity. The neutrality of technical progress in Hicks's interpretation assumes that the production function is first-degree homogeneous. Non-Marxian economists point out that the whole scheme breaks down when the underlying production functions do not obey constant returns to scale 48. In this case, the marginal productivity of the factors also depends on their absolute amounts. Insofar as technical progress, which stimulates an increase in production, is accompanied by a scale effect, the latter, in changing the optimal factor combination, will change the substitution relations even if the amounts of the factors increase at unchanged rates. The definition of Hickschian neutral technical progress logically leads to an interpretation of non-neutral technical progress. At an unchanged capital-labor ratio, labor-saving inventions increase the marginal product of capital more than they increase the marginal product of labor. Capital-saving inventions increase the marginal product of labor more than that of capital. 49. Dividing the total derivative with respect to time of the Q equals a production function by Q, Solow derived for the growth rate of Q in the case of neutral technical inventions the following formula. The growth rate of the production function equals the rate of technical progress plus the growth rate of the individual factors multiplied by their production elasticities. A relationship similar to Solow's for the rate of growth was also obtained by the British economist Mead. In contrast to most of the post-Keynesian growth theories, Solow's model determines the rate of growth completely by means of factors influencing production. He fails to take into account the effect of increased demand upon the increase in production. Solow and most neoclassical growth theorists regard the rate of technical progress and the growth rate of population as exogenous data of the model, as magnitudes that cannot be influenced by economic means, and assume, therefore, that both remain unchanged through time. Non-neutral technical inventions change the production function, and thus we obtain for the rate of growth the following formula. If technical inventions are not neutral, they do not leave the production elasticities unchanged. According to Mead, the character of technical inventions influence the rate of growth in the following way: it affects the growth rate favorably if it increases the significance of the factor growing at the fastest rate at the margin. If, for example, the rate of capital accumulation is faster than the growth rate of population, and technical inventions are of the capital-using type, the rate of growth will increase. Conversely, technical inventions will raise the rate of growth less if they increase the significance of the factor which grows at a relatively slower rate. If the various factors grow at different rates, the rate of growth is also affected by the elasticity of substitution. If it is greater than 1, the production elasticity of the factor which grows at a faster rate will increase, and, as a result, the growth rate will increase, too, but the production elasticity of the less rapidly growing factor will increase if the elasticity of substitution is less than I, leading to a slower growth rate. If both factors grow at the same rate, the growth rate is independent of the elasticity of substitution. It was Mead who pointed out that the growth rate will also change favorably if the character of technical inventions and the substitution relation between the factors of production are such that the shares in national income change to the benefit of those who save most. This causes capital accumulation to speed up, which in turn increases the rate of production, according to the formula given for the rate of growth. Solow's attempt to reduce the rate of growth of per capita output to two components and to construct an aggregate production function by statistical means. Starting from his expression for the growth rate and relying on statistics of American industry, Solow attempted to separate from one another the effect of technical progress and the substitution's effect, and to construct on this basis an aggregate production function. Assuming a homogeneous and linear production function, he expresses the production elasticity of labor as 1 ek, and thus the growth rate as expresses by how much the growth rate of production exceeds the QL. Growth rate of the labor force employed, which is the growth rate of per capita output QDKDL on the other hand, indicates the amount by which capital stock increases faster than the population employed, that is, expresses the growth rate of K, capital per head. Thus, from this it follows that the growth rate of output per head is made up of two effects, the effect of technical progress, and xdk, the effect of substitution. AK. So R. Solow, Technical Change in the Aggregate Production Function, The Review of Economics and Statistics, Volume 6, 1957. D expresses the percentage shift of the production function, and dk is the AK movement along the given production function. The rate of technical progress. Solow maintains that if we know the growth rate of production and capital per head and the partial production elasticity of capital, the rate of technical progress can be found out statistically. The data needed for this were those of the industry of the USA between 1909 and 1949. He decreased the data available for the stock of capital in proportion to the level of unemployment in order to obtain the amount of the capital stock used up. For capital and output per head he took capital and output per man-hour. As a result of his investigations, he found that output per man-hour nearly doubled during 40 years. About I of the total increase was attributable to the rise in capital per man-hour, that is, to the effect of substitution, while F was due to technical inventions. He further found that the time series A did not correlate with the A change in capital per man-hour, and consequently, technical progress could be regarded as neutral. Computing the annual rate of technical progress and knowing the annual rate of change of Q and K, Solow argued that neutral technical progress made it possible for him to construct an aggregate production function. He started from Q equals AF, the production function applying in the case of neutral technical progress. If the return to scale is constant, both sides of the equations may be divided by L. Q cannot be directly represented as a function of K, because the change in Q over time reflects not only a change in K, but also the effect of technical progress. Thus the interrelated changes in Q and K do not yield different points on one curve, but each value of Q would lie on a different curve, shifted as a result of technical progress. Solow, therefore, filters out the effect of technical progress from Q. The ratio Q to A expresses only the effect of substitution, how production per man-hour changes, at a given level of technical knowledge, with a change in K. Knowing the amount of A, Solow draws the set of points corresponding to the values underscore attached to the different values of K, and seeks the curve most closely fitting them, which represents the aggregate production function in the period of investigation. We shall give a detailed critique of neoclassical growth theory further below. This theory has developed a great deal during the past 10 years, and seeks to eliminate several deficiencies of the first neoclassical growth models. But Solow's statements as set forth above on the effects of technical progress and substitution have often been referred to ever since by a great many economists. Now we only wish to answer the question of whether Solow really succeeded in determining the amount of these two effects in the USA. Did he really succeed in constructing an aggregate production function? LJQ and LJK can be determined by statistical means. Now the expression of QK, the rate of technical progress, only depends on whether Solow managed to compute the production elasticity of capital. Since the work of Douglas, attempts have been made to derive the production elasticities of factors from time series or cross-sections by means of regression analysis. But several objections have been made to applying regression analysis to time series. We have already referred to the critique by Mendershausen, who pointed out that capital and labor correlate not only with production, but also with one another. Obviously, capital, labor and technical progress also correlate with one another. Solow tried to evade the difficulties of regression analysis in a peculiar way. He did not determine the production elasticity of capital by regression analysis. He simply assumed that the production elasticity of capital was equal to the share of capital in national income, and multiplied the growth rate of capital per head by the relative share of capital in national income. Non-Marxian critiques emphasize that by making these assumptions, Solow presupposes that the factors are rewarded in real life according to their marginal productivities, whereas increasing returns to scale and monopoly make it impossible at the very outset. Marxian political economy does not accept the X. 417. Planation of income distribution built upon marginal productivity theory. Thus the difference between the growth rate of output per head and the growth rate of capital per man-hour multiplied by the relative share of capital in national income cannot express the growth rate of technical progress. In fact, it is no surprise that Solow found no correlation between the growth rate of technical progress thus obtained and the growth rate of capital per man-hour. On account of his incorrect approach to determining the production elasticity of capital, we cannot accept Solow's estimate of how much of the increase in output per man-hour can be attributed to the effect of technical progress, and how much to the substitution effect. Also unacceptable is his attempt to construct an aggregate production function. In any case, the procedure recommended by him claims to be able to separate the effect of technical progress from that of substitution only in the case of neutral technical progress. But Solow's evidence of the neutrality of technical progress is devoid, as has been shown, of any acceptable foundation. If we look at the time series computed by Solow of the growth rate of technical progress, the very figures make the success of his attempt very doubtful. In particular, it is striking that there are also negative amounts among them. Hogan is right when he says that while it is true that one can have a decline in the value of the stock of capital, it is not the same thing to postulate a fall in the stock of technical knowledge. Once acquired, it is difficult to see how this stock can be destroyed. 51. The Golden Age growth. As we have already pointed out, most non-Marxian growth models, whether Keynesian or neoclassical, assume technical development and population growth to be exogenous data of the system, and postulate for them constant rates of change over time. If in the neoclassical growth theory technical progress is in addition neutral, that is, if it does not affect the production elasticities at a given capital-labor ratio, and the elasticity of substitution between factors is 1, then a change in the capital-labor ratio and the resulting substitution effect does not influence production elasticities either at the given level of technical knowledge, and if, further, the savings ratio of national income is also constant, then the economy tends to develop towards growth at a steady rate, in the course of which production and capital stock grow at a constant and identical rate. This steady state growth, a specific interpretation of dynamic equilibrium at full employment, which is assumed in the neoclassical model, is what Mrs. Robinson called the Golden Age. In Golden Age growth, Harrod's GW coincides with G, but at the same time the available resources are fully exploited and thus GW coincides with G2. This growth rate, which never occurs in real life, performs the role of a measure of analysis in neoclassical growth theories. It is in starting from and relating to this growth rate that the process of growth taking place in a different way, under different conditions, is being examined. By assuming a Golden Age growth, these theories also seek to solve certain optimization problems in a growing economy over time. But at an unchanged production elasticity of capital, the marginal productivity of capital is also constant in the growth process. Technical progress only increases the productivity of labor, while capital per head and output per man grow at the rate of _J1_, hence technical progress in the Golden Age type 1 EK of growth is labor augmenting, neutral in Harrod's sense, the marginal productivity of capital is constant, and so is the average productivity of capital, while labor productivity increases. Now the static production function ought to be multiplied by A equals to obtain the amount of output increased as a result of technical progress at given K and L, or, if we fully impute the effect of technical progress to labor, the actual labor force should be multiplied by to obtain the number of efficient workers. This is because, with I_K technical progress at a rate of JL, output increases in the same proportion as if the labor force had increased fold without technical progress. I_K yet the nature of technical progress is not fully identical with neutrality as interpreted by Harrod. Harrod's concept, seen from a neoclassical aspect, does not separate the substitution effect from the effect of technical progress, but includes it, since the criterion of classification is whether technical progress, given the constancy of the rate of interest, affects the capital output ratio or not. The neoclassical growth model, on the other hand, classifies technical progress according to how it affects, at a constant capital labor ratio, the marginal productivity of factors. In the neoclassical growth model, the capital output ratio remains unchanged in the Golden Age type of growth, not because of the neutrality of technical progress, but as a result of the substitution effect. In the Golden Age type of growth, technical progress is neutral in the Harrodian and at the same time in the Hickschian sense, too. The two can materialize at the same time only because the elasticity of substitution is 1, and hence the rate of increase in capital per head does not change the production elasticities. The Golden Age rate of growth of Q can be interpreted as Harrod's G. And since in a Golden Age G equals GW, therefore G equals _, according to the representativs of the theory, if and G are known, the capital output ratio is also known, C equals _, and since EK is also known, the Golden Age marginal productivity of G capital, the Golden Age profit rate is also determined, QQ1 equals EK equals EK KKC. Let us now examine the Golden Age growth rate. For the convenience of analysis, let us leave out of account population growth, taking the labor force underscore to be constant. If the stock of capital is constant too, no Golden Age growth is possible, and production will grow, in compliance with Solo's basic formula, at a rate of D equals J1. If now we assume J1 to be 10%, or output will grow, at a given capital A stock and labor force, by 10%, and so will output per unit of capital too, though it ought to be constant in 11 Golden Age growth. Thus the effect of technical progress increasing the average productivity of capital has to be counterbalanced. This is performed in the neoclassical model by the substitution effect. Let capital stock also increase by 10%. If the production elasticity of capital is F, the growth rate will be P plus EK dk equals 15%. Capital per head will grow K by 10% and output per head by 15%. The increase in capital per head by 10% will raise output per head only by 5%. The inclusion of the substitution effect gives rise to decreasing returns. Now the growth rate of the stock of capital and thereby capital per head has to be increased until the substitution effect offsets the effect of technical progress expanding the average productivity of capital. If capital stock increases by 20%, output will also rise by 20%, and thus we have arrived at the Golden Age path of growth. Capital per head increases J1 10 equals 20%, or 1 EK plus output per head also increases by 20%, and the average productivity 480 of capital does not change in the growth process. Golden Age growth may be characterized by saying that under its circumstances the effect of technical progress is counterbalanced by the substitution effect in such a way that the average productivity of capital, the capital output ratio, remains constant in the growth process, while output per head increases at the same rate as capital per head. The factor 1 expresses that capital per head has to increase by 1 times 1 ELE, the rate of technical progress, to offset the effect of technical progress increasing the average productivity of capital. If it grows at a rate lower than that, for example by 10 instead of 20%, then the effect of technical progress, as has been shown, will be stronger than the substitution effect. If capital grows by a greater percentage than the Golden Age rate, for example by 30 instead of 20%, the rate of growth will be 25%, and the substitution effect will exceed the effect of technical progress. The average productivity of capital and its marginal productivity will decline. The less is E, the slower is the growth rate of capital per head at which the two effects will reach equilibrium, because with the increase in the amount of capital per head the principle of decreasing returns will come all the more rigorously into effect. The greater is E, the more it will counteract the principle of decreasing returns, and for the two effects to reach equilibrium, the higher the necessary growth rate of capital per head. The increase in the stock of capital cannot have a bearing upon the Golden Age growth rate. Its amount depends only on the rate of technical progress, the rate of population growth, and the production elasticity of capital. JL and DL are exogenous data for the model and not controllable magnitudes. In the case of neutral technical progress and a unitary value of U constituting a condition for a Golden Age type of growth, E does not change either over time. By changing the savings ratio, the Golden Age rate cannot be changed. With this we have arrived at a viewpoint diametrically opposed to the post-Keynesian theories, at least to most of them. In Herod, the equilibrium rate of growth, GW, depended basically on the savings ratio, and investments played a prominent role in the Herod-Dammer growth models already discussed. In the neoclassical models, however, the Golden Age growth rate is completely independent of the savings ratio, and the increase in capital stock is completely missing in the formula of the Golden Age growth rate. In a Golden Age type of growth, the higher investments of the economy, their effect upon the growth rate are completely counterbalanced by the lower productivity of capital goods. 54 writes W.I. Sacker, one of the first representatives of neoclassical growth theory. It will be remembered that THIRD-II made his GN dependent only on technical progress and the rate of population growth, but did not examine it more closely. He was interested mainly in exploring GW. The increase in the savings ratio makes growth deviate from its golden age path. To use Harrod's terms, GW deviates from GN. But a golden age type of growth is stable, assert the representatives of the theory. If the growth rate deviates from it, the mechanism making it return to the golden age rate will come into effect and equates G to G. Solow criticized Harrod, among other things, because he confronted G and G, saying that in a capitalist economy there exists no mechanism to coordinate them. Let us assume that the economy developed at a golden age rate. Then stock of capital also increased at a golden age rate, dk equals _p dot _ plus dl. K1EL since the increment of capital stock, dk, is the same as investment, and in the neoclassical model this is in equilibrium with savings from national income. Herefore, if now the savings ratio is increased 55, SQ will surpass G. And capital stock will K increase more than at a golden age rate. For this reason, the increase in output will also deviate from the golden age rate, changing in compliance with the formula P plus EDK plus LDL. We have seen, however, that if the growth rate of capital exceeds KL the golden age rate, the substitution effect with the resulting decreasing returns will surpass the effect of technical progress on expanding the average productivity of capital. The marginal and average productivity of capital cannot remain unchanged as they are in the case of a golden age growth, but will decrease. And since dk equals SQ, the decrease in 1 will slow down the growth rate of capital, causing KKK. According to Solow's formula for dq, the growth rate of q also to decline. As long q as dkg, the decrease in the average productivity of capital, q, will slow down kk he rate qf increase in capital and through it in output, until eventually both drop, and mutual interaction, to their golden age amounts. Thus the increase in the savings ratio influences the growth rate only in the period of deviation from the golden age path, but does not affect the golden age rate itself. Approaching the question from another side, we find that G, equals G along the 55 J.E. Mead, OPCIT, pages 42 to 43. 482. Golden age path, and thus G equals __. In the golden age the average productivity C, of capital is constant, and therefore its reciprocal, C, is constant, too. And since G dot, the golden age rate, is an exogenous datum of the model, because J.L and DLL at a constant E, cannot be derived from the model either, a definite C, is therefore attached to given G and S values along the golden age path. If S increases, the denominator of the fraction will also increase, and GW will temporarily exceed G. Then, as we have already mentioned, as a result of the substitution effect, the average productivity of capital, Q, will decrease, and therefore the capita K output ratio, K, will rise. As the formula G equals _ will clearly show, if S increases QC, at a given G dot, C, also has to rise until it counterbalances the effect of the increase in S on the rate of growth. The change in the capital output ratio ensures through the substitution effect in the neoclassical growth model that in the case of a disturbance GW adjusts itself to G. The mechanism ensuring harmony between GW and G in the neoclassical growth model operates similarly if the savings ratio declines. No golden age growth can occur if technical progress is not neutral. If the rate of technical progress does not change over time, and the nature of technical progress is for example capital using, i.e. increases the production elasticity of capital, the growth rate will increase through time, provided the stock of capital increases at a faster rate than the labor force. It was Mrs. Robinson who called attention to the fact that steady-state growth can materialize even in the case of non-neutral technical progress, but then the rate of technical progress cannot remain unchanged through time. S6. Optimum rate of the investment ratio and the golden rule of accumulation. The golden age growth rate is determined, as has been shown, by the growth rate of technical progress and population at constant production elasticities. Both are exogenous data of the model, hence the golden age rate itself is an exogenous datum. With an increase in the savings ratio, growth will temporarily rise above its golden age rate, but, owing to the substitution effect, it will slowly return to that rate. Thus an increase in the savings ratio does not affect the golden age rate, but increases capital per head and output per head, the latter at a lesser rate than the former. In this way, it decreases the efficiency of capital and increases the capital output ratio. Thus in the neoclassical growth model, a golden age growth path is attached to each savings ratio. These paths are logarithmically parallel to each other. Along each of these paths, output and capital grow at the same g rate, and capital per head and output per head increase at the same #rate. These golden age growth paths, however, differ from each other in 1e1 level. The greater the savings ratio, the more will be the amount of capital per head and output per head along the golden age path belonging to that savings ratio, at a given point of time, though the latter will grow at a lesser rate than capital per head, and thus the smaller the efficiency of capital, the greater the capital output ratio. The table fixes the values of the golden age paths belonging to the different savings ratios in cross-section, at given points of time. The question is now, what proportion of national income society should save if changes in the savings ratio do not affect the rate of growth? The answer to this question was given simultaneously by several non-Marxian economists, such as Phelps, Alice, Joan Robinson, Swan, and Weizsäcker, that savings ratio which ensures maximum consumption. The methods discussed so far of determining the optimization conditions assumed static circumstances, the number of population, the amount of capital stock, the level of technical knowledge, etc., all were supposed to be given. Harrod characterized marginal analysis as a completely static method. Dynamics did not give such scope to the marginal analysis. S7. But the question of optimization, of optimal growth, was also raised within the theory of growth. In an early article attracting little attention at the time, von Neumann examined the existence and characteristics of the paths of a balanced growth taking place at the highest possible rate of growth. S.S. Ramsey, in another study written in 1928 and also stirring little interest at the time, regarded the maximization of utility with respect to consumption as a task which has to be solved by an appropriate investment policy. S9 Dorfman, Samuelson, and Salo 60 examined the case in which an economy sets out from a historically given stock of capital, K0, and wants to attain a KT stock of capital in a finite t time horizon. Or, as Hicks characterizes the so-called turnpike theory concerned with the above problem, the theory of the optimum path when the terminal stock, at the end of a given period, is the sole maxi. 61. We are concerned with the attempts of the representatives of the neoclassical growth model to utilize marginal analysis for optimization within an infinite time horizon, or, in Phelps's words, in a non-limited golden age, which is infinite, at least in retrospect under conditions of a growing economy when resources are changing over time. Under conditions of a growing economy, they try to answer the question of how national income should be divided between consumption and saving or investment in an optimal way. The application of marginal analysis to production supposes that with a change in factor proportions, for example with an increase in capital per head, the increment of output at least after reaching a certain capital-labor ratio will become smaller and smaller. But capital per head and output per head grow along golden age paths at the same rate, and thus marginal analysis cannot be applied. If, however, we proceed at any point of time from one golden age path to another cross-sectionally, we have to regard the level of technical knowledge as given, and with the increase in the savings ratio capital per head and output per head will grow, though the latter at a smaller rate. Thus at a given point of time a concave production function can be constructed between the Golden Age growth paths, a function which shows the effect of the growth of capital per head at the given level of technical knowledge. Now the maximum amount of consumption can be determined following Phelps's procedure 62 in the following way. Let us change at a given point of time from a Golden Age path belonging to a low savings ratio to a Golden Age path attached to a higher savings ratio. As a result of the increase in the savings ratio, capital per head will rise by AK, and output per head by AK-OC. But all the increment of the output per head cannot be conc-summed. A fraction of it must be accumulated to ensure a further rise of the increased stock of capital at a Golden Age, that is, at AG rate. Out of AKQ the K amount GAK has to be saved. Only the rest can be consumed. Therefore, as a result of the increase of capital per head by AK, the increment of consumption, AC equals AK-OC GAK. Let us now choose the Golden Age paths belonging to an K ever greater savings ratio in such a way that by changing from one growth path to another capital per head should always grow by AK. The marginal productivity of capital will fall, and so will the increment of output per man, AK-OC, but K its part assigned to accumulation will not change as both G, and the increment of capital, AK, are constant. The positive and negative terms come closer to one another. But as long as their difference, AC, is positive, the amount of consumption will rise. The amount of consumption will reach its maximum at a savings ratio at which the marginal productivity of capital, owing to the increase in capital per man, drops to an amount at which the increment of consumption LLC equals 0. In this case LLKQ equals GLLK. Simplifying by LLK, we obtain, Q equals G. At the KK optimum rate of investment, that is, at 1 WICA ensures maximum consumption, capital per head is so large that the marginal productivity of capital equals the Golden Age rate of growth. This is one of the characteristics of the growth path ensuring maximum consumption. Represented diagrammatically, the line starting from the origin shows how much of the amount of output per head must be accumulated for capital to grow at a G rate. Obviously this is G, KL. The slope of the line is equal to the rate of growth, G, K, K equals G. The amount LL of consumption will be at its maximum when the tangent onto the production function, whose slope is the marginal productivity of capital, is parallel to the line with the slope of G. In this case, the slopes of both will coincide. G11 equals QK. The Golden Age path at which the amount of consumption is at a maximum, has a dominant position relative to the other Golden Age paths. Though consumption also grows at a G rate along all Golden Age paths, but since the paths do not intersect, the dominant path retains its advantage over the other paths all along the growth process. Phelps suggests that all generations are likely to choose this path and the corresponding investment ratio in the course of human history. If the economy has saved less than the optimum rate of investment, it has to reduce its current consumption so that in the long run society may consume a maximum amount compared with other Golden Age growth paths. Insofar as society saved more than the optimum rate of investment, the decrease in the savings ratio increases both current and future consumption. Is the production elasticity of capital. Hence, for the amount of consumption to be at a maximum in the growth process, it is necessary to save a proportion of the national income which is equal to the production elasticity of capital. This proposition is known in neoclassical growth theory as the Golden Rule of Accumulation 63, first formulated by the American Phelps. The equality of the savings ratio and the partial production elasticity of capital, along with the equality of the marginal productivity of capital and of the rate of growth, is another characteristic of the path ensuring maximum consumption, or, as we might call it now, of the Golden Rule path. To the dominant Golden Age path only one capital output ratio is attached. Its amount is easy to determine. Since along the Golden Age path G equals __. Phelps pointed out that the existence of the path ensuring maximum consumption is not necessarily tied to neoclassical conditions, namely to strict concavity, positive marginal productivity and double differentiability. It is also valid in the case of Leontief's production function. Point 64. Phelps thinks that it is Leontief's production function with its rigid capital-labor ratio which might serve as the basis of the Harrod-Domar growth theory. Both of them held the view, following Keynes, that in a capitalist economy it is not certain that a change in nominal wages relative to the interest rate will lead to a change in the capital-labor ratio. At the outset, Phelps assumes that there is unemployment, the amount of capital available is not sufficient to realize full employment, and, leaving technical progress out of account, capital grows at the same rate as the working population. In this case, the initially existing unemployment will continue to remain. Since in Leontief's production function the capital output ratio is fixed, production grows at the same rate as capital increases, and so will consumption too, since the accumulation share of production, G and K, will rise now at the same rate as production. Continuously increasing the initial stock of capital, we obtain, until full employment is reached, a higher and higher growth path at a Gn rate of growth with ever higher levels of output and consumption because the level of employment also continues to rise. By increasing the initial stock of capital, the levels of output and consumption may be stepped up as long as employment can be expanded, in other words, until full employment is reached. In the Domar-Harrod model it is the growth path at full employment which is dominant as compared with the others, the growth of the economy along this path ensuring the maximum of consumption. If the initial stock of capital is increased higher than necessary to ensure full employment, production no longer expands, accumulation, however, tices owing to the increase in capital stock, and consumption decreases compared with the growth path at full employment. Capital stock along the dominant path is proportional to labor as expressed in the production function, K, L equals ox, OL, which means that the stock of capital is equal to L ox at any point of time. OL let us represent the maximization of consumption diagrammatically according to Leontief's production function. A golden rule growth path is possible only in the case of a golden age type of growth when capital and output grow at the same and constant rate, and thus the average productivity of capital does not change over time, and technical progress increases only the productivity of labor or, put another way, is of the labor augmenting type. But Phelps attributes a heuristic significance to the golden rule path. Starting from it as a yardstick, he tries to demonstrate that even if development is not of the golden age type, there is a critical path which, from the viewpoint of consumption, has the same normative significance as the golden rule path which assumes a golden age growth. He emphasizes that if technical progress is partly or fully capital augmenting, or if the rate of population growth and technical progress are not constant over time, in which case of course no golden age growth can occur, even then we may, by increasing the savings ratio, reach a growth path which will result, compared with the other growth paths attached to other savings ratios and at least in a certain period, in a greater, but never in a smaller amount of consumption. Embodied technical progress and the vintage model. In the first neoclassical models, for example Solo's early model or Midas' model, any capital good, old and new alike, equally partakes of technical progress. In his study published in 1960, Solo comes to realize that this idea contradicts the everyday observation that, many if not most innovations need to be embodied in R.EU kinds of durable equipment before they can be made effective. 65. I assume, he says, that new technology can be introduced into the production process only through gross investment in new plant and equipment. 66. He distinguishes two types, non-embodied and embodied technical progress. Non-embodied technical progress means the perfection of the organization and operation of production factors, independently of their nature. Its utilization does not require any investment. The representatives of neoclassical growth theory begin to stress that only non-embodied technical progress affects capital stock as a whole, and thus capital goods can be regarded as homogeneous only from the point of view of non-embodied technical progress. Embodied technical progress, however, affects only capital goods of the latest vintage. According to this assumption, any capital good represents the latest technology when it comes into being, but does not take part in further technical development. Solow emphasizes that, embodied technological progress is by a substantial margin the more important kind. 67. In its further stage of development, neoclassical theory sees the vehicle of technical progress in investments, more exactly in gross investments, since replacement, too, is closely connected with technical progress. Net investments figuring in earlier neoclassical growth models are replaced by gross investments. According to the traditional theory, if already available labor and capital can replace one another, unemployment and surplus capital cannot exist. The introduction of the concept of embodied technical progress makes us aware of the fact that once a plant has been equipped, the changeover to a labor-intensive technique in the case of unemployment, or the adoption of a capital-intensive technology in the case of surplus capital, are far less simple processes than THGSE represented in the model, assuming the easy malleability of capital goods. The replacement of existing capital stock embodied in concrete goods by a stock of capital embodying a different technology adopting itself better to the changed factors so PPLY, can only take place slowly, mostly by the gradual renewal of the old capital stock. Distinguishing between the two types of technical progress and denoting the rate of embodied technical progress by .A and that of non-embodied technical progress by JL, Phelps's formula of the rate of Golden Age growth is modified as follows. Since, however, each vintage of capital is of a different efficiency, capital stock cannot be represented as a homogeneous magnitude expressing an identical level of technical knowledge. The efficiency of the capital stock is also influenced by its mean age. The equilibrium mean age of capital depends, on the one hand, on the rate of depreciation. Phelps assumes that capital goods depreciate exponentially at the rate J per annum. The equilibrium mean age of capital is, on the other hand, dependent on the equilibrium rate of output, to which the growth rate of capital adjusts itself along the equilibrium path. Each vintage of capital has increased at a G rate, its proportion to total capital stock remains constant in equilibrium growth. Phelps emphasizes that the mean age of capital does not depend on the savings ratio, because both J and G are independent of S. If the savings ratio increases, the weight of capital of the latest vintage will temporarily grow within the total stock of capital, and this will decrease the mean age of capital. But the new equipment is becoming more and more obsolete over time, which increases the weight of obsolete machinery, and the mean age of capital slowly rises to its earlier equilibrium level. The persistent reduction of the mean age by increasing the savings ratio requires a steady increase in the latter. However, this is not a practicable way of decreasing the mean age. Since in the case of embodied technical progress each vintage of capital presents different levels of technical progress, for each vintage a separate production function should be set up. The Cobb-Douglas type off-production function set up for the output of products produced with capital of vintage V at the point of time t is, QV equals BOAVK, L, M, where B0 is the level of technical progress at the point of time t0. Owing to their different degrees of efficiency, capital goods of different vintages cannot be aggregated by a simple summation to yield total social capital. They have to be weighted according to their degrees of efficiency. With this in view, Solow imputes the effect of technical progress entirely to capital. If A equals I, and technical progress is neutral in the Hickschian sense, then the effect of technical progress may entirely be imputed either to capital or labor. And thus we have arrived at the interpretation of neutral technical progress in Solow's sense, which is the reverse image of Herod's neutrality. Technical progress is neutral in Solow's view if, given constant wages, it does not affect the labor coefficient, the average productivity of labor. It only affects the efficiency of capital and is, therefore, capital augmenting. It has no bearing on the production elasticity of labor, nor, assuming a first-degree homogeneous production function, on the production elasticity of capital. By how much does technical progress increase the efficiency of capital? In much the same way as he computed the growth rate of labor productivity in the case of Harrod's neutral technical progress, Phelps also determined the growth rate of the efficiency of new capital goods, which is, _a_. Or, if we technical weights is immaterial in the determination of the exponential equilibrium growth rate 68. The introduction of embodied technical progress constitutes a step forward in the direction of relating to each other the factors determining the rate of growth, represented hitherto in isolation. More recently, attempts have also been made within the neoclassical growth model to show the effect on production of investments in improving the quality of labor. Baylock and Streeton emphasize the necessity of separating these investments from investment in physical capital 169. Schultz points out that between 1900 and 1956 educational costs also rose about 3.5 times as rapidly as did the gross formation of physical capital in $70. He further emphasizes the significance of investments to improve the quality of labor. Some growth of course can be had from the increase in more conventional capital even though the labor that is available is lacking both in skill and knowledge. But the rate of growth will be seriously limited. 71. On the basis of his investigations in the field of agriculture, Grilichus stresses the significance of the qualification of the labor force. The education of the farm labor force is again a significant variable, entering the equation with a coefficient which is not significantly different from that of the labor variable. 72. Arrow calls attention to the fact that investments embodying the effect of technical progress significantly increase, by amassing production experiences, the quality of live labor. This recognition means one more step towards integrating the factors of growth. I would like to suggest here an endogenous theory of the changes in knowledge. 73 writes Arrow. The development of technical knowledge manifests itself in his theory not only in producing newer and newer capital goods, but also in increasing the production experiences of workers operating them. In this learning by doing theory he correctly emphasizes that learning takes place not only in educational and research institutions but in production, too, as its byproduct. The introduction of new machinos requires the workers to gain more knowledge, which in turn leads to higher productivity. Krell constructs the elasticity of labor quality with respect to capital equipment, which indicates by what percentage the quality of labor changes with 1% change in capital per head. 74 Arrow points out that even without new investments the quality of labor increases as a result of the fact that a worker gains more and more production experience in performing his work even with unchanged capital equipment. The Horndal effect, so called by Lundberg, expresses exactly that. In the Horndal Iron Works in Sweden output per man-hour increased by an annual average of 2% for 15 years even without new investments, that is, without any significant changes in the production methods. This continually increasing performance was the result of knowledge gained by experience. 75. The theory of induced technical progress as the alternative neoclassical theory of equilibrium growth. In addition to the fact that neoclassical growth theory has already taken into account embodied technical progress in recent years, a further important change can now be observed in that theory. It has typically been assumed in the neoclassical growth model literature that technical change is exogenous, though this is presumably not the case in real life. 76 writes Kanlisk. They assumed it to be exogenously given in total amount and exogenously given in bias. More recently, attempts can be found in neoclassical growth models which resolve both assumptions. The first of these attempts was aimed, while continuing to take the amount of technical progress as given, to handle the nature of technical advance as an endogenous variable in the growth model. The initiators of models of this kind refer to Hicks's already mentioned work, The Theory of Wages, in which the author distinguishes between autonomous inventions regarded as exogenous data and induced inventions, those inventions which are the result of a change in the relative prices of the factors. We shall expect, in practice, all or nearly all inventions to be labor-saving. 77. In his work on the questions of economic growth, published in 1956, Fellner attributes a basic importance to induced technical innovations. Approximate adjustment 0f. The character of improvements to existing resource scarcity suggests the existence of a mechanism which tends to induce the required type of improvement. 78. He expounds the same idea in two of his more recent articles on the question, one published in 196J79, the other in 196,980. Corey, 2, characterizes induced technical progress as a direct response to what are loosely called technical bottlenecks. 81. Fellner emphasizes that the handling of the character of innovations as an endogenous variable reflects the fact that in the post-war period expenditures on scientific research and development have grown tremendously. 82. The inclusion of induced technical innovations in the neoclassical growth model was hindered by the interpretation of technical progress as neutral, because it presupposes that the relative scarcity of one factor does not affect technical progress. More recently, several authors, among them Fellner, Kennedy, and Samuelson, began to find an answer to the question of whether the relative shares of classes in national income can remain constant in the long run, or whether the production elasticities can be constant, if we abandon the assumption of the unitary elasticity of substitution and neutral technical progress. Let the stock of capital grow at a higher rate than the labor force. If the elasticity of substitution U1, then, according to the neoclassical growth model, the relative share of the working class in the national income will increase in the course of growth, the production elasticity of labor will grow, and the relative share of the capitalist class will decrease, together with the production elasticity of capital. The situation will be reversed if the value of U is greater than unity. Samuelson provides the proof that in the case of a steady growth of the capital-labor ratio, long-run equilibrium of constant relative shares will exist, independently of the value of U if the induced technical change is relatively labor-augmenting in comparison with capital augmentation. 83. This happens when labor is augmented in relation to capital to the same extent to which the growth rate of capital surpassed the growth rate of labor. Then the ratio of capital to labor remains constant in the growth process. 84. In this case technical progress is neutral in Kennedy's sense, it counterbalances, at an exponentially increasing capital-labor ratio, the substitution effect which influences the relative shares of capital and labor and the production elasticity, and creates such circumstances as if the value of U continues to be unity throughout the growth process. Let us illustrate the above by a numerical example. Let the stock of capital and the size of the labor force be 1,000 each at a point of time of TO and the production elasticity and marginal productivity of capital and labor 0.5 each. In this case, if the production function is first-degree homogeneous, the volume of production will be I000. Let now the stock of capital grow by 20, and the labor force by 10%. Thus the rate of growth of the stock of capital will exceed that of the labor force by 10%. The amount of the stock of capital at the consecutive points of time will be 1,200, 1,440, etc. The size of the labor force will be 1,100, 1,210, etc. at the corresponding points of time. In this case the long-run equilibrium of constant relative shares requires that the marginal productivity of labor should increase by 10% or more than that of capital. If the marginal productivity of capital increases by 10% or that is, if its value is 0.55, 0.605, etc. at the consecutive points of time, then the marginal productivity of labor must assume the following values: 0.6, 0.72, etc. In this case the contribution of capital and labor to the quantity of the product produced will be at the consecutive points of time as follows: 1,200 0.55 equals 660, 1,440 0.605 equals 871.2, etc. and 1,100 0.6 equals 660, 1,210 0.12 equals 871.2, etc. And the efficient capital-labor ratio will 1,200 1.1 1,440 I. J2 assume the following magnitude in the growth process, etc. I, 101.2 I 210 1.22 The capital-labor ratio will therefore be constant in terms of efficiency units in the course of equilibrium growth, and so will be the production elasticity of capital and labor, or, according to neoclassical theory, the relative shares of capital and labor. But through what mechanism does induced technical progress ensure the constancy of the relative shares of capital and labor, or the constancy of their production elasticities in equilibrium growth? Hicks examined that question on the macroeconomic level. If the stock of capital increases at a higher rate than the labor force, it will raise, according to him, the relative share of labor at the given level of technical knowledge and at a less than unitary value of the elasticity of substitution, and it will also increase the production elasticity of labor compared to that of capital. Thus it will stimulate labor-saving technical innovations. This type of technical invention increases the marginal productivity of capital more than that of labor, raises the rate of interest more than wages, and counteracts thereby the increase in the relative share of labor. If, however, the value of the elasticity of substitution is greater than unity, then the marginal productivity of labor has to be increased, by capital-saving inventions, more than the marginal productivity of capital, and wages have to be raised more than the rate of interest. Hicks, however, did not examine, says Fellner, through what mechanism changes in the macroeconomic resource position of an economy stimulate the individual firms to effect a corresponding bias in innovations. Kennedy was among the first to demonstrate the working of a mechanism which, by means of the entrepreneur's choice among the differing possibilities of innovation, keeps the relative shares of labor and capital in the national income, or their production elasticities, at constant levels in the process of economic growth. While, however, macroeconomically seen, the changing ratio of input supplies may be regarded as a given datum, and this changing ratio leads to a changing ratio of input prices. 85 Microeconomically, these input prices are data for the individual entrepreneur. He cannot change them by changing the character of the innovation. His decisions are confined to utilizing an appropriate innovation, decreasing the amount of the more expensive factor needed to produce a unit of output, and changing thereby the proportion between the amounts of factors needed to produce a unit of product. Thus Hicks provided no solution for the entrepreneur when he suggested that, on the macroeconomic level and given an elasticity of substitution less than unity, the increase in the marginal productivity of labor should be held back relative to the growth of the marginal productivity of capital by labor-saving innovation. This would result, at given factor prices, in just the opposite effect. The amount of labor needed for producing a unit of product would increase in relation to the quantity of capital per a unit of product, and the weight of the cost of labor in unit cost would not decline but rather rise. Therefore, as we shall see, a new form of technical innovation appears in Kennedy's model. To demonstrate the entrepreneur's choice among the different innovation possibilities, Kennedy constructs, on the analogy of the curve of production possibilities, the innovation possibility frontier. The production possibility curve expresses what combination of the two products the entrepreneur is able to produce with the available capital and labor by the efficient utilization of factors. The innovation possibility frontier, however, expresses what innovation possibilities are available to the entrepreneur with a given amount of resources for research and development, by what Q% he can reduce the capital necessary to produce a unit of output if he decreases labor needed for the production of a unit of output by a certain P%. In other words, P equals F1 and Q equals F2, or RP equals 0. The slope of the innovation possibility frontier, dq, expresses at any point dp a marginal trade-off rate, i.e. the marginal opportunity cost of additional labor augmentation in terms of the capital augmentation that must be sacrificed to obtain a small additional unit of labor augmentation. 86. Like the transformation curve, the innovation possibility frontier is assumed to be concave to the origin. The greater the reduction in the labor required to produce a unit of output, the smaller will be the possible reduction in capital required. 87. The effect of technical progress divided between the increase in the productivity of labor and capital is given by Beckman and Sato in their article 88 classifying technical progress in the following dynamic production function, Q equals F. In this case they speak of a new form of technical progress, called factor augmenting technical progress, which has the same effect as if both capital and labor had increased without technical progress, capital by a factor A equals, and labor by a factor B equals. This factor augmenting technical progress is at the same time factor saving technical progress, as it decreases the capital or labor required to produce a unit of output. If A equals I, the effect of technical progress could fully be imputed either to one or to the other factor. In Herod's neutral technical progress only P increases, in Solo's only Q. In the Cobb-Douglas production function, however, technical progress cannot unambiguously be divided into its labor and capital augmenting components. Now the question arises, which point of the curve of innovation possibility the entrepreneur chooses, on the basis of what considerations he decides the proportional increase in the productivity of labor and capital with the resources available to him for research and development, or the percentage reduction in labor or capital needed to produce a unit of output, in other words, whether the bias is itself induced by economic considerations. 89. Let us assume, following Kennedy, that technical progress takes place only in the production of consumer goods using two factors, capital and labor, and the production function is first-degree homogeneous. Let us denote the labor cost needed to produce a unit of output by L, capital cost by C. Let the share L plus C of labor cost in total costs, B, and the share of capital cost, Y. L plus C. Let technical progress reduce the labor required to produce a unit of product by P%, and the capital needed to produce a unit of output by Q%. E. At given factor prices the cost of a unit of output decreases by R equals, P plus YQ%. For Kennedy, entrepreneur decides entirely on the basis of economic considerations which to choose from among the different innovations. He wants to maximize R, the measure of cost reduction. Therefore, he will try to find labor-saving innovations if the relative share of labor cost is greater than that of capital cost, that is, if Y, or he will seek capital-saving innovations if the relative share of capital exceeds the relative share of labor cost, if Ya. In the former case, he will move along the curve as long as dP dQy, that is, it is worthwhile for him to increase the productivity of labor at the expense of increasing the efficiency of capital. Since in the continuous increase in labor productivity the increase in the efficiency of capital has to be sacrificed to an increasing extent, dPA will eventually be equal to dQy, that is, dQ equals. Thus the measure dPy of cost reduction will reach its maximum when the slope of the curve equals the ratio of the relative shares of capital cost and labor cost. In his study on induced technical progress Samuelson determines this point diagrammatically as follows. He constructs the budget line expressing the relationship R equals .pf, YQ. This line indicates what combinations of labor-saving and capital-saving innovations will lead to the same percentage reduction of the unit cost of output. And the point of intersection of the budget line and the axis expresses what percentage of reduction is needed for total costs to decrease by a given R%, if only labor cost or only capital cost is reduced unilaterally. This percentage is obviously in the case of labor, and % in the case of capital. Let us illustrate the above by a numerical example. Let the quantity of labor per unit of output be 10, and the quantity of capital 80. If the wage of one worker is $4 and the cost of using a unit of capital is $2, then the labor cost per unit of output is $40 and capital cost is $160. Total cost is therefore $200. In this case L, the share of labor cost in total costs, is 20%, while Y, the share of capital cost in total costs, is 80%. If the entrepreneur reduces labor cost per unit of output by 10% and capital cost per unit of output by 12.5%, the new labor coefficient will be 9, and the new capital coefficient will be 70. Given unchanged factor prices, labor cost will fall to $36, capital cost to $140, and thus the new total cost will be $176, by 12% or less than the original total cost. Had the entrepreneur wanted to achieve the 12% or reduction of total cost only by decreasing labor cost, then, assuming unchanged wage rates, he ought to have reduced the quantity of labor per unit of output by 12% or 20% or equals 60% or. In this case, the labor coefficient would have been 4 instead of 2, and labor cost per unit of output $16 instead of $40. The new total cost, $176, is really 12% or less than the original value. If, however, the entrepreneur had wanted to achieve the 12% or reduction of total cost by decreasing only capital cost, then he ought to have reduced the quantity of capital per unit of output by 12% or 80% or equals is%, that is, from 80 to 68. Thereby, the capital cost per unit of output would have fallen from $160 to $136. And the lower total cost would have been again $40 plus $136 equals $176.